Xinyan, born with a unique destiny, was driven away by the villagers who regarded her as a harbinger of misfortune, yet they unknowingly cast away a little blessing. Fortuitously, she encountered the wealthy Li family, transforming into the cherished little princess of the household. Her 7 elder brothers, akin to the legendary Calabash warriors, were utterly captivated by their sister, showering her with boundless affection. Adoration, unrestrained adoration, adoration that soared to the heavens. The adversaries of the Li family awaited the spectacle, eager to witness when this so-called natural calamity, Xinyan, would bring about their downfall. However, contrary to their expectations, the frail young master of the Li family grew increasingly robust, while the seemingly unlucky 4th young master experienced a surge of fortuity. The arrival of Xinyan imbued the Li household with newfound vibrancy and joy. The entire Li family, indeed, found themselves enraptured. Whoever dares to bully Yanbao shall face retribution, no matter the distance. Does Yanbao desire the stars from the sky? Bring them forth, let them all be plucked. Little did they know that this adorable bundle of joy was, in fact, the reincarnation of a formidable figure from another realm, capable of subduing even the most imposing of adults. Beneath her tiny frame. Chapter 1. Cast out from the village. Harbinger of doom. Depart at once. Hurry and leave the village. Yongyang Mountain, Jingzhou County, Lingxing Village. In the woods that separated the village from a mountain, dense trees and wild undergrowth thrived, while a cacophony of voices startled the birds that dwelled within. The air was thick with curses, and amidst the rustling grass, a small, plump figure emerged, clutching her head and panting as she stumbled out from a thicket. She is a little girl named Xinyan, 3.5 years old. A large bump has formed on her smooth forehead, a painful result of being struck by a stone. She is clad in a pure white mourning garment that does not fit her well, constraining her small arms and legs. Tear stains mark her face, suggesting she has recently wept, her eyes red like those of a little rabbit. In her haste to flee, she has lost her shoes, and her bare little feet have been cut by thorns in the forest, blood seeping from the myriad of wounds. Her mother has just passed away due to a car accident. The violent impact rendered her mother unrecognizable before her very eyes. She has become an orphan, and it was her great-uncle who commanded the villagers to reluctantly assist in laying her mother to rest. Yet, no sooner had her mother been buried and transformed into a mound of earth than the villagers turned against her, forcing her away. Tears began to fall uncontrollably once more, and with her dirty little hands, Xinyan wiped her face, her small lips pouting in a manner that appeared both pitiable and wronged. She does not understand what she has done wrong, or why the villagers wish to expel her. After hastily drying her tears, Xinyan's face resembled that of a little calico cat. She continued to run desperately forward, hoping to reach her great-uncle for help. Her mother had told her, when faced with difficulties, seek out great-uncle. His seniority in the village grants his words weight. Xinyan thought perhaps great-uncle could allow her to remain in the village. At this moment, a gathering of villagers had assembled at great-uncle's home, all speaking in unison. ABO. UT is singular matter. Xinyan must be driven out of the village. Master Jiao, even if you speak up, this girl cannot remain in our village any longer. This girl possesses a remarkably tough fate. In the 2nd month of her birth, her father tragically perished in an accident while on his way to buy her milk powder. By her 2nd year, her grandparents fell ill and soon passed away one after the other. Now, her mother has suffered a grave car accident, and it happened to be on her birthday. How uncanny. Master Jiao, do not forget, this girl was born during the midnight hour of July 15th. She surely carries an ominous fate that brings misfortune to others. She has already caused the demise of her own kin, and who knows, she might soon bring calamity upon us. The villagers tend to avoid her. She often resorts to uttering frightening tales to capture their attention. Just a few days ago, she rambled about someone sabotaging our village's reservoir. The village chief even went to investigate, only to find no one there, not even a ghost. Moreover, this girl is quite peculiar. She is frequently seen mumbling to herself, as if she can perceive something beyond her sight. Indeed. Last time, during the 10th anniversary of Li Laosan's mother, she claimed to have seen an elderly woman floating above Li Laosan's head, and even provided a detailed description of the woman's attire. which was identical to the burial clothes of Li Laosan's mother. Ati terrified Li Laosan so much that he fell gravely ill and still suffers from nightmares. Upon hearing this, Li Laosan's countenance changed drastically, resembling a ghost, his face ashen. The others also felt a chill run down their spines, the mere thought sending shivers through them. In the eyes of the villagers, Xinyan is nothing short of a harbinger of doom. From the moment of her birth, calamities befell her family in quick succession, leading relatives and friends to sever ties with them, fearing the contagion of misfortune. The villagers, anxious about the repercussions on their own lives, unanimously resolved to expel Xinyan from the village. Grandfather Jiao sat in his chair in the main room, directly facing the entrance, holding a dry tobacco pipe, lit yet unsmoked. His brow furrowed in deep contemplation, caught in a dilemma. The village children had become orphans, and it was expected that the community would rally to support them, allowing the children to grow up nourished by the kindness of many. However, the villagers regarded Xinyan as a harbinger of disaster, their exclusion of her reaching an extreme. If she were to be forcibly retained in the village, the discontent among the villagers would only intensify, potentially leading to even graver actions against her. Grandfather Jiao quietly pondered. Perhaps it would be wiser to send Xinyan to a place that could dispel the ominous aura surrounding her. Grandfather Jiao, please save me, Xinyan. At that moment, a tender voice echoed in the hall. Xinyan had come seeking help from Grandfather Jiao. As she dashed into the courtyard, the villagers' hostile gazes converged upon her, their expressions laden with animosity. How dare she come here? Drive her out, someone shouted. The villagers, realizing her presence, swiftly moved to expel Xinyan. You little bringer of misfortune, weren't you told to leave the village? How dare you seek help from Grandfather Jiao? This girl may be young, but she is cunning. Keeping her here will surely bring disaster. We must drive her away. Begone. Quickly leave, go as far as you can. The villagers mercilessly chased away Xinyan, akin to expelling a sorrowful stray dog. Xinyan pouted, feeling wronged, and feebly protested, but I am also from this village. I want leave. You must leave, whether you wish to or not. From this moment on, you are no longer one of us. The village has no place for you. Indeed, the village has cast you aside. The villagers echoed in unison, their faces contorted with rage, their voices roaring like a torrential flood. Xinyan trembled in fear, her eyes reddening as she glanced towards old man Jiao, her last glimmer of hope. Enough. She is merely a 3.5-year-old child. What does she understand? Old man Jiao struck the table with his tobacco pipe, silencing the uproar, and stood up to step into the courtyard. Old man Jiao, we cannot keep this child. The villagers, united for the first time, spoke as one. Ignoring them, old man Jiao approached Xinyan, kneeling before her. Her eyes brightened with hope as she gazed intently at him. Old man Jiao gently ruffled her hair, feeling a pang of compassion. Yet he could only helplessly say, Child, perhaps you should leave the village for now and seek out Master Suatich. Eat Sanxia Temple on Yongyang Mountain, he may be willing to take you in. Staying in the village was no longer an option for her. The villagers' spittle could drown her. Upon hearing these words, Xinyan's gaze dimmed instantly, her small head drooping low. She bit her lip with determination, resolutely suppressing the tears that threatened to spill. At that moment, a formidable off-road vehicle came to a halt at the village entrance. A couple, intending to visit Su Daoshang at Sanxia Temple, found themselves lost and paused their journey. A woman, impeccably dressed and adorned with exquisite makeup, stepped out from the passenger seat. She cast her eyes upon the quaint village before turning to the man who had just exited the vehicle. Brother Qiqing, let us inquire for directions in this village. Indeed, this is the only village nearby. The villagers here should be well acquainted with the path up the mountain. As he spoke, Li Qiqing approached Zhong Jingyi, taking her hand in his, and together they ventured into the village. With the inability to seek help from old Grandpa Jiao, Xinyan found herself compelled to leave the village. She had little to gather, only 2 garments lovingly crafted by her mother, a pair of shoes, and her mother's sole remaining keepsake, a dark, lacquered bracelet. The bracelet, aged and coated in lacquer, appeared rather greasy and was far from aesthetically pleasing. While the villagers regarded it with indifference, Xinyan cherished it dearly, cradling it close to her heart. As she departed from the village, the villagers watched her closely, fearing she might reconsider her decision to leave. The village children followed her with cheerful laughter, urging her to go. The little scourge is finally leaving. It was unclear which mischievous child initiated the act, but one picked up a stone and hurled it at Xinyan, striking her squarely on the nose and drawing blood. Xinyan cried out in pain. "Mother!" Faintly, she seemed to perceive her recently interred mother, hovering in the air, yearning to shield her and deflect the stones. The dead girl has started to babble again. "Quick, throw stones at her." The unruly children grew emboldened, picking up stones and hurling them relentlessly in her direction, all the while mocking. "Your mother is dead. You are now a motherless wild child." Amidst the cacophony of stones clattering, Xinyan quickly crouched down, wrapping her arms around herself in a protective embrace. At that moment, someone reprimanded the group of unruly children, exclaiming, "Stop it at once. How can you throw stones at someone else?" Chapter 2. Taken away by kindness, a delightful fragrance enveloped the air. Xinyan momentarily paused, cradled within a warm embrace, surrounded by the enchanting aroma. She instinctively lifted her gaze and beheld a lady, as beautiful as a fairy, gazing at her with deep concern. "Child, are you all right?" Zhong Jingyi inquired anxiously, producing a tissue to gently wipe away the blood from Xinyan's nose. The one speaking was Li Fa, the so-called second village chief, notorious for his domineering presence in the village. Often, his words bore more weight than those of the official village chief. Observing his arrogant demeanor, Zhong Jingyi was not one to back down. "Are you adults merely going to stand by while a group of children bullies a little one? What kind of morals does this village uphold?" Li Fa dismissed her concerns with a sneer. "How have our children bullied her? They merely tossed a few stones at her. Is that truly bullying? She has already been injured and bled. Does that not qualify as bullying?" Zhong Jingyi's anger ignited. Her face flushed with indignation as she raised her voice. "Indeed, this is not mere bullying. It is blatant harassment, a gang assault. A group of children tormenting a mere 3-year-old. How utterly heartless and inhumane." As a mother, she could not bear to witness a child suffering. The pain struck her deeply. And so what if they bullied her? She is a jinx, deserving of such treatment. Li Fa retorted, visibly irritated by the city woman's stance, exclaiming, "Mind your own business." As soon as the words left his lips, a fierce gust of wind accompanied by a powerful punch surged forth. Li Qixing struck Li Fa squarely in the face. A cry of agony escaped Li Fa's lips as one of his front teeth flew out. Almost immediately, another punch followed, sending his remaining front tooth into oblivion. An aura of malevolence enveloped Li Qixing as he coldly threatened, "Mind your words." Li Fa, writhing in pain, could barely utter a sound, and the villagers, unable to bear the sight, exclaimed, "How can you strike a person like that?" Zhong Jingyi scoffed, "By your logic, this hardly constitutes violence. It's merely a couple of punches. How can this be considered assault?" The villagers found themselves momentarily speechless, caught off guard by her retort. However, witnessing one of their own being bullied by outsiders, they could not simply allow the aggressors to depart unscathed. "You shall not leave. You have assaulted someone. You must provide us with an explanation." Indeed, they cannot be allowed to escape. They must compensate for the medical expenses. A voice chimed in. "One punch warrants 100,000. 2 punches demand 200,000. You shall not leave this place without handing over 200,000 in cash." In an instant, the villagers united in their animosity, surrounding Li Qixing and Zhong Jingyi. Their gazes sharp and threatening. Zhong Jingyi clutched the battered Xiaoyan even tighter, whispering soothingly in her ear, "Do not fear, dear. Uncle and aunt will protect you." Little Xiaoyan gazed up at the gentle woman before her, perceiving a serene halo that seemed to envelop her, a sight both beautiful and comforting. Li Qixing clenched his fists, positioning himself protectively in front of Zhong Jingyi and Xiaoyan. They initially intended to enter the village merely to inquire about directions, yet they found themselves confronted by a group of boorish and unreasonable villagers. "What is happening here? Why are you all gathered?" A voice laden with authority echoed, causing the villagers' expressions to shift dramatically, their earlier arrogance dissipating as they instinctively parted to create a pathway, bowing respectfully. "Master Jiu." Master Jiu approached, one hand clutching a bag of provisions, the other wielding a tobacco pipe. His gaze swiftly fell upon Zhong Jingyi, who was protectively cradling the visibly frightened little girl, and a flicker of relief crossed his eyes. The villagers hurriedly reported to Master Jiu. "Master Jiu, these city folks are meddling in our affairs and even assaulted Li Fa." Master Geo, fully aware of the underlying tensions, scoffed lightly. If he hadn't sought trouble first, why would they have struck him? Master Geo. He raised a hand, signaling them to refrain from further comments. Turning, he smiled warmly at Li Qixin and Zhong Jingyi. I sincerely apologize for the disturbance. Please allow me to express my regrets on their behalf. It is of no consequence, replied the couple, their demeanor softening slightly. Zhong Jingyi glanced at the frightened child in her arms, unable to suppress her curiosity. Elder, why was this child expelled from the village? We came to ask for directions. Li Qixin explained their intention to visit Sangxia Temple. Ah, so you two are headed to Sangxia Temple. Master Geo exclaimed with delight, bowing to the couple. I kindly ask that you take this child with you and deliver her to Taoist Su. I entrust her to your care. Li Qixin and Zhong Jingyi exchanged a glance and readily acquiesced. Child, take these provisions with you. I am truly sorry, but this is all I can offer you, said the old man as he approached Xiao Xinyan, stuffing the package he brought into the little girl's satchel. He gently patted her head, tears brimming in his eyes, and solemnly urged, Little Yanbao, you must grow up well. Xiao Xinyan gazed intently into the old man's eyes, nodding obediently. Li Qixin and Zhong Jingyi received the directions to Sangxia Temple from the old man and departed the village with little Yanbao. Yongyang Mountain, resplendent in its beauty, featured winding paths. They parked the vehicle below, with Li Qixin tasked with carrying the luggage, while Zhong Jingyi held Xiao Xinyan's small hand as they ascended the steps. Xiao Xinyan wore a sullen expression, prompting Zhong Jingyi to engage her in conversation, hoping to lift her spirits. Darling, what is your name? Li Xinyan. What a lovely name. Who gave it to you? My mother did. After this, Xiao Xinyan pressed her lips together tightly, her furrowed brow betraying a sorrow that belied her tender years. Observing her distress, Zhong Jingyi felt a pang of compassion, wishing fervently to assist her further. Sangxia Temple, Sanqing Hall. As usual, Master Su sat cross-legged on the mat before the three deities, meditating alongside his disciples. Suddenly, as if sensing something unusual, Master Su opened his eyes and gazed upon the three revered statues enshrined within the hall. A faint luminescence emanated from their golden forms, not of gold, but of a resplendent violet hue. Master, what troubles you? Inquired the eldest disciple, Ling Xiao, with concern. As the purple light dissipated, Master Su closed his eyes once more and replied softly, A distinguished guest has arrived. Understanding this, Ling Xiao beckoned his junior disciples to prepare for the guest's arrival. At that moment, Li Qixin and Zhong Jingyi, accompanied by their daughter, Xiao Xinyan, entered the Sangxia Temple. They offered incense and proceeded to the Sanqing Hall. The disciples of the temple directed their attention towards the couple, recognizing their extraordinary attire and refined demeanor, clearly indicative of the esteemed individuals spoken of by their master. The couple stepped forward and bowed, stating, We have come to pay our respects to Master Su. The master is within. Please, Ling Xiao gestured invitingly, leading them into the hall. Master, our esteemed guests have arrived. Upon hearing this, Master Su slowly opened his eyes and cast a gentle glance at Li Qixin and Zhong Jingyi, yet his gaze lingered on the seemingly dazed Xiao Xinyan. Chapter 3. A daughter at last. Having just undergone a series of life-altering events, Xiao Xinyan appeared somewhat bewildered, yet her clear and pure eyes sparkled with vitality, radiating an extraordinary clarity. Master Su's gaze roamed over her petite frame, noting that she bore an uncanny resemblance to an ordinary child, albeit more cherubic and endearing. Even with her little face smudged like a playful kitten, her charm remained unmistakable. Moreover, Master Su discerned a faint lavender hue, invisible to ordinary eyes, shimmering subtly between her brows, reminiscent of the glow that had recently emanated from the three deities. Noticing Master Su's unwavering gaze upon the young girl, Zhong Jingyi could not help but lead her closer, saying, Master, Grandpa Gio from the village below entrusted us with this child, hoping you would take her in and care for her. As she spoke, Zhong Jingyi cast a lingering, reluctant glance at the girl, unable to part with her despite their brief acquaintance, feeling a profound affection for her. Ling Qiang agreed to take the young girl to tend to her wounds. Yet Zhong Jingyi, feeling apprehensive, insisted on accompanying them. Meanwhile, Li Qixin remained with Master Su to elucidate their purpose. It turned out that their youngest son had been born less than 3 months ago and had incessantly cried since his arrival. Regardless of who attempted to soothe him or the methods employed, he would not be calmed, wailing from dawn until dusk and from dusk until dawn, only succumbing to sleep when utterly exhausted. Initially, they suspected discomfort in his health and sought medical advice, visiting numerous hospitals for examinations, leaving no stone unturned. Yet no issues were identified. Faced with an impasse in conventional medicine, they turned to metaphysics for assistance. Hearing of Master Su's esteemed reputation and profound abilities at the Zhangxia Temple on Yongyang Mountain, the couple traveled a great distance in search of his guidance. After listening quietly to Li Qixin's account, Master Su stroked his beard thoughtfully and replied gently, "I comprehend your concerns, and you may rest assured that I shall do my utmost to alleviate your troubles." Upon encountering the Taoist priest, Li Qixin promptly rose to express gratitude, saying, "Thank you, Taoist." He received the item with both hands and secured it carefully. At that moment, Zhong Jingyi emerged from the inner chamber, cradling the already treated Xiao Xinyan. Su Daoist's gaze involuntarily fell upon the child once more. To his astonishment, he discovered that the seemingly unremarkable Zhong Jingyi was enveloped in a halo of sanctity, the luminous aura emanating from her life soul. This was due to her holding the little girl. Su Daoist's eyes brightened as he fixated on Xiao Xinyan, inquiring, "What is your name? How old are you this year?" Xiao Xinyan replied sweetly, "My name is Li Xinyan, and I have just turned 3.5. At such a tender age, yet." With a gentle demeanor, Su Daoist continued, "Why did Lord Jiu send you to seek refuge with me? At your age, you ought to be nestled close to your parents, indulging in their affection." Upon hearing this, Xiao Xinyan's expression dimmed, her little head drooping in sorrow. Observing this, Zhong Jingyi quickly embraced her tightly, offering comfort. Li Qixin pulled Su Daoist aside, lowering his voice. "This child has been cast out from her village. It seems that aside from Lord Jiu, the other villagers harbor disdain for her, hurling insults and branding her as a harbinger of misfortune. Alas, she is a pitiable little soul. Harbinger of misfortune?" Su Daoist's brow furrowed. This should not be the case. This child is clearly destined for great fortune. Could it be that my calculations were amiss? Observing Su Daolong's furrowed brow, it seemed he was reluctant to take in Xiao Xinyan after learning the truth. Zhong Jingyi furrowed her own brow and could not help but speak up. "Taoist, it appears that your establishment is predominantly male. Would it not be rather inconvenient to keep this child here?" Su Daolong was momentarily taken aback. "Madam, what do you mean?" Without hesitation, Zhong Jingyi decisively stated, "If it is inconvenient for your temple to raise a child, I shall take her with me." At her words, Li Qixin was momentarily stunned. But in the next instant, he smiled indulgently, for this was indeed in line with his wife's character. Zhong Jingyi had always harbored a dream of having a daughter. But after giving birth to 2 rascally boys, the doctor informed her that her body could no longer bear life. She had thought her dreams shattered, until she encountered the adorable Xiao Xinyan. Xinyan, so sweet and endearing, embodied the daughter Zhong Jingyi had always envisioned. She completely stirred her maternal instincts, and she yearned to care for her. Xiao Xinyan stared blankly at Zhong Jingyi, her little nose tinged with sorrow as tears threatened to spill. This was the first person, aside from her mother, who had shown her kindness. Her heart fluttered, and she was inclined to accept Zhong Jingyi's offer. But then she recalled something and quickly shook her head, saying, "The villagers say that Xinyan is a little disaster. She will bring misfortune to you, Auntie. Uncle and Auntie are good people, and Xinyan does not wish to burden you." Her small nose quivered as she struggled to hold back her tears. Grandpa Jiu had once said that only the deities within the temple could quell the ominous aura surrounding Xinyan. Perhaps it would be best for her to remain in the temple. She could cook, sweep, and tend to the pigs. She would take good care of herself. After speaking, Xia Xinyan beamed at Zhong Jingyi, her lips curving upward, revealing charming dimples, yet her eyes glistened with unshed tears, though her smile radiated brilliance. It evoked a profound sense of sorrow. Zhong Jingyi's heart melted instantaneously. She embraced Xia Xinyan more tightly, resolutely declaring, "Annie is not afraid." The fortune teller proclaimed that both uncle and auntie are destined for great wealth and will not face calamity. Regardless of what others may say, to me, Yebao is merely a child, and I am willing to cherish her as my own daughter. Whatever misfortune others speak of is merely idle gossip. Zhang Jingyi's motto was, "Do good deeds without questioning the future. Everything in this world has its cause and effect." She lifted her gaze towards Li Qixin, her brows elegantly arched, and inquired, "What do you think, darling?" Li Qixin immediately understood, affirming with unwavering conviction, "She shall be raised. It is as if the heavens have bestowed upon us a daughter. It would be foolish not to nurture her." The Li family was abundant in sons. and the addition of this sweet little girl would surely incite envy and jealousy among others. He dismissed the notion of misfortune, confident that their esteemed family could withstand any adversity. After all, generations of prosperity could not be easily shaken. As she spoke, Zhong Jingyi began to feign tears poorly. Startled, Xinyan quickly extended her small hand to wipe her tears, promptly promising, "Okay." Zhong Jingyi's face instantly blossomed into a radiant smile. She finally had a daughter. Chapter 4. Returning home with mommy and daddy. Originally intended to be fostered in the temple, the young child was suddenly adopted by someone else. Master Su gazed deeply at the young couple before him and inquired with a tone of confirmation, "Are you truly willing to adopt this child?" "Yes, Master, rest assured. We will raise Yanbao as our own daughter." Zhong Jingyi and Li Qixin exchanged glances and vowed earnestly. "Excellent." Master Su nodded approvingly, then turned his gaze to little Xinyan, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. "This is your destined connection. You must treat her well. Those with benevolent hearts shall be favored by heaven. This child may very well fulfill your wishes." The couple presumed he was referring to their desire for a daughter, giving it little further thought. Master Su then retrieved a red cord bracelet from his ample sleeve, adorned with a small, charmingly carved rooster made of ebony. "Place this on the girl. It will ward off evil and ensure her safety." "Thank you, Master." Just then, a young acolyte rushed in with urgency. "Master, grave news. The reservoir in Lingxing village has suddenly breached, causing a catastrophic flood that threatens to engulf the entire village." Upon hearing this, Master Su's expression darkened. "When did this occur?" The acolyte recounted the approximate time of the reservoir's collapse, and both Li Qixin and Zhong Jingyi exchanged worried glances, their faces paling. Calculating the timeline, they realized that the breach had happened just as they entered the temple. With the village in peril, Master Su hastily organized the disciples of the temple to descend the mountain and provide aid. Zhong Jingyi and Li Qixin, accompanied by little Xinyan, descended the mountain. Having heard troubling news from the village that stirred the girl's concern for the safety of Grandpa Jiao. Although Grandpa Jiao could not keep her in the village, he made every effort to arrange a place for her to stay. At this moment, Lingxing village was engulfed by floodwaters. Homes had been swept away, and the air was filled with the anguished cries of the villagers. The reservoir, constructed many years ago and reinforced just 3 years prior, had never posed a problem, leading the villagers to believe it was impervious to disaster. Yet, without warning, it gave way, collapsing without a hint of impending danger. The village, once a picturesque haven, was now a scene of devastation. As Zhong Jingyi cradled little Xinyan once more, she turned to Li Qixin and expressed her relief. "Fortunately, we took Yanbao with us." Li Qixin nodded, gently stroking the child's head, and replied softly, "I will inquire about Grandpa Joe's situation." With that, he exited the vehicle. Little Xinyan eagerly leaned against the car window, her brow furrowed with worry. "Yanbao, do not fret. Grandpa Jiao is a good man. He will surely be fine." Zhong Jingyi soothed, caressing the child's back. At the moment the reservoir burst, Grandpa Jiao had been tending to his vegetable garden in the fields behind the mountain. Positioned at a higher elevation, he narrowly escaped the flood's devastation and was subsequently taken in by rescue teams for care. Upon hearing this, little Xinyan's eyes brightened, and she released a sigh of relief. It was a comfort to know that Grandpa Jiao was safe. The child demonstrated a remarkable sense of discernment and gratitude. Zhong Jingyi gently stroked her little one's head and inquired, "Would Yanbao like to visit Grandpa Jiao?" Little Xinyan shook her head and, with a sweet, childlike voice, replied, "Grandpa Jiao needs to rest well. Xinyan won't disturb him." Having narrowly escaped disaster, she wished not to bring him any misfortune. How utterly adorable. Ultimately, Zhong Jingyi could not resist and planted a kiss on her precious daughter's forehead. Li Qixin, with a tender gaze, observed the mother-daughter duo before starting the off-road vehicle. However, after just a few meters, a figure suddenly darted out, causing Li Qixin to slam on the brakes, exclaiming in frustration, "Do you want to die?" "Ah, finally caught up with you." Li Fa, utterly fearless, sprawled across the hood of the car, shouting towards the occupants, "Hand over Li Xinyan at once." His expression was fierce, and his eyes were wild with fury, sending a shiver down little Xinyan's spine as she clung tightly to Zhong Jingyi's neck. Too frightened to let go. "Yanbao need not fear. We are here and shall protect you," Zhong Jingyi reassured her, holding her close. Li Qixin immediately exited the vehicle, seizing Li Fa by the collar. "What do you intend to do?" he demanded. "It's because of this little disaster. If she had left our village sooner, we would not have faced such calamity." Li Fa, disregarding Li Kitchen's threats, pointed an accusatory finger at little Xinyan, cursing, "This disaster was brought upon us by her. With the village lost and everything gone, all his resentment was directed towards little Xinyan. Nonsense. The calamity that befell your village is a direct consequence of your own negligence in maintaining the reservoir, and has nothing to do with a mere 3.5-year-old child." Li Qixing felt an overwhelming urge to shove mud into Li Fa's mouth, and coldly remarked, "The troubles of your village arose only after Yanbao departed. If you claim she is a harbinger of misfortune, then how did your village remain unscathed while she was present? In my eyes, Yanbao is not a bringer of calamity, but rather a beacon of fortune. Perhaps your village was destined for disaster long ago, and it was her presence that ensured your safety." With that, Li Qixing forcefully shoved Li Fa into a muddy puddle by the roadside and turned to board the vehicle. "Let us depart." As the engine roared to life, he deliberately increased the volume, causing Li Fa to hesitate in his attempts to stop the car. The wheels churned, stirring up mud and sand as they drove onward. Xiao Xinyan's eyes widened in astonishment. She raised her small hand to rub her eyes, as if to see more clearly. Two shadowy figures emerged, one seemingly draped in a large burlap sack, wielding a large hoe. She thought she heard a distant, ethereal voice, almost dreamlike. "Boss, this time the flood has claimed quite a few lives. This year's KPI should be secure. TSK. More overtime. How tedious." Believing she was merely reminiscing about the village she had called home for 3.5 years, Zhong Jingyi thought little of it. She opened a small bread roll and handed it to her with a smile, saying, "Yanbao, dear, eat this first, and then you can have some milk." The delightful treat successfully distracted her, allowing her to temporarily forget the unsettling sights and sounds she had just witnessed. With her small mouth stuffed with bread, her speech became indistinct. In a sweet, childlike tone, she gazed at Zhong Jingyi with innocent delight. "Mama." Xiao Xinyan paused, her round eyes wide as she looked at Zhong Jingyi. Realizing the urgency in the moment, Zhong Jingyi quickly reassured, "Yuanbao, it's perfectly fine if you prefer not to call us daddy and mommy. You may continue addressing us as uncle and aunt. Every child deserves a familiar process." She was willing to wait. As she spoke, she turned her gaze to Li Qixin, who was driving, and tenderly reminded, "Daddy, please drive safely." This caused the couple to momentarily freeze in surprise. Zhong Jingyi was the first to regain her composure, scooping up the little bundle and showering her with affectionate kisses, her face alight with joy. "You're welcome, my precious darling." Chapter 5. 7 little Gourd children. A daughter unexpectedly descended from the heavens, fulfilling her dream of having a daughter. Zhong Jingyi could hardly contain her excitement. She was eager to share this wonderful news. She opened her WeChat and tapped into the conversation within the loving family group. "All members, come quickly. I have a daughter." The most handsome second child, Li Mukin, exclaimed, "Third aunt, you and third uncle have only been out for half a month, and you've already given us a sister." The third child, Li Muheo, chimed in, "Second brother, do you think she's laying eggs?" The fourth child, Li Muhan, pondered, "Does third aunt having a daughter mean we have a sister now?" The fifth child, Li Mufeng, asked, "Sister? What is a sister? Can we eat her?" The sixth child, Li Mushin, wondered, "Third aunt can't be joking with us, right?" 7 children, Li Mujun, "Mom, I require a reasonable explanation." The group chat fell silent once more. Apart from the 7 children of the Li family, the elders seldom paid attention to the WeChat group. However, Zhong Jingyi was quite certain. If they were to catch a glimpse of Xiao Yanbao, they would undoubtedly be filled with delight. On the way home, Zhong Jingyi briefly introduced the family members to Xiao Xinyan. "Yanbao, our family is quite large. In addition to your father and me, there are also your grandparents, uncles and aunts, younger uncles, 7 elder brothers, and 1 younger brother." 7 elder brothers. Xiao Yanbao's eyes widened in astonishment, and she anxiously inquired, "Will the brothers bully Xinyan?" Zhong Jingyi was momentarily taken aback. Recalling the scene where Xiao Yanbao was pelted with stones by the village children, a pang of sorrow washed over her. She gently reassured, "Rest assured, Yanbao, you are their little sister. They would never bully you. They will only protect you and ensure that no one else dares to mistreat you. Protect Yanbao." Xiao Yanbao's face instantly lit up with joy. Xinyan likes her brothers. After all, she was just a child, easily comforted. Zhong Jingyi planted a kiss on her little face. "Your brothers will surely adore you as well." In the Li family estate, in the living room of the main house, 7 boys sat in a row, each one more strikingly handsome than the last, each exuding an undeniable charm. They were none other than Xiao Yanbao's 7 brothers. The eldest, second, and third sons of the Li family are Li Qirui's 3 sons, while the fourth, fifth, and sixth are the offspring of Li Qituan, the second son. The 7th son is Li Qiqing and Zhong Jingyi's eldest, accompanied by a younger son, ranked as the 8th. Each name in their generation, aside from the surname, contains the character Mu, with the concluding characters being Xingchen Haohan, vast stars, and Fengshen Junlang, dashing elegance. The 8th son, Li Malong, had cried himself to sleep, and the 7 brothers gathered in the living room in response to the patriarch's summons. Today, Li Qiqing and Zhong Jingyi are expected to return home, and the elder has commanded the family to prepare a warm welcome for them. Simultaneously, they are to greet the newly adopted Xinyan. Li Qiqing personally informed the elder of the couple's decision to adopt Xinyan via telephone. The usually stern patriarch chuckled heartily upon receiving this news, delighted at the prospect of finally having a sister. What should we do? Suddenly feeling a bit excited. Steady now. We mustn't allow our sister to mock us. What kind of creature is our sister, after all? Surely, she must be more delightful than a younger brother. A fragrant little bundle? Can we take a bite? The grandfather has arrived. The brothers instantly fell silent, akin to mice encountering a cat. The elder instituted a strict, militaristic form of discipline for these rascally boys. Upon merely catching a glimpse of the elder's attire, the 7 brothers sprang to attention, standing upright in perfect formation, embodying the essence of military precision. As the elderly gentleman cast a glance over, the 7 brothers instantly stood at attention, synchronously exclaiming, "Grandfather," multiplied by 7. A chorus of grandfather echoed into his ears, causing the old man to furrow his brow, clearly vexed. Next time, coordinate your calls. Do not each call out individually like 7 gourd children. It is exceedingly irritating, he commanded. Yes, replied the 7 brothers in unison. The old man settled himself properly and commenced his daily admonition. Eldest, you are now a high school student. The college entrance examination is of utmost importance. You must rely on your own efforts to gain admission to your desired university. Do not expect the family to assist you in this regard. Second, your academic performance is dismal. You must find a way to improve your grades. Do not think that excelling in sports allows you to neglect your studies. Third, the old man continued his lecture. The 7 brothers of the Li family appeared to listen attentively, their hands neatly clasped before them. However, in truth, most of the old man's words went in one ear and out the other. He often repeated the same phrases, emphasizing diligence and the pursuit of knowledge, day in and day out, 365 days a year, with little variation. They could recite it by heart. Yet today, the old man introduced a new topic. You are about to gain a sister. She will be the only girl of our generation in the Li family. When she arrives, you must not bully her. Should I discover that any of you have mistreated her, you will face the consequences of familial discipline. His tone was serious, yet the corners of his eyes and mouth betrayed a hint of amusement. He had longed for a daughter during his fatherhood and now yearned for a granddaughter in his role as a grandfather. As a result, the family comprises 4 sons, 3 of whom are married, and they have brought forth 8 little rascals. At long last, news arrives of a forthcoming granddaughter, prompting the old gentleman to beam with delight, singing all the revolutionary songs he had learned in his youth. Upon hearing his jubilant exclamations, the brothers exchanged glances, their eyes shimmering with anticipation. A sister is truly on the way. On the wide and well-paved roads of the capital, Li Qiqing skillfully maneuvered the car, transporting Zhong Jingyi and the little treasure Yanbao towards the Li family estate. It was Yanbao's first visit to the bustling metropolis, and her eyes sparkled with wonder. Cradled in Zhong Jingyi's arms, she eagerly leaned against the window, gazing out at the multitude of towering buildings, lofty trees, and countless sights she had never encountered before. She planned to take Yanbao to an amusement park, hoping to create cherished childhood memories similar to those of the city's other children. Thank you, Mama. Little Yanbao turned to Zhong Jingyi, her face lighting up with a sweet smile. It's so beautiful here. Suddenly, something caught her attention, and she exclaimed, Daddy, stop the car. Li Qiqing slammed on the brakes and turned, puzzled. What's the matter, Yanbao? There's a kitten, Yanbao urged, eager to exit the vehicle. Zhong Jingyi accompanied her, and indeed, they spotted a small white cat emerging from behind a large tree by the roadside. The kitten, resembling a miniature lion with a small tuft of black fur shaped like a heart atop its head, appeared to be a stray, yet remarkably clean. It gazed at Yanbao with sapphire blue eyes that sparkled like precious gems. Meow, it called out to the little milk ball. Xiao Yanbao instinctively crouched down and extended her hand to stroke it, which seemed to bring the creature great comfort as it nuzzled against her palm. The little milk ball noticed that the kitten basking in the sunlight radiated a faint blue luminescence, distinct from the hue of its mother's glow, yet equally enchanting. The scene of the human child and the cat was profoundly healing. Zhong Jingyi couldn't help but smile at Li Qiqing, who had just exited the car beside her. Darling, shall we consider adopting another kitten? Her words, always met with his unwavering compliance, prompted him to nod in agreement. Certainly, we shall keep it as a pet for Yanbao. Perhaps a spirited little creature could mend the depths of Xiao Yanbao's heart. Chapter 6. Can you see it too? Meanwhile, at the Li family estate. Upon hearing that Li Qiqing and Zhang Jingyi had adopted a little girl, the elderly patriarch Li Tao could hardly contain his excitement. Thus, early in the morning, he summoned the entire family to gather, forming a line to warmly welcome the little milk ball's arrival. Li Tao, a prominent figure in the capital, had once endured a decline in fortune during his youth and faced the tumult of war in his early adulthood. With sheer determination, he had revitalized the waning Li family, restoring it to its former stature as a dominant force in high society. In recent years, he had finally laid down his burdens. Enjoying a life of leisurely family gatherings with his wife, Xinyan, he entrusted the management of the entire Li family to his 3 sons, despite having 4. The youngest, Li Qiqing, had been deprived of the right to inherit the family legacy due to certain circumstances. Certainly, this is a secret that the Li family will never disclose to the outside world. At that moment in the living room, the patriarch of the Li family, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them and pronounced with unwavering certainty, "They have arrived." The old man's remarkable hearing astonished everyone present, especially the 7 little ones. Typically, when they asked their grandfather for something, he would remain oblivious to their requests. No sooner had he spoken than the door to the main house swung open, revealing Li Qiqing and Zhong Jingyi, accompanied by little Yanbao, as they entered the living room. This marked the first appearance of Yanbao before the Li family, and all eyes immediately turned toward her. The little bundle, cradled in Zhong Jingyi's arms, was clad in a pink princess dress purchased by her mother, her hair styled in an adorable little bun. She was small, soft, and utterly charming. Being a child from the countryside, she was somewhat timid in the face of such a grand spectacle. Yet, her round, sparkling eyes brimmed with curiosity for everything new. Clear and pure, radiating an enchanting spirit. In truth, this gathering was already quite understated, concerned that the welcoming ceremony arranged by the family might overwhelm little Yanbao. Zhong Jingyi had made a phone call in advance, requesting only the presence of the Li family members. Consequently, the patriarch ordered the cancellation of the party and the dismissal of the servants who had been lined up to greet them, along with a series of other arrangements. Once little Yanbao had acclimated to the Li family's environment, they would ensure that she experienced everything she had missed. Nestled in Zhong Jingyi's embrace, the little one gazed at the people in the room with eyes as large and enchanting as a doll's, her pupils resembling crystal, pure and pristine. She immediately noticed the 7 boys standing neatly behind the old gentleman, resembling 7 little gourds, making it nearly impossible to overlook them. "Dad, Mom, everyone, this is Yanbao. From now on, she will be part of our family," Zhang Jingyi introduced with a beaming smile. It seemed the surprise was overwhelming, as the elderly patriarch and matriarch of the Li family were momentarily stunned before they realized that they could rise from the sofa without assistance from their grandchildren. They approached the little Yanbao. "Hello, Yanbao, I am your grandfather," the old man greeted warmly. "Sweetheart, I am your grandmother," the old lady added affectionately. The elderly couple eagerly introduced themselves, both opening their arms toward little Yanbao, wishing to embrace their granddaughter. With smiles that radiated warmth and kindness, they appeared incredibly benevolent, leaving the several little gourds of the Li family in awe. How delightful it was to witness such a radiant smile from the old gentleman. Who would have thought he would take the initiative to hold a child? Old 8, who wept pitifully every day, had been denied the same affection, with the old gentleman insisting on raising boys to be independent from birth. Now, both grandparents yearned to hold her, leaving the little dumpling momentarily at a loss as to whom she should run to for an embrace. "Come here, Grandma will hold you." The old lady was the first to extend her hand, eager to take Yanbao into her arms. The old gentleman, not to be outdone, also reached out, saying, "Grandpa will hold you." The old lady shot him a knowing glance, and instantly, The hand of the old gentleman trembled slightly. He desperately wished to hold his long-awaited granddaughter, but dared not challenge the authority of his wife. In the end, the matriarch of the Li family triumphed, cradling the little milk bundle in her arms. The old gentleman, albeit reluctantly, embraced the small kitten that was adopted by little Yanbao, which was equally soft and cuddly. "Grandma is wonderful," little Yanbao sweetly remarked after being enveloped by the grandmother, her voice soft and glutinous, reminiscent of creamy milk candy. The Li matriarch's eyes sparkled with joy. Indeed, her granddaughter's address was far sweeter than that of her grandson's. "Yanbao, dear, your grandma adores you," the old lady expressed sincerely, carrying the little milk bundle to the center of the living room. Startled, little Yanbao quickly counted. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Astonishingly, there were 7 brothers. "You 7. Take your sister for a stroll in the courtyard to help her acclimatize to her new surroundings," commanded the old gentleman. The 7 brothers, resembling a band of gallant heroes, complied eagerly, ushering little Yanbao to play outside. As soon as they were out of the old gentleman's sight, the second son of the eldest uncle, Li Mukin, scoffed, "Grandfather is being overly dramatic. She's just a little girl. Is it really necessary for us to rise early and line up to welcome her? I certainly do not welcome her." However, the eldest brother, Li Muxing, with a countenance embodying virtue, interjected, "I have heard from uncle and aunt that this sister has endured much hardship. Her relatives are no longer in this world, and she has been bullied by the villagers. As her brothers, we ought to treat her kindly. In that case, I shall be even less inclined to welcome her. What if she brings misfortune upon me as well?" Li Mukin casually slipped his hands into his pockets and lazily settled down in a sunlit spot. "Please, spare me. Why do you always cling to me? Can't you choose someone else? You can't always exploit the same sheep," I exclaimed. "Can I call you Grandpa? If that doesn't work, then just Grandfather. I truly beseech you, grant me a reprieve." At that moment, Xinyan was wandering around the courtyard with her brothers when she noticed a slender young man standing in a corner. Upon seeing that figure, the Li family's brothers furrowed their brows, lowering their voices. "Why is the 4th uncle here? Who informed him?" The 4th uncle remained unchanged, always muttering to himself like a madman. As they spoke, their faces displayed a palpable reluctance to approach him, as if association with him would bring misfortune. Yet, amidst their distraction, a fragrant and soft little dumpling had already made her way to the side of 4th Uncle Li. Li Kitchen, possessing a notably tall stature, appeared somewhat diminished due to his gaunt frame and a tendency to stoop, making him resemble someone drained of vitality over the years. Xinyan tilted her little face upwards to gaze at the young man before her, clearly observing the dark aura gathering at his brow. His pronounced dark circles made him resemble a giant panda, his eyes dim and his complexion lackluster, projecting an aura of misfortune. The sudden approach of the little bundle startled Li Kitchen, causing him to instinctively withdraw his body, warily inquiring, "Who are you? What do you want?" His words sent a shiver down his spine, leaving him covered in goosebumps. In his agitation, he grasped Xinyan's shoulders tightly, his eyes nearly bulging out of their sockets. You can see it too?" Chapter 7. The child no longer wishes to be insane, Uncle. Xinyan can see. Xinyan replied with a cheerful nod. Not only could she see, but her vision was remarkably clear. Before them was a creature that resembled a human, yet was distinctly otherworldly, shrouded entirely in a swirling black mist, currently perched on Li Kitchen's shoulder, exuding an air of smug satisfaction. It seemed that the more unfortunate the individual it possessed, the more vibrant its essence became. It turned out that Xinyan was not the sole witness to these bizarre entities. Her uncle could see them too. Xinyan was elated to discover someone who shared her experience. Likewise, Li Kitchen felt a profound excitement, as though he had found a kindred spirit, tears streaming down his face. He realized that he was not merely suffering from a hallucinatory mental illness. There truly was a malevolent presence entwined with him. Can you discern what it looks like? Although Li Kitchen could see it, he could only make out a vague outline. Fearful of the entity that clung to him, he was nonetheless filled with curiosity. He gazed intently at the little bundle before him, hoping she would satisfy his inquisitiveness. Little Xinyan glanced again at the creature perched upon her 4th uncle's shoulder, her eyes resembling delicate peach blossoms as she observed it for a moment. In her sweet, childlike voice, she described, "It looks like a little old man, with a wrinkled face and pointed ears, and it's bald. A divine being, indeed." Li Kitchen felt as though he had encountered a sage. With a pitiful expression, He implored the young girl, "Can you help me drive it away?" He harbored a strong intuition that she could. Tears brimmed in his eyes as he gazed longingly at little Xinyan, appearing so frail and helpless. "Please save the child. The child wishes to no longer be haunted." Stirred by compassion, little Xinyan nodded. Xinyan can give it a try. Although she was uncertain how to banish the entity, she possessed an item gifted by a master. Reflecting on this, she showcased the black sandalwood rooster strung on her wrist to her fourth uncle. This small rooster, bestowed upon her by Taoist Su from Xinyan Temple, was said to have the power of exorcism and might assist her uncle. Yongyang Mountain, Xinyan Temple, Taoist Su, an esteemed figure. Li Qiqin's eyes brightened with newfound hope. Little Xinyan removed the rooster from her wrist, unaware of the traditional exorcism rites. After a moment's contemplation, a spark of inspiration struck her. She mimicked the dramatic gestures seen on television, lifting the rooster high and shouting at the bald creature on Li Qiqin's shoulder. "Mali Mami Hong, evil spirit begone." The creature flinched, as if believing in the incantation. However, the little rooster in her hand remained utterly unresponsive. The air solidified for 3 fleeting seconds, as the bald man guffawed with unrestrained mirth, while Li Qiqin felt himself sinking further into despair. It turned out she was merely a naive little girl, possessing no extraordinary traits aside from her ability to perceive filth. Li Qiqin covered his face with his hands, and despairing tears seeped through his fingers. The child was indeed beyond saving. Yet unexpectedly, the bald man's laughter morphed into a fit of convulsions, accompanied by anguished cries. As his form became translucent, and the dark aura surrounding him dissipated by half, Li Qiqin's back stiffened, and he distinctly felt a refreshing clarity enveloping him. It worked. The little rooster bestowed by Su Daozhong truly bore fruit. Simultaneously, Li Qiqin and Xiao Xinyan exclaimed in unison. Their eyes locked for a few seconds, in an unspoken agreement. They clasped hands and spun joyfully in circles, exulting, "Oh, we did it." The elder brothers of the Li family, witnessing this scene, collectively wore expressions of bewilderment. The newly arrived sisters seemed to share the eccentricity of their fourth uncle. Immersed in the joy of having banished a fraction of the malevolent presence, Xiao Xinyan remained oblivious to the inky black bracelet nestled in her arms, which quietly emanated a faint, ethereal green glow. At that moment, the patriarch of the Li family, accompanied by others, entered the courtyard. Upon spotting his youngest son, a pronounced furrow appeared on his brow. As he spoke, he cast a sidelong glance at the matriarch, who, clearly flustered, averted her gaze and looked elsewhere. "Father, I have momentous news to share with you." Li Qiqin, disregarding the disdain evident in the old man's gaze, beamed brightly as he exclaimed, "I am not insane. I truly am not." The old man furrowed his brows, regarding Li Qiqin as one might a lunatic. "What madness are you indulging in now?" A renowned psychiatrist had delivered a definitive diagnosis. Li Qiqin suffered from hallucinatory psychosis. Once the cherished youngest son of the Li family, he had inexplicably become erratic 3 years prior, often engaging in soliloquies, his fortune plummeting to the extent that even a leisurely stroll in the park would see him besmirched by the droppings of passing birds. "Father, I am not mad. I genuinely bear no ailment. What I perceive, which you cannot, is not mere illusion." Li Qiqin fervently attempted to justify himself. Gesturing towards Xiao Xinyan, "She can see it too. Indeed, Xinyan can also see." Xiao Xinyan chimed in, eagerly corroborating Li Qiqin's claims to the elder of the Li family. In Xiao Xinyan, a reflection of her own past, once bullied and ostracized by the entire village, stirred a deep sympathy for her uncle, compelling her to assist him in proving his truth. However, what a kind-hearted child. The elder of the Li family gazed at Xiao Xinyan with affection, gently ruffling her hair. Then, casting an irate glare at Li Qiqin, he admonished sternly, "Xinyan only wishes to help because she pities you. You must not lead her astray." Li Qiqin suddenly felt that no matter how he explained, he could not convey his thoughts. The tuft of hair atop his head, which had finally stood upright, drooped once more. His fourth uncle resembled a forsaken dog, abandoned by its family. He felt an overwhelming urge to assist him. "Grandfather, I truly can see." To substantiate her claim, Xiao Xinyan vividly described the appearance of the bald man to everyone present. Alas, the little darling had indeed been led astray by the fourth uncle. Would she also succumb to madness? In the eyes of the Li family, Xiao Xinyan's ability to describe the so-called filthy entity in exquisite detail was attributed to Li Qiqin's prior narrative, which had successfully deceived the innocent child. Children are the most susceptible to fallacies. Zhong Jingyi leaned closer to the elderly patriarch, whispering, "Father, when Yinbao was in the village, she was isolated and bullied by everyone. Yet, she maintained a spirit of sunshine and kindness, even caring for the village's fool. Thus, it is only natural that she would conspire with our mentally troubled fourth uncle." Upon hearing the words of his third daughter-in-law, the patriarch of the Li family felt an even deeper sympathy for Xiao Xinyan, finding her utterly endearing. "From the moment Yinbao joins our family, she shall never face bullying again. She will forever be a cherished member of the Li family, entitled to her share of our assets, no different from our 8 little rascals," the elderly patriarch declared emphatically. His words reached the ears of others, causing the eldest daughter-in-law, Liang Xuanling, to furrow her brow, casting a sidelong glance at the third daughter-in-law, Zhong Jingyi, and silently scoffing in disdain. As she pondered, Liang Xuanling couldn't help but cast a disparaging glance at Xiao Xinyan. This little girl pales in comparison to her maternal cousin. The old man certainly does not disguise his favoritism towards the third branch. Chapter 8. It's just a broken bracelet. Generally speaking, individuals with mental disorders seldom acknowledge their condition. Beneath the sunlight, Li Mukin nonchalantly approached with his hands stuffed in his pockets, exuding a rather carefree demeanor. He cast a sidelong glance at the seemingly innocent Xiao Xinyan and scoffed. "In my opinion, this little girl might not be the sharpest tool in the shed." Xiao Xinyan raised her eyes to meet his gaze, fully aware that her elder brother harbored disdain for her. "Who taught you to speak to others in such a manner? You have no sense of decorum," scolded old Master Li, his brow furrowed and tone stern. In an instant, Li Mukin resembled a mouse confronted by a cat, promptly falling silent. Witnessing the old man reprimand his own grandson for the sake of an adopted girl, Liang Xuanling felt a surge of displeasure and instinctively defended her son, saying, "Father, Mu Chun was merely joking with his sister. He meant no harm. Why must you be so harsh with him? Using aggressive language under the guise of jest is no longer a joke. It constitutes verbal bullying." Old Master Li's expression hardened as he shot a cold glare at Liang Xuanling. "You, as a mother, should reflect deeply on why your child resorts to verbal bullying against others. Is it perhaps due to your excessive indulgence? Look at him now. His academic performance is lacking, and he displays a disregard for rules. If this continues, shouldn't you be concerned about the potential misdirection of your child's development?" In front of the entire family, he faced a reprimand from the elder, and as the eldest daughter-in-law, Liang Xuanling felt an unbearable sense of shame. Unable to counter the elder's words, she redirected all her pent-up frustration towards Xiao Xinyan. It is all her fault. The moment she stepped through the gates of the Li family, she brought misfortune upon them. How unfortunate. Yet, this situation did not escape the notice of her brothers. "The kitten has escaped. Quick, catch the kitten." The brothers dashed off in pursuit of the little creature, and Xiao Xinyan hurried to join the chase. However, after just a couple of steps, she suddenly paused, recalling something important. She rummaged in her embrace and retrieved the bracelet left to her by her mother, placing it carefully on a table in the courtyard. She worried that in her excitement to catch the kitten, she might accidentally damage the bracelet. So she set it down in what appeared to be a safer location. This scene was witnessed by Li Mukin, who curled his lip in disdain. Clearly not quite right in the head. That dark, peculiar bracelet caught his curiosity, and after a moment's hesitation, he stepped closer to the table, driven by intrigue, and reached out towards the bracelet. "I've caught the kitten." As two voices resonated simultaneously, the crowd's gaze shifted towards Li Mukin, who suddenly let out a piercing scream. Liang Xuanling rushed to her son's side, her heart aching with concern. "Mukin, what is the matter? Do not frighten your mother." "Mom." "That bracelet." Li Mukin's eyes widened in terror, as if he had seen a ghost, his pupils trembling violently. "It pricked my hand." "A bracelet pricking your hand? How could that be possible?" Yet, indeed, a small puncture, akin to a needle's mark, appeared in the center of his palm, with the surrounding skin quickly swelling and reddening. Seeing her son's hands so distressed, Liang Xuanling felt a surge of both anger and pity, unable to restrain herself from exclaiming, "Whose wretched bracelet is this? It surely conceals some hidden mechanism." As she spoke, she prepared to discard the bracelet. Zhong Jingyi hurriedly stepped forward to intervene, saying, "Sister-in-law, you cannot throw it away. This is Yinbao's bracelet, a treasured relic left to her by her mother." "A relic? Then it should be disposed of even more so. It brings nothing but misfortune." Liang Xuanling scoffed. She cared not for the significance of relics. Having harmed her beloved son, she deemed the bracelet a malevolent object. Ignoring Zhong Jingyi's protests, she insisted on disposing of it. Please do not throw it away, aunt. Little Xinyan rushed over on her short legs, wrapping her tiny arms around Liang Xuanling's arm, her voice sweet and pleading. Xinyan's bracelet cannot harm anyone. I beg you, do not discard it. In our household, Mu Chen's hand is clearly injured, yet you dare to claim that your bracelet is harmless? Away with you, do not touch me. Who knows what else you might possess that could cause harm? Liang Xuanling, utterly exasperated, flung her arm, sending Xiao Xinyan tumbling to the ground with a painful thud. The little one furrowed her brow, clearly in discomfort, yet dared not utter a word. Zhong Jingyi gasped in concern, swiftly lifting her daughter from the floor, while gently massaging her sore backside and casting an admonishing glance at Liang Xuanling. Sister-in-law, how could you treat Yanbao this way? She is your treasure, not mine. Liang Xuanling retorted with an annoyed glance at Zhong Jingyi, still intent on discarding Xiao Xinyan's bracelet. Dare you touch Yanbao's bracelet? Old Master Li struck his cane forcefully against the floor, exuding authority. Liang Xuanling stiffened, and despite a myriad of grievances bubbling within her, she refrained from defying the elder's command. A bracelet is merely an object. How could it possibly inflict harm? If it were indeed harmful, why has Yanbao worn it without incident? Old Master Li snorted, casting a disappointed glare at Li Muchun. It must be that the second son has been sneaking out again, playing recklessly and injuring his hand. He was careless and did not notice, accidentally brushing the bracelet against the wound, which caused the pain. Grandfather, I did not. Li Muchun sought to defend himself, yet he was abruptly interrupted by the elder. If only you devoted more thought to your studies, you wouldn't find yourself entangled in such trivialities. Even if the bracelet did injure you, it serves you right. What possessed you to meddle with Yanbao's bracelet? Has your mother not taught you that one should never touch another's belongings without permission? The elder's blatant favoritism towards the third household and that young girl was evident, igniting a deep resentment within Liang Xuanling. She seized Li Muchen's arm and pulled him aside, speaking with a mocking tone. Muchun, from now on, you must not touch that bracelet again. It's a precious possession, one we cannot afford to mishandle. In the elder's eyes, only the third household held his favor, while the first household, which rightfully deserved its own glory, was overlooked. To win the elder's affection, Liang Xuanling exerted considerable effort. She aimed to adopt her sister's daughter into the Li family. However, the elder disregarded her intentions and outright rejected the proposal, leaving her feeling indebted to her family. Liang Xuanling, already harboring grievances towards the third household, found her resentment intensifying with the arrival of Xiao Xinyan. Yet, the elder paid no heed to this troublesome daughter-in-law and turned his gaze to Xiao Xinyan, his expression softening instantaneously. With a gentle smile, he said, Yanbao, be sure to keep your bracelet safe. Since it is your mother's keepsake, you must cherish it and refrain from displaying it lightly in the future. Thank you, Grandpa, came the sweet, melodious voice of the child, always refreshing to the spirit. Xinyan extended her hand to retrieve her bracelet, feeling its warmth, which remained unblemished by the supposed stinging sensation her elder brother had described. Holding it in her palm, she observed it closely, pondering if it was merely her imagination. The bracelet appeared less dark than before. Even under the sunlight's refracted rays, it seemed to emit a faint green hue, its underlying color appearing more translucent. Chapter 9. The brother weeps uncontrollably. Little Xinyan clutched her bracelet, scrutinizing it under the sun, eager to ascertain whether her perception was indeed an illusion. This scene caught the attention of Li Muchen, who disdainfully scoffed. It's just a worthless trinket. A mere touch won't damage it. Why the meticulous examination? As he spoke, he glanced at the wound in his palm, his brow furrowed tightly. He was certain that it was not a figment of his imagination. The bracelet had indeed pricked him. Strangely, the sensation of holding that bracelet felt nothing like grasping an inanimate object. It resembled something alive, pulsating with vitality. Yet, why was that so? Li Muchen's gaze turned wary as he observed Xiao Xinyan, inexplicably sensing that she was even more peculiar than the bracelet itself. How could she handle that bracelet without any harm? As if sensing Li Muchen's penetrating gaze, Xiao Xinyan abruptly turned her head, their eyes locking unexpectedly. The girl's crystalline, clear eyes seemed to possess the power to peer into one's soul. Startled, Li Muchen quickly averted his gaze. How absurd. He was intimidated by a mere child. It was truly disgraceful. Meanwhile, beside a river shrouded in mist, The location remained elusive and indistinct. Surrounded by marshes, a putrid stench of decay permeated the air. A slender young man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, enveloped in an oversized black robe that cascaded down like a plume of dark mist. Suddenly, a rustling sound of hurried footsteps broke the stillness, and a shadowy figure rushed forward, kneeling beside him to report, "Master, trouble arises. The pillar connected to the spirit-locking bracelet has shown signs of disturbance." The young man's expression darkened, his voice gravely low. "Summon Granny Yancha." "Yes." The shadow vanished in an instant. In less than half an hour, it reappeared, clutching an elderly woman who appeared to be in her 70s. Both kneeling before the young man. "Has the bracelet been sealed?" he inquired. "Oh, is that so?" The young man turned, looking down upon Granny Yancha with narrowed eyes. "Then why has the pillar exhibited such disturbances? Moreover, a portion of the cursed souls has been purified. This is impossible," Granny Yancha exclaimed, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Unless one possesses extraordinarily powerful spiritual energy, no one can unravel my seal. I grant you 3 days to rectify this situation. Either destroy the bracelet or eliminate the one capable of activating it. Should you fail..." The young man waved his hand lightly, and the shadow that had been kneeling beside Granny Yancha erupted with a resounding crack, instantly dissolving into a puddle of muck that seeped into the filthy marsh. The expression on the face of the matriarch remained unchanged, yet beads of cold sweat suddenly appeared on her forehead. Bowing her head even lower, she spoke with utmost reverence. "Rest assured, Master Chuan, such an occurrence shall not transpire again." Meanwhile, at the Li family estate, a small infant named Li Malong, nestled in his cradle, suddenly let out a piercing wail. The sound was heart-wrenching, drawing the attention of all present in an instant. Little Langbao, in the cradle, was crying vehemently, his eyes tightly shut, his entire body straining as he kicked his tiny legs wildly and flailed his arms as if attempting to ward off some unseen terror. His delicate face turned an alarming shade of purple. It appeared he was expending every ounce of his strength to wail in anguish, utterly unable to cease his lamentations. Zhang Jingyi rushed to her son's side, cradling him in her arms in an attempt to soothe him, but her efforts proved futile. The little one continued to cry, even escalating in intensity. The bond between mother and child was palpable, and witnessing little Langbao's distress brought tears to Zhang Jingyi's eyes. "Darling, what should we do? Langbao is crying so desperately." She glanced helplessly at her husband, Li Qiqing. Li Qiqing took the infant in his arms, trying to console him, yet it yielded no results. The child continued to wail, shattering the hearts of all who were present. The elderly patriarch of the Li family furrowed his brow in concern for his grandson. What could be the matter with Langbao? Why is he crying so intensely? The matriarch also furrowed her brow in worry. Langbao's cries are more fervent than ever. Could it be that he is unwell? Li Chirui hastily instructed someone to summon the pediatrician residing at the Li household for a thorough examination. Upon careful inspection, it was determined that the child, Xilangbao, exhibited no apparent physical ailments. The old gentleman's demeanor turned exceedingly grave. Why was the child weeping so heart-wrenchingly? His tone was laced with uncertainty. The young master appeared to be in perfect health, yet the reason for his distress remained a mystery to the doctor. "Fool!" the elderly patriarch scolded in exasperation. He took it upon himself to soothe Xilangbao, but the little one struggled fiercely in his embrace, not only failing to calm down, but crying even more vehemently, his face turning an alarming shade of purple. The child could not continue in such a state. The matriarch, growing anxious, promptly instructed everyone to devise a means to pacify the child. Xialangbao's cries had reached a point where he was visibly gasping for breath, indicating a lack of oxygen. The cacophony of wailing was deafening, causing the Li family members immense distress, yet they were at a loss for how to assist. One after another, they attempted to console him, but all efforts proved futile. No one seemed capable of alleviating his sorrow. Exhausted from his sobs, Xialangbao's small frame trembled, and the situation appeared dire. Seeing her brother in such anguish, Xianbao felt a pang of sympathy and yearned to help, but the adults encircled her brother, rendering her unable to discern his condition. At that moment, the second brother, Li Mukin, overwhelmed by the failure to soothe the child, exclaimed in despair, "Oh, my heavens! The eighth brother's cries are nearly shattering my eardrums." In a fit of frustration, he relinquished Xialangbao to their third brother, Li Moheo, and retreated like a coward. A gap opened up, and Xiao Yanbao quickly squeezed through, finally catching sight of her younger brother, who was still wailing in distress. As her gaze fell upon him, she noticed a peculiar mist swirling above his head, within which something seemed to flicker in and out of view. Xiao Yanbao instinctively held her breath, fixated on the enigmatic entity. It appeared remarkably strange, with a body resembling that of a horse, a trunk akin to an elephant's, a face reminiscent of a lion, a forehead like a rhinoceros, a tail resembling a cow's, and legs akin to those of a tiger. It looked fearsome, unlike any creature known to this world. What on earth could it be? Xiao Yanbao found herself momentarily frozen in place. Her elder brother, Li Muxing, noticed his sister's rapt attention towards Xiao Langbao. Assuming her concern was for their sibling, Yanbao, everyone will soon soothe your brother. Do not fret too much, he reassured her. He was somewhat surprised. You are still so young. Can you really comfort him? Xinyan expressed her intent to try. As she spoke, Xiao Yanbao moved closer to her brother. Yet her eyes remained fixed on the entity hovering above his head, convinced that this mischievous creature was the cause of his tears. She resolved to teach it a lesson on behalf of her brother. As Xiao Yanbao approached Xiao Langbao, she extended her chubby little hand and waved above his head. However, the creature leapt directly onto her brother's forehead, prompting her to quickly give it a slap. With a resounding smack, she inadvertently struck her brother's head. He fell silent for 3 seconds, only to erupt into an even more intense bout of wailing. Chapter 10. Yanbao is not disliked. Apologize to Yanbao. The words of the elder of the Li family are always beyond reproach. Upon hearing this, Liang Xuanling's expression darkened to an extreme. She pressed her lips tightly together, remaining silent. She never anticipated that the elder would treat her, the long-standing daughter-in-law who had borne 3 grandsons for the Li family, in such a manner for the sake of a recently adopted little girl. At that moment, members of the Li family began to arrive one after another, preparing for breakfast. In front of so many people, to apologize to a mere child. Such a humiliating act was something Liang Xuanling was unwilling to undertake. I have committed no wrongdoing, and I refuse to apologize. Though her face was flushed with indignation, she was determined not to appear weak in her words. With an inexplicable sense of righteousness, she addressed the elder of the Li family. If you are intent on favoring the 3rd branch, then I have nothing further to say. Regardless of my actions, they will never compare to your obedient and docile 3rd daughter-in-law. Mentioning this matter filled Liang Xuanling's heart with resentment, and her tone was laced with palpable bitterness. She cast a sidelong glance at Li Qiqing and Zhong Jingyi, continuing, yet now, the 3rd couple has taken the liberty to adopt this country girl without prior notice, and you seem to accept it with glee. I am left to seriously question whether you truly look down upon me. Xuanling, how can you say such things? Your father has always been fair and has never shown favoritism. There was a reason he did not allow you to adopt your sister's daughter. As for the reasons behind it, the venerable elder has forbidden any discussion, leaving the matriarch of the Li family to remain utterly silent. Even though one may argue that both the palm and the back of the hand are equally flesh, it is evident that the 3rd son's family is favored as the palm, while the rest of us are deemed mere backhand. If you wish to protect this girl, then by all means, do so. I can neither provoke nor confront. Breakfast holds no allure for me now, as I am already filled with frustration. You may take your time to eat. I shall escort the children to school. Upon saying this, Liang Xuanling cast a knowing glance at her 3 sons, signaling them to follow her, thereby leaving Xiao Xinyan in an uncomfortable predicament. It was her arrival that precipitated the current discord within the family. However, apart from the 2nd son, Li Muqin, who shared similar grievances against Xiao Xinyan, the eldest, Li Muxing, and the youngest, Li Muheo, remained unmoved. The 2 brothers could not fathom why their mother harbored such strong objections towards their newly arrived sister. What a delightful little bundle she is, so adorably rosy. Li Muxing and Li Muheo deemed their mother's behavior rather unreasonable, daring to confront their grandfather over such trivial matters. Observing that his elder brother and younger brother remained inactive, Li Muqin could not help but shout at them. What are you 2 dawdling for? Let us go. But we haven't even had breakfast yet. Where are we off to? Li Muxing retorted, glancing at his watch and adding, besides, there's still plenty of time. Arriving at school now would only leave us sitting alone in class, utterly bored. Li Muheo echoed his brother's sentiments, asserting, if elder brother isn't leaving, then neither am I. I'm still quite hungry. With that, he deliberately patted his already empty stomach. Originally, it was expected that all 3 sons would stand united with her, yet unexpectedly, 2 traitors emerged. Liang Xuanling felt a surge of irritation and shot a glare filled with indignation at Li Muxing and Li Maheo, exclaiming, "All you two do is eat. Humans are made of iron, and meals are steel. A missed meal leaves one famished. Mother, if you could temper your anger, why not sit down and have a bite?" Li Muxing suggested with a playful arch of his eyebrow, clearly attempting to lighten the atmosphere. After all, we are all family. Why create such a rift? Indeed, no matter what grievances we have, let us not hold grudges against food. Li Muheo chimed in, moving closer to gently tug at Liang Xuanling's arm. However, in the next instant, she brushed his hand away with force, causing it to redden from the impact, and he couldn't suppress a wince of pain. Seeing his brother in distress, Li Muxing quickly stepped forward to examine Li Maheo's hand, his brow furrowed with concern. He shielded Li Maheo behind him and, with a hint of anger, addressed Liang Xuanling. "Mother, why are you so irritable today? Third brother merely wished for you to stay for breakfast." Rather than feeling remorseful, Liang Xuanling became even more incensed, retorting, "You two are utterly useless, failing to stand beside me in critical moments, and yet you wish to hinder me further. Mother, they are merely gluttons. Let us disregard them and depart." Li Mukin urged, making a face at Li Muxing and Li Maheo. "Let us go." Once Liang Xuanling declared her intention to leave, she would not linger any longer. Grasping Li Mukin's hand, she made her way outside. Xinyan, startled by this discordant turn of events, curled up in Zhong Jingyi's embrace, resembling a frightened little kitten. "Mom, does Xinyan annoy Auntie?" Her voice, laced with evident trepidation, revealed the sensitivity of the often bullied Xinyan. She was acutely aware that Auntie did not favor her, nor did her second brother, Li Mukin. Zhong Jingyi held her tightly, offering gentle reassurance. "My dear Yin, Yin is not bothersome. It is only a certain someone who seeks trouble for no reason that is truly bothersome. Our Yin is both adorable and beautiful, a treasure in her mother's heart." However, Xinyan furrowed her brow. Before she could voice her concerns, a large hand from Li Qixing gently pressed upon her head. Yin, do not overthink. Let us focus on fulfilling our responsibilities. Whether others appreciate it is their affair, not yours. As he spoke, Li Qixing flashed a warm smile at his daughter, affectionately ruffling her hair. With a light-hearted tone, he added, "Let us go eat. Your elder brother and third brother are right. Mealtime is of utmost importance." At breakfast, Li Muxing sincerely apologized on behalf of his mother to Xinyan, offering her a custard bun. "This is delicious. Do enjoy it, Yin, and grow tall." Xinyan's eyes sparkled as she beamed with joy. "Thank you, big brother." Upon finishing her words, she obediently stuffed an entire custard bun into her mouth, her little cheeks puffing up and transforming her visage into that of a cartoon character, evoking an endearing reaction from Li Muxing. How could one not find her utterly adorable? It was simply impossible. Fearing that the little one might choke, Zhong Jingyi hurriedly picked up a cup of warm milk, prepared to feed Yanbao at any moment. Li Muheo, with a radiant smile, reassured the little Xinyan, saying, "Yanbao, my mother is merely a woman approaching menopause. Do not take her to heart. We possess the vastness of mountains and rivers, and our hearts are generous. Little rascal, do not speak of your mother in such a manner." The elder of the Li family feigned a stern demeanor as he admonished Li Maheo. Li Maheo stuck out his tongue and continued to enjoy his breakfast. The elder then turned his gaze toward little Xinyan, who had already swallowed the custard bun and was now drinking milk from Zhong Jingyi's hand. The little one sipped joyfully, the sound of her drinking echoing sweetly in the air. Her large, expressive eyes sparkled with vitality, radiating an irresistible charm that could melt anyone's heart. The corners of the elder's lips involuntarily curled upwards. This soft and adorable little bundle was destined to be a cherished member of the Li family, and no one could ever take her away. Chapter 11. The child's cry nearly suffocated her. A sudden wail from a baby pierced through the tranquility of the night at 4 o'clock in the morning. Li Malong, who had been lost in slumber, seemed startled awake, his small frame jolting as he burst into tears. The heart-wrenching cries were far from the usual wails of an infant. They resembled the startled sobs of a child who had been pricked by something sharp, overwhelmed by an unexpected stimulus, inextricably linked by the bond of motherhood. Zhong Jingyi awoke the moment the cries pierced the silence, hastily turning to assess her youngest son's condition. The tiny baby, still caught in the grasp of slumber, had been roused by his own distress. He appeared exceedingly agitated, his diminutive arms and legs flailing vigorously as he wailed with his eyes tightly shut. Witnessing her son's turmoil, Zhong Jingyi's heart constricted painfully, prompting her to cradle the little one in her arms, whispering soothingly, "Oh, Langbao, my dear, don't cry, don't cry. Mommy and Daddy are right here with you." She endeavored to suppress her own panic, employing the softest of tones to calm her child's frayed emotions. Pressing her cheek against his, she sought to impart a sense of security through this gentle touch. Yet, her efforts proved futile. The volume of Langbao's cries escalated, and his thrashing intensified, suggesting he was in considerable distress. Being so young, he lacked the means to articulate his discomfort, resorting instead to tears as an outlet for his feelings. In that moment, Zhong Jingyi's eyes brimmed with unshed tears, her heart aching to join her child in his lament. Yet, reason prevailed, reminding her that succumbing to tears would not alleviate his suffering. Just then, Li Qixin approached, extending a hand to gently stroke the baby's head, offering a soft, reassuring murmur. "Darling Langbao, let us not weep. Your mother and I shall steadfastly remain by your side." Upon hearing her father's voice, little Langbao's cries intensified, transforming her once fair and delicate visage into a deep crimson hue. Unable to contain her emotions any longer, Zhong Jingyi's tears cascaded down her cheeks as she gazed at Li Qixin, her eyes brimming with despair. "What should we do, my love? No matter how we console her." Langbao remains inconsolable. Due to their child's relentless wailing, the couple had sought the expertise of numerous renowned physicians and exhausted every possible remedy, yet to no avail. They even turned to metaphysics, personally visiting Master Su at the Zhangxia Temple on Yongyang Mountain to procure a talisman for peace. Yet, despite the talisman now adorning little Langbao, it seemed utterly ineffective. The child continued to awaken in the dead of night, wailing incessantly. If even Master Su, with his profound abilities, could not alleviate their plight, Zhong Jingyi found herself at a loss for what to do next. Overwhelmed by her thoughts, she could not help but shed another tear. In such moments, Li Qixin endeavored to maintain his composure, gently reaching out to caress his wife's head, and spoke soothingly, "Fear not, my dear, allow me to hold her." As he spoke, Li Qixin took little Langbao from Zhong Jingyi's arms and cradled her in his embrace. In an instant, the once heart-wrenching cries of little Langbao ceased, replaced by an unexpected tranquility. The sudden shift instilled a sense of foreboding in Li Qixin, prompting him to urgently request Zhong Jingyi to illuminate the bedroom with the overhead light. With a sharp click, the room was awash in brilliance. Li Qixin cast a concerned glance at the little Langbao nestled in his arms, and in an instant, his expression changed dramatically as he exclaimed, "Something is amiss with the child. It seems he is on the verge of suffocation. What shall we do?" At that moment, Langbao's cherubic face had turned a deep shade of purple. He had not ceased crying, but was rendered voiceless by the sensation of asphyxiation. The urgency of the situation left Li Qixin utterly flustered. "Quickly, place the child on your shoulder to prevent true suffocation." In contrast, Zhong Jingyi, embodying the calm of a mother, took charge, instructing Li Qixin before hastily dismounting the bed, disregarding her shoes as she dashed outside. She swiftly retrieved the oxygen equipment meticulously prepared for the child, administering oxygen to Langbao to avert cerebral hypoxia that could lead to more severe repercussions. After ensuring Langbao was receiving oxygen, Li Qixin felt no relief. He hastily retrieved his phone, declaring, "I shall call Pei Yinchuan immediately. We must head to the hospital." Pei Yinchuan, a friend of Li Qixin, had gained renown as a distinguished physician at a young age. The family doctor from the Li household proved inadequate, and perhaps Pei Yinchuan could devise a solution. Li Qixin dialed Pei Yinchuan's number, succinctly conveying the gravity of their predicament. Before officially commencing his work, Pei Yinchuan, without uttering a word, urged Li Qixin to promptly take the child to the hospital where he was situated. Simultaneously, he rose from his bed, donned his attire, and hastened towards the hospital. In contrast, Li Qixin and Zhong Jingyi, neglecting to change out of their pajamas, hastily draped a coat over themselves, swaddled little Langbao in a small blanket, and exited the bedroom, preparing for their journey to the hospital. As they emerged from the bedroom, they noticed the door to little Xinyan's room ajar. The young girl, rubbing her sleepy eyes, inquired in a soft voice, "Mommy and Daddy, where are you going so early? Is it that baby is crying again?" A frown creased her forehead as she vaguely perceived a peculiar figure hovering above her brother's head. Once again, it was that troublesome entity. Before she could finish her sentence, little Xinyan marched towards them. Being petite, She could not reach, so she jumped up, waving her hand above Longbao's head, attempting to shoo away the mischievous figure that had caused her brother to weep. Such a curious display. Li Qixin and Zhong Jingyi exchanged glances, their eyes laden with concern. Could it be that Yin Xiao was truly not quite right? Yet, a miraculous scene unfolded. The previously sobbing Langbao's demeanor began to stabilize after Xinyan's gesture. He even tugged at the corners of his lips, as if to smile. The sudden shift in the child's mood filled Zhong Jingyi with overwhelming joy, causing her to weep tears of happiness. Li Qixin suddenly had a realization and exclaimed, I think I somewhat grasped the essence of what Taoist Su conveyed to us. When one harbors benevolent intentions, heaven shall surely bestow its blessings. This child may indeed fulfill your wishes. The voice of Taoist Su echoed in Li Qixin's ears. Initially, he believed that fulfilling their wishes pertained solely to their desire for a daughter. However, it now seemed that Yinbao might assist them in more ways than one. Perhaps she could help Langbao return to normal. Zhong Jingyi also sensed something and widened her eyes slightly as she gazed at her daughter. Could it be that only Yinbao could pacify our Langbao? Chapter 12. The dream-eating monster in the early morning light. The air was infused with the lingering chill of the night. Xiao Xinyan was oblivious to the conversation between her parents. Her gaze fixated on the indistinct figure hovering above Xiao Langbao, which was gradually becoming clearer. Human child, do not presume that just because you can see me, you possess any power over me. The oddly shaped, grotesque creature declared with an air of arrogance, deliberately crossing its short, stout arms as it taunted Xiao Xinyan. I am the esteemed dream-eating monster, an entity beyond the reach of your lowly humankind. Dream-eating monster. What on earth is that? Xiao Xinyan tilted her head in bewilderment. The creature, seemingly unaccustomed to such ignorance, felt a wave of frustration wash over it, its imposing presence somewhat diminished. Yet it paid little mind to such concerns, seizing the opportunity before dawn fully broke to indulge in its sumptuous feast. It perched atop Xiao Longbao's head, casting a glance at the drowsy human infant below, a nefarious grin twisting its visage into an even more grotesque expression than usual. With its trunk, reminiscent of an elephant's, it inhaled deeply above the child's head. Then, in sheer delight, it closed its eyes, yearning for the pure and pristine dreams of the infant, which promised exquisite flavors. However, mere moments later, the creature that called itself the dream-eating tapir abruptly opened its eyes, their hue shifting to a menacing red. Its features contorting into a savage grimace as uncontrollable agitation set in. Not tasty. Not enough food. It resembled a drunken reveler, spiraling into a frenzy. Why had the infant's dreams turned so vile? It's utterly inedible. Oh, I'm on the verge of dying. Xiao Xinyan observed the grotesque creature's madness in silence, involuntarily conjuring the words lunatic in her mind. At that moment, Li Qixing received a call from Pei Yinchuan. Have you set off yet? If not, hold off on your departure. I've arranged for an ambulance to pick you up. Please wait patiently at home and ensure the baby receives oxygen. It's safer to avoid any mishaps on the road with the child, Pei Yinchuan asserted, believing that sending an ambulance was the more prudent course of action. Li Qixing acquiesced to Pei Yinchuan's suggestion, nodding in agreement. All right, we shall wait for the ambulance to come. In this moment, Li Qixing ended the call. And on the other end, the one who called himself the Dream Eater appeared to be struck by an immense blow, gradually becoming more translucent. Xiao Xinyan could distinctly sense that the aura surrounding him had significantly weakened. Curiously, this diminishment seemed to correlate with her younger brother, Li Malong, who, in his troubled slumber, had been frowning in discomfort. At this instant, his brow visibly relaxed and his breathing steadied. The incessant cries of her brother were indeed connected to that nefarious being. Xiao Xinyan clenched her teeth in indignation, silently vowing to ensure that this wicked entity would be entirely banished from her brother's side. At this juncture, the gentle voice of Zhong Jingyi reached Xiao Xinyan's ears. Xinyan, could you help your mommy and daddy soothe Langbao? The last time Langbao had been inconsolable, it was Xiao Xinyan's presence that had calmed him. Once again, in the presence of his sister, the little one's emotions began to stabilize. Zhong Jingyi believed wholeheartedly that Xinyan could assist Langbao in returning to a state of normalcy. She was convinced that Xiao Xinyan was not an odd child, nor a harbinger of misfortune. Rather, she might be a little blessing for their family. Upon hearing her mother's request, Xiao Xinyan eagerly nodded like a sprightly child, cheerfully affirming, Okay, Xinyan will help mommy and daddy calm down my brother. Her sweet, melodious voice was both adorable and endearing. Zhong Jingyi instinctively reached out to pat Xinyan's head. Feeling that having such a daughter was indeed her good fortune, Xinyan accompanied her younger brother alongside their mother, while their father busied himself with gathering the belongings for the hospital stay. Little Langbao's emotions had stabilized somewhat compared to earlier, and Zhong Jingyi couldn't help but exhale with a slight sense of relief, her heart, which had been lodged in her throat, descending a few notches. "Mama, what is a dream-eating taper?" Xinyan inquired, glancing at the figure that seemed to float in midair, as if ensnared in a cocoon of solitude. Her head tilted slightly, curiosity sparkling in her large, expressive eyes, which were as deep and clear as glazed porcelain. "A dream-eating taper?" Zhong Jingyi furrowed her brow, perplexed that Xinyan had taken such an interest in this mythical creature. Yet, she observed Xinyan nod earnestly, her eagerness palpable. "I really want to know what a dream-eating taper is. Why does it look so ugly?" After a moment of contemplation, Zhong Jingyi responded, "As far as I know, the dream-eating tapir is a creature from our country's folklore. It is said to survive by consuming human dreams, but it doesn't eat just any dream. It is rather selective, preferring to feast on nightmares, helping people forget their fears. It seems it's not a terrible monster after all." Xinyan pursed her lips, pondering the implications. If the dream-eating tapir was a villain, then why had her brother cried so intensely in its presence? Could it be that his tears were not caused by the dream-eating tapir? The dream eater should not be regarded as a villain, for in many cultures, it symbolizes good fortune, embodying the ability to ward off nightmares and consume misfortune. Perhaps it is due to the protection of the dream eater that we experience fewer nightmares and more beautiful dreams. Zhong Jingyi gazed tenderly at her little Xinyan, gently caressing her cheek. The sensation of her mother's touch was immensely comforting, causing little Xinyan to squint her eyes in delight, resembling a kitten being petted. "Is the dream eater friendly towards children?" Little Xinyan inquired, her gaze shifting to her slumbering brother, Xiaoling. "What about infants like him?" Zhong Jingyi, though not particularly knowledgeable about the dream eater, held the belief that it was not an evil entity. Rather, it represented auspiciousness. The dream eater could be considered a guardian for infants, as it consumes their nightmares, allowing them to sleep more soundly and learn myriad skills from the dream grandmother within their dreams, facilitating their growth and enhancing their abilities. The dream eater, a guardian. Little Xinyan cast a skeptical glance at the seemingly withdrawn and agitated creature, which appeared far from a benevolent protector, resembling one under the influence of a hallucinogen, on the verge of losing its sanity. Sensing her unspoken doubts, the dream eater suddenly shot a glare at the little girl, its surrounding mist visibly darkening, as if it were about to succumb to darkness. Some were gradually intimidated by its increasingly potent aura. Little Xinyan was momentarily stunned when she heard the exclamation, "Wow." After much difficulty in entering the realm of dreams, little Langbao seemed to have encountered some form of provocation, letting out a piercing wail once more. Chapter 13. The enigmatic kitten. "Don't cry, Langbao, mommy is here." Zhong Jingyi hurriedly scooped up the once again wailing Langbao, cradling him gently in her arms, soothing him with tenderness and patience. "Your sister is right here beside you. Don't you like your sister? Let her play with you, shall we?" Upon hearing this, little Xinyan stepped forward, approaching her brother and gently pinching his small face while grasping his tiny hand. Imitating their mother, she comforted her brother. "Be good, Langbao. Your sister is here, and she will protect you. I won't let any bad guys harm you." Regardless of whether that dream eater was a benevolent being or a malevolent one, as long as it bullied her brother, little Xinyan would certainly not let it off the hook. However, this time, it seemed she was at a loss. Little Langbao tightly shut his eyes, crying at an ear-splitting volume, as if he had been drawn into an impenetrable barrier, completely oblivious to the people around him or the sounds in his vicinity. In such a context, the tiny infant inevitably felt fear and unease, with the sole outlet for his emotions being his cries. The cause of all this turmoil was none other than the creature known as the guardian of infant dreams, the dream eater. At this moment, it appeared to be entirely consumed by darkness, with the mist enveloping it transforming into the color of ink, steadily spreading and gradually enveloping little Langbao. Not delicious. Insufficient sustenance. The dream-eating tapir bellowed in anger, its form swelling to twice its previous size. Xinyan appeared startled by the spectacle, her eyes widening as she gazed at the grotesque creature. Its already unappealing visage seemed to grow even more unsightly with its increased girth. "It's all your fault." Weeping incessantly, tainting the dreams. Return to me the delectable dreams. The dream-eating taper roared at the inconsolable Xiao Langbao, transforming into a swirling mass of darkness, furiously charging toward the innocent child. I shall not allow it to harm my brother. Uncertain of how to confront this entity visible only to her, Xinyan positioned herself protectively in front of Xiao Langbao, resolutely willing to sacrifice herself for her sibling. Her action struck Zhongjingi as peculiar, but she had no time to ponder, engrossed in soothing the distraught Xiao Langbao. Meanwhile, the dark mist, born from the dream-eating taper, surged forward with a palpable aura of menace, its speed intensifying. Xinyan sensed the overwhelming hostility and instinctively shut her eyes. Yet she remained steadfast in her resolve to shield her brother, displaying no sign of retreat. In a moment of impending peril, a loud crash resounded as the bedroom door burst open, startling Xinyan into a tremor. She opened her eyes to behold the small white cat she had rescued earlier dashing into the room. Its speed was astonishing as it lunged directly towards the dark mist formed by the dream-eating creature, leaping with such rapidity that it seemed to transform into a sphere of white light, shimmering brilliantly under the bedroom's illumination. Meow. The little white cat yowled at the swirling darkness before charging into it. The sound of a violent collision echoed through the room, reminiscent of two heads colliding. Witnessing this spectacle, Xinyan instinctively raised a hand to touch her forehead, as if she could empathize with the pain. Following the impact from the little white cat, the dark mist dispersed, revealing the dream-eating creature once more, restored to its original size, appearing unchanged save for a large, red bump that had formed on its forehead. Wincing in discomfort, it bared its teeth and tentatively pawed at the swollen area, eyes wide with fear and vigilance as it regarded the little white cat that had bristled in defiance. It muttered, "How can there still be such formidable spirit beasts in the human world? Meow? Ow ow meow." The little white cat positioned itself protectively in front of Xinyan, gritting its teeth and emitting a warning whimper, its deep blue eyes glinting with a chilling light that sent shivers down the spine of the Dream Eater. Unwilling to back down, the Dream Eater bared its teeth, seemingly attempting to frighten the little white cat away. However, the little white cat only grew fiercer. With a sound reminiscent of a tiger's growl, it fluffed up its fur, resembling a tiny ball of fluff. As if overwhelmed by the aura of the little white cat, the Dream Eater's fierce energy visibly diminished. The light entwined around its body gradually faded, as if something had detached from it. The once blood-red eyes of the Dream Eater transformed in an instant. Resembling a new soul, its ears, which had stood tall, drooped down, rendering the creature gentle and docile. Xinyan keenly observed that, at this moment, the Dream Eater finally exuded a sense of being a good luck charm. What was happening? Just then, the previously ruffled little white cat returned to its usual gentle demeanor. It turned and nuzzled against Xinyan's feet affectionately before effortlessly leaping onto the bed. Stealthily, it approached the sobbing Xiao Langbao, curling its body into a snug ball beside him, extending a tiny paw to gently rest on his leg. In that instant, a miraculous scene unfolded. Xiao Langbao suddenly fell silent, gazing with bewilderment at the red-eyed Zhongjingi, then turning his little head to look at the worried Xinyan. After a brief moment of contemplation, he beamed a chubby smile at his sister. Xinyan was momentarily taken aback, before breaking into a smile herself. Her brother, no longer crying or fussing, was simply too adorable. In that fleeting moment, it felt as though the world had transformed into a realm of peace. Meanwhile, Li Qixing, having prepared everything needed for the hospital, hurried into the bedroom and addressed Zhongjingi. "Darling, everything is ready, and the ambulance will arrive shortly. We should get ready to depart." As the words faded, Zhongjingi made a gesture for silence, her gentle smile gracing her lips as she lowered her voice, saying, "Darling, it seems we need not go to the hospital after all." It was only then that Li Qixin noticed that little Langyao had ceased crying, prior to his arrival. The child had already been soothing himself with his pacifier, lulling himself to sleep. His emotional state was stable, his complexion healthy, and his breathing normal. Everything was as it should be. Witnessing this scene, Li Qixin finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Daddy, my little brother is asleep. There is no need to go to the hospital." Xinyan beamed sweetly at Li Qixin, embodying the picture of a well-behaved and understanding child. With eyes brimming with tenderness, Zhongjingi glanced at her daughter and remarked to Li Qixin, "It's all thanks to Yanbao. Had it not been for her assistance in comforting him, I truly would have been at a loss." Li Qixin could not help but step closer to Xinyan, gently ruffling her hair as he said, Yanbao is indeed a little blessing for both mommy and daddy, as well as for her brother. Mommy and daddy. This time it is not Yan's merit, but rather its doing. Xinyan pointed to the small white cat, which lay soundly asleep beside little Langbao, and reached out to stroke its tiny head. The moment her fingers brushed against the tuft of black fur atop the cat's head, a dizzying sensation surged through her, overwhelming her senses. She furrowed her brow in pain, and in the next moment, darkness enveloped her, robbing her of consciousness. Chapter 14. Curse Yanbao. Yanbao. Just before Xinyan succumbed to complete unconsciousness, she caught a glimpse of her parents rushing towards her, their faces etched with urgency. When she opened her eyes once more, she was enveloped in a realm of chaos, surrounded by a hazy mist, devoid of any presence or substance. In this completely unfamiliar environment, little Xinyan stood in a daze, paralyzed by uncertainty. Her tiny hands were tightly intertwined, and a flicker of terror gradually surfaced in her clear, innocent eyes. Where was this place? Where were her parents? Her little brother? Her beloved kitten? At merely 3.5 years of age, the young girl remained blissfully unaware of her uniqueness, and finding herself alone in such an environment inevitably instilled fear within her. She twitched her small nose, and her eyes shimmered with impending tears, as if she might burst into sobs at any moment. Just then, a familiar voice emerged from the shrouded mist. Human child, welcome to my dream realm. Turning to the source of the voice, Xinyan beheld the dream-eating tapir drifting forth from the veils of fog, once again rendering her speechless. Instinctively, the little girl took a step back, distancing herself from the creature, her brow furrowing in confusion. Your dream realm, she blinked, somewhat bewildered. Why had it drawn her into its dream without her consent? A hint of indignation tugged at her lips as her cheeks puffed adorably, resembling a little pufferfish. However, the dream-eating tapir mistakenly interpreted her reaction as admiration, puffing up with pride as it proclaimed, I am the dream-eating tapir, capable of devouring dreams and conjuring them as well. As it spoke, it unconsciously drifted closer to Xinyan. However, Xinyan, with an expression of disdain, waved her hand dismissively at the dream-eating mon. Her almond-shaped eyes widened in a fierce glare. Why have you drawn me into your dream? Let me out. I refuse to linger in your realm. The little one nearly wore the word disdain across her face, her brows furrowed, lending her an air of gravitas that belied her tender age. The self-assured dream-eating mon was taken aback, pondering. Why? In the softest of tones, Xinyan uttered the most piercing words. Because you are a wicked creature that bullies my brother, and I detest you. With that declaration, she huffed audibly and turned her head aside. Her actions a clear testament to her aversion towards the dream-eating mon. The dream-eating mon, incensed, felt a surge of blood rise to its throat. One claw clutching its heart while the other trembled as it pointed at Xinyan, its voice quaking. You ungrateful little human. I am the revered dream-eating mon, worshipped by your kind. To dream sweetly, you must rely upon me. After several centuries of existence, it found itself scorned by a mere 3.5-year-old child. Its pride had endured a grievous blow. Yet, upon hearing its words, Xinyan retorted more fiercely, you are not only a wicked creature, but also a great liar. Mimicking the stern demeanor of the village matriarchs, she placed her hands on her hips and, with a sugary tone, interrogated the dream-eating mon. If you could help us devour nightmares and allow us to only dream sweetly, then why does my younger brother often weep? Moreover, each time he cries, you are present, which surely means it is you who has upset him. At this point, the little one's cheeks puffed up even more, resembling an irate pufferfish, somewhat adorable. For a fleeting moment, even the esteemed dream eater felt a compelling urge to pinch her cheeks. Yet, being the dream eater that he is, he quickly regained his composure. Human infants are notoriously difficult. Their soft and cute exterior is merely a facade. As he engaged in self-affirmation, he sighed deeply and turned to explain to little Xinyan, I am under a curse cast by truly malevolent beings. At the mention of this, the dream eater's ears drooped, and he became withdrawn and despondent. A curse? Little Xinyan furrowed her brow in confusion. What is a curse? She only knew of the tightening spell associated with the Monkey King, Sun Wukong. Our Dream Eater clan was originally a symbol of auspiciousness, for we possessed the ability to consume nightmares and create sweet dreams, enabling all dreaming beings to experience joy. We were also guardians of infants, assisting them in falling asleep and guiding Dream Grandma into their dreams to impart various skills. One could say that the growth of every infant is inextricably linked to the support of our Dream Eater clan. Upon hearing this, Xinyan could not help but interject with a question. Why did my brother cry so intensely when you approached him? Moreover, your appearance, along with the ominous aura that envelopes you, bears no resemblance to a symbol of good fortune. Rather, it resembles a villain from a television drama, not the mastermind, but rather a lackey, a mere minion assisting in nefarious deeds. The Dream Eater, still fixated on its own narrative, continued, due to the curse. I am a Dream Eater afflicted by a spell. Once, nightmares were the most delectable delicacies to me. By consuming them, I attained bliss, and in turn, humans found joy in my assistance in devouring their nightmares. However, ever since I fell victim to this curse, everything has reversed. Human nightmares have become insufferable, tasteless. And each time I consume a nightmare, it drains my vitality, leaving me in discomfort and despair. With a heavy sigh, its ears drooped even further. As time passed, I began to harbor resentment, transforming from a guardian of humanity into a harbinger of misfortune, akin to a jinx. I once believed that the dreams of infants, pure and pristine, could alleviate the malice within me. Yet, to my dismay, each time I consumed an infant's dream, they would be plunged into profound agony, wailing incessantly, as if the very curse that afflicts me had rebounded upon them. This fills me with shame, but the existence of the curse renders me powerless to control my actions. At times, it feels as though something has stolen its very soul, rendering it a stranger to itself. Thus, my brother's incessant wailing. Could it be a consequence of the curse that has rebounded upon you? Xinyan astutely grasped the crux of the matter. The dream-eating tapir nodded affirmatively. Indeed, that seems to be the case. Upon hearing this, Xinyan extended her chubby little hand towards the tapir, declaring, So the source of my brother's suffering is you. Humph, you wicked fiend. Xinyan has no intention of acknowledging it. Chapter 15, Terrifying Human Youngling's Eye. The dream-eating tapir was momentarily taken aback, and after a brief pause, it protested with a feigned bravado. I, too, am a victim of circumstance, compelled against my will. Yet, you mustn't unleash your resentments upon my brother. Xinyan crossed her arms, her wide eyes fixed upon it, radiating fury and fierce innocence. To cast your grievances upon the innocent does not constitute true heroism. We shall deliberate this matter later. First, allow me to finish my discourse. The dream-eating tapir struggled to articulate its defense, attempting to divert the conversation. However, Xinyan raised her chin, turning her head aside, her voice laced with haughty defiance. Xinyan has no desire to listen to your prattle, always rambling, like an old man. The esteemed dream-eating tapir was left exasperated, remarking, Little human, must you always critique my appearance? I, too, wish I could be more handsome. Taking a deep breath, the dream-eater continued with a forced resolve. The infant lacks the capacity to sleep soundly, resulting in fleeting dreams that fail to satiate my hunger, leaving me perpetually famished. Consequently, the resentment within me deepens, ever more profound. The more intense my resentment becomes, the greater my need for the infant's dreams to fill the void. When my desires remain unfulfilled, resentment festers, gradually ensnaring me in a vicious cycle. As it spoke, a pained expression crossed its face, akin to having consumed something distasteful. Why are you sharing this with Xinyan? Do you seek her understanding, hoping to continue your whims beside my brother? Xinyan narrowed her eyes, seemingly perceiving the dream-eater's ulterior motives. Without hesitation, she declared, Xinyan refuses. Let it be known, you shall not have your way. If you persist in remaining near my brother, each encounter shall culminate in a strike. With that, she playfully brandished her tiny fist toward the dream-eater, exuding fierce determination. Do not underestimate the potency of a small fist when confronting malevolence. And no, you've misunderstood. I have long wished to distance myself from that little brat of the Lee family. The dream-eater hastily waved its hands, shaking its head like a rattle, its expression one of utmost distress. Your brother's cries resonate far louder than those of other human infants. Each wail is an auditory torment. And I have no desire to linger in his presence any longer. The dream-eater possesses hearing abilities several times greater than that of humans. Whenever Lee Malong weeps unabashedly, the members of the Lee family feel a buzzing in their heads, let alone the creature itself. Then you should quickly distance yourself from my brother. The farther, the better. Xinyan huffed, issuing an eviction order. The dream-eater expressed its anguish. I wish I could, but alas, I am unable. After a mournful wail, its demeanor shifted to seriousness as it fixed its gaze intently on Xinyan, stating earnestly, I require your assistance. My assistance? Xinyan furrowed her brows, perplexed. The Dream Eater nodded, floating before her, making an effort to widen its eyes, as if this would render it more sincere. Oh, I observe that you possess an extraordinary constitution, not of the mundane sort. Furthermore, among all the humans I have encountered, only you can perceive my presence, and only you can expel me from the company of humans. Thus, I harbor grave suspicions that you possess the ability to dispel and purify malevolence, perhaps even to unravel the curse afflicting me. The repeated phrase this esteemed being incessantly drilled into her ears, creating a cacophony. Xinyan frowned. So you are asking me for help? Asking. Upon hearing her words, the once drooping-eared Dream Eater suddenly adopted a haughty demeanor, crossing its arms and proclaiming with great dignity, this esteemed being never seeks assistance. After all, it is the Dream Eater, a symbol of good fortune, capable of bringing happiness to humanity. How could it possibly ask for help? Moreover, the other party was merely a 3.5-year-old human child. To ask for assistance would be an utter loss of dignity. Xinyan cast a sidelong glance at the Dream Eater, whose ears were perked up, and mimicked its posture by crossing her arms, speaking with an air of regal arrogance. Xinyan refuses to assist you. Upon hearing this, the Dream Eater's ears, which had been so earnestly raised, quivered in disbelief as its eyes widened in astonishment. Why? Why refuse me? Aren't human children the easiest to deceive? Is my approach flawed? It is because of your poor attitude that this esteemed lady has no desire to help. Xinyan huffed, recalling how the bald one possessed by her fourth uncle had referred to her, and began to haughtily declare herself this esteemed lady. After all, if it could refer to itself as this esteemed gentleman, then surely this esteemed lady must hold a higher rank. A proud smile played at the corners of Xinyan's lips as she arched an eyebrow at the Dream Eater. If you wish for this esteemed lady's assistance, you must beg me. Despite her tender age, she was cunning and full of spirit. In that moment, the Dream Eater finally perceived the true nature of this little bundle of mischief. Do not be deceived by her youth. She possessed a sharp wit. Fairy tales are but fabrications. Human children are not so easily swayed. With gritted teeth, the Dream Eater ultimately surrendered to reality, allowing its ears to droop once more. I beg you, please help me dispel the lingering resentments that bind me. It awkwardly addressed Xinyan. The little one emitted a soft hum, expressing that the sincerity was still lacking. Xinyan was resolute in her decision not to assist individuals who lacked genuine intent. In a deliberate act, she closed her eyes. Truly, the little creature was rather difficult to manage. The dream-eating tapir let out an involuntary sigh. In an effort to present a more sincere demeanor, it descended from its ethereal state and lay prostrate before the young Xinyan, bowing its head, its tone transforming into one of earnestness. Dear Miss, I sincerely implore you to help me dispel the lingering grievances that ensnare me. As long as you are willing to assist, I shall comply with any request of yours. I would gladly toil for you, without hesitation. The sensation of being bound by such malevolent forces was overwhelmingly distressing. It was not merely that it was a harbinger of good fortune. Even the most unfortunate of souls would struggle to endure such an insidious and potent negativity. The dream-eating tapir sensed that these grievances not only ensnared it, but also entangled many wandering souls, akin to a plague specifically targeting beings from other realms, relentless and difficult to eradicate. Xinyan opened one eye and stealthily glanced at the dream-eating tapir, a mischievous smile dancing upon her lips, indicative of her triumph in mischief. This attitude was, indeed, quite satisfactory. However, the 3.5-year-old little one maintained her haughty demeanor, deliberately stating, "Well, that is more like it. I might consider it." Upon hearing this, the dream-eating tapir abruptly lifted its head. "Is it merely a consideration? Are you still unwilling to assist me? Ah, the human child is truly formidable." Chapter 16. A hidden treasure. I may be young, but I am not lacking in intelligence. What if I assist you, only for you to continue to cling to my brother? In the clear, pristine depths of Xinyan's eyes, a spark of cleverness shone through. She would not foolishly offer her help without any benefit in return. She cast her gaze down towards the Dream Eater and articulated her conditions. "I must first witness my brother's return to normalcy, his tears ceasing, before I can commence aiding you. My assistance stems solely from my concern for him. Our parents have treated Xinyan with great kindness, and he must reciprocate in some manner. Should she truly possess the ability to assist the Dream Eater in dispelling its grievances and liberating her brother from its grasp, she would exert every effort to do so. For her brother's sake, she was willing to undertake any endeavor. This was not solely due to her desire to repay her parents for their nurturing. She also cherished the adorable little Lang Bao and felt a deep connection with her brother. Rest assured, once you aid me in alleviating the grievances that plague me, I shall revert to being a normal Dream Eater. At that point, I will continue to consume nightmares on behalf of humanity, safeguarding their beautiful dreams and ensuring they find happiness in their slumber. The Dream Eater gazed intently into Xinyan's eyes, fervently assuring her, "How can Xinyan trust you?" Xinyan regarded the Dream Eater with a mixture of skepticism and vigilance. "What if you still pursue my brother? He is so young, and every time she sees him weeping uncontrollably, it pains not only their parents, but also Xinyan, the protective sister." The Dream Eater clan adheres to a solemn code. To breach this trust is to invite the desolation of one's soul. The Dream Eater, with a grave countenance, declared, "Should you doubt my words, let us forge a pact. If you cleanse the lingering resentments, and I continue to consume your brother's dreams, causing him relentless anguish and tears, then I shall meet my demise." The notion of such a consequence, akin to a swift ascent to the heavens, seemed oddly appealing. Little Xinyan twirled her eyes, pressed her lips into a smile, and finally acquiesced. "Very well, let us formalize this agreement." The esteemed Dream Eater was enlightened. It had not anticipated that a human child could possess such cunning. The petite girl appeared soft and sweet, leading it to presume she was merely an innocent and naive darling. To its astonishment, she might very well embody a formidable little tyrant. In her quest to restore her brother's normalcy, Xinyan entered into a covenant with the Dream Eater. She would assist in purging the resentment from the Dream Eater, and in exchange, it would vanish from Xiao Longbao's life, ceasing to inflict any further torment upon him. However, a question lingered in her mind. "But how shall I assist you?" Xinyan inquired with a furrowed brow. The Dream Eater rested its chin on its tiny paws, feigning profundity as it replied, "If my instincts are correct, you possess a spiritual artifact capable of dispelling resentment, or perhaps you harbor an innate ability to do so, yet it remains dormant within you, unnoticed." Spiritual artifact. When she was expelled from the village, Xinyan took with her a few of her mother's belongings. Aside from a dark lacquer bracelet, there were no particularly remarkable items. There was also the little rooster bracelet gifted to her by Taoist Su. Could it be that the little rooster bracelet was imbued with spiritual power by Taoist Su? Xinyan firmly believed that the little rooster bracelet possessed the ability to dispel malevolent spirits. Indeed, it was a treasure. By the way, what about the cat by your side? The mere thought of that little white cat and its hauntingly blue eyes sent shivers down the spine of the dream-eating tapir. What spiritual power? Xinyan was somewhat perplexed by your words. The little milk bag blinked innocently, her clear gaze reflecting the unique innocence of childhood. The dream-eating tapir huffed. "If it weren't for its assistance, how could you have so effortlessly entered my dream? Wasn't it you who pulled me in?" Xinyan frowned slightly. "It was that cat that brought you here," the dream-eating tapir replied, its brow furrowed with seriousness. "No, to be precise, that cat forcefully intruded into my dream. It used its transformative abilities to synchronize everything from my dream to yours. The true intruder into my dream realm is that white cat, and what you are witnessing now are the images it has relayed to you." It rambled on about various matters, and while Xinyan appeared to be listening intently, she soon found herself drifting off. She could only grasp a single key point. "Behold!" the cherubic tyke exclaimed with glee, clapping her tiny hands together. "Though your pronouncements elude my comprehensive grasp, one salient point I have apprehended. That diminutive feline possesses extraordinary prowess, does it not?" The Baku, discomfited by this observation, reluctantly acquiesced with a nod. Indeed, the creature was formidable, surpassing its own capabilities to some extent. The little darling, now brimming with even greater elation, raised her delicate arms aloft, exclaiming, "How marvelous! I have stumbled upon a veritable treasure. Precious gem, my precious gem." A tender voice resonated in Xinyan's ears, laced with palpable trepidation and maternal anguish, quivering ever so slightly. "Thou must awaken unscathed. Thy mother cherishes thee, and shall remain steadfastly by thy side." It was her mother's voice. A fervent desire welled up within her to reassure her mother. "Fear not, for your son shall swiftly recover. Banish all worry." Consumed by this overwhelming sentiment, Xiao Xinyan, adrift in the realm of dreams, murmured in her slumber, "Have no fear, dearest mother, for your son shall assuredly be restored to health." The sound reached Zhong Jingyi's ears, causing her to pause momentarily before seizing her daughter's petite hand, tenderly whispering her name repeatedly. Upon observing the child's subsequent lack of response, Zhong Jingyi was seized by a wave of panic, prompting her to summon assistance without delay. Earlier, in the twilight hours, after the younger twin had finally regained his composure and drifted into a peaceful slumber, the elder twin had abruptly fainted. Her breath had become faint, as if she had lost consciousness, which startled Zhong Jingyi. Fortunately, the ambulance that was supposed to pick up little Langbao arrived, allowing Zhong Jingyi to entrust the care of her child to the elderly matriarch of the Li family. Together with Li Qiqing, they took little Yanbao to the hospital where Pei Yinchuan was located. After a rigorous medical intervention, little Yanbao's vital signs returned to normal. However, she remained in a deep, unresponsive slumber. As of today, she had been lying in the hospital bed for 3 consecutive days and nights. Chapter 17. The handsome Uncle Yinchuan. What is the condition of my daughter? She has been asleep for 3 days and nights. Why has she not awakened? Li Qiqing inquired of the young doctor who entered the ward. The physician, with a strikingly handsome visage and delicate features, donned a pristine white coat and a pair of gold-rimmed glasses perched upon his nose, exuding an aura of refined gentility and warmth. He approached the bedside of little Xinyan, conducting a thorough examination once more. After removing the stethoscope and draping it around his neck, he addressed Li Qiqing and Zhang Jingyi with a melodious voice, his tone steady and reassuring. Yet, despite his comforting demeanor, Zhang Jingyi could not quell her anxiety, her brow furrowed in concern. If she is indeed healthy, then why has she remained in this state of unconsciousness? Upon hearing such a question, Pei Yinchuan found himself at a loss for an explanation. From a medical standpoint, the young girl appeared entirely healthy, devoid of any symptomatic indications. However, there exist phenomena in this world that cannot be elucidated solely through the lenses of science and medicine. Pei Yinchuan gently pressed his lips together and suggested, perhaps it would be prudent to keep her under observation for a while longer. At that moment, the little Xinyan on the hospital bed seemed to emit a soft murmur, successfully capturing the attention of everyone present. The tiny cherub appeared to be in the deepest slumber, her little arms raised above her head as she stretched languidly, followed by a soft sigh. She was likely on the verge of awakening. Pei Yinchuan adjusted his slightly askew golden-rimmed glasses and spoke in a gentle tone. Li Qiqing and Zhong Jingyi exchanged glances, quickly moving closer to the small Xinyan's side. "Yanbao, mommy is here. Yanbao, daddy is also here." Seemingly stirred by the voices of her parents, Xinyan's long, lush eyelashes fluttered delicately as she slowly opened her eyes. Perhaps due to her prolonged slumber, her vision was initially hazy, prompting her to rub her eyes with her tiny hands until she gradually focused on the worried expressions adorning Zhong Jingyi and Li Qiqing's faces. "Mommy." Xinyan beamed at Zhong Jingyi, her lips curving into 2 distinct dimples, before turning to Li Qiqing and softly calling out, "Daddy." The sweet sound of her voice filled the hospital room like the freshest, most delectable strawberry candy, a sweetness that penetrated the heart. Oh, my Yanbao has finally awakened. Mommy was so worried." Zhong Jingyi responded repeatedly, her emotions evidently heightened, her voice choked with emotion, her eyes reddening as she nearly succumbed to the fear of losing her beloved daughter. At this very moment, witnessing her daughter awaken safely and call for her mother with a sweet voice, Zhong Jingyi felt her heart melt into a pool of warmth. Without hesitation, she bent down and enveloped little Xinyan in her arms, holding her tightly. "It's all right, it's all right," Zhong Jingyi kept repeating, as if to soothe little Xinyan, while simultaneously offering comfort to herself. As a mother, her greatest wish was for her children to grow up safe and sound. Little Xinyan, in turn, gently caressed Zhong Jingyi's back with her tiny hand, reassuringly stating, "Mom, don't worry. Xinyan is fine. It was merely a dream. Truly just a dream." Seeing his wife and daughter embrace, Li Qiqing felt compelled to step closer, tenderly reaching out to stroke little Xinyan's head, and with a hint of indulgence, he said, "It's good that you've woken up. As long as our precious Yanbao is safe, both daddy and mommy can rest easy." However, he couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy when little Xinyan first called for her mother before addressing him. It seemed he still had to strive to become a father whom his daughter could trust and rely upon. Pei Yinchuan approached to examine little Xinyan's health once more, confirming that she was indeed well and free from any issues. Upon hearing Pei Yinchuan's words, little Xinyan suddenly realized she was in the hospital, and her demeanor shifted as if she held a strong aversion to this place. Her cherubic face changed, and she quickly exclaimed, "Xinyan is fine now. Xinyan, doesn't he want to stay in the hospital?" As she spoke, Xinyan lifted her gaze towards Pei Yinchuan. Upon seeing his face, the young girl momentarily lost her train of thought and then sweetly inquired, "Pretty uncle, can Xinyan be discharged today?" The term pretty uncle was a first for Pei Yinchuan, leaving him momentarily taken aback, yet he felt a warmth in his heart. Who wouldn't delight in receiving compliments from a beautifully delicate little girl? A gentle smile graced his lips as he replied warmly, "Of course you can." It was truly difficult to refuse such an adorable request. Zhong Jingyi was preparing to change Xinyan's clothes, and once the discharge paperwork was completed, they would leave. Li Qiqing personally escorted Pei Yinchuan out of the ward. "Your daughter is quite charming," Pei Yinchuan remarked with a smile, instinctively placing his hands behind his back, exhibiting a demeanor that belied his youth. Upon hearing his friend's praise, Li Qiqing beamed with pride, his eyebrows lifting in elation. "Indeed, my daughter is the most adorable little treasure in the world." The dreamlike innocence of the little girl, with her rosy cheeks resembling ripe, juicy peaches, evoked an irresistible urge to pinch her cheeks. After Zhong Jingyi had dressed her daughter, she couldn't help but plant a big kiss on Xinyan's cheek. The soft and tender texture was far more delightful than that of her son. Zhong Jingyi, with a heart full of contentment, smiled gently as she reached out to tousle Xinyan's hair, her voice imbued with utmost tenderness. "Yin Bao, dear, we are preparing to leave the hospital. As long as the child is safe and sound, it would be best not to linger in this place any longer. Come, let mother hold you." With that, Zhong Jingyi lifted the little bundle into her arms. In the next moment, she felt a soft and warm sensation on her cheek. Little Yin Bao had planted a kiss on her face and said, "Mama, Xinyan loves you so much." The sweet, cherubic voice made Zhong Jingyi's heart bubble with joy. Unconsciously, she leaned closer to her daughter, rubbing her cheek against the soft little face, whispering, "Mama loves you dearly, my sweet." The words nearly tumbled out in a sing-song tone. "Mom and Dad, rest assured, brother will be fine soon. That nasty thing that has been clinging to him, Xinyan will surely help him drive it away." Chapter 18. The irritable Aunt Xinyan's earnest words fell upon the ears of Li Qiqing and Zhong Jingyi, leaving them somewhat puzzled and bemused. The couple exchanged glances, choosing not to dwell on it or pay it much heed, attributing it to the innocent musings of a child. They seemed to have gradually grown accustomed to the peculiarities surrounding little Yin Bao. Even if she were truly akin to Li Qiqing, they would not forsake their daughter. Having decided to adopt her, they were committed to treating her as their own flesh and blood, caring for her throughout her life, cherishing her eternally, and indulging her unconditionally. The vehicle swiftly came to a smooth halt before the main house of the Li family estate. Just as little Xinyan was being gently lifted from the car by her mother, the elderly patriarch and matriarch of the Li family emerged to greet them. The old gentleman inquired of Li Qiqing, "Is Xinyan all right? Why was her discharge from the hospital so swift? Is everything fine? Should we arrange for the family doctor to conduct a thorough medical examination for her?" Meanwhile, the matriarch approached little Xinyan, her voice warm and nurturing as she asked, "Dear Xinyan, please tell Grandma how you feel now. Is there any discomfort in your body?" "Grandpa and Grandma, don't worry. Xinyan is perfectly fine now. The doctor said I am very healthy." Little Xinyan beamed sweetly at her grandparents, confidently patting her tiny chest, and cheerfully proclaimed, "Xinyan eats very well. Perhaps I could live to the age of 99. The soft, cherubic child successfully melted the hearts of the elderly couple, whose spirits were lifted by her radiant smile. And they joined in her merriment. "As long as Xinyan is fine, what would you like to eat? Grandpa will arrange it right away," the old gentleman said, bending slightly with a beaming smile directed at the little darling. Not to be outdone, the matriarch quickly employed her own charm, using an irresistibly gentle tone to entice the little one. "Xinyan, would you like some milk? Grandma has bought you a beautifully exquisite large milk bottle." The old gentleman, daring to tempt the little darling with delicacies, had unwittingly set off the matriarch's ultimate strategy. Indeed, upon hearing her words, little Xinyan's eyes sparkled with excitement, and she eagerly nodded her head as if it were a vigorous dance. "Yes, Xinyan wants to drink milk. Thank you, Grandma." The little one, with her tiny hands raised high, expressed her gratitude. Having lost her father at an early age, Xiaoyan had always relied solely on her mother. She had never tasted milk powder until she took a sip of the concoction prepared by her mother, Zhong Jingyi. and she instantly fell in love with its sweet and creamy flavor, a taste of pure happiness. After thanking her grandmother, Xiaoyan suddenly remembered something and hurriedly added, "Thank you, Grandpa." Her eyes crinkled into crescent moons, radiating a soft and endearing charm. At just 3.5 years old, this little darling was quite the master at serving water. As the family basked in their harmonious moment, a sharp and jarring voice shattered the tranquility, piercing through the peaceful ambience. Despite her tender age, Xiaoyan possessed an uncanny ability to bring joy to others. However, Liang Xuanling, the eldest daughter-in-law of the Li family, stormed in with an urgency that darkened her expression to the extreme. She directed an angry outburst at the bewildered Xiaoyan. "So you really intend to play the role of a young lady in our home, you unwanted harbinger of misfortune." At that moment, Liang Xuanling appeared utterly terrifying, causing Xiaoyan to flinch and instinctively clutch her fingers. The little girl was utterly perplexed, unable to comprehend what wrong she might have committed to provoke her aunt's ire. Why was her aunt targeting her so harshly? At just 3.5 years old, the sensitive child discerned the exclusion and disdain directed towards her. Her aunt bore an unsettling resemblance to the villagers who had treated her with similar disdain. As if responding to an unseen stress, Xiao Yinyuan felt an involuntary tightening in her throat. However, in the next moment, she noticed that the dark handprints on her aunt's body appeared even more pronounced than before. What had that bald man done to her aunt? Zhong Jingyi swiftly approached Xiao Xinyan, shielding her daughter behind her, and furrowed her brow as she confronted Liang Xuanling, asking, "Sister-in-law, what do you mean by this?" Liang Xuanling wore a distinctly displeased expression, as if Xiao Xinyan had set fire to her ancestral grave. Observing the eldest daughter-in-law entering with such an accusatory demeanor, disregarding the customary greetings due to her elders, was enough to elicit visible discontent from both the patriarch and matriarch of the Li family. The elder patriarch shot Liang Xuanling a reproachful glare, admonishing, "How can you barge in here making such a racket? This is utterly disrespectful. Father, you mustn't always protect the third branch without discernment. They have become accustomed to such indulgence, inviting anyone into our home." As she spoke, Liang Xuanling cast a venomous glare at Xiao Xinyan and continued, "Not just anyone can be deemed a daughter of the Li family. In my opinion, this little girl does not deserve it. Sister-in-law, it is not your prerogative to determine whether Yinyuan is worthy of being a daughter of the Li family. From now on, her name shall no longer be Li Xinyan, but rather Li Xingyuan." However, upon hearing Zhong Jingyi's words, Liang Xuanling's emotions became even more volatile. Bah! She is not the esteemed daughter of the Li family. She is merely a harbinger of misfortune. It is now abundantly clear to me why the villagers drove her away. She is indeed a calamity. Those who associate with her are bound to suffer ill fate, a true source of bad luck. Liang Xuanling's words were clearly out of line, reaching an extreme level, which provoked Zhong Jingyi's temper. She opened her mouth, ready to retort, but was halted by the matriarch of the Li family. It seemed she wished to prevent any discord between the sisters-in-law and to mitigate the conflict. The elderly lady, with a frown etched upon her brow, addressed Liang Xuanling, "Eldest daughter-in-law, how can you speak in such a manner? Yinbao has never wronged you. As an elder, how could you harbor such intense malice towards a mere 3.5-year-old child? Mother, it is not that I bear her ill will. It is this little wretch who harbors malice towards me." Faced with her mother-in-law's reproach, Liang Xuanling's demeanor softened instantly, adopting a different tactic as she began to play the victim. "Just the other day, while accompanying Mu Chun at the park for a game of basketball, I had barely settled on a bench when bird droppings fell upon my head, splattering down like rain, ruining my favorite attire. And yesterday, when I went to meet an important client, as I stepped out of the elevator, the heel of my high-heeled shoe broke. And it happened in front of many subordinates. My dignity was utterly shattered. Since Xia Xinyan warned her to never be unfortunate, Liang Xuanling has been beset by misfortune, which continues to plague her to this day. Little Xinyan has observed that the more her aunt laments, the darker the marks of misfortune on her skin appear, as if even graver calamities await her. Chapter 19. What kind of filling does your bun have? As sunlight cascaded down, Xia Xinyan stood motionless, her gaze fixed unwaveringly on Liang Xuanling. It was not a mere illusion. The dark marks on her aunt's body were indeed more pronounced than before. Yet, a strong premonition gripped the little one, that if her aunt remained heedless, even greater misfortunes might befall her. Contemplating this, Xia Xinyan furrowed her brow, uncertain of how to convey her concerns in a manner that would make her aunt believe her words. The elder of the Li family patiently listened to Liang Xuanling's grievances, feeling she was merely engaging in baseless complaints. Frowning, he retorted, "So you attribute all these unfortunate events to little Xinyan? This is utter nonsense." The elder was a staunch materialist, dismissing any notion of curses. He believed that as long as one harbored righteousness in their heart, they would be impervious to harm. If it were not for her curse, how could I possibly be so unfortunate? Liang Xuanling had entirely blamed her misfortunes on Xia Xinyan. And regardless of what those around her said, her prejudice against the girl remained unaltered. She cast a fierce glare at Xinyan, gritting her teeth and muttering, "It must be this little disaster who has altered my fortune, causing me to become so unfortunate. It is all her fault. Now, it seems the old master is even more partial to the third branch. If he were to bestow the entirety of the Li family's inheritance upon them, we, as the primary branch, would be left with nothing." A glimmer of shrewd calculation flashed in Liang Xuanling's eyes. She absolutely could not allow such a situation to unfold. "What evidence do you possess to prove that all of this is related to Yanbao?" Zhong Jingyi steadfastly stood by her daughter, fiercely defending her, and challengingly inquired of Liang Xuanling, "When you faced misfortune, Yanbao was not even by your side. On what grounds do you attribute all of this to her? Isn't this evidence enough? If it weren't for your daughter uttering some ill-fated words to me, would I have become this unfortunate?" Liang Xuanling exuded the demeanor of a shrew scolding in the streets, rolling her eyes dramatically at Zhong Jingyi and retorting, "Rather than indignantly defending your child here, you ought to properly educate this country bumpkin who has come from the countryside. She speaks without restraint and is utterly coarse." The expressions of the old master and matriarch of the Li family darkened ominously. Ever since the eldest daughter-in-law, Liang Xuanling, entered the Li household, she had been incessantly stirring up trouble. In truth, initially, the elderly couple had not been in favor of the marriage between their eldest son, Li Qirue, and Liang Xuanling, as her background was far from reputable and utterly did not meet the Li family standards for a daughter-in-law. At that time, the matriarch of the Li family was deeply engrossed in dream of the Red Chamber. Fearing that the tragic tale of Jia Baiyu and Lin Daiyu would unfold within their own household, she persuaded the elder Li to consent to the marriage. Due to Li Qirue's unwavering support for his wife, the members of the Li family generally yielded to Liang Xuanling, inadvertently spoiling her in the process. This indulgence led to her constant grievances, whether it be over trivial matters or creating unnecessary troubles. Now, her behavior had escalated to such an extent that even a mere 3.5-year-old child became her target. Little Xinyan stood there with a bewildered expression, blinking innocently. "What is a country bumpkin?" Zhong Jingyi was left speechless by Liang Xuanling's words. When Li Qiqing prepared to step in and defend his wife and daughter against his sister-in-law, a melodious and refreshing voice interjected, "If my sister is a country bumpkin, may I ask, dear aunt, what kind of filling do you possess?" As everyone's gaze turned towards him, the youngest son, Li Mujuan, approached with measured steps. Though still youthful, he exuded a distinct aura, graceful and refined, with an air of nobility. He first offered respectful greetings to the elder Li and the matriarch, then acknowledged his own parents, Li Qiqing and Zhong Jingyi, before turning his attention to his aunt, Liang Xuanling. With a polite nod, he continued, "A feeling of sharpness and malice? Or perhaps one of sowing discord?" With that, a subtle smile graced his lips, embodying a sense of elegance and decorum even in the act of confrontation. Li Mujuan's features bore a striking resemblance to Zhong Jingyi, yet his temperament was inherited from Li Qiqing, a testament to the love between his parents. Xinyan's gaze inadvertently settled upon her brother, who seemed to speak on her behalf, and she couldn't help but admire his exquisite appearance. The youth's features were strikingly clear, illuminated by the sunlight that danced upon his visage, creating a shimmering spectacle. His eyes, as dark as ink, were captivating, while his lips, delicately tinted like pale cherry blossoms, added to his allure. Liang Xuanling found herself momentarily silenced by Li Mujuan's words, and she quickly turned to the elder Li and matriarch, seeking to lodge a complaint. "Father, mother, did you hear that? This is the exemplary son raised by the third household, utterly disrespectful and lawless." The elderly, no longer swayed by her antics, replied coldly, "Humph, who is truly disrespectful and lawless? One should possess some self-awareness." "Father, what do you mean by that?" Liang Xuanling's eyes widened in disbelief as she began to unleash her most notorious tactic of emotional outburst. She had honed this skill to perfection. With a mere squint, tears would flow, and she lamented, "If you truly disapprove of our main household, just say so. We can all vacate the Li family estate, leaving only the third household to tend to you." Her demeanor suggested that the entire Li family had wronged her alone. The elder Li and matriarch furrowed their brows, feeling a profound weariness. The elder's greatest desire was for the family to thrive in harmony, yet Liang Xuanling's presence ensured that genuine peace remained elusive. Aunt, should you wish to relocate, you may do so at your convenience. Simply place a call to the moving company, and your desire to move shall be fulfilled in an instant. Li Mujuan had long been displeased with his aunt's demeanor. With a slight furrow of his brow, he retorted directly. The young man's lips curled into a faint, ambiguous smile as he deliberately inquired of Liang Xuanling, "If you are unaware of the moving company's phone number, I would be more than willing to assist you in searching for it online. What do you think?" Little did he anticipate that someone would dare to disregard his words. Upon hearing Li Mujuan's remarks, Liang Xuanling could not help but feel a surge of indignation, casting him a fierce glare. "You little rascal, when did it become your turn to interject while adults are speaking?" As she spoke, it seemed she intended to employ her previous tactics once more, extending her hand to push the relatively close Li Mujuan. Realizing the impending conflict, the previously motionless Xiao Xinyan hurriedly rushed forward to shield her older brother, Li Mujuan. Standing before him with her little face raised, and in her sweet, childish voice declared, "You shall not bully my brother." Chapter 20. With a brother to protect, the sudden exclamation from the little one caused everyone to momentarily pause. Li Mujuan slightly nodded at the small figure standing protectively in front of him. She was diminutive, even shorter than he, with a round little head adorned with a similarly round bun, exuding an adorable charm. Neither unwelcome nor openly opposed, he regarded the situation with indifference, for it was ultimately his parents' decision, one that bore little consequence to him. Though he was young, he possessed an innate intelligence and had long perceived the intense animosity that his aunt harbored towards their family. He had also grown weary of his parents' previous tolerance towards her in the name of familial harmony. However, at that very moment, Li Mujuan's state of mind seemed to undergo a transformation. He did not anticipate that Xia Xinyan would rush forward to shield him, especially since she was the one truly targeted by their aunt. As she opened her small arms, bravely positioning herself in front of Li Mujuan, the boy's eyes flickered with surprise, his gaze instinctively drawn to her, unblinking. From his vantage point behind her, her cherubic, slightly chubby cheeks resembled a real-life version of the cartoon character Shinasuk, adorably inviting an irresistible urge to pinch them. Soft and tender, they surely felt delightful to the touch. Just then, Xia Xinyan's sweet, childlike voice rang out as she mustered the courage to address Liang Xuanling. "Aunt, everything started because of me. Please do not argue with Grandpa and Grandma, or with Mom and Dad. Don't harm my brother. If you have grievances, direct them towards me." It seemed as though the bald man had acted on his own volition, leaving his mark on their aunt in a bid to assist his grandmother. Despite Xia Xinyan's timely warning to Liang Xuanling, misfortune continued to unfold. Xinyan yearned to locate the balding man, hoping he could assist in erasing the dark handprints from her aunt's skin, believing that perhaps everything would improve, and her aunt's demeanor towards her would undergo a transformation. The young newcomer to the Li family, with her innocent thoughts, assumed that by merely being well-behaved and understanding, she could gain acceptance as a new member of the family. In reality, she was merely a pawn for Liang Xuanling to stir up trouble within the third household. "Ha, little bumpkin," Liang Xuanling scoffed, casting a sidelong glance at Xinyan, her tone laced with hostility. "Who do you think you are to speak to me in such a commanding manner?" Upon hearing Liang Xuanling's words, Li Mujuan's brow furrowed deeply, and he instinctively reached out, grasping Xinyan's arm and pulling her protectively behind him. "Aunt, no one is commanding you, nor is anyone seeking a quarrel with you, and certainly, no one is cursing you. You needn't stir up chaos in the household at the slightest provocation, disturbing everyone's peace." Li Mujuan's gaze turned frosty as it met Liang Xuanling's, the young boy exuding an aura that was already formidable enough to instill fear. Liang Xuanling involuntarily inhaled sharply, and although she was reluctant to admit it, she indeed felt a flicker of apprehension towards Li Mujuan. However, she quickly regained her composure, poised to retort, "You." Without allowing her a chance to retort, Li Mujuan interrupted her directly, stating, "My sister has done nothing to wrong you. The bird droppings that fell upon you were not cast down by her, nor did she break your high-heeled shoes. Your misfortune is merely a result of bad luck and is unrelated to anyone else. Moreover, even if my sister once advised you against such misfortune, it was merely a kind-hearted reminder. You chose to misinterpret her goodwill, failing to heed her caution, which led to a succession of unfortunate events befalling you. In the end, the blame rests solely on your own shoulders. You cannot hold others accountable. Having expressed everything she wished to say in one breath, Li Mujun had no desire to engage further with Liang Sunling. She grasped Xiao Xinyan's hand and proceeded towards the main house. Xiao Xinyan appeared somewhat awed by her brother's commanding presence. Obediently following in his footsteps towards the main house, the little one tilted her head slightly, her gaze unwaveringly fixed on Li Mujun. From her perspective, the profile of the youth was nothing short of perfect, with smooth lines as if drawn in a single stroke. Sunlight cascaded upon him, enveloping him in a warm, gentle halo. It seemed as though her brother had been protecting her. Li Mujun had long sensed the little one's gaze upon him, but feigned ignorance. Appearing somewhat bashful, he held tightly to her small hand and, in a commanding tone, declared, "From now on, refrain from speaking bravely. Aunt's misfortunes are entirely her own doing, stemming from her many misdeeds, and have nothing to do with you." Upon hearing Li Mujun's words, Xiao Xinyan's eyes brightened noticeably, solidifying her conviction. Her brother was indeed looking out for her. With this realization, the corners of her lips involuntarily lifted, her smile becoming increasingly pronounced and radiant. Inadvertently, Xiao Xinyan let out a giggle, successfully capturing Li Mujun's attention. The young lad could no longer resist the urge to turn his head and glance at the little girl beside him. Noticing the pure and untainted smile adorning her face, he furrowed his brow in curiosity and inquired, "Little one, what has prompted this sudden laughter?" Upon hearing his voice, Xiao Xinyan turned her gaze toward her brother, her eyes curving like crescent moons as she sincerely expressed, "Xinyan feels so happy right now. With the doting of grandparents, the love of parents, and now the protection of my brother, I, who once faced bullying and isolation, truly understand what happiness is. To me, this is happiness." Li Mujun felt a strange, wordless lump in his throat and somewhat exasperatedly remarked, "What a little fool you are, feeling happy despite having been bullied. What nonsense." Initially, after being targeted by her second brother, Li Mujun, she thought the brothers of the Li family did not like her and were unwelcoming. Now, with her seventh brother's protection, her anxious heart had settled a little. Seemingly influenced by her laughter, Li Mujun's lips also involuntarily curled upwards, maintaining a facade of seriousness. He spoke with an affectionate tone, "All right, stop laughing, or your teeth will start to show." Chapter 23. My child is superior to yours. The sun shone brilliantly, casting a radiant glow upon the faces of nearly everyone, save for Liang Xuanling, whose expression had darkened to an extreme. She was utterly enraged, channeling all her frustrations onto the couple, Li Qixing and Zhang Jingyi. "Is this the exemplary son you two have raised?" Liang Xuanling pointed at her younger brother and his wife, her finger trembling uncontrollably due to her overwhelming anger. Although her words were harsh at that moment, Zhang Jingyi felt no irritation. Instead, she experienced a sense of relief as if finally exhaling pent-up frustration. "Does my sister-in-law have any objections?" Zhang Jingyi's lips curled into a subtle smile as she deliberately addressed Liang Xuanling with calmness. "I believe our little Jun's remarks are quite sensible. If others are angry, I shall remain unperturbed. After all, who will care for me if I fall ill?" Her eyes gently curved, the corners lifting in unmistakable delight. She felt proud of having raised a son who could articulate his thoughts on behalf of his parents and protect his sister, displaying such understanding and charm. "Indeed, I also find it quite reasonable," Li Qixing affirmed, standing resolutely alongside Zhang Jingyi, his arm affectionately draping over his wife's shoulder, intentionally showcasing their affection. With an elegant smile, he politely reminded Liang Xuanling, "Sister-in-law, children should not speak of strange forces. Belief brings existence, while disbelief renders it void. If you firmly hold that misfortune will never befall you, perhaps you shall evade it altogether. Respect, after all, is reciprocal." Despite Liang Xuanling being the eldest daughter-in-law, if she lacks self-respect, she cannot blame others for not respecting her. "Very well. Excellent. Splendid." Liang Xuanling was so enraged that her features contorted grotesquely, her molars nearly grinding to the point of breaking. "You all have gathered your forces to bully me, haven't you?" Upon hearing Liang Xuanling's accusations laden with resentment, the patriarch of the Li family could not help but interject. "No one is bullying you. It is you who, forsaking a good life, insists on stirring up turmoil and disrupting the peace of the household." The elder's expression was one of displeasure, his gaze toward Liang Xuanling brimming with discontent as he spoke in a measured tone. The irate patriarch, exuding an aura reminiscent of his formidable past, successfully intimidated Liang Xuanling, causing her countenance to shift and her eyes to betray a hint of panic. Father, are you really prepared to expel the entire lineage of the Li family simply to favor the third branch? As the eldest daughter-in-law, she had always wielded her title to her advantage. The elder scoffed, "Do not unjustly label me. I merely intend to expel you alone. Qi Rui and the children may remain in the Li estate if they wish, or they may leave if they prefer." With that, the elder dismissed Liang Xuanling, his annoyance palpable as he strode away. Once the elder had spoken, his words were as binding as a decree, nearly impossible for anyone to overturn. At that moment, Liang Xuanling finally realized the gravity of her self-sabotage and hastily turned to the matriarch of the Li family, pleading, "Mother, will you truly stand by and watch as father treats our family this way?" The elderly matriarch of the Li family, in comparison, held a particular fondness for the eldest son's family. In times like these, the only person Liang Xuanling could rely on was the matriarch herself. However, this time, even the matriarch could no longer tolerate the situation. "Eldest daughter-in-law, your father and I merely desire a harmonious family, united as one. We have never entertained the notion of expelling anyone from the Li estate. It is your excessive behavior that has provoked your father's ire." With a heavy sigh, the matriarch expressed her disappointment, unable to conceal her frustration. As she finished speaking, she turned away, choosing not to engage further with Liang Xuanling. The Li family, traditionally bustling with male heirs, had finally welcomed a delicate little daughter, a cause for joy among all. Yet, it was only Liang Xuanling who incessantly picked at faults and voiced grievances, creating chaos and unrest within the household. Perhaps her expulsion from the Li estate would indeed be beneficial for the entire family. In that moment, Liang Xuanling found herself utterly isolated. Li Qichen and Zhong Jingyi exchanged knowing glances, equally disinclined to entertain the provocations of their troublesome sister-in-law, and prepared to depart. "Zhong Jingyi, do not grow too complacent. You may have 2 sons, but I have 3. The future leadership of the Li family remains uncertain," Liang Xuanling declared, her chin held high and her posture proud, as she sought to maintain the elevated demeanor she so cherished. "My son excels in every way, and they are all in good health, unlike your son, who lacks respect and is frail, unlikely to achieve anything significant. Moreover, my sons are the legitimate grandsons of the Li family, with every right to their status." The term legitimate grandson evokes a smirk of disdain from Zhong Jingyi. How antiquated it is for this sister-in-law to still cling to notions of legitimate sons and the transmission of inheritance solely through males. It is evident she hails from a modest background, still deeply entrenched in the archaic beliefs of a feudal society. Zhong Jingyi could not be bothered to engage in a debate, for their worldviews diverge vastly. There was no point in further discourse. She had no desire for her children to achieve grand ambitions. She merely wished to let life unfold naturally. What is destined will come to pass, and what is not should not be forced. Her only wish was for her children to possess a sound moral compass, to be polite and cultured, to refrain from immoral or unlawful actions, and to grow up healthy and safe. Yet, Liang Xuanling persisted relentlessly, declaring, "My son is superior to yours. Your son will never measure up. For now, you can only rely on that adopted wild child to curry favor with the old master. Once his novelty wears off, the Li family's glory will inevitably revert to us, the legitimate heirs." At these words, Zhong Jingyi's expression darkened, a glint of anger flashing in her eyes. She turned and approached Liang Xuanling, seizing her collar and leaning in with an imposing presence. Firstly, in the eyes of every mother, her own child is the finest, rendering comparisons with others utterly unnecessary. Such comparisons are a profound disrespect to the child. Secondly, Yanbao is unequivocally the legitimate daughter of both myself and Chengge. She is certainly not some wild girl. Should you continue to speak ill of Yanbao with such unrestrained words, I shall not hesitate to be unkind in return. Thirdly, we have never contended for the glory of the Li family, and in your current state, you are utterly unworthy of being our elder sister-in-law, let alone the daughter-in-law of the Li family." As she spoke, Zhang Jingyi narrowed her eyes slightly, her gaze icy and penetrating, evoking an involuntary sense of reverence. After all, she was the eldest daughter of the Zhong family, and once her aura was unleashed, even Li Qiqing found it difficult to suppress. Liang Xuanling was clearly overwhelmed by this presence, her mouth agape but unable to produce a sound. Zhong Jingyi leaned closer, whispering a warning in Liang Xuanling's ear. "When I wish to respect you, You are my sister-in-law. When I do not, you are nothing. Do not force my hand." Upon finishing, she released her grip, her brow furrowing in disgust. Li Qiqing also issued a warning to Liang Xuanling. "Elder brother indulges you, but we do not. Do not tarnish his reputation, nor squander the affection he holds for you. Were it not for elder brother's standing, what would you be in this world?" Chapter 24. Cease your sarcastic remarks. The following day, Liang Xuanling, in a fit of pique, decided to vacate the Li family estate, yearning to take her 3 sons with her. She harbored the hope that this would instigate a sense of panic within the elderly patriarch and matriarch of the Li family, compelling them to implore her to stay. However, reality delivered a harsh rebuke. Her eldest son, Li Muxing, and her youngest, Li Muheo, were unwilling to accompany her. Perceiving their mother's actions as perplexing and unnecessary, they were content with their lives and could not fathom her need to create discord. Liang Xuanling's incessant antics left her sons feeling embarrassed in front of their siblings. Only the second son, Li Muqin, who shared a similar bias against Xinyan, was inclined to follow his mother in her departure. "If you dare to leave with our mother, our brotherly bond will be irrevocably severed," Li Muxing declared, his countenance grave, devoid of any jest. Li Muheo leaned in closer to Li Muqin, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "If you assist her in her folly, I shall reveal all your misdeeds at school to grandfather, ensuring you face his disciplinary wrath." Could it be that these two were indeed his own brothers? Li Muqin, restrained and silenced, could only widen his eyes in protest. Yet, his dissent was futile. Li Muxing asserted, "Silence implies consent." Li Muheo nodded in agreement, affirming, "Indeed, brother makes a valid point." Li Muqin. At last, only Liang Xuanling was left to carry her luggage, steeling herself to depart from the Li family estate. Coincidentally, Li Chirui was away on a business trip, and no one from the Li household was willing to extend a helping hand. She could only suffer the consequences of her own actions. During lunchtime, the Li family dining hall was filled with a cheerful atmosphere. The venerable patriarch and matriarch of the Li family, along with the second son Li Qitong and his wife Lu Wanran, the third son Li Qixing and his wife Zhong Jingyi, and the 7 little ones of the Li family, gathered around the table, including the youngest, little Li Xinyan. Seated in a high chair, the grandfather rose from his seat and placed a piece of braised pork into little Xinyan's bowl, kindly saying, "Yanbao, have a piece of braised pork to help you grow plump and healthy." The delectable, aromatic piece of braised pork, quite substantial in size, floated past the eyes of the 7 little ones before finally landing in the bowl of their sister. The envy was palpable, with tears nearly spilling from the corners of their mouths. The affection bestowed upon Yanbao by their grandfather far exceeded that given to all 7 of them combined. Not only the grandfather, but the grandmother also stood up to serve little Yanbao, gently advising, "Yanbao, eat a big shrimp. You must have eggs, milk, fish, and shrimp every day for comprehensive nutrition to grow tall." "Thank you, Grandpa and Grandma." Little Yanbao expressed her gratitude to the elderly couple. With her chopsticks, she stuffed both the braised pork and the shrimp into her mouth, causing her cheeks to puff up like a little pufferfish. After a few earnest chews, with somewhat unclear speech, she exclaimed, "The braised pork and the shrimp are both so delicious." The soft, indistinct voice exuded an added charm, as she gently arched her eyes and bestowed a sweet smile upon her grandparents, radiating an endearing and adorable presence. She successfully melted the hearts of those around her, prompting a shared smile among them. Only Li Muqin seemed perturbed, rolling his eyes in disdain and muttering, "It's shameful to act cute. Don't think that just because you look adorable everyone will adore you. I certainly do not." After grumbling for a moment, he forcefully shoved his rice around in the bowl, begrudgingly taking several bites. Noticing that old Yi and the grandmother were solely focused on feeding little Yanbao, Zhong Jingyi smiled and gently urged, "Mom and Dad, don't just serve Yanbao. You should eat as well. Yanbao has asked me to take care of him." As she prepared to feed little Yanbao herself, she was promptly halted by the patriarch of the Li family. With eyes full of affection, old Master Li gazed at little Xinyan and remarked to Zhong Jingyi, "You don't understand. Watching Yanbao eat with such delight is more satisfying than eating myself." Old Madame Li nodded in agreement, her expression warm and amiable, affirming, "Your father speaks the truth. When Yanbao enjoys his meal, we are equally delighted. Merely watching him eat is enough to fill us." It was evident that the elderly couple genuinely cherished little Xinyan, as their affectionate gaze towards her was far gentler and more indulgent than when they looked upon the 7 little gourds. At that moment, the second son, Li Muqin, could not help but interject, "Well, It seems our family will save quite a bit on food in the future. His tone carried a hint of sarcasm. Successfully capturing everyone's attention, the third brother, Li Muheo, sitting beside him, asked in confusion, "Second brother, what do you mean by that?" Li Mukin chuckled enigmatically and explained. Did the old man and old lady not say that they feel full just by watching that little girl eat? If that's the case, why don't they simply refrain from eating and just watch her instead? If the two adults skip their 3 meals a day, wouldn't that save quite a bit of food? His tone was not only sarcastic but also tinged with an inexplicable resentment. The eldest brother, Li Muxing, shot him a disapproving glance, his expression instantly turning serious. Second brother, how can you speak like that? Are you feeling a bit too mischievous again? If you are, as your elder brother, I wouldn't mind giving you a good thrashing to ease that itch. The fourth brother, Li Muhan, seemingly reveling in the drama, chimed in, Second brother, are you implying that you don't want grandfather and grandmother to eat? Upon hearing this, Li Mukin instinctively glanced towards the elders. Although they said nothing, their expressions clearly darkened. Li Mukin hurriedly refuted, I did not mean that. It was their own words. Meanwhile, the fifth brother, Li Mufeng, continued to eat while addressing Li Mukin, second brother. Grandfather and grandmother merely wish to express that Yanbao's eating manner is quite endearing and stimulates everyone's appetite. It's as if those who watch her eat feel satisfied. Much like how many people enjoy watching food bloggers feast online. He often finds immense pleasure in watching food bloggers indulge in their meals, as if he could savor the flavors through the screen, achieving a sense of spiritual fulfillment. Thus, he comprehends his grandparents' fondness for watching Xiao Xinyan eat. Li Mukin raised his hand to adjust his glasses perched on the bridge of his nose and remarked, Second brother, there is a phrase that captures the essence of the current situation. A feast for the eyes. Li Mujuan shot a sidelong glance at Li Mukin and bluntly stated, Second brother, if you have any grievances regarding my sister, you may express them openly. There is no need for veiled insinuations. He had long perceived that second brother had always been the obedient darling of their aunt, and given her significant disapproval of Yanbao, it was implausible for second brother to harbor no biases against her. It was likely that he would even blame Yanbao for their aunt's departure from the Li family. Thus, Li Mujuan felt compelled to remain vigilant against any potential harm that second brother Li Mukin might inflict upon his sister. Seventh brother, do you truly consider her your biological sister? Li Mukin replied, casting a glance at Li Mujuan, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his lips, his tone dripping with sarcasm. Ah, your capacity for acceptance is truly remarkable. Yanbao is indeed my sister, Li Mujuan retorted, undeterred by Li Mukin's mockery, his resolve unwavering. He raised an eyebrow and countered, we are currently registered as a family on the same household register. Do you have any objections? Chapter 25, Unafraid of Heaven or Earth. Do you have any objections? Li Mujuan arched an eyebrow at Li Mukin, seemingly infused with a sense of provocation. Li Mukin, who was already known for his irritable temperament, was instantly provoked. His brows furrowed as he forcefully slammed the chopsticks in his hand onto the table. What do you mean, Lao Chi? Are you intentionally challenging me over a mere little girl who has just stepped into this house? Li Mukin crossed his arms and raised his chin slightly, exuding an air of arrogance as he shot a sidelong glance at Li Mujuan. In his eyes, Li Mujuan was nothing more than a childish brat. Yet, this so-called brat possessed far more reason than he did. The one who is being deliberately provocative should be you, Li Mujuan retorted, equally undaunted as she set her chopsticks down. Since Yanbao entered the Li family estate, has she ever wronged you? Has she uttered any words that would embarrass you? You have maintained a cold demeanor from the very beginning, and after being reprimanded by grandfather for touching her personal belongings without her consent, you vent all your grievances and fury upon Yanbao. Li Mujuan fixed her gaze unwaveringly upon Li Mukin's eyes, catching a fleeting glimpse of guilt flickering within them, and pressed on with her inquiry. Second brother, do you not pride yourself on being a man of honor? Is it truly the behavior of a man to quibble incessantly with a little girl who is barely 3.5 years old? In that moment, the atmosphere at the dining table was thick with tension, as if any small spark could ignite an explosion. Li Mukin found himself rendered speechless by Li Mujuan's words. Truth be told, he himself was perplexed as to why he harbored such intense resentment towards the little girl, Xinyan. To speak candidly, when my uncle and aunt initially informed everyone in the group about their adoption of a daughter, I was filled with curiosity about this unexpected sister. Although I outwardly expressed disdain and impatience, I was undeniably charmed by the delicate, rosy-cheeked little one upon seeing her. The turning point began when I curiously touched that bracelet. Li Mukin did not lie. When he touched the bracelet, he genuinely felt a sharp pain. However, everyone seemed to believe he was fabricating a story, as if he were deliberately acting to bully the little girl. From that moment on, Li Mukin's fondness for the sister who had suddenly joined our family vanished completely. Coupled with Liang Xuanling's incessant prodding and brainwashing, I found myself, unwittingly, wishing for little Xinyan to leave the Li family, just like my mother did. Yet, did everything I did truly appear so inexplicable to others? In an instant, Li Mukin felt his mind clouded, struggling to discern what was the right course of action. It was as if he were being manipulated by some unseen force. If you choose to acknowledge this sister, then do so. I, for one, shall never regard her as such. This was a frequent refrain from Liang Xuanling, and over time, it had successfully seeped into my consciousness. You are unworthy of being our Yinbao's brother. Li Muzhuan snapped at Li Mukin, equally adamant in declaring, from this moment forth, I refuse to call you second brother as well. Humph. With a haughty turn of her head, she refused to give the foolish second brother another glance. You. Li Mukin felt a throbbing in his temples, ready to speak when he was interrupted by the patriarch of the Li family. All right. Have you all had your fill? Is that why you're idling about? Have you forgotten the rules of the Li family? The old man cast a stern gaze, causing the 7 siblings to shudder and lower their heads in silence. With a furrowed brow and an expression of impatience, he exclaimed, If you're not full, eat quickly. If you are, then be off. Don't linger here making noise. It's exceedingly bothersome. In the absence of his precious granddaughter, the presence of these 7 siblings was irritating, and now that he had her, their company felt even more exasperating. After lunch, the children of the Li family gathered in the leisure area, some reading, others indulging in desserts, playing games, or watching Ultraman. Little Qianbao was taken by her elder and third brothers to enjoy dessert, because Liang Xuanling had treated little Qianbao unfairly. Elder brother Li Muxing and third brother Li Maheo sought to atone for their mother's actions by showering little Qianbao with kindness. Just as Xinyan was about to savor a piece of pastry, a voice echoed in her mind. Little Qian, that fellow named Li Mukin seems to be constantly targeting you. Would you like me to teach him a lesson, ensuring he experiences a frightful nightmare? No. Please, no. Due to having her mouth stuffed with snacks. Xinyan momentarily found herself unable to speak, resorting instead to shaking her head like a rattle drum in an attempt to thwart the mischief of the Dream Eater. However, she seemed to have forgotten that this particular character relished taking matters into his own hands, much like the previous bald one. After a considerable struggle to swallow the morsel, just as she prepared to voice her concerns, Xinyan noticed that the Dream Eater had vanished from her side. A wave of exasperation washed over her. What peculiar creatures were these? With no other recourse, she resolved to subtly alert Li Mukin, just as she had done previously. Gathering her courage, Xinyan reached for another piece of snack and approached Li Mukin, who was engrossed in a video game. She offered the treat with an air of endearment, cautiously inquiring, Second brother, would you like to have this? Her sweet, melodious voice was likely to charm anyone. However, Li Mukin responded with palpable impatience, barking at her, No, go away. Observing this, the eldest brother, Li Muxing, quickly approached to soothe Xinyan's feelings, saying, Yuanbao, do not pay attention to your second brother. He is notoriously ungrateful, always preferring the hard approach over the soft. Perhaps a good scolding from Grandpa would do him some good. The third brother, Li Maheo, also joined them, gently ruffling Xinyan's hair and adding with a smile, Yuanbao, what eldest brother said is true. If second brother ignores you in the future, you should also ignore him. If you wish to play, come find third brother. I will gladly keep you company. The little darling raised her cherubic face, glancing at her gentle elder brother and then at her cheerful third brother. She bit her lip lightly and, with a sweet, childish voice, expressed her desire to convey a message to her second brother. Upon hearing this, both Li Muxing and Li Moheo were momentarily taken aback. It seemed utterly unexpected that, despite the second brother's transgressions, their little sister still wished to engage with him. Such an innocent and pure-hearted little angel evoked an uncontrollable sense of affection. Do not worry. Speak your mind. If he dares to show you a cold shoulder, your elder brother shall teach him a lesson, Li Muxing asserted, taking his sister's small hand and leading her to Li Mukin's side, providing her with support. With their elder brother present, Li Mukin dared not drive little Xinyan away. He feigned concentration on his game, ignoring her. Little Xinyan hesitantly parted her lips, her voice soft and sweet as she advised, Second brother, It would be wise not to watch anything terrifying before bed, lest you be plagued by nightmares. Remember this well. At her words, Li Mukin's gaming actions faltered momentarily, and he glanced sideways at the little darling. What a lunatic, he scoffed disdainfully, brazenly retorting, "Are you attempting to curse me like you did our mother? Let me warn you, I fear neither heaven nor earth." Chapter 26. Brothers competing for affection. His attitude was decidedly arrogant. Little Xinyan furrowed her brows, momentarily at a loss for how to continue her well-meaning admonition to the second brother. What a stubborn individual he was, leaving one helpless in such a situation. Yuanbao? Pay him no mind. Elder brother Li Muxing observed that little Yuanbao was being treated coldly and promptly came to her rescue, taking her small hand in his. Good intentions are often mistaken for foolishness. Let him be. We shall not concern ourselves with him. After speaking, he cast a disapproving glance at Li Mukin. Li Mukin was taken aback. Was this truly his elder brother? Why did he always seem to side with others? However, it wasn't just the elder brother who was inclined to favor Yuanbao. Even his younger brother, Li Muheo, was equally partial. Li Muheo deliberately raised his voice and earnestly cautioned little Xinyan. Second brother is like a dog biting LV Dongbin, unable to recognize a good heart. You should keep your distance from him. In that moment, it appeared as though everyone was rallying around the little girl. Watching his brothers act like they were worthless made Li Mukin huff in indignation, perplexed as to why they were so enamored with just one sister. Is she truly that delightful? He scoffed. Rest assured, he would never genuinely be smitten. This conviction bolstered his confidence. Li Mukin continued to lower his head, engrossed in his game, while his good brothers surrounded little Xinyan, helping her acclimate to the Li family's environment. Elder brother Li Muxing lovingly fed her a piece of cheese pastry, gently advising, Yuanbao, if second brother bullies you again, do not be afraid. You must tell big brother, and I shall teach him a lesson. As the eldest among the 7 brothers, he felt it was imperative to maintain a modicum of authority. Moreover, the second brother, Li Mukin, holds a profound reverence for his elder brother, Li Muxing. He keenly observed that little Xinyan was somewhat choking on her snacks, prompting the third brother, Li Muheo, to swiftly offer her a cup of water. As he gently patted her back, he cheerfully remarked, Xinyan, although third brother cannot compete with second brother, I can certainly point out his shortcomings. Even grandfather praises me for my eloquence. Little Xinyan nodded obediently while sipping from the cup. At that moment, the fourth brother, Li Muhan, also leaned towards his sister, displaying an endearing little fong as he smiled, and said, Xinyan, whenever you feel bored, you can come to find fourth brother. I will play with you. The fifth brother, Li Mufeng, generously added, Xinyan, you can also come to find fifth brother. I have a treasure trove of delightful snacks we can enjoy together. It is worth noting that fifth brother rarely allows anyone to partake in his cherished treats, making his willingness to share with his sister quite astonishing. Even the second brother, Li Mukin, who was engrossed in a game nearby, found it hard to believe the level of indulgence towards that little girl. The sixth brother, Li Mushin, was equally eager to share his beloved possessions, gazing at his sister with warmth as he inquired, Xinyan, do you enjoy watching anime? Sixth brother will introduce you to Monkey D. Luffy. The character of Luffy from One Piece is his utmost favorite. Each brother displayed growing enthusiasm, seemingly vying for their sister's affection and striving to capture her undivided attention. In a moment, seventh brother Li Mujuan felt a pang of jealousy, and his gaze turned noticeably vigilant. He earnestly addressed Xinyan, saying, Yuan, you must remember that I am your true brother. From now on, in matters of food, drink, and leisure, you must prioritize me. As Yuan was now his sister on the same household register, she was indeed his biological sister. Thus, it was only natural for Yuan to grow closer to her true brother, while others should step aside. Upon hearing seventh brother Li Mujuan's words, the other brothers instantly became displeased. Seventh brother, our sister is not solely yours. You cannot monopolize her. Indeed, she is our shared sister, and we wish to enjoy food and leisure with her as well. Yuan, do not listen to your seventh brother. We are all your true brothers, and we are one family united. Yuan is my biological sister, and I am her true brother, which distinguishes me from the rest of you. Li Mujuan crossed his arms and stated unequivocally, in terms of kinship, my bond with Yuan is closer, while yours is more distant. We share a deeper connection, whereas you are more estranged. He was resolute. He was the brother closest to his sister. However, the other siblings vehemently disagreed with his assertions, expressing their discontent. Seventh brother, your words are misguided. Grandfather has always emphasized that we are a loving family. Do you intend to go against grandfather's wishes? Old 7. In our family, we do not distinguish between close or distant kin. Even though Yanbao is your biological sister living under the same household registration, it does not imply that she is any less dear to us. She is our sister as well, and we wish to cherish her just the same. In an instant, the brothers began to bicker animatedly. Little Yanbao glanced from one to another, hoping to dissuade them from arguing, yet found herself without the opportunity to interject. Just as the little darling appeared bewildered, the patriarch of the Li family approached. The previously noisy Li brothers fell silent in an instant, collectively adopting a docile demeanor as they greeted their grandfather in unison. Even Li Mukin, engrossed in a team game, instinctively halted his battle to present himself obediently. However, the elder of the Li family paid them no mind, striding straight to little Xinyan, bending down to scoop her up and carry her away. Yanbao, come with grandfather. We cannot linger too long with these little rascals. Their stinky feet will surely offend our senses. The 7 little rascals of the Li family protested, Grandfather, our feet do not smell at all. Please do not speak such nonsense. We must maintain our impeccable image in our sister's eyes. Once in his study, the elder placed little Xinyan down. Yet, being of advanced age, he found the brief embrace of a 3.5-year-old rather taxing. I am not as capable as I once was. Little Xinyan curiously surveyed her surroundings and, somewhat perplexed, turned to her grandfather and asked, Grandpa, why have you brought me into the study? The elderly patriarch of the Li family gazed at her with kind eyes and inquired with a smile, My dear, do you know how to write your own name? Little Xinyan shook her small head and candidly replied, No, Mother has only taught me to recognize a few simple characters, but she has never taught me to write. It seems that Mother cannot write Chinese characters. The characters she has written are entirely different from those she taught me to recognize. Although her mother taught her to recognize Chinese characters, the handwritten characters bore no resemblance to the Chinese characters, resembling an entirely different script. The old gentleman smiled gently at the little one and asked once more, Shall I teach you how to write your name now? As the child was already 3.5 years old, it was indeed time for her to begin preschool and learn to write her name. Upon hearing her grandfather's words, little Xinyan's eyes brightened instantly, and she eagerly nodded, exclaiming, Yes. Chapter 27. Learning to write a name dear. Writing requires precision and balance. Each stroke must be deliberate. You must remember that the culture of Chinese characters is profound and extensive. Even writing your name can be accomplished in various styles. As the elder spoke, he prepared a sheet of rice paper on the desk, took a brush from the stand, dipped it in ink, and skillfully inscribed the 3 characters Li Xinyan in a flowing script. With a fluid motion, the strokes were powerful and decisive. Standing quietly by, the little Xinyan watched the old gentleman write, and couldn't help but clap her tiny hands in admiration, exclaiming, Wow, Grandpa's handwriting is so beautiful. Indeed, it was exquisite. After all, the elder of the Li family was a renowned calligrapher within their circle. Even his anonymous works could fetch a handsome price at auction, a testament to his remarkable skill. Yet, despite the accolades from the little darling, the old gentleman felt a deep sense of gratification. This was not merely writing. It was an art form. As he set down his brush and awaited the ink to dry, the elder solemnly instructed Xinyan, calligraphy requires tranquility and focus. It cultivates one's character and patience, helping to overcome impulsive tendencies. It nurtures the mind and spirit, fostering a calm demeanor and enhancing overall well-being. The old gentleman had a profound appreciation for traditional culture and placed great importance on instilling these values in the younger generation. With her big, clear eyes blinking in understanding, little Xinyan sincerely remarked, Calligraphy is so impressive. Can Yin learn to write like that too? Taken aback by such an unexpected request, the elder's expression shifted to one of unmistakable delight. Of course, if you have an interest in calligraphy, dear Yin, Grandpa would be delighted to teach you. Upon hearing this, Xinyan's eyes sparkled with joy, her sweet, tender voice chiming, Grandpa, Yin loves calligraphy. I want to write beautiful characters just like you. The child is indeed teachable. Truly teachable. The elder of the Li family smiled broadly, filled with delight as he affectionately patted the little one's head, his eyes crinkling with joy as he remarked, Yanbao is such an eager and diligent learner, unlike your brothers, none of whom are willing to devote themselves to the art of calligraphy. Each one is more playful than the last, especially your second brother, who often leaves me with a throbbing headache. The second son, Li Mukin, had always been a mischievous rascal, rarely engaging in anything commendable. Whenever chaos erupted at home, he was invariably involved. At school, he frequently stirred up trouble, and his teachers often lamented, "Li Mukin, please have your parents visit the school at their earliest convenience." The mere mention of him caused the elder of the Li family to furrow his brow in exasperation. Noticing her grandfather's furrowed brow, little Xinyan quickly chimed in, "Grandpa, if you ever have a headache again, just tell me, and I will help you feel better." Her sweet, tender voice possessed a remarkable healing quality, instantly transforming the elder's countenance from grim to bright. "What a well-behaved child. Your thoughtfulness brings great comfort to me, dear." The elder of the Li family patiently guided little Xinyan in writing her name, stroke by stroke, demonstrating remarkable diligence. Xinyan proved to be quite clever. After practicing just a few times under her grandfather's tutelage, she mastered the most challenging character, Li, and swiftly learned the remaining two characters. Li Xinyan, henceforth. This will be her name. The elder of the Li family seemed to recall something significant, his expression turning earnest as he gazed intently into little Xinyan's eyes, solemnly stating, "Xinyan, the decision to change your surname is made for your convenience in future schooling. Should you wish to retain your original surname, do not hesitate to express this to your grandfather. Aside from your academic endeavors, you are free to continue using your former surname." The Li family holds the utmost respect for Xiao Xinyan's choices and will never impose the surname Li upon you, nor will they compel you to forget your previous kin. Now that Xinyan has become a member of the Li family, it is fitting for her to adopt the surname Li, a name she has come to cherish. Li, meaning dawn, evokes in Xiaoxin Yin an instinctive recollection of the radiant sun at daybreak, symbolizing warmth and hope. It is as if her parents have suddenly entered her life, rescuing her from the fate of abandonment and bestowing upon her boundless optimism. The venerable elder of the Li family exhaled softly, unable to resist the urge to pinch his precious granddaughter's cheek, his eyes brimming with affection. "Well then," he said, "from now on, our Xinyan shall be known as Li Xinyan, our family's sole little treasure. Henceforth, she belongs to the Li family, and none shall take her away." "Yes," she replied eagerly. "Now, let us continue practicing writing your name." The elder continued to teach Xiaoxin Yin how to inscribe her name while introducing her to the art of calligraphy. Having discerned her innate talent, with proper guidance, she might achieve remarkable success. As they observed their sister diligently practicing with a brush in hand, the brothers of the Li family were collectively astonished. "Yinbao, you Haven T started learning calligraphy from Grandpa, have you?" Elder brother Li Muxing stared in astonishment as his younger sister elegantly inscribed her name with a brush. Little Xinyan Yin nodded, beaming at her brother as she proclaimed, "Yin Yin adores practicing calligraphy. Each time I pen my name more beautifully, it fills me with a profound sense of accomplishment." Elder brother Li Muxing found it utterly incredulous. "Don't you think writing with a brush is a rather tedious endeavor?" "Not at all," Yin Yin replied with enthusiasm. "I find great joy in the art of calligraphy. Moreover, Grandpa says that calligraphy is a treasure of our nation's traditional culture, worthy of our inheritance. He also mentioned that a person's character can be reflected in their writing. Those who can craft beautiful letters are typically not of a dubious nature." Indeed, the elderly had extolled the virtues of calligraphy to little Xinyan, who had become thoroughly enamored with his teachings. Grandpa had finally discovered his little apprentice. Once burdened by Grandpa's insistence on learning calligraphy, Li Muxing couldn't help but give his sister a thumbs up. "Little dumpling, you have a promising future ahead." At that moment, Li Muxing suddenly noticed a wound on little Xinyan's right index finger, resembling a gash. His heart skipped a beat as he anxiously inquired, "Yinbao, what happened to your hand?" In the sunlight, a stark wound marred little Xinyan's delicate finger, approximately 1 centimeter in length, appearing quite deep, with the flesh around the edge raised and glaring blood congealed upon it. Upon seeing her sister's wound, Li Muxing's brows furrowed tightly, and a distinct sorrow welled up in her eyes. Xinyan, upon hearing her elder brother's inquiry, lowered her gaze to examine her hand, remaining utterly composed and seemingly unconcerned. "Oh, are you referring to this cut? It's nothing, not painful at all." With that, the little darling flashed a radiant smile at her brother, even taking the moment to comfort him, saying, "I'm not quite sure when I got this. By the time I noticed, it hardly hurt anymore. Such a trivial injury means nothing to me." She patted her small chest like a little hero, exuding an air of fearless bravery. However, upon hearing her words, Li Muxing's expression darkened further. "Nothing at all. If this wound were on your second brother, he would have been howling in distress long ago." Despite Li Mukin's usual appearance as a stalwart man, he could be more dramatic than anyone when the situation called for it, likely due to Liang Xuanling's boundless pampering of him. He was, in essence, a paper tiger, imposing in appearance but fragile at heart. After a moment of lamenting her second brother, Li Muxing seemed to sense something amiss and turned to her sister, asking, "Do not tell me you have endured injuries worse than this before." "Oh yes. Getting hurt is quite routine for me," Xinyan said in an incredibly casual tone, expressing the most heart-wrenching sentiment with a blissfully innocent demeanor. Completely accustomed to the world's cruelty towards her, Li Muxing was unaware of the trials his younger sister had endured, yet upon hearing her words, he felt an unbearable heaviness in his heart. What a pitiable little soul. He vowed never to let her suffer again, nor to allow her to perceive pain as a matter of course, even refraining from the simplest expression of discomfort. He gently took the brush from Xinyan's hands and placed it on the nearby stand, guiding her into the living room to sit obediently on the sofa while he attended to her. Not long after, he returned with a family first aid kit. Kneeling beside Xinyan to tend to her wounds. "Let me take care of your injury," he said, concern lacing his tone. "Your wound is quite serious if left untreated. It could become infected, which is exceedingly painful and might even lead to a fever." As he spoke, he carefully opened the kit and retrieved iodine and cotton, beginning to cleanse her injury. Although the iodine was not inherently painful, Li Muxing instinctively softened his touch, fearful of causing his sister any discomfort. He glanced up at Xinyan, continuing in a gentle, persuasive tone. "So, my dear Yanbao, you must always remember to inform your family when you are hurt. You should tell your brothers. Do not endure it alone, all right?" Upon hearing her elder brother's words, Xinyan nodded obediently, her voice sweet and innocent as she replied. "But Yanran truly doesn't feel any pain." She spoke candidly and straightforwardly, devoid of any pretense. Li Muxing furrowed her brow with concern. "Silly girl, the pain you experience now pales in comparison to the more severe wounds you have endured in the past. Yet even in the absence of pain, it is essential for you to articulate your injuries and learn to rely on your family, particularly your brothers. She has become the cherished darling of the Li family, no longer needing to bear the weight of everything alone, nor feigning strength. She is entitled to be capricious, to indulge in affection, to voice her grievances, and to express her discontent. She can, indeed, be an ordinary child, freely displaying her emotions. Moreover, she can embrace the role of a delicate little sister, leaning on her brothers for support. As the eldest brother, Li Muxing assures little Xinyan that all her brothers stand ready to be her steadfast pillars of support. Upon hearing her brother's words, little Xinyan was momentarily taken aback. No one had ever spoken to her in such a manner before. Whenever she was hurt, she would often conceal her injuries from her mother, not wanting to cause her worry, which meant that no one had ever helped her tend to her wounds. At times, when a cut bled, she would follow the advice of the village elders, sprinkling fine sand from the earth onto her injury to staunch the bleeding. Even when the pain was intense, she would stifle her cries. Thus, Li Muxing's words opened the door to a new world for little Xinyan. Pouting her rosy lips, she cautiously asked her elder brother, if Xinyan truly feels pain, can she cry out in discomfort? Of course. Why shouldn't one cry out in pain? Li Muxing widened his eyes slightly, responding to Xiao Xinyan with a hint of bewilderment. Xiao Xinyan's voice was somewhat muffled as she explained. When Yanbao was bullied by those children in the village, if she cried out in pain, they would strike even harder, causing her more suffering. Hence, she dared not scream. Li Muxing found himself momentarily at a loss for words to comfort Xiao Yanbao. His eyes visibly reddened, and after a brief silence, he resolutely declared, "From now on, with your brothers backing you up, no one shall dare to bully our Yanbao." Upon hearing this, Xiao Xinyan was momentarily taken aback. Sunlight streamed through the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm halo around her. The sun illuminated her delicate face, giving it a rosy hue reminiscent of a fresh and delectable peach, evoking an irresistible urge to take a playful bite of her chubby cheeks. As she quietly observed her older brother gently affixing a cartoon-patterned band-aid around her finger, Xiao Xinyan suddenly smiled, her eyes sparkling with joy as she sweetly mused, "Having brothers is truly wonderful." Haraha. Early in the morning, an irresistibly infectious laughter echoed through the Li family estate, rousing even the slumbering little white cat from its dreams. With an annoyed meow, it rose to seek a quieter spot for its rest. The laughter successfully summoned the entire Li family, who gathered in the living room of the estate. The laughter, enchanting as a magical melody, was conjured by him. The members of the Li family furrowed their brows. However, Li Qichen, brimming with excitement, declared to everyone, "I have won the lottery." As he pointed at himself with fervor, he continued to emphasize, "Can you believe it? I, Li Qichen, have actually won. This is unprecedented." Observing Li Qichen laughing exuberantly once more, the patriarch of the Li family scowled deeply, his expression darkening. What madness is he indulging in again? He then issued a curt command to the family servants. "Take him away, confine him to the small black room, and let him out only when he has regained his composure." Chapter 29. Uncle actually won the lottery. With a cold command, the patriarch turned to leave. Each time he witnessed Li Qichen's erratic behavior, it caused him considerable distress. Out of sight, out of mind. Yet, Li Qichen seemed eager to earn his grandfather's approval. Calling out to the old man's retreating figure, "Father, I am perfectly lucid. I am not unwell." He paused momentarily, realizing something was amiss, and added, "No, that's not right. My mind has never been in disarray. I am not insane. I have merely been plagued by a stroke of bad luck due to a misfortunate individual." This sentiment had been expressed by Li Qichen on numerous occasions, yet none within the Li family were willing to believe him. Even the matriarch of the Li family, who dotes on him, believes her son's mind is somewhat unhinged. If fortune has forsaken you, how could you possibly win a prize? It seems inconceivable. The elder Mr. Li shot a weary glance at Li Qichen, truly disinclined to engage with him any further. His expectations for Li Qichen were quite simple. He merely needed to cooperate with the doctors to receive treatment and refrain from wandering about, frightening others. Nevertheless, Li Qichen stubbornly insisted on proving his normalcy, which led to a plethora of disturbances. Chaos reigned, and the household was far from tranquil. The elder Mr. Li felt as if Li Qichen were not merely beset by misfortune, but that he himself embodied the very essence of bad luck. Since 3 years ago, Li Qichen's fortunes had taken a downturn, as if all the world's calamities were destined to befall him. An incident as trivial as being splattered with bird droppings in the park, which would send his aunt into a fit, had become a stroke of luck for him. The misadventures that Li Qichen encountered were increasingly bizarre. Discovering his instant noodles devoid of seasoning packets, finding the toilet paper absent from the public restroom, and having his driving license revoked out of the blue while cruising leisurely. Even when his car was parked by the roadside, he faced accidents, bearing the brunt of the blame, and encountered a belligerent fraudster who absconded with all his pocket money. After leasing his apartment to another, he received a notification from the police the very next day. The tenant had turned his residence into a venue for gambling. Due to the rent being paid through a bank transfer, his account was also frozen, rendering it unusable. Yet, this was not the pinnacle of his misfortunes. For Li Qichen, there is no such thing as the worst luck. There is only luck that can worsen. A well-intentioned favor for an old classmate spiraled into a severe betrayal, compelling him to assist in repaying debts, and he found himself on the receiving end of a lawsuit from the creditors, nearly landing in reform. In an attempt to drown his sorrows at a bar, he attracted unwanted attention due to his striking appearance. Facing not only harassment but also a perilous encounter that nearly cost him his dignity, he was left bewildered, pondering who he had offended to warrant such a string of calamities. It was only on that fateful day when he perceived the ominous presence of a balding harbinger of misfortune hovering above him that he experienced a moment of clarity. Li Qichen realized he was not the universe's chosen victim of bad luck. Rather, he was a hapless soul ensnared by a mischievous spirit of misfortune. From that moment onward, in his desperate bid to escape this relentless string of misfortunes, he began to plead with the spirit to distance itself from him. As others were oblivious to the spirit's existence, Li Qichen's daily conversations with the entity rendered him seemingly eccentric and distinctly abnormal. Thus, he became labeled as mentally unstable. Accepting his fate, he resigned himself to the possibility of being haunted by this spirit for a lifetime, enduring perpetual misfortune. Nevertheless, he refused to relinquish his quest to prove that he was not insane. Even in the face of unending adversity, he was determined to maintain his integrity. That was until he encountered the young girl who had just arrived at the Li household. She, like him, was able to perceive the existence of misfortune. In that moment, Li Qichen felt as though his world had been illuminated. A heartfelt lament echoed within him, as he yearned to find a kindred spirit in this vast expanse. It was only after encountering that little girl that Li Qichen realized he no longer seemed to be plagued by misfortune. His deliveries were no longer pilfered, and a traffic officer contacted him, offering assistance in reinstating his driving license. The old classmate who had wronged him was apprehended by the police. To ascertain whether his luck was indeed changing, Li Qichen decided to purchase a lottery ticket. Initially, he approached it with a mere sense of experimentation. Yet he was astounded to discover that he had won. I truly have won. If you don't believe me, just look. Li Qichen eagerly presented his winning ticket to the members of the Li family. Look quickly. I scratched and won $5. A radiant smile adorned his face, as if he had won 5 million rather than a mere $5. For him, the joy of winning $5 was comparable to that of winning 5 million. Since the onset of his misfortunes, he had been on a path of losses, never having earned a single penny. This $5 symbolized more than mere currency. It represented the dawn of his transformation. Li Qichen resolved to prove his normalcy, asserting that he was not insane, merely more unfortunate than others. In the end, it was simply a matter of winning $5. The members of the Li family exchanged glances, rendered speechless. They were filled with countless thoughts, yet at that moment, they found themselves at a loss for words. Aside from Xinyan, the others still regarded Li Qichen as peculiar. The eldest brother, Li Muxing, shielded Xinyan behind him and spoke soothingly. Xinyan, do not be afraid. Fourth uncle is merely a bit different from the average person. Third brother, Li Muheo, offered Xinyan a reassuring glance, saying, rest assured, fourth uncle will not resort to violence. He is far more civilized than the typical individual suffering from mental illness. Fourth brother, Li Muhan, gently ruffled Xinyan's hair, adding, Xinyan, fourth uncle often behaves this way. You will grow accustomed to it, for he treats us quite well. Fifth brother, Li Mufeng, likewise addressed Xinyan. Xinyan, when fourth uncle is in a normal state, he is indeed quite normal. At times, he even brings us delightful treats. Sixth brother, Li Mushin, cautioned Xinyan. Xinyan, it would be wise to maintain some distance from fourth uncle. He can be rather intimidating when he has an episode. Seventh brother, Li Mujiwen, nodded in agreement, earnestly advising Xinyan. Xinyan, fourth uncle has some issues with his mind. It is best not to get too close, lest others think you share his afflictions. Upon hearing her brother's well-meaning warnings, Xinyan tilted her head slightly, biting her lip in silence. She seemed to hold a different perspective from her brothers. In her eyes, fourth uncle was indeed normal. It was merely that he possessed something invisible to others, which led them to perceive him as eccentric, akin to someone unhinged. Her soft, sweet voice was pure and untainted by any impurities. The brothers were momentarily taken aback, seemingly finding some merit in her words. At this moment, Xinyan had turned to gaze in the direction of her fourth uncle. Today, her fourth uncle appeared remarkably different from their first encounter. Upon closer observation, the little milk dumpling was pleasantly surprised to discover that the bald entity, which had previously been perched on her uncle's shoulder, was no longer swinging there. Where could it have gone? Chapter 30. A glimmer of hope. The absence of the bald entity evoked a sense of nostalgia. However, with it no longer residing on her uncle, where could it possibly be? Xinyan had previously heard from the dream-eating beast that misfortune spirits generally needed to attach themselves to a living host and could not stray too far from their host for extended periods, lest it be detrimental to themselves. A severe backlash could ensue. The dream-eating beast had also mentioned that the original misfortune spirits were not like this. They could detach from their hosts and exist independently. They merely needed to feed off the energy released by humans experiencing misfortunes to thrive blissfully. Yet, much like the dream-eating beast's clan, they seemed to have been cursed, resulting in their current plight. Now that the bald entity had indeed detached from its host, could it be that the curse binding it had been lifted? As Xinyan pondered deeply, she heard Li Qichen's voice once again echoing in the Li family's living room. Perhaps you cannot comprehend why I am elated over winning $5 in the lottery. But I am acutely aware that this $5 represents a pivotal opportunity for the reawakening of my life. Li Qichen was evidently overwhelmed with excitement, his voice trembling. His eyes were rimmed with red, and a sheen of moisture covered his ebony pupils. The heavens had not forsaken him. His fortunes would surely improve, and he would attain a life akin to that of an ordinary person, compelling all to regard him with newfound respect. For most, being a normal individual is taken for granted. However, for Li Qichen, it has long been a cherished aspiration. Yet, his current state appeared abnormal to the members of the Li family. Perhaps they should consult another physician to assess his mental state. The elderly patriarch of the Li family furrowed his brow, scrutinizing Li Qichen for a considerable time before letting out a deep sigh and turning to depart. He remained utterly indifferent to the news of Li Qichen's lottery win. Watching the patriarch's retreating figure, A flicker of dismay uncontrollably flashed in Li Qiqin's eyes. The grandfather, who once held high hopes for him, even personally guiding him as the future heir of the Li family, now regarded him with disappointment. Li Qiqin wished for nothing more than to change this unfortunate circumstance. He had grown weary of being plagued by misfortune. It seemed that no one wished to share in his joy of winning, nor did anyone believe in his normalcy. Anticipating such an outcome, Li Qiqin helplessly raised his hands in resignation, feigning indifference. However, beneath the surface, a hint of despondence flickered in his gaze. In the absence of anyone to celebrate with him, he resolved to commemorate his victory alone. Li Qiqin's lips curled into a self-mocking arc, yet in the next moment, he lifted his chin proudly, facing the sunlight. His character remained remarkably resilient, steadfastly believing that after the storm, a rainbow would surely appear. It was with this mindset that he managed to endure thus far. Were it any ordinary person, enduring 3 consecutive years of misfortune, compounded by the torment of a wretched spirit from another realm, it would surely drive them to madness. Upon reflection, Li Qiqin felt an undeniable sense of pride in himself. Under the sun, his once listless eyes suddenly sparkled with vitality. As the malevolent spirit departed from him, his spirit began to rejuvenate gradually. Just as Li Qiqin lifted his foot, prepared to step out of the Li family's living room, a small hand suddenly tugged at the hem of his garment. Feeling the pull, he halted, turning to glance at the little one who had grasped his clothing. Little Xinyan blinked her large, watery eyes, tilting her face upwards, gazing at him unblinkingly. Her eyes were exquisite, reminiscent of blossoming peach petals, with the outer corners curving upward in a naturally playful manner, akin to a mischievous kitten. Her gaze was pure, seemingly untouched by the world, clear and luminous, brimming with spirit. Li Qiqin felt an inexplicable fondness for this little girl. Perhaps it was because, like him, she could also perceive that ill-fated specter. She was, after all, the first in a long time to genuinely believe in his words. Gazing at the little girl for a while, Li Qiqin unconsciously turned around, kneeling before the small bundle of joy, aligning his gaze with hers. Little one, it seems we meet again. How have you been living here? Has anyone been troublesome or bullied you? Li Qiqin could not resist reaching out to gently pat the little girl's head, his eyes filled with tenderness. If anyone dares to bother you, just tell your fourth uncle. He will stand up for you. The petite cherub, soft and adorable, evoked an irresistible urge to protect her. Thank you, fourth uncle. The little girl, Xinyan, politely and obediently responded, before sweetly adding, congratulations, fourth uncle, on winning the grand prize. I believe fortune will surely smile upon you from now on. Upon hearing this, Li Qiqin was momentarily taken aback. It astonished him that someone would sincerely congratulate him over a mere $5 prize. And the earnestness behind her words struck a chord within him. Instantly, his eyes grew warm, and his nose tinged with emotion, almost prompting tears to well up. However, as a man, he refrained from shedding tears, especially in front of such a delicate little one. As her fourth uncle, he still held a sense of pride. Li Qiqin took a deep breath, stifling the tears that threatened to spill. Thank you. You truly are a sweet little darling with an angelic heart. He sincerely expressed to Xinyan. Her heartfelt congratulations had indeed brought him solace. Fourth uncle, please do not be too polite with Xinyan. With a playful glimmer in her eyes, Xinyan smiled innocently, because we are family. Family members do not speak as strangers. We must support, assist, and encourage one another. Moreover, what Xinyan says is the truth. Fourth uncle's fortune is gradually improving. Upon hearing this, Li Qiqin was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly realizing that this little girl before him was no ordinary child, she possessed a remarkable gift. Have you discovered something? Li Qiqin inquired softly, leaning closer to Xinyan. The little cherub edged closer to Li Qiqin and whispered, Fourth uncle, the ominous presence surrounding you has vanished, and the dark aura that once enveloped you has significantly diminished. Everything is gradually getting better. You must persevere. Indeed, over the past few days, Li Qiqin had not encountered that bothersome misfortune. When had this change begun? The adorable little girl appeared no different from any other young human. Yet, since their last encounter at the Li family estate, Li Qiqin had distinctly felt a refreshing change within himself. It must surely be connected to this little cherub before him. Suddenly overcome with excitement, Li Qiqin lost his composure. Scooping Xinyan into his embrace and spinning around, exclaiming joyfully, There is hope. There is hope. I am saved. He resembled a child in sheer delight. Witnessing this scene, the elder brothers of the Li family were left pale with shock. Chapter 31. the fortunate lottery in the eyes of the other members of the Li family. Li Qiqin's current behavior is akin to that of a madman, as he cradles little Xinyan in his arms. A sense of concern inevitably washes over everyone. What if he inadvertently loses his grip and lets the child tumble to the ground? Even the second brother, Li Muqin, finds himself unwittingly engulfed in worry. If the little girl were to fall on the floor and injure herself, it would necessitate the assistance of the household staff to clean up the mess. How terribly unfortunate that would be. The elder brothers of the Li family are the first to react, hastening towards their fourth uncle. The eldest, Li Muxing, beads of cold sweat dotting his forehead, strives to maintain his composure as he implores, "Fourth uncle, please remain calm. What you are holding is not a plush toy, but our little sister." The second brother, Li Muqin, with a hint of schadenfreude, adds, "Fourth uncle, should you accidentally drop her, you would be held legally accountable." The third brother, Li Muheo, pale with fright, begs, "Fourth uncle, please put our sister down. You are holding her too high. She might be frightened." The fourth brother, Li Muhan, swiftly seeks to divert the conversation. "Fourth uncle, didn't you want to show us your lottery ticket? Please, do share it with us." The fifth brother, Li Mufeng, echoes the sentiments of his elder brother, "Fourth uncle, I too am quite intrigued by your lottery ticket. Kindly set our sister down so we may take a look at it." The sixth brother, Li Mushin, feigns enthusiasm. "Indeed. Fourth uncle, congratulations on your win. By the way, I have yet to see what a winning lottery ticket looks like." Old 7, Li Mujuan, gazed at Xiao Xinyan with profound concern, particularly when he witnessed his fourth uncle tossing his sister into the air, his hand clearly slipping away from her. Li Mujuan's heart leapt to his throat, and in a flustered panic, he threatened his fourth uncle, "Uncle, please put my sister down immediately. If you don't, I shall summon grandfather." This declaration successfully captured Li Qiqin's attention. He skillfully caught the airborne Xiao Xinyan in his arms and turned to Old 7. Raising an eyebrow in amusement, "You, young rascal, seem quite bold. How dare you threaten your fourth uncle? I cannot stand idly by while my sister is in peril." Old 7 declared, puffing out his chest with righteous indignation. "I am Yanbao's brother. It is my duty to protect her." Such a small figure, yet brimming with spirit and manliness. Li Qiqin squinted his eyes slightly, admiration shimmering within. Truly, he was a commendable son, raised well by the third brother, embodying the essence of the Li family's men. Li Qiqin did not elaborate further, gently setting Xiao Xinyan down on the ground, ruffling her little head affectionately. "You have a wonderful group of brothers, which allows me to rest easy." As he spoke, he retrieved a winning lottery ticket from his pocket and handed it to Xiao Xinyan. "The last time I saw you, I did not present you with a proper gift. This time, though unprepared, I hope you will accept this. Isn't this the rare lottery ticket won by Uncle C? He should cherish it as a memento. Why gift it to Xinyan?" The little girl blinked her innocent, wide eyes, gazing at Li Qiqin with pure bewilderment. She understood him. She comprehended the unique significance this lottery ticket held for him. Li Qiqin felt a swell of emotion, convinced that gifting the ticket to Xiao Xinyan was indeed the right decision. It was precisely because of the ticket's special meaning that Uncle C chose to present it to Yanbao. Li Qiqin's eyes curved gently as he smiled. A warm breeze in spring. This was the only winning ticket Uncle C had encountered after years of misfortune. He believed it to be a harbinger of luck, destined to bring good fortune to Yanbao as well. Thus, it served as a talisman, bestowed upon the lovely child before him, in hopes of inviting auspicious tidings. Xiao Xinyan reached out to receive the ticket, cradling it delicately in her small hands. She gazed at it for a moment, treasuring it before placing it against her heart. "Thank you for the gift, Uncle C. Xinyan will surely cherish it." The little darling beamed at Li Qiqin, her smile revealing two adorable dimples that seemed to brim with sunshine and sweetness, radiating healing energy. In that instant, Li Qiqin felt as though his heart might melt. Had it not been for the swift actions of his elder brother and sister-in-law, he might have been tempted to adopt Xiao Xinyan as his daughter. To have such a soft, adorable girl as a daughter would be an extraordinary blessing, one that could only be earned through several lifetimes of virtue. How could anyone dare to bully such a delightful child? The depths of Li Qiqin's eyes seemed to flicker with a hint of coldness as he rose and approached Li Muqin, who was engrossed in a video game with his legs crossed. Li Muqin was oblivious to his uncle's approach, lost in the virtual world. It wasn't until his uncle placed a large hand firmly on his head that Li Muqin felt a sudden chill surge from the soles of his feet, coursing through his body like an electric current. He involuntarily shivered, his body trembling uncontrollably. The game was forgotten as he raised his gaze, panic etched on his face. to meet the smiling eyes of his uncle. "Are you playing?" Li Qichen inquired casually. Despite his uncle's smile, an oppressive aura surrounded him, evoking an involuntary sense of reverence. The members of the Li family seemed to have forgotten that before Li Qichen was deemed mentally unstable, he was groomed by the patriarch as the heir to the family legacy. Although he was the youngest son, he was also the one who brought the most satisfaction to the old man. In his days of normalcy, he garnered immense attention and influence, with the family's power largely resting in his hands. A promising youth, he basked in the glory of his potential. At that time, the Li family had no place for the eldest branch. The patriarch had never stated that the heir must be the eldest legitimate grandson. Rather, he prioritized individual capability. Whoever possessed the ability to uphold the entire Li clan was deemed worthy of becoming the family's successor. At that time, the most qualified individual was Li Qichen. Alas, though deemed mentally ill, Li Qichen's aura remained as formidable as ever when he adopted a serious demeanor. Li Muqin, feeling as if struck by an electric current, rose to his feet and respectfully greeted his fourth uncle. "Rest assured, your fourth uncle is in good health and will only continue to improve." Li Qichen maintained a warm smile, his eyes curving gently, exuding an amiable presence. His words seemed laden with significance. He placed a reassuring hand on Li Muqin's shoulder. Speaking in a calm tone, "You must treat Yanbao with kindness. She is now under my protection, and should I discover that she has been wronged, I will not easily forgive the transgressor." This statement was deliberately directed at Li Muqin, who had made his intentions regarding Xiao Xinyan all too apparent. It was likely the influence of his mother that had led him astray, causing him to follow a misguided path. That sister-in-law of his. Chapter 32. The perennial runner-up. Meanwhile, due to the fact that all properties acquired by the Li family were under the name of the family patriarch, no one was permitted to move in without his consent. Consequently, Liang Xuanling, who had moved out of the Li family estate in a fit of anger, found herself homeless. After enjoying a few days in a presidential suite at a five-star hotel, she suddenly discovered that all her bank cards had been frozen. The patriarch of the Li family was clearly intent on making her experience the consequences of her defection. The residence currently occupied by the Liang family was a gift from Li Chirui and was not under the patriarch's name. In his mind, a married daughter is akin to water spilled. There is no rationale for her to continue residing in her parental home after marriage. A daughter who is wed may offer unconditional assistance to her family of origin, yet she must never bring trouble upon them. It is only now that she has come to a profound realization. Her life of luxury is entirely due to the Li family, and the power remains firmly in the hands of the elder Li. With a mere utterance from him, all possessions, houses, cars, and wealth could vanish, leaving Liang Xuanling with nothing. Not exactly, but nearly so, Liang Xuanling remarked with a tone of casual dismissal. "I had a quarrel and was expelled from the Li estate by my father-in-law." Upon hearing this, her parents, Liang Feng and Li Shuping, were momentarily taken aback. The next moment, Li Shuping's sharp voice pierced the air of the living room. "Have you lost your senses? You are the eldest daughter-in-law of the Li family. How can you possibly move out? Are you not afraid that others will seize what rightfully belongs to you?" "I do not wish to leave," she protested. However, as she spoke, Li Shuping began to gather Liang Xuanling's belongings. The dignity she held as the eldest daughter-in-law would be irreparably tarnished. She would undoubtedly become the subject of ridicule from Zhong Jingyi, which she could not bear. Moreover, their family relied on Liang Xuanling for their livelihood. If she ceased to be the eldest daughter-in-law of the Li family, how would they sustain themselves? How could they continue to benefit from the Li family without legitimate means? The crux of the matter is that their only son is soon to wed. Liang Feng and Li Shuping were scheming in their minds, utterly indifferent to the embarrassment and predicament of Liang Xuanling. "Why must you provoke the Li family when you have a perfectly good life?" Li Shuping exclaimed, striking her thigh as she questioned her daughter. She genuinely feared that this heedless girl would jeopardize the happiness of their family. Because they conspired against me. When I wished to adopt Xinyan as my daughter, the old man vehemently opposed, insisting that the Li family had no need for a child of an external lineage to become a Li heiress. The mere mention of this incident ignited Liang Xuanling's ire. She huffed and continued. Yet, Li Qixing and Zhong Jingyi casually adopted a little girl from the countryside, and the old man was overjoyed, nearly spoiling her to the heavens. "I have objections, strong objections." Her grievances were genuine. Otherwise, she would not target Li Xinyan so pointedly. She could not fathom why that girl from the countryside was acceptable while her own niece, Lin Xining, was not. Li Shuping sighed. You are far too impulsive. Even if you harbor grievances against others, you must not display them so overtly. Liang Feng admonished. You must conceal your true thoughts within your heart, allowing others to guess your intentions. In a grand family like the Li's, you must possess more cunning and strategy. If you emerge to bully that child while the entire family dotes on her, you will undoubtedly become the target of collective ire. As the conversation unfolded, Liang Feng, seemingly caught up in his emotions, disregarded Liang Xuanling's feelings and bluntly remarked, You will never match your sister in terms of social conduct. Upon hearing these words, Liang Xuanling's emotions surged, ignited by yet another comparison to her sister. Throughout her life, it appeared that in her parents' eyes, she would always pale in comparison to her elder sibling. Indeed, in your hearts, I shall forever lag behind my sister. However, I am the one who sends you money each month, the one who facilitated your move from our hometown to this city, allowing you to reside in a new home, and the one who provides job opportunities for my brother. She stood defiantly against her parents, vociferously countering their assertions in a bid to validate her existence. Every item you consume, wear, or utilize, did I not procure it for you? And what has my sister done for you, aside from ingratiating herself before you? She incessantly extends her hand, seeking financial support. At her words, a flicker of guilt passed through Liang Feng and Li Shuping's eyes, yet their tongues remained obstinate. When has your sister ever asked us for money? Do not utter such nonsense. Liang Xuanling's eyes glistened with unshed tears as she coldly retorted. The Lin family is plagued by her husband's gambling addiction, accumulating insurmountable debts without a stable income. They rely solely on my sister for their sustenance. You, dear parents, hold her dearest among your children. It is utterly impossible for you to turn a blind eye to her plight. If my assumptions are correct, your monthly allowances are undoubtedly funneled to my sister for debt repayment. Because she was the firstborn, their unconditional favoritism towards her sister was ever apparent. The younger brother is the only male child in the family, and his parents shower him with endless indulgence and affection. Caught between her sister and brother, Liang Xuanling has always been the one overlooked, striving to be the most diligent, understanding, and obedient child in hopes of garnering even the slightest attention from her parents. Now, faced with difficulties and rendered homeless, she turns to her biological parents for refuge, only to be met with boundless impatience and a barrage of accusations. It is likely that her parents are entirely unaware of her favorite food. Wiping away her tears with determination, Liang Xuanling declares, Since you are unwilling to let me stay here, I shall leave immediately, and I won't trouble you any longer. With that, she begins to pack her belongings. Preparing to depart, she had expected her parents to feel a pang of guilt and stop her from leaving. However, the stark reality is disheartening. Not a single word of plea escaped their lips as she exited the community. Chapter 33. An incident occurred as Liang Xuanling drove. She called Li Chirue, who was on a business trip, bombarding him with questions. On the other end of the line, Li Chirue's deep, melodious voice inquired, What's wrong? Has something happened? Upon hearing this, Liang Xuanling erupted like a firecracker, her frustration igniting instantly. Wait a minute. I'm always left at home waiting for you. I've had enough of this aimless existence as a full-time housewife. I must go out and work. And you must arrange a position for me at the Li family's headquarters. Since Liang Xuanling married into the Li family, she has predominantly assumed the role of a full-time housewife. Though her daily activities consist of leisurely shopping and indulging in afternoon tea, she finds no joy in this languid existence. On the contrary, she harbors a deep envy for her sisters-in-law, Lu Wanran and Zhong Jingyi, both of whom have their own careers. Particularly, Zhong Jingyi has taken full charge of one of the subsidiaries of the Li Corporation. Among the three daughters-in-law, it is Zhong Jingyi who garners the most respect in the presence of the family patriarch and matriarch. Through recent events, Liang Xuanling has come to comprehend that relying on others for financial support is a burdensome endeavor. It is far more advantageous to wield power and wealth independently. However, her aspirations prompted a frown of concern from Li Chirue on the other end of the line, as he awkwardly remarked, Aling, entry into the headquarters requires an assessment. Without the elder's consent, no one can be casually arranged to enter. After all, the Li family remains firmly under the elder's authority. Upon hearing this, Liang Xuanling abruptly terminated the call, her mood spiraling into a state of furious agitation. Unable to contain her emotions, she pressed the accelerator to its limit, her vehicle hurtling down the highway. As she approached an intersection, her ire clouded her judgment, causing her to overlook the suddenly illuminated red light. Unimpeded, she barreled forward. Just as she was about to run the red light, a red truck abruptly entered her field of vision. Her eyes widened in terror, and a cacophony of screeching brakes filled the air, but it was too late. Meanwhile, at the Lee family estate, the venerable elder of the Lee family reclined in a bamboo rocking chair, indulging in the melodious strains of Peking opera while basking in the warm sunlight, exuding an air of tranquility and contentment. Beside him, young Xinyan nestled in a child-sized rocking chair, accompanying her grandfather in his enjoyment of the opera and the son's embrace. The bond between the grandfather and granddaughter was truly remarkable, as both shared a profound appreciation for traditional culture. Under the elder's nurturing influence, little Xinyan had developed a fondness for the art of calligraphy, a love for Peking opera, and could even hum a few charming notes herself, her voice sweet and endearing. At that moment, the duo was engrossed in the opera The Silk Pouch, the enchanting melodies filling the air with nostalgia. In my youth, I too indulged in caprice. Yet now, even if I do not recall the past, such musings seem to echo a lesson from the heavens. Dear girl, your current life seems rather pleasant. As young Xinyan was lost in the allure of the opera, a familiar voice suddenly pierced her reverie. Slowly, she opened her eyes to find an unattractive figure hovering before her. Indeed, it was that unfortunate spirit who had previously possessed her uncle, Lee Kitchen. The little girl wrinkled her nose in distaste as the bald figure boasted, "You ought to express your gratitude for my assistance in driving away that bothersome woman." Bothersome woman? It seemed he was referring to her aunt. Young Xinyan could not recall ever requesting the bald one to dismiss her aunt. How presumptuous and annoying. With a haughty turn of her head, she chose to ignore him. The bald figure persisted, drifting back to the little milk bundle, exclaiming triumphantly, "My dear lady, are you dissatisfied? Do you believe that woman's misfortune is insufficient? Worry not. Today, she shall suffer doubly. Once I assist you in delivering a severe punishment to her. Do remember to return the favor." "What punishment?" Xiao Xinyan furrowed her brow, about to inquire further, only to find the bald figure had vanished, leaving her in bewildered silence. Old Master Li, noticing the little milk bundle's change in demeanor, reached out to gently pat her head, inquiring softly, "Yuanbao, what troubles you? Are you bored listening to Grandpa's stories?" The little one displayed a certain taste. This delighted old Master Li, who playfully poked the soft cheek of the little one. "Shall Grandpa take you to the theater to enjoy a performance? Experiencing it live is even more thrilling." Upon hearing this, the little milk bundle's eyes sparkled with excitement. Eagerly nodding yes, going to the theater sounds like an adventure. Thus, old Master Li promptly organized the entire family for a trip to the theater, where a classic performance was scheduled for that very day. Seizing the moment, they set off without delay, bustling with arrangements. By the time the Li family realized what was happening, they had already boarded the vehicle heading to the theater. Li Muxing looked at her brothers with a puzzled expression. "Why must we all go to the theater?" Li Mukin let out a discontented huff, lamenting, "It's all Grandpa's fault for indulging that little girl. To please her, we all have to tag along." Li Muheo cast a sidelong glance at his elder brother, teasingly replying, "Oh, come now, second brother, you could always opt out. Of course. That is, if you can endure Grandpa's disciplinary measures." Li Muhan felt an inexplicable thrill. "I've never heard Peking opera before. I can't believe my first experience will be at the Grand Theater. It sounds rather impressive." Li Mufeng asked with eager anticipation, "Will there be refreshments and tea provided at the theater? If so, that could be quite delightful." Li Mushin solemnly remarked. Peking opera is a traditional art form that has gained significant popularity recently. We are fortunate to accompany Grandpa to the theater, all thanks to our sister. Li Mujuan glanced in the direction of her second brother, pointedly stating, "If anyone is reluctant to attend, they are welcome to disembark from the vehicle right now." "Hey, if there's something to say, just say it," Li Mukin retorted, somewhat annoyed. Upon hearing the words transmitted through his phone's receiver, his complexion turned ashen in an instant. "Young master, there's been an incident. Madam was driving and has been involved in a severe car accident. The situation is currently unknown." Chapter 34. The ominous entity. A significant event has transpired. A rare, extraordinary spiritual being has emerged after a century. Moreover, it possesses an extremely keen constitution. At the heart of the underworld, a peculiar black stone, dormant for 100 years, has suddenly begun to shimmer with golden light. Boom. A crimson heavy truck collided with a black sedan, producing a resounding crash. Both vehicles lost control simultaneously, rendering a chain reaction of accidents inevitable. In an instant, the entire street was filled with mournful cries as those caught in the calamity emitted anguished wails. The once azure sky was suddenly shrouded in a layer of ominous fog, within which two shadowy figures flickered ominously. One of these figures, clad in a dark cloak and wielding a colossal scythe, appeared to be the Grim Reaper. Come to harvest souls. Trouble loomed. My sister-in-law had met with an accident. Xinyan received the news and promptly relayed this dire situation to the patriarch of the Li family. The old man's countenance darkened instantly. Although he had never been fond of this daughter-in-law, once she entered the Li household, she became one of them. Moreover, she was the biological mother of Li Muxing, Li Mukin, and Li Moheo. Even if she caused chaos daily, targeting others, or even leaving home, the old man harbored no thoughts of abandoning her. The sentiments of the rest of the Li family mirrored those of the patriarch. Disputes aside, family ties remained intact. Upon hearing of her accident, the hearts of the Li family members collectively sank. The patriarch immediately issued orders to alter their itinerary and hasten to the scene of the crash. At the accident site, the scene was harrowing. The once pristine roadway was strewn with fragments and debris from the vehicles. Fearing that the children might be frightened, the elder of the Li family instructed them to remain inside the RV, away from the scene of the accident. The adult men of the Li family disembarked, searching for Liang Xuanling, as her phone was completely unreachable. I must get out. I have to get out. The second son, Li Mukin, was in a state of agitation, disregarding the elder's commands as he clamored to approach the site of the accident. The eldest brother, Li Muxing, firmly grasped his arm, striving to dissuade him, gently advising, "Calm down, second brother. Uncle and the others are there. They will surely find mother. You cannot go over. The situation is too chaotic and perilous." The third brother, Li Moheo, joined in the persuasion, stating, "Elder brother and I are equally concerned for mother. But our presence would only create further confusion and might even hinder the rescue efforts." However, upon hearing Li Moheo's words, Li Mukin's agitation intensified. He retorted, "Rescue? What rescue? Are you hoping something has happened to mother?" Li Moheo was taken aback by his brother's fierce demeanor, feeling bewildered. I don't mean that. What has happened to second brother lately? He has transformed completely, unlike the carefree and simple-minded youth he once was. Now, he seems perpetually consumed by resentment, rendering even his younger brother, Li Moheo, feeling estranged. Upon hearing Li Mukin's harsh words directed at Li Moheo, the eldest brother, Li Muxing, furrowed his brow tightly and rebuked, "Second brother, how can you think like that? Mother is not just your mother. She is also the mother of third brother and me. Do you think we are not worried?" Li Mukin scoffed, his frustration boiling over. "What nonsense. You two are nothing but ingrates. When mother wanted you to move out with her last time, you both betrayed her, only concerned with pleasing grandfather, completely disregarding mother's feelings. You are utterly incomprehensible." Li Muxing and Li Moheo could no longer be bothered to reason with Li Mukin. They exchanged glances with their other brothers, and together they confined Li Mukin within the confines of the RV, preventing him from moving and completely denying him the chance to disembark. At that moment, little Xinyan was peering out of the window, her brow furrowed, her youthful visage etched with concern. She too felt a twinge of worry for her aunt, fearing something might have happened. After all, she was the mother of her elder and third brothers, who had always treated her with kindness. She could not bear the thought of them losing their mother. The pain of losing a mother was an unbearable experience. At the scene of the accident, the sound of honking echoed. From a distance, little Xinyan could see a dark cloud gradually forming in the sky above the site of the crash. It resembled the ominous black mist that had gathered above the village when she left with her parents. In the haze, she faintly discerned two shadowy figures, one entirely shrouded in darkness, and the other draped in a large sack-like garment, akin to a cloak, wielding a large implement resembling a hoe. Xinyan raised her hand to rub her eyes, initially believing she was merely experiencing an illusion. However, when a voice that seemed to emanate from another world delicately floated into her ears, she knew it was something more substantial. "Where shall we begin?" The shadowy figure amidst the smoke suddenly spoke. As the words fell, the Grim Reaper had already drifted above Liang Xuanling's body, effortlessly brandishing the colossal scythe, ready to extract her soul. Though the scene appeared distant, it felt vividly projected within Xinyan's mind, and she could see it clearly. She had located her aunt. Yet, it seemed her aunt was in peril. She must rush to her aid. Without hesitation, Xinyan decided to sprint out of the RV as her brother's attention was diverted towards the second brother, Xinyan. The first to notice the little bundle of joy descending from the RV was Li Mujuan. who chased after her only to find that her sister had vanished in an instant. What astonishing speed! How could those short legs propel her so swiftly? As Xinyan hurriedly ran forward, she witnessed her aunt struggling, her arm grasped by that ominous figure shrouded in darkness. Unable to contain herself, she shouted, "Release my aunt." "Why, you can see me?" she instinctively inquired. "Who are you? Let go of my aunt." Xinyan feigned a fierce demeanor as she shouted at the Grim Reaper. Despite her fierce appearance, she was hardly intimidating. Having captured her aunt, this figure was undoubtedly a villain. The Grim Reaper was utterly astonished. She could truly see him, and she could even hear his voice. The Grim Reaper's eyes trembled violently as he struggled to maintain his composure, ignoring the little girl who had approached him. He continued to gather the harvested souls. In the next moment, the girl unexpectedly rushed towards him, clutching his flowing robe, exclaiming, "You wicked being! Release my aunt! How dare a mere human attempt to hinder the Reaper in his duties?" With a flick of his sleeve, the girl was sent sprawling to the ground, landing beside Liang Xuanling. How could there be an aunt? Staring at the motionless figure on the ground, Xiaoyan was taken aback. The Reaper cast a glance at the curled-up child, and, seizing the opportunity while she was dazed, waved his hand, erasing her memory of him. It was a rare phenomenon for an ordinary human to perceive the Grim Reaper, a mere stroke of luck, unless one possessed extraordinary spiritual talents. This little girl was undoubtedly not the person he sought. Thus, she was unworthy of retaining the memory of the Reaper. Chapter 35. The child was frightened at that moment. Xiaoyan found herself enveloped in a haze of confusion. Her brows furrowed deeply, and a fine sheen of sweat glistened on her forehead. The chaos gradually unraveled like a mist, revealing the horrific scene of several vehicles colliding, shattered parts strewn across the ground, painting a picture of devastation. She also beheld the spot where her aunt had previously lain. The bloodstains still fresh, a shocking crimson that pierced Xiaoyan's eyes with pain. Where had her aunt gone? Where was her aunt now? She seemed to have temporarily lost her memory and began anxiously searching for her aunt's whereabouts. Everyone was deeply concerned for her, especially her brothers, as she needed to assist them in locating their aunt. However, no matter how hard the little one searched, she could not catch a glimpse of her. The young girl felt a wave of unease wash over her as she recalled the words spoken by that bald man. Could this accident truly be yet another misfortune for her aunt? Would her aunt's fate be grim due to this calamity? Xinyan did not wish to witness such an outcome, for there was not yet a profound hatred between her and her aunt. Just as the little one felt lost and bewildered, two voices suddenly echoed in her ears, seemingly emanating from a distance yet distinctly close. So many lives lost at once. Looks like we'll have to work overtime. Another surge of souls flooding the Underworld. The human realm has been quite tumultuous in recent years. However, we might complete next year's KPIs ahead of schedule. They appeared to be discussing the accident, and one of the voices sounded particularly familiar. Xinyan instinctively turned towards the source of the voices and saw two shadowy figures hovering not far from her, cloaked in darkness. One of them, bizarrely attired in a heavy cloak on such a warm day, resembled the fool from their village who could not distinguish the seasons. Peculiar indeed. As she gazed at them, the little one forgot her quest to find her aunt. What nonsense are you spouting in broad daylight? Humans cannot possibly see us. The little girl who had previously been able to perceive him had already had her memory erased. Erased from memory by the Grim Reaper himself. One could never hope to behold him again, unless... As the words lingered in the air, the cloaked figure, appearing quite foolish, exchanged a glance with the young girl, startling her to the core. How could this girl still perceive them? The two shadowy figures, now aware of her presence, watched as her eyes sparkled with curiosity as she politely greeted, "Uncles, you." Before she could finish her sentence, the two dark figures, as if confronted by a specter, covered their faces and fled in terror. "Boss, she still calls us uncles. She truly can see us. Goodness. Ignore her, avoid eye contact. Conceal yourselves quickly. This girl is exceedingly strange." This extraordinary occurrence left the Grim Reaper thoroughly unnerved. The young girl, with a look of innocent bewilderment, observed the two shadowy figures dart away with astonishing speed, resembling two large, dark rodents. Her gaze gradually shifted to one of sympathy for the two dark uncles, as their predicament seemed even more dire than that of the village simpleton. "Yin Chuan, how is my sister-in-law faring?" Li Qixin inquired of Pei Yin Chuan, his brow furrowed with concern. However, it was not yet time to breathe a sigh of relief. Liang Xuanling remained in a state of unconsciousness, and whether she could evade the clutches of the Grim Reaper entirely would depend on her fortune. The Li family gathered in the hospital, awaiting Liang Xuanling's awakening. Despite familial disputes, the bond of kinship could not be severed. Yet, even among relatives, there existed unresolved tensions. For reasons unknown, ever since encountering those two shadowy uncles. Little Xinyan has felt utterly exhausted. At this very moment, she nestles in the embrace of her mother, Zhong Jingyi, drowsily resembling a languid kitten. Her tiny mouth occasionally pouts, as if in a sleepy search for nourishment, her softness evoking an uncontrollable melting of hearts. Unable to resist, Zhong Jingyi lowers her head to plant a gentle kiss on the little one's forehead, holding her even tighter. At that moment, Li Mukin, who had been silently huddled in a corner, suddenly rose and strode towards little Xinyan. Before anyone could react, he abruptly shouted at the drowsy child, "It's all your fault." Little Xinyan was startled, her small body jolting as she opened her eyes, gazing up at her second brother, Li Mukin, with a mixture of confusion and fear. The child, truly frightened, stared blankly for a moment before her small lips quivered and tears cascaded down like pearls from a broken string. Zhong Jingyi promptly stroked the little one's head, soothing her distress. At once, her seventh brother, Li Mujuan, stepped forward to shield little Xinyan, furrowing his brow as he addressed Li Mukin. "Second brother, are you a dog? Why do you always lash out at people?" The eldest brother, Li Muxing, quickly reacted, pulling Li Mukin aside and clenching his teeth as he questioned, "Second brother, what mischief are you up to this time? Xinyan has done nothing to offend you. Why must you always treat her with such hostility? Our mother still lies in the ICU, precariously close to danger, yet here you are, stirring up trouble." As the elder brother, Li Muxing's expression darkened to an extreme. Li Mukin's gaze remained fixed on Xinyan, filled with resentment as he lamented, "It is all her fault for uttering those ill-fated words, which have brought misfortune upon our mother, leading to discord within the family and her expulsion from the Li family estate by grandfather. If mother had not left the Li estate, why would she need to move to grandmother's house? If she hadn't moved to grandmother's, how could she have driven down that road? If she had not taken that road, the accident would never have occurred. Thus, everything is to blame on Li Xinyan. Mother was right. This girl is indeed a harbinger of misfortune." As his agitation grew, so did his fury. In a moment of uncontrollable emotion, Li Mukin crushed the soda can in his hand. He then hurled it in the direction of Xinyan. Chapter 36. An incomparable beautiful youth, it truly frightened the child. It felt as if he had encountered a grave shock. The girl he met at the accident scene had genuinely terrified him. How could anyone see him and hear his voice after he had erased their memory? It was as if he had encountered a ghost. No, it seemed he was the true specter. It should be more terrifying than encountering a ghost. At that moment, a haunting voice reached Jiang Li's ears, nearly causing his spirit to flee in terror. "Boss." It was the individual who had been trailing him closely. Jiang Li breathed a slight sigh of relief, yet his irritation was palpable. "What is it?" he instinctively inquired, only to follow with an impatient retort, "Do not bother me with trivial matters. I am quite vexed at the moment." His subordinate appeared momentarily taken aback, visibly distressed, yet mustered the courage to respond, "Boss, this is something that must be conveyed to you." The subordinate seemed on the verge of tears. Ultimately, Jiang Li could not bear to burden the loyal subordinate who had faithfully followed him, furrowing his brow as he said, "Speak your mind. Do not hold back." The subordinate sighed helplessly and replied, "Lord Yiming has come to see you." Upon hearing this, Jiang Li's entire expression contorted, his brows knitting together in an unmistakable display of irritation. "What does that insufferable brat want with me? Is he here to mock me?" As he spoke, he yanked off the large black hat concealing his head, revealing a youthful yet exceptionally pale visage. Just as Jiang Li's words faded, a melodious and youthful voice echoed from a distance. "Indeed, you possess a fair number of amusing anecdotes for me to witness, but I have no interest in your jest today." The sarcasm and cold mockery were, as ever, utterly detestable. Jiang Li could not help but roll his eyes upward. Before he could even bring them back down, he heard a swift sound, and a slender figure appeared right before him, startlingly close. Jiang Li was taken aback, nearly losing his composure. His fingers trembled as he pointed at the youth before him, his tongue seemingly tied. You. Why have you intruded upon my sanctuary again? Do you not comprehend the concept of privacy, the essence of respect?" Upon hearing Jiang Li's inquiry, the youth's lips curled slightly, revealing a hint of disdain, his voice youthful, yet imbued with an inexplicable maturity. He let out a soft chuckle and remarked, "Moreover, dear Reaper, What is there about you that commands my respect? Jiang Li was momentarily silenced, rendered speechless for a considerable time before regaining his ability to articulate. You are quite impolite, he retorted, lacking any real potency in his response. With a puffed chest and a sense of indignation, he declared to Yi Ming, I am. After all, many years your senior. By virtue of age, it would not be inappropriate for you to address me as uncle. He was merely a child. And how could the esteemed Lord of Death allow himself to be continually overshadowed by this youthful presence? He must resist to the very end. Unfortunately, here we do not regard age, but lineage. Yi Ming shot a glance at Jiang Li, the corners of his lips curling into a smirk that was both enigmatic and mocking. Lord of Death, do you truly wish to defy the rules of the Netherworld? Upon hearing this, Jiang Li's countenance instantly morphed into one resembling a pickled vegetable, hastily denying, I did not. Do not speak nonsense. To contravene the regulations of the Netherworld would invite exceedingly harsh and terrifying consequences, much like that fellow from years past. He was timid and dared not bear the stigma of violating the Netherworld's decrees, much like striking a serpent at its most vulnerable spot. Yi Ming always managed to adeptly exploit Jiang Li's weaknesses, holding him firmly in his grasp. Then how should you address me? Yi Ming inquired with a slight smile. The young lad, enveloped by an aura of chilling intensity, was even more fearsome than Jiang Li, the Lord of Death himself. Jiang Li's expression resembled one who had swallowed something repugnant, and with great reluctance, he forced 4 words from his throat. Grandfather Yi Ming. Though he was loath to admit it, Yi Ming was indeed the quintessential example of an elder who had surpassed his junior. Jiang Li truly had to call him grandfather. This utterance seemed to bring immense joy to Yi Ming, as the youth's eyes crinkled into a genuine smile, and he praised Jiang Li. What a good grandson. Jiang Li's face darkened, and he quickly sought to divert the topic, pleading, What is it that you desire from me? Could you please be direct? The young rascal is quite cunning. Every time there is a matter at hand, he gives me a stern warning, leaving me utterly humiliated. Jiang Li is nearly driven to exasperation by him, yet he cannot eliminate him, for he is currently the ruler of this underworld. Yi Ming has regained his composure and spoke softly. That black stone has begun to emit light, a golden glow. What black stone? Jiang Li momentarily failed to grasp the meaning, but mere seconds later, his eyes widened in astonishment as he asked Yi Ming, Are you referring to the heavenly extremity stone? Yi Ming nodded, indeed. The youthful visage of the boy, strikingly beautiful, exhibited little emotion. Upon closer inspection, his brows and eyes were exquisitely crafted, as though painstakingly painted with ink. Clad in a flowing black robe, cinched at the waist, he revealed his slender frame. His posture was remarkably upright, exuding an aura of natural majesty that rendered him quite regal. A paragon of youthful beauty, the stone had indeed begun to glow. Jiang Li's astonishment swiftly transformed into excitement and fervor. Splendid. The illumination signifies that the prodigy he had been desperately searching for over a century has finally emerged. His opportunity has arrived. Meanwhile, in the hospital corridor, Li Mu-chun glared menacingly at Xinyan with his scarlet eyes. To him, the severe accident befalling his mother was entirely the fault of Xinyan. Chapter 37. One must understand courtesy. The members of the Li family congregated in the corridor, yet an unsettling silence enveloped the space, so profound that one could hear a pin drop. In a fit of impulsive rage, Li Mukin hurled a soda can towards Xinyan, only for it to be intercepted by his elder brother, Li Muxing, who shielded himself with his body. The remnants of the cola splattered onto Li Muxing's sweatshirt, dampening a portion of it. Witnessing this, Li Mukin's gaze flickered uncontrollably, seemingly taken aback that his throne had struck his elder brother. Li Muxing's countenance darkened to a profound degree, exclaiming, Have you lost your mind? Li Muheo, furrowing his brows, addressed Li Mukin, second brother. Our teachers frequently remind us at school that superstitions are untrustworthy. We must believe in science and materialism. How can you blame an unfortunate accident on our sister? Li Muhan also regarded Li Mukin with disbelief, saying, Second brother, when our aunt had her accident, sister was at home, and she had no knowledge of which route our aunt might take. How could she possibly curse our aunt into misfortune? Li Mufing gently suggested to Li Mukin, second brother, perhaps you should eat something to calm down. Li Mushin patted Li Mukin's shoulder, offering reassurance. Second brother, please remain composed. You must have faith that our aunt will recover. Focus on positive outcomes, for the law of attraction does indeed hold merit. Li Mujuan's expression turned equally grim. With a cold snort, she remarked, "He has truly lost his senses, entangled in a dead end, perceiving our sister as the source of his misfortunes. No words of counsel will reach him. It may be best to simply ignore him. If you truly seek someone to blame, then direct your ire towards me." The patriarch of the Li family addressed Li Mucan, his expression dark and grave. He fixed a steady gaze upon Li Mucan, confessing, "It was I who banished your mother from the Li estate, which precipitated the subsequent events leading to her hospitalization in the ICU. Thus, I am the architect of her misfortune." Momentarily overwhelmed by the formidable presence of his grandfather, Li Mucan found himself unable to meet the elder's gaze. Yet, the resentment brewing within him intensified. "All of you rally behind that little girl, disregarding my mother as if she were not family. I despise all of you," he erupted, his voice tinged with hysteria. The grandfather, taken aback by the rebelliousness of the youth he had nurtured, rose in anger, grasping his cane as if to chastise Li Mucan. In that moment, Xinyan, fully awakened to the gravity of the situation, extricated herself from Zhong Jingyi's embrace and leaped to the ground, resolutely placing herself in front of Li Mucan, shielding him from the wrath of the Li patriarch. "Grandfather, please do not strike my second brother. He is only acting this way out of concern for Auntie." Xinyan did not foresee this turn of events. "Perhaps it is indeed my fault. If I had simply acquiesced to that bald man from the start, he might not have resorted to bullying Auntie in his quest for vengeance." Xinyan turned to Li Mucan, pledging earnestly, "Rest assured, dear brother, Yin will undoubtedly strive to restore everything to its rightful state." The little girl opened her round, sparkling eyes, which were pure and untainted. Her sweet, melodic voice momentarily caught Li Mucan off guard, prompting a shift to a haughty demeanor. "Humph, just you?" He shot a disdainful glance at Xinyan and scoffed. What an unfortunate little girl. Fearing that the second brother might succumb to his whims and cause harm to Xinyan, the eldest brother, Li Muxing, hurried over to grasp her hand. "Yin Bao, ignore him. The more attention you give him, the more he will act up. Let him cool off on his own." The elder brother led his sister away. It seemed evident that whenever his sister was present, Li Mucan would behave inexplicably. The hospital did not permit too many family members to stay by the bedside, so the Li family deliberated, and as sisters-in-law, Lu Wanran and Zhong Jing remained to care for their elder sister-in-law. No. Fourth uncle certainly does not wish for that unfortunate fellow to seek him out again." Li Qichen's tone was noticeably lighter, imbued with a sense of joy as if he were buoyed by good fortune. Since that bald misfortune had vanished from his life, he felt a refreshing change in his existence. "Oh, is that so?" Li Qichen immediately sensed something amiss with the little one and quickly inquired, "What's wrong? My dear, you sound rather unhappy. Has that rascal Li Mucan been bullying you again?" No. Second brother is very kind to Yin now. He has never bullied me." Xinyan repeatedly denied it, wishing to avoid causing any discord within her family. In a soft and innocent tone, she explained, "Yin is merely seeking that bald man for some matters. Since fourth uncle has not seen him recently, I will inquire with others." After saying this, she hung up the phone, with fourth uncle unaware of the bald man's whereabouts. She had no choice but to seek answers from those of his kind. She longed to drift into slumber swiftly and meet the Dream Eater. Perhaps that creature would know the location of the unfortunate soul. However, upon entering her dream, Xinyan did not find the Dream Eater as she had hoped. Instead, she encountered two shadowy figures reminiscent of the village's foolish man. Not long after falling back into her dreams, a voice, distant yet near, echoed in her ears, "Boss, this girl can't possibly be clairvoyant, can she?" Xiaoyan furrowed her brow, hearing another voice chime in. "Clairvoyant? How splendid. After searching for 100 years, I've finally found such a prodigy." "Clairvoyant? Prodigy?" Xiaoyan appeared utterly perplexed by the words of these two dark figures. Yet, she firmly recalled her mother. Zhong Jingyi's teachings: when encountering someone older, one should take the initiative to greet them. Elders should be addressed as grandpa or grandma, those slightly younger as uncles or aunts, and merely a touch older as brothers or sisters. When meeting those younger, one must learn to show care and humility. Xiaoyan held her mother's words close to her heart. Straightening her collar, she politely greeted, "Hello, esteemed uncles." Chapter 38. Missing mother. Little Yanbao greeted them enthusiastically, startling the two shadowy figures. "Boss, she saw us again. It seems this girl truly possesses supernatural abilities. A normal mortal cannot perceive our presence." The cloaked figure maintained a semblance of calm. After all, encountering them was akin to meeting a ghost. He was now certain of his suspicions. This girl was no ordinary person. She might just be the one he had been searching for. So, what shall we do next? We must secure her. It is imperative that the old man Yi Ming remains oblivious to her existence, and we cannot allow her to become affiliated with him. The cloaked man dismissed the figure clinging to him, and with a swift motion, he appeared before little Yanbao, revealing a gentle smile. Little girl, can you truly see us? Of course, she could see the two large uncles. Little Yanbao blinked, as if grasping an understanding. If the uncles did not wish to be seen by Xinyan, she could pretend not to see them. With a childish lilt, she stated this and obediently closed her eyes. That isn't necessary. You should keep your eyes open, the cloaked man advised. Little Yanbao complied, her eyes wide open, sparkling with innocence as she gazed unblinkingly at him. The shadowy uncle, observed up close, remained indistinct. His face shrouded in a veil of darkness, obscuring his features. Isn't it peculiar? You see us and do not feel afraid. The cloaked man inquired tentatively. Their attire and overall appearance markedly differ from that of ordinary humans. Generally, upon encountering them, one would likely feel a sense of unease. However, within the gaze of the small child, he discerned no hint of fear. Little Yanbao shook her head defiantly, proclaiming, Xinyan is not afraid. Not even a little. These two peculiar uncles had not harmed her. Despite being strangers, she felt no trepidation. In fact, she harbored greater fear for the people from her village where she had grown up. If Uncle tells you that he is the Grim Reaper, the cloaked man paused, inching closer to little Yanbao, his voice dropping to a chilling whisper. Are you afraid, Grim Reaper? Little Yanbao replied, somewhat bewildered. The cloaked man patiently elaborated. He is the god who governs death. Humanity has always held a reverence for life and death. He doubts you are unafraid. Yet, little Yanbao's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Does Uncle also oversee my mother's death? Her thoughts immediately turned to her mother, who had passed away not long ago. Although she now had new parents, she had kept her mother tucked away in her heart, unable to forget, nor daring to forget. The Grim Reaper momentarily appeared taken aback before nodding slowly. Yes. He gazed in astonishment at the petite child before him. She truly exhibited no fear. Indeed, a rare talent indeed. Does Uncle know where my mother is now? Little Yanbao eagerly pressed on. A glint of intrigue flickered in the Grim Reaper's eyes. Would you like to see your mother? Desiring fervently, little Yanbao nodded vigorously. Her longing to see her mother was overwhelming. If given the choice, she would prefer to live with her mother, wishing for no separation whatsoever. With such desires and obsessions, the matter became simpler. The Grim Reaper began to coax her gently. Would you be willing to make a deal with your uncle? Little Yanbao clenched her tiny fists. Her excitement tinged with anxiety as she inquired, if I make a deal with you, will I be able to see my mother? Certainly. Your uncle is the Grim Reaper, the master of all departed souls. As long as I consent, you may meet anyone you wish, he replied with an air of confidence and pride. Upon hearing this, Yanbao's excitement intensified. She quickly pressed on, then can I see my father as well? Yes. In that moment, the Grim Reaper resembled a cunning figure tempting a child with sweets, as long as you agree to your uncle's terms. Navi and unhesitating, little Yanbao nodded eagerly. All right. I agree to your terms, uncle. Her mother had cautioned her against trusting strangers easily, yet her yearning to reunite with her father and mother, as well as her grandparents, was too compelling to resist. The allure presented by the Grim Reaper was simply irresistible. Such a good child. The Grim Reaper's lips curled into a satisfied smile, his voice gradually becoming distant. In a few days, your uncle will return to find you. Suddenly, the two shadowy figures vanished, leaving only a swirling mist before little Xinyan's eyes. She stood in place for a long time, awaiting the return of the two dark figures. Yet neither did she see them again, nor did the Dream Eater make an appearance. Unbeknownst to her, due to the intervention of the Grim Reaper in her dreams, the Dream Eater was temporarily unable to enter her dreamscape. Awakening from her slumber, Xiaoyan found herself enveloped in darkness. She blinked in confusion, contemplating whether the words of the Grim Reaper held any weight. Meanwhile, at the hospital, Li Chirue had arrived, taking over for Lu Wanran and Zhong Jingyi, remaining by Liang Xuanling's side to provide care. According to Pei Yinchuan, Liang Xuanling's condition was quite optimistic. Fortune smiled upon her as the injuries she sustained had fortunately avoided any critical areas. Pei Yinchuan jokingly remarked that perhaps a little lucky star was watching over Liang Xuanling. Otherwise, given the horrific state she was in at the accident scene, she would have likely already been claimed by the emissaries of Yama, the king of the underworld. The sight of those two ominous figures reminded Xiaoyan of her mother, prompting her to retrieve her mother's photograph for a moment of reflection. Her mother had not posed for many pictures during her lifetime. The photograph used for her memorial was merely a cropped version of her ID. The image in Xiaoyan's hands was a diminutive representation of her mother's memorial portrait. Although it was a casual identification photo, it was evident that Yinbao's mother was a woman of graceful and gentle beauty, bearing the lovely name Sangzhurong. She must have been a tender-hearted woman in life. Upon noticing the photograph in Yinbao's hands, Zhong Jingyi could not help but comment. Unaware of her mother's presence in the room, Xiaoyan paused, turning to Zhong Jingyi, softly calling out, "Mother." Zhong Jingyi remained silent, stepping closer to her daughter and gently enveloping her in an embrace. The child yearns for her biological mother, a sentiment entirely natural. Zhong Jingyi, far from feeling jealousy, is instead filled with compassion for the little one. She harbors an indescribable fondness for the child's mother. Despite the hardships and poverty of life, the mother has raised and educated the child remarkably well, embodying a woman worthy of admiration. After quietly holding the small bundle for a moment, Zhong Jingyi gently inquired, "Are you missing your mother, Yinbao?" As Yinbao gazed at the black and white photograph of her mother, she pressed her lips tightly together, remaining silent. Her heart was heavy with sorrow, yet not a single tear fell. Indeed, she longed for her mother. Sensing her yearning and sadness, Zhong Jingyi's eyes glistened with unshed tears. "Spend a little time with your mother," she suggested softly. "Call for me when you need me." With tender affection, Zhong Jingyi stroked the little one's head before rising to leave the room. "Mother." Yinbao stared at the portrait of her mother for an extended period, her small nose twitching with a painful ache. Though tears did not fall, her voice caught in her throat as she whispered, "I miss you so much, Mommy." It had been quite some time since she last slept in her mother's embrace, and she deeply yearned for that unique warmth. The little one, sorrowfully bowing her head, picked up a red string left by her mother, gazing at it intently. The string was adorned with a smooth peach pit and a bone as white as jade. These were items commonly worn by children in the countryside, said to protect them from fright. When the little treasure, Xiaoyan, reached the tender age of 1 month, her mother adorned her with a beautiful red string, meticulously tied with knots crafted by her own hands. Each knot encapsulated her mother's affection and bore a unique significance. What that significance entailed remained somewhat elusive to Xiaoyan, yet she was aware that it served to ward off malevolent spirits. Chapter 39. Bargaining with Death. As Xiaoyan gazed entranced at the red string, a wisp of black smoke suddenly emerged. As the haze dissipated, her uncle, draped in a dark cloak, reappeared before her. This time, he appeared entirely shrouded in darkness. "Little girl, your uncle has returned," he declared, his face, once obscured by smoke, now visible to Xiaoyan for the first time. His hair shimmered silver, his complexion as pale as parchment, devoid of any hint of color. His elongated eyes, with their rare grandmotherly green pupils, complemented a high-bridged nose and subtly curved thin lips that exuded a certain sinister allure. Xiaoyan stared at her uncle in astonishment. He was far more handsome than the village's simpleton. "Uncle, are you a foreigner?" she inquired after scrutinizing him for a considerable time. His appearance was markedly different from those around her, resembling more the foreigners she had seen on television. After a moment's contemplation, the Grim Reaper replied, "Uncle is a deity from ancient Greece, residing in the Underworld. I suppose that qualifies as being a foreigner. The Underworld houses deities of death from various nations, where the distinctions of nationality fade, yet territories remain delineated." Xianbao bit her lip, seemingly deep in thought. After a moment, she inquired, "Do the souls of our countrymen fall under your jurisdiction as well?" In her village, there existed a temple dedicated to the city god, where the king of hell was venerated. The elders of the village often spoke of the king of hell as the one who governs life and death. In Xianbao's understanding, it was the king of hell who was the true deity responsible for collecting souls. Naturally, her uncle was the most formidable deity of the underworld, overseeing the entirety of the mortal realm. The Grim Reaper could not help but boast about his prowess. This was, after all, his lifelong ambition. Once he defeated that little rascal, Yi Ming, he would reign supreme in the underworld. "Uncle, I wish to see my mother," Xianbao stated, temporarily believing his words, her eyes brimming with anticipation as she gazed at him. "You promised me." The little one appeared somewhat endearing. The Grim Reaper instinctively reached out, and pinched Xianbao's cheek, saying, "Uncle understands, and he has always been a man of his word. I have come here for that very purpose." His fingers were slender and elongated, pale as his face, with nails as dark as if they had not been clipped in ages, resembling claws. Xianbao wrinkled her brow in mild disdain. "Uncle Grim Reaper, you are quite unsanitary. Where is my mother?" Her impatience was palpable. The Grim Reaper remained silent, merely gesturing with his voluminous sleeve. In an instant, a swirling mass of black mist began to rise. Moments later, the mist parted to reveal a figure, Xianbao's mother, Sang Zhurong. "Mother!" Xianbao exclaimed in astonishment, rushing towards the silhouette within the mist. "Mother, Xinyan misses you so much." The little one expressed her yearning with all her might, extending her tiny hands in an attempt to grasp the familiar figure, yet finding only the emptiness of air. In the next moment, a dark mist enveloped the surroundings, and the silhouette within began to fade into transparency. "Mother?" The child, Xiaoyanbao, clearly panicked, turned to the Grim Reaper and asked, "Uncle, why can Xinyan not reach Mother?" The Grim Reaper responded with an air of indifference. "This is merely a wisp of your mother's soul. Naturally, you cannot touch her." A pang of sorrow surged within Xiaoyanbao's heart at those words. She longed to see her mother, to feel her presence. Growing increasingly anxious, her little face flushed crimson. "Uncle is deceiving Xinyan. I shall no longer barter with you." The Grim Reaper furrowed his brow. This little human girl proved to be more challenging than he had anticipated, displaying a surprising cleverness. "Uncle is a deity. How could a deity ever deceive?" he proclaimed with feigned seriousness. "Rest assured, Xiaoyanyan, I would never mislead you. If you fulfill the task I assign, not only will you see your mother, but you may also meet your father, and perhaps even your grandparents." The allure of his conditions grew more enticing by the moment. "What task does Uncle wish to assign to Xinyan?" The little one's eyes sparkled with curiosity, and then she added, "But first, let Mother speak to Xinyan, or else Xinyan shall not agree." The little one suddenly displayed a touch of pride, proving to be more formidable than he had imagined. The Grim Reaper gazed at this tiny, innocent creature before him, feeling a mix of exasperation and amusement. Little Yanbao suddenly cast a sidelong glance at him. "Surely, Uncle Death cannot be incapable, can he?" The Grim Reaper replied. "Why do I feel a sense of disdain? As the embodiment of death, how could he possibly falter?" His prowess was indisputable, and he felt compelled to validate his abilities. With a grand gesture, he declared, "Wait here. I shall summon your mother to speak with you." Upon hearing this, Yanbao instinctively held her breath, her eyes fixed intently on her mother's silhouette. Amidst the swirling black mist, Sang Zhurong, who had appeared lifeless and akin to a mere shell, suddenly regained consciousness, and, in that instant, her gaze fell upon little Yanbao. "Qianqian!" Sang Zhurong exclaimed with delight, her eyes lighting up with concern and affection. "I'm so sorry, my dear. I should not have left you alone. Have you been bullied by the villagers? Have you been hurt? How are you faring now? Are you living well?" Countless questions flooded forth. An endless well of maternal worry. Even within the halls of the Underworld, a mother's heart remains tethered to her child. "Mother!" Little Yanbao paused, realizing that it was indeed her mother speaking to her. She hurriedly stretched out her tiny arms and ran toward her, exclaiming, "Qianqian misses you so much." The little one yearned to leap into her mother's embrace, to indulge in the same affectionate spoiling as before. However, she found herself grasping at emptiness. Her mother was gone. What the Grim Reaper had allowed her to see was merely her mother's spirit. "Mother!" Little Yanbao stood frozen, as if turned to stone. In the dark mist, Sang Zhurong also opened her arms, longing to embrace her daughter. Yet, no matter how she attempted to reach out, her form merely passed through little Yanbao, leaving them forever separated. The mother and daughter stood at an insurmountable distance, their tearful eyes gazing longingly at one another. Suddenly, little Yanbao turned her head towards the figure of the Grim Reaper, who was watching the scene with crossed arms. "Uncle Grim Reaper," she declared, "I agree to your deal. Return my mother to me." For a fleeting moment, she believed in the Grim Reaper's words, trusting in his ability to restore her mother to her. The Grim Reaper smirked knowingly, for even the most challenging of human children could be easily managed by him, the master of death. He extended a long, unkempt finger, its black nail appearing quite disheveled in the eyes of little Yanbao, and gently stroked her head, his smile devilishly charming. "Be good," he said. "Once you complete the task I assign you, I shall return your mother." With her eyes cast down and lips pressed together, little Yanbao struggled to suppress her discomfort and disdain. He needed to devise a clever plan to exploit this child's abilities, transforming her into his most capable assistant in the mortal realm. As he spoke, his elongated nail lightly touched her brow, and little Yanbao, uncertain of his intentions, felt a sudden warmth spread across her forehead, instinctively closing her eyes. When she reopened them, the room was empty. The Grim Reaper had vanished, along with the dark mist and her mother, as if it had all been a fleeting dream. Gazing at the softly smiling image of her mother captured in a black and white photograph, she clenched her tiny fists tightly, silently vowing to herself. Chapter 40. Transcribing the Sutras. Ever since reaching an agreement with Uncle Grim Reaper, little Xinyan had not encountered the Dream Eater or the unfortunate spirit again. It seemed as though the formidable aura emanating from the little cherub had instilled a sense of trepidation in the others, rendering them hesitant to act rashly. Consequently, Xinyan found herself unable to persuade the bald man to remove the ominous handprint that had been imprinted upon her aunt. As her aunt was still very much alive, it was not within the purview of the Grim Reaper to intervene. Xinyan's heart was filled with anxiety, yet she felt powerless to assist her aunt in any meaningful way. The little cherub genuinely yearned to integrate into this extended family, and thus instinctively sought to please everyone around her. Despite her aunt's exceedingly harsh demeanor, she dared not harbor a trace of resentment. The matriarch of the Li family discerned Xinyan's palpable distress and instinctively reached out to stroke her hair, offering words of comfort. "Dear Yanbao, your uncle is there to watch over your aunt, along with a multitude of doctors and nurses. She will surely be safe." Upon hearing this, Xinyan lifted her gaze to the matriarch, her clear and innocent eyes reflecting a profound sense of guilt. "Grandmother, it is Xinyan who has wronged aunt." It appeared she had truly internalized all blame, shouldering the weight of responsibility. In her village, the locals had often pointed at her, labeling her a harbinger of misfortune. Any ill befalling the village was invariably attributed to her. The relentless barrage of accusations had fostered a timid disposition within Xinyan. Observing her in such a state, the matriarch's heart ached with compassion, prompting her voice to soften and her gaze to radiate warmth and affection. "Yanbao, please do not think this way. Regardless of the circumstances, this incident cannot be attributed to you. It was merely an unfortunate accident. If blame must be assigned, it should fall upon the drivers on the road, for their lack of caution led to this calamity." With a heavy sigh, the matriarch of the Li family lamented, "Fortune and misfortune are dictated by fate. Life and death lie in the hands of heaven. Human existence in this world is exceedingly fragile. A moment's negligence can result in the loss of life, beyond our control." Upon hearing her grandmother's words, little Xinyan was instantly reminded of the ominous figure of the Grim Reaper. "Grandma, is a person's life truly in the hands of the Grim Reaper, or rather, in the grasp of King Yama?" Little Xinyan's large, innocent eyes sparkled with curiosity, reflecting a purity unmarred by the world's complexities. Her naivety was evident, as she merely sought understanding. However, the matriarch quickly gestured for her to remain silent. "Yanbao, let us refrain from discussing such matters in the future. Both of those figures are beyond our reach." The elder of the Li family was a staunch materialist, skeptical of the existence of spirits and deities. In contrast, the matriarch held a deep reverence for the supernatural. Understanding her grandmother's intent, little Yanbao pressed her lips together, choosing not to speak further. Despite her tender age, she possessed a keen perception, grasping that both the Grim Reaper and King Yama were entities that ordinary mortals should not provoke. They all possessed the power to govern the very essence of life and death. Thus, the enigmatic uncle did not deceive her. He might indeed have the means to rescue her mother from the realm of the dead. To soothe little Xinyan's worries, the matriarch of the Li family suggested that she transcribe some scriptures of blessings and peace for her aunt. This act of copying scriptures would not only enhance her recognition of characters, but also improve her writing skills. Little Xinyan genuinely adored the art of calligraphy and had even taken the initiative to learn the intricate style of small regular script under the tutelage of the venerable elder of the Li family. This adorable little cherub, blessed with innate intelligence and a keen understanding, had won the affection of the elder, who regarded her as a cherished disciple. Eager to impart all his knowledge of calligraphy to her, seemingly in agreement with her grandmother's wise words, she promptly set to work, laying out rice paper and beginning to transcribe the Buddhist scriptures, praying for her aunt's well-being. Perhaps this was the only way she could contribute to her aunt's recovery. Moreover, the process of copying the scriptures brought her a sense of tranquility, alleviating her anxiety. At merely 3.5 years old, The little bundle of joy did not recognize many characters, and she encountered numerous unfamiliar words in the scriptures. Whenever she stumbled upon a character she did not know, she humbly sought guidance from her grandfather, father, or brothers, displaying an earnest attitude. The members of the Li family could clearly see that little Xinyan sincerely wished for Liang to recover swiftly. However, to Li Mukin, her actions conveyed an entirely different sentiment. Despite her tender age, her performance is quite commendable. As Li Muchun passed by Xiao Xinyan, he intentionally mocked her with a sarcastic tone. After all, your entire family adores you. Why must you feign concern by copying Buddhist scriptures for my mother? How insincere, due to certain biases and misunderstandings. Li Muchun perceived every action of Xiao Xinyan as disingenuous. He even believed that this young girl possessed a cunning mind. Certainly not a child fortuitously discovered by his uncle and aunt. He speculated that she had already recognized their affluence and was deliberately portraying herself as pitiable to attract their attention, aiming to become a foster daughter of the Li family and escape her previous hardships in the countryside, thereby embarking on a path to a prosperous life. Such vivid imagination led Li Muchun to lament the missed opportunity of writing a screenplay. Upon hearing his words, fearing that he might deepen his misconceptions about her, Xiao Xinyan hurriedly clarified, "Second brother, I genuinely wish to pray for Auntie. There is no insincerity in my intentions. Grandma said that one must remain silent while copying Buddhist texts, lest it lose its efficacy." The little darling implied that Li Muchun should also refrain from speaking carelessly to avoid any taboo that might adversely affect Annie. However, these words were interpreted by Li Muchun in an entirely different light. He became instantly enraged. "What do you mean? Am I not allowed to speak freely in my own home? Shall I have to watch my words based on your whims from now on?" Li Muchun furrowed his brow, his gaze towards Xiao Xinyan filled with disdain and hostility, as she deliberately raised her voice and said, "You are merely the child we have adopted. You share no blood ties with our family. Even though you are now registered in our household, your status remains unsubstantiated. Remember your place. You hold no authority to instruct me." Before the little one could react, Li Muchun forcefully waved his hand, scattering the Buddhist scriptures that Xiao Xinyan had painstakingly copied and left to dry on the side, sending them tumbling to the floor. Chapter 41. Do not overstep your bounds. The papers soared into the air, then drifted down like enormous snowflakes, chilling one's heart uncontrollably. Xiao Xinyan was evidently startled by Li Muchun's abrupt action. Her pupils flickered uncontrollably, and her body trembled instinctively. She had anticipated that her elder brother would strike her, but to her astonishment, he had cast all the scriptures meant for their aunt to the ground. This act was nothing short of sacrilege. The little one was visibly flustered, momentarily setting aside her fear and grievances as she hastily knelt to retrieve the fallen scriptures. The ink, not yet fully dried, had smeared, rendering many characters indistinct after such treatment. The thick stack of Buddhist texts, painstakingly transcribed by Xiao Xinyan, now lay in tatters, with only a few pages remaining intact. She stared at the ruined scriptures in silence for a long while, feeling an overwhelming sense of injustice as her nose tinged with bitterness. Biting her lip, she endeavored to suppress her tears, striving to keep them from falling. However, at the moment of emotional eruption, tears cascaded down like beads from a broken string, uncontrollable by anyone. Witnessing this scene, Li Mukin was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly scoff. "Humph. All you do is cry. My mother is not even dead yet. You truly are a harbinger of misfortune." In his eyes, no matter what emotions Xiao Xinyan displayed, he perceived them as mere theatrics. He seemed to have forgotten that she was merely a 3.5-year-old girl, hailing from the countryside, untouched by the complexities of the world, and utterly oblivious to the covert conflicts within this affluent family. Li Mukin resembled an individual wholly ensnared in a web of indoctrination. No words from others could awaken him from his stupor. His malice towards Xiao Xinyan had unknowingly reached its zenith. "Second brother, you are being excessively unreasonable." After a moment of silence, Xiao Xinyan could no longer restrain herself and spoke up, raising her gaze to meet Li Mukin's. Her eyes reddened, resembling those of a small rabbit. Clearly taken aback by the unexpected retort from the little girl, Li Mukin was momentarily stunned. "At last, your true colors are being revealed. You can no longer maintain the facade, can you?" Yet, upon hearing his words, Xiao Xinyan remained unfazed, for she was not one to cower. She met his disdainful gaze with quiet dignity. The purity of her eyes shone like crystal, unwavering as she locked her gaze with Li Mukin's, betraying no hint of guilt. Struck by the intensity of her stare, Li Mukin found himself wanting to avert his gaze, feeling a twinge of apprehension at the prospect of looking at her. In the next moment, a sweet, childish voice resonated beside her. "Second brother, must you insist on this? Grandmother says that the copied Buddhist scriptures should be arranged properly, kept dry and tidy as a sign of reverence. She also mentioned that sincerity brings forth blessings. Without genuine intent, even if the Buddha hears our prayers, he will not assist us. Regardless of your thoughts, I can assure you that I genuinely wish to pray for Aunt. And grandfather and grandmother have tacitly approved of my actions. They also wish for her well-being. Each of us hopes for Aunt's safety, even if my intentions might seem insincere. What I am doing is truly for her benefit. You may continue to regard me as a villain, but please do not hinder my copying of the scriptures. If you persist in obstructing me, I too shall become displeased." With that, the little girl huffed in defiance, turning away to disregard Li Mukin. Despite her tender age, she possessed her own temper. She had long found second brother's behavior rather perplexing. Yet, in the spirit of harmony and the prosperity it brings, as grandfather had said, she had chosen to endure his antics. Unbeknownst to her, the more she tolerated, the more he escalated his mischief, even sullying the scriptures meant to bless Aunt. The mere thought of the desecrated text caused Xinyan's brow to furrow tightly, a deep sigh escaping her lips. Alas, it seems I must rewrite them anew. After a rapid outpouring of words to Li Mukin, the little darling seemed rather parched and quickly grasped her bottle resting on the desk, eagerly sucking in several generous gulps. The sweet, creamy flavor enveloped her palate, instantly mending her less than pleasant mood. The cherubic figure appeared to bask in bliss, her eyes narrowing with delight. With both tiny hands cradling her cheeks, she vigorously rubbed them, seemingly attempting to revive her spirits through this endearing gesture. Xinyan, oblivious to Li Mukin's presence, rolled up her sleeves and resumed her transcription of Buddhist scriptures. How amusing it was to be subdued by the aura of a mere child. Li Mukin instinctively glanced around, relieved that no one else was present at that moment. What if his brothers were to witness such a spectacle? Where would his dignity reside? Surely, everything that had transpired was merely a fluke. He began to reassure himself, convincing his mind that she was merely a simple girl from the countryside, unworthy of fear. It was only her sudden verbosity, a stark contrast to her usual reticence, that had caught him off guard. He felt no trepidation whatsoever. After all, he was the second young master of the Li family, the cherished Gourd boy in his grandfather's eyes. What abilities did the second Gourd possess? Keen sight, acute hearing, cleverness, and unmatched cunning, the most adept at devising strategies. Indeed, he was the mightiest among the 7 Gourd brothers. With an inexplicable sense of pride, he deliberately snorted and rose to depart. He remained reluctant to believe that Xinyan would genuinely pray for his mother. However, whether it was due to Xinyan's heartfelt prayers remains uncertain. The very next day after she completed transcribing the Buddhist scriptures, Liang awoke from his slumber. Pei Yinchuan conducted a thorough examination of her health and administered a series of targeted treatments. Her condition showed marked improvement, at least liberating her from the clutches of life-threatening peril. The Li family collectively breathed a sigh of relief. Yet, an unpleasant incident soon unfolded. He initially assumed that his grandparents had called out of concern upon hearing about his mother's car accident and hospitalization. However, the first words uttered by his grandfather tightened Li Muxing's brow. "Muxing, where is your mother? Why isn't she answering her phone? Your grandmother and I have called her numerous times, yet she hasn't picked up. What does she mean by this? Is she intentionally avoiding us? Please inquire whether she no longer wishes to acknowledge us." The tone of Liang Feng and Li Shuping was laden with endless reproach, as if Liang Xuanling's failure to answer their calls was akin to committing an egregious offense. After speaking, Liang Feng seemed ready to terminate the call, appearing entirely oblivious to the incident involving Liang Xuanling's accident. Even if he were aware, it is unlikely he would show concern. After all, to them, Liang Xuanling was merely an extraneous presence. Had it not been for Liang Xuanling marrying into the Li family, thereby becoming their matriarch and a veritable cash cow for them, they would have likely forgotten her existence long ago. Although Liang Xuanling currently outshines all of Liang Feng's children in terms of success, in Liang Feng's eyes, she remains merely the unfortunate child who unwittingly took her place in their family. Liang Feng had always envisioned having one son and one daughter, prior to Liang Xuanling's birth. He and Li Shuping had already welcomed a daughter, thus he had eagerly anticipated a son with Liang Xuanling. only to be met with the arrival of yet another daughter. From the moment of her birth, her parents harbored a dislike for her, even though she ascended to the esteemed role of the Li family's first lady. Admired by all and a source of pride for her parents, and despite her efforts to provide them with a home by relocating them from the countryside to the city, even alleviating the burden of her brother's marriage from them, and continuously offering financial support to ensure they enjoyed a superior quality of life, she still failed to become the daughter they desired most. Reflecting on her mother's subservient demeanor before her grandparents filled Liang Muxing with indignation, prompting her to address her grandfather with a question. Liang Muxing endeavored to maintain politeness, for they were indeed her maternal grandparents, her mother's own flesh and blood. Though she was acutely aware of how they had utilized the money given by her mother, it seemed they were unprepared for their grandson's retort, leaving Liang Feng momentarily taken aback before erupting in anger. What concern is it of yours how much money my mother provides us? This matter is solely between my parents and your mother. Why do you, a mere child, inquire so excessively? Your mother is my daughter, and it is her duty and obligation to support us financially. Whatever amount she chooses to send is her filial piety towards us, and it is neither your place nor your prerogative to meddle in this affair. This is a classic display of impotent rage. Li Muxing chose to disregard him. Under normal circumstances, he would not concern himself with the financial assistance his mother offered to his grandparents. However, given that his mother currently lay in the ICU, having just escaped the clutches of death, the situation was markedly different. Instead of expressing concern, his grandparents audaciously demanded money from her. They regarded her not as their daughter, but merely as a cash dispenser. I regret to inform you, grandfather, that you may be disappointed this time. Li Muxing prefaced his words with a warning, a faint smile curling at the corners of his lips as he softly stated, I fear my mother will be unable to send you any money. Perhaps you should consider alternative means. If all else fails, you might seek assistance from aunt or uncle. After all, you have more than just my mother as a child. I am certain that if you ask, your other children would be willing to help. Deep down, Li Muxing understood that aunt and uncle would not extend their aid to his grandparents, as they too were struggling to survive. Moreover, due to the excessive pampering from their parents, aunt and uncle had developed a rather selfish disposition. They only extend their hands towards their parents for money, never proactively offering any in return. At least for now, the couple's living expenses have solely been covered by his mother's contributions. Therefore, Li Muxing's remarks were, in essence, a blatant mockery of Liang Feng. Indeed, Liang Feng was incensed. You little rascal, you haven't even sprouted your feathers yet, and you dare to act as if you can dictate terms to your mother. Hurry up and have her call me. I shall speak to her directly. Liang Feng hurled insults at Li Muxing, issuing commands with a disgruntled grumble. Even if Liang Fei were to ascend to the heights and become a phoenix, she remains my daughter, and I am still her father. Does she think that by hiding away in silence, I would be rendered powerless? She may evade the first day of the month, but not the 15th. If necessary, I shall personally seek out your family. Upon hearing Liang Feng's tirade, Li Muxing's expression darkened considerably, and his tone grew suddenly frigid. If you wish to find my mother, coming to the Li residence will be futile. She is at the hospital. What is she doing at the hospital? Liang Feng did not exhibit even a hint of the concern one would expect from a typical father. Instead, feeling inexplicably perplexed, Li Muxing articulated these facts in a remarkably calm tone, yet his fingers were tightly clenched into fists. Following Liang Xuanling's accident, Li Muxing felt an immense sorrow and worry within, but as the eldest brother, he understood that maintaining composure was paramount in such trying circumstances. Any loss of control would only lead to greater confusion among his younger siblings. Grandfather often imparted wisdom to them, instilling the notion that a true man should embody the essence of masculinity, possessing the fortitude to shoulder significant responsibilities. He would admonish that succumbing to tears in the face of adversity serves no purpose. Consequently, Li Muxing buried all her tears deep within her heart. Upon hearing Li Muxing's words, there was a moment of silence on the other end of the phone. Faintly, Li Muxing discerned the voice of Li Shuping. With her meticulous nature, Li Muxing instinctively activated the call recording. All your fault. You insisted on saying such things to your daughter, regardless of her shortcomings. She is still your own flesh and blood. If she wishes to remain at her maternal home, what harm is there in that? Why must you force her away? It was not solely my decision to make her leave. You played a part in it as well. Moreover, the accident was not of our making. We can only hold her accountable for her lack of care while driving. I urged her to leave for the sake of your eldest daughter and your youngest son, did I not? If she truly departs from the Li family, none of us will have a peaceful existence. She is currently in the hospital, reportedly in a state of unconsciousness. It seems she will be unable to send us any money. What are we to do next? If she cannot provide us with financial support, how will we resolve matters concerning our eldest daughter? Chapter 43. All are worthless at the Li family estate. After presenting the sutras she had meticulously transcribed to her grandmother and placing them before the Buddha, Xinyan finally breathed a sigh of relief. Having accomplished a task of great significance, the elder of the Li family beamed with delight, increasingly enamored with his little granddaughter. Indeed, she possessed a heart as intricate as a seven-petal flower, bringing joy far surpassing that of the 7 Gourd children. At that moment, all the Gourd siblings of the Li family gathered in the living room, with the exception of the second child, Li Mukin, who was encircled by the warmth of little Xinyan. The third brother, Li Muheo, lovingly presented a bottle of freshly prepared milk formula to Xinyan, speaking gently, "Xinyan, drink up to grow tall. Have this first, and if it's not enough, your third brother will prepare more for you." Little Xinyan extended her tiny hands to accept the large bottle filled with milk powder, flashing a sweet smile at her third brother and cheerfully exclaiming, "Thank you, third brother. Your milk is the best." Her lips, as if coated in honey, instantly made Li Muheo's heart swell with joy, willing to prepare milk for her endlessly. Observing this scene, Li Mukin could not help but roll his eyes dramatically, exclaiming, "Look at that pitiful display of his. Truly, what a disappointment." Casting a disdainful glance at the blissful little bundle, Li Mukin resumed his focus on the game in front of him. Meanwhile, the fourth brother, Li Muhan, was engrossed in a video on his phone while attempting to braid hair. With determination, he declared to little Xinyan, "Xinyan, once I master this, I shall style your hair beautifully." The fifth brother, Li Mufeng, was using a small fork to break apart a jelly on the plate, feeding it to little Xinyan while advising her, "Yin remember to savor your jelly, chewing it slowly and carefully. At your tender age, it is easy to choke. Taking your time will ensure your safety." Meanwhile, Li Mushin, the sixth brother, took out all the Ultraman cards he had painstakingly collected over time, laying them before little Xinyan, earnestly introducing each one. "Yin, this is Taro Ultraman. This is Ultraman Father. This is Ultraman Mother. And this is Dinah Ultraman. And here is Diga Ultraman, my idol who taught me to believe in light." "Yin, do you believe in light?" "Sixth brother, couldn't you show your sister something that girls might enjoy? Typically, only boys are fond of Ultraman, right? Girls usually prefer Disney princesses." Seemingly convinced by the seventh brother's words, Li Mushin pondered thoughtfully for a moment before addressing little Xinyan again. "Sister, which Disney princess do you like?" "You must tell sixth brother. I can help you collect the cards." "Thank you, sixth brother." However, Yin doesn't know who the Disney princesses are. Having grown up in the countryside and in such an environment, little Xinyan had never encountered anything related to Disney. Their home didn't even possess a television. Whenever they wanted to watch the weather forecast, her mother had to take her to a neighbor's house. In her youth, little Xinyan had promised her mother that when she grew up and earned money, she would buy her a television. Yet, before she had the chance to grow up, her mother was gone. Upon hearing little Xinyan's words, her brothers were momentarily taken aback. After all, in their impression, most boys are familiar with Ultraman, while girls know the Disney princesses. But it matters not to Yanbao. Not knowing the Disney princesses is hardly a grave issue. The eldest brother, Li Mujun, was the first to respond, gently reaching out to stroke little Xinyan's head, speaking to her in an exceptionally tender tone. "If you are interested in these, brother can guide you to understand them little by little, whether it be Ultraman or Disney princesses, as long as Yanbao shows interest." He would delve into the subject beforehand and narrate it to her piece by piece. After all, he is her biological brother on the same household registration. Yanbao, the sixth brother, can also help you find some films related to Disney princesses online. The sixth brother, Li Mushin, remarked with a beaming smile directed at little Xinyan. However, the third brother, Li Muhao, exuberantly declared, "What need is there to watch films about those princesses? We can simply take Yanbao to Disneyland." Upon hearing this, the fourth brother, Li Muhan, brightened up, revealing his two little tiger teeth. "Third brother, are you inviting us all to Disneyland for some fun?" Before Li Muhao could respond, Li Muhan hastily added, "Thank you, third brother. You are truly generous. You are a splendid example for all of us." This flurry of compliments left Li Muhao feeling somewhat dizzy, and in that moment, he genuinely agreed. His pocket money was indeed sufficient to take everyone to Disneyland. Lao Wuli Mufeng eagerly exclaimed, I must meticulously plan my strategy and savor every delectable delight there. All of this is indeed thanks to our little Xinyan. Instantly, the brothers felt that Xinyan was truly their little lucky star. Yet, one individual, consumed by his own discontent, sulked alone, engrossed in his game, seemingly sharing the same sentiment. The brothers' gazes converged upon Li Mukin. Li Mukin furrowed his brow, an unsettling intuition suggesting that these mischievous boys were speaking ill of him behind his back. Apart from Li Mukin, Xinyan and the brothers hurried towards their eldest sibling. Xinyan, perceptive and astute, immediately sensed something amiss with her brother. Although he wore his usual smile, it lacked genuine warmth, exuding the essence of forced cheerfulness. The little darling tilted her face upward, fixating her gaze on Li Muxing for a moment before inquiring, Big brother, what troubles you? Is there something weighing on your mind? As she spoke, her brow knitted in concern for her elder brother. He had always treated her with kindness, and she wished to shield him from any distress. Upon hearing her words, the other siblings also seemed to sense the gravity of the situation, their expressions turning serious. Not wanting to burden his younger siblings, Li Muxing refrained from divulging his thoughts. Bending down to lift Xinyan into his arms, feigning ease as he said, Rest assured, Yanbao, the elder brother is perfectly fine. Perhaps he merely appears fatigued after a short outing, which may account for his pallor. Upon hearing his words, Xiaoxin Yan pursed her lips in silence, for she recognized the untruth in his statement. The little darling gazed intently at Li Muxing's face for a moment before, unable to restrain herself, she sweetly exclaimed, Elder brother, if you encounter any difficulties, you must tell Yanbao, for there is a dark aura gathering at your brow, as if you have encountered someone ominous. Chapter 44. The obvious double standard. In the instant she was lifted by her elder brother, Xiao Yanbao distinctly perceived a dark aura entwining around him, emanating a dim and gloomy light. In contrast, when he usually embraced her, a gentle red glow radiated from him, pure and bright. Thus, connecting the peculiar occurrences surrounding her fourth uncle and younger brother, she began to seriously suspect that her elder brother too had been ensnared by malevolent forces. Suddenly, the little darling's expression turned grave. Unconsciously, she clenched her tiny fists, silently vowing to protect her elder brother at all costs. She would not allow him to come to any harm. However, her words fell upon her brother's ears as mere oddities. It seemed her sister was, much like fourth uncle, uttering incomprehensible phrases once again. Yet, while fourth uncle's ramblings were akin to those of a lunatic, utterly frightening, the same peculiar words, when spoken in her sister's sweet, cherubic tone, possessed an endearing charm that was far from terrifying. The dual standards of the red fruit are evident in the eyes of these brothers who adore their sister. Yanbao's every action is deemed adorable. With the innocence of childhood, Li Muxing paid little heed to this, even playfully addressing the little cherub in her arms. Then I shall trouble Yanbao to protect the big brother. He is rather timid, and if something truly sinister were to cling to him, he would be exceedingly frightened. Li Muxing spoke earnestly, causing the little one to believe her words wholeheartedly. In a flurry, she extended her chubby hands, cradling the big brother's face, her voice sweet, yet solemn in her reassurance. Do not fear, big brother. With Yanbao around, those wicked entities would not dare to harm you. Yanbao is quite reliable. After all, she was now a little one backed by the formidable Uncle Death. Xinyan was well aware of this. With Yanbao present, the big brother felt considerably more at ease. Li Muxing's eyes sparkled with a smile, her demeanor markedly lighter than before. The soft and endearing charm of her sister had successfully mended his spirits. The other brothers looked on with envy, astonished that their elder brother possessed such a tactic. With this approach, it seemed he could effortlessly claim his sister's affection. How splendid! The younger siblings could not help but internally grumble. Truly, as the eldest, he possesses a profound cunning. He has inherited the old man's wisdom, akin to a wily fox. Yet, in Li Mukin's eyes, Xinyan's words to Li Muxing were merely another curse. Li Mukin unconsciously set down his phone and walked over, directing his words at Xinyan. Haven't you had enough? After cursing my mother, you now curse me, and now you even curse my elder brother. How could you say such things about him when he has treated you so kindly? You may be young, but your heart is rather malicious. Why does he always look at you with disdain? Did you dig up his grave in a past life? Upon hearing Li Mukin's words, Li Muxing shot him a glare and, in her effort to protect Xinyan, blurted out, What Yanbao said is true. I am indeed being haunted by malevolent forces today. If you do not believe me, listen for yourself and see if they are indeed wicked." With that, Li Muxing took out her phone, turned up the volume, and began to play a recent recording. Li Muxing furrowed his brow as the voices of his grandfather and grandmother emerged. The more he listened, the more tightly his brow knitted. He realized why his mother had been in a car accident. The true culprits were not Xinyan, but the very grandparents he had always felt close to. Li Muxing stood frozen as if turned to stone, remaining motionless and speechless for a considerable time. It was as though he had suffered a profound personal blow, and his expression darkened to an extreme. "You have heard it all now, haven't you? You understand why my mother drove in anger, don't you? You won't continue to wrongfully blame everything on Yinbao's curse, will you? Now you comprehend why I refer to them as malevolent beings, don't you?" Li Muxing's expression was gravely serious, with an icy gleam gathering in his eyes as he relentlessly questioned Li Muxing, exuding an air of disappointment akin to that of a mentor frustrated with a wayward pupil. Li Muxing, with his impetuous spirit and simplistic mindset, often found himself duped yet remained oblivious, assisting those who betrayed him. He harbored a belief that his maternal grandparents treated him with utmost kindness, which fostered a deep bond with them, making him feel they were his true family. Consequently, he perceived the sternness of the patriarch of the Li family as a lack of affection, harboring resentment in his heart. Little did he realize that his grandparents' benevolence stemmed from his status as the young master of the Li family, as winning him over brought them substantial advantages. Perhaps he was destined to become the next Liang Xuanling. How could they act in such a manner? After all, his mother was their own flesh and blood. Upon listening to the recording his elder brother had shared, Li Muheo was filled with indignation, exclaiming, "I truly feel for our mother. I share your sentiments. Yet what can we do?" Li Muxing sighed deeply. He had repeatedly advised Liang Xuanling not to shoulder all the burdens of her natal family, particularly regarding matters related to her aunt, urging her not to intervene, for her family was akin to a bottomless pit, insatiable in its demands. Once she began to assist in resolving their issues, it would become an endless cycle. Initially, Liang Xuanling had doubted this, believing that as a sister, failing to aid her elder sibling would signify emotional coldness, a stance she could not adopt. Yet she had never considered whether those individuals truly regarded her as kin. After an indeterminate passage of time, Li Muxing finally regained his senses, murmuring to himself, "This cannot be real." The harshness of reality overwhelmed him, rendering him momentarily incapable of acceptance. The warm sunlight cascaded upon him, yet he felt no warmth whatsoever, only an overwhelming chill surrounding him. Is this truly the case? You are aware in your heart. I have but a single statement to convey to you. Li Muxing, weary of further discourse with Li Muxing, paused momentarily before articulating each word with precision. "From now on, you must not attribute all misfortunes to Yinbao. She is not a harbinger of calamity. On the contrary, in my eyes, she is the little blessing of our family." With that, Li Muxing cradled the little one and turned to depart. Apart from Li Muxing, the other siblings followed their elder brother's lead, leaving him standing alone, his silhouette embodying profound solitude. Big brother and second brother are quite pitiable. Shall we not ignore him? Upon hearing this, Li Muxing smiled gently at little Yinbao, assuring her, "Fear not, we shall not ostracize anyone. We merely wish for him to experience the essence of solitude, to instill a lasting lesson. Indeed, the taste of isolation is far from pleasant." Chapter 45. The desire to attend school. Grandfather. Look at the name Xinyan just wrote. After lunch, little Xinyan, as per her usual routine, practiced calligraphy in the study of the elderly, diligently completing a sheet of brushwork, and she eagerly presented her work to the elderly for his appraisal. "Come, let me see," the elderly gentleman of the Li family said, eagerly accepting the piece of paper presented by little Xinyan. He even donned his reading glasses and began to scrutinize and appreciate it with utmost seriousness. Little Xinyan, obedient and well-behaved, stood beside him, her bright, clear eyes sparkling with anticipation. At merely 3.5 years old, the sweet praise from her elders filled her heart with joy surpassing that of honey sweetness. The elder's demeanor was exceptionally earnest as he carefully read each character. With a gentle smile directed at Xinyan, he tenderly praised, "Ah, our Yinbao's handwriting is becoming increasingly beautiful, truly wonderful." As he spoke, he reached out to affectionately pat her head. Indeed, receiving her grandfather's commendation made Xinyan's heart bloom with happiness, a broad smile curving her lips. "Thank you, Grandpa," her sweet, melodic voice echoed. further illuminating the elder's face with a radiant smile. As a beloved granddaughter, her affectionate call was far more delightful than that of the other grandchildren who playfully called him Grandpa. Glancing down at the calligraphy she had crafted, the elder pondered for a moment before inquiring, "Yin Bao, could you share with Grandpa why you enjoy writing so much?" The little girl's diligence and eagerness to learn surpassed the elder's expectations. Moreover, she exhibited remarkable talent, proving to be a promising prospect. With proper guidance, she would undoubtedly achieve great things in the future. Because Yin Bao believes that mastering the art of writing brings a profound sense of accomplishment, she harbors a fondness for calligraphy. Upon finishing her statement, her eyes gently curved, resembling two delicate crescent moons, exuding sweetness and charm. The elderly patriarch of the Li family smiled tenderly and continued to inquire in a warm and amiable manner, "So, does Yin Bao wish to attend school like her brothers?" The child, now 3.5 years old, was at the perfect age for kindergarten. From the moment little Xinyan's household registration was established within the Li family, the elderly patriarch had been contemplating this matter. He aspired for little Xinyan to receive the finest education, akin to the Li family's little heroes. School. Little Xinyan's eyes visibly brightened. Yet in the next moment, the glimmer dimmed slightly, and she hesitantly asked, "Can Yin Bao go to school?" Her inquiry was tinged with caution, as though she feared that her grandfather might deliver a negative response, which would shatter the beautiful bubble of hope rising within her. Of course, why wouldn't she? The elderly patriarch of the Li family responded, somewhat perplexed, as he reached out to gently pat little Xinyan's head, asserting with conviction, "Every child has the right and duty to receive an education. Only through education can a child gain knowledge, understand propriety, and cultivate respect. Both boys and girls deserve the opportunity to learn. Those with a talent for academics can pursue their studies to the fullest, while those less inclined can still develop a proper worldview." She widened her eyes, fixated on the elderly patriarch of the Li family without blinking. In the past, when Yin Bao resided in the village, the local school rejected her, and the villagers unanimously declared that she was unworthy of an education. They labeled her a little disaster, fearing that her presence in the school would adversely affect the other children. Consequently, the villagers collectively approached the school, resulting in the rejection of Xinyan, who was initially prepared to attend kindergarten. The funds for her education were painstakingly saved by her mother, with every single penny soaked in her sweat and toil. Upon hearing Xinyan's words, the elderly patriarch of the Li family appeared momentarily stunned, a palpable sorrow welling up in his eyes, and he could not suppress a sigh. It was unfathomable to imagine what this delicate little girl had endured, what malice she had encountered in this world, and how many faces of humanity's darkest nature she had witnessed. After a brief emotional adjustment, the elderly patriarch fixed his gaze upon Xinyan's eyes and earnestly promised her, "Yin Bao, as long as you wish to attend school, your grandfather will enroll you in the finest institution for your education." With a twinkle in his eye, he added, "Our clever and bright little girl. Whichever school she attends will be fortunate to have her." The prospect of attending school became a reality. Xinyan stood frozen in disbelief, but after a moment, the once dim light in her eyes reignited with hope. Yin Bao could truly go to school. The 3.5-year-old little darling could not help but exclaim in delight. Directing a radiant smile towards the elderly patriarch of the Li family, her voice sweet and innocent as she said, "Thank you, Grandpa. Xinyan is truly so happy. Really, so happy. It is a joy that comes from the heart. Mother has said that only by studying diligently can one experience a broader world. The world is so vast, and little Xinyan wishes to explore it." Touched by the infectious joy of his granddaughter, the elderly gentleman of the Li family could not resist lifting little Xinyan into his arms, his voice dripping with affection as he proclaimed, "If Yin Bao is happy, then Grandpa is also happy. Starting tomorrow, I will personally arrange everything, so our little princess of the Li family can attend kindergarten." "Sister, you truly wish to go to school?" The third brother, Li Muheo, looked at little Xinyan with an expression of disbelief, his brow furrowed deeply, embodying a visage of profound sorrow. "Why would you think this way? School is such a painful experience." He had previously envied his sister. At the tender age of 3.5, living carefree, able to wake up naturally each day and play as she pleased. Yet now, his sister surprisingly expressed a desire to attend kindergarten. Upon hearing his words, little Xinyan was momentarily taken aback. Before she could respond, her elder brother, Li Muxing, addressed the third brother, saying, "Third brother, Attending school may be a torment for you, but it need not be a painful experience for our sister. Little Xinyan, now comprehending the situation, blinked her bright, innocent eyes and asked her third brother with a look of bewilderment, "Third brother, why do you think school is painful?" At times, the four-dimensional perspective of brother Sen truly eludes her understanding. Upon hearing her sister's inquiry, Li Muheo gently grasped her small hand and earnestly elucidated. Following this, he could not help but let out a lament. The agony was indeed palpable. Chapter 46. The scholar and the underachiever Li Muheo continued to hold Xiao Xinyan's hand. His brow furrowed in distress, as if to disclose the torment within. "Sister, you must listen intently to Brother San. This is not the most excruciating part. The true anguish lies in the days leading up to the end of summer and winter breaks, when one must frantically complete assignments." For Li Muheo, those frantic days of catching up on homework represented the darkest moments of his existence. A single lamp, a pen, and an all-nighter, striving to create a miracle. The other brothers, having gleaned the reason behind Li Muheo's distress regarding school, exchanged knowing glances and shared a silent chuckle. The fourth brother, Li Muheo, could hardly contain his amusement, revealing his little tiger teeth as he teased Brother San. "Brother, the reason you find school so painful is primarily because you are an underachiever. If you were a bona fide scholar like Brother Da, you would likely be devoid of such woes." Upon hearing this, Brother Da, Li Muxing, cooperatively lifted his chin with an air of pride and confidence, as if to affirm, "Indeed, I am a genuine scholar, the epitome of the exemplary child from others' families. Brother San, do not frighten our sister here. If she is intimidated into avoiding school because of you, grandfather will surely have words with you." Eldest brother Li Mufeng, with a heart full of kindness, gently reminded Li Muheo, then turned to the little Xinyan with a warm smile, saying, "Sister, do not be frightened by what third brother says. School is filled with many delightful experiences. For instance, there are often delectable treats right at the school gate, far surpassing even the culinary creations of our family chef. Some delicacies can only be found at the school entrance, while similar dishes might exist elsewhere. The flavors from our school are truly unforgettable." With a deep appreciation for gastronomy, Li Mufeng eagerly anticipated introducing his sister to the culinary treasures surrounding their school. Supporting his elder brother's sentiments, sixth brother Li Mushin chimed in, addressing little Xinyan. "Sister, fifth brother speaks the truth. There are indeed many enjoyable activities at school, and you will have the chance to make numerous friends." The prospect of forging friendships seemed to possess an irresistible allure, even more enticing than the delectable food mentioned by fifth brother. Xinyan's eyes sparkled with excitement, shining like stars in the night sky. She longed for companionship, having never experienced the joy of friendship, as the village children often ignored her. Whenever they encountered her, they either hurled insults or threw stones and sticks her way. Each time she was bullied, little Xinyan wished for a friend who would stand by her side in times of need. Seventh brother Li Mujuan noticed his sister's genuine desire to attend school and affectionately reached out to pat the little darling's head, speaking tenderly, "Sister, in the future, we shall undoubtedly be as accomplished as our elder brother, and we will certainly not become like our third brother, who struggles academically. Therefore, we must attend school, diligently study, and strive for improvement every day, so that we may grow up to be individuals who contribute to society." The little one's gaze fell upon Li Mujun's face, and after a moment of contemplation, she tilted her head curiously and inquired, "Seventh brother, what is an academic achiever? And what is an underachiever?" These two terms were entirely foreign and novel to her. Li Mujun was momentarily taken aback by the question. After a brief silence, he provided an explanation. To put it simply, an academic achiever is like our elder brother, while an underachiever is akin to our third brother. The fourth sibling, Li Muhan, took up the conversation, addressing little Xinyan. "Sister, an academic achiever is a dominant force in studies, someone whose academic performance is exceptionally outstanding. Much like our elder brother, who is perpetually at the top of the honor roll, excelling in both character and academics, and even serving as the president of the student council, earning the trust and affection of both teachers and classmates." The fifth sibling, Li Mufeng, glanced at the third brother, Li Muhao, and with a smile, said to little Xinyan, "Sister, an underachiever is the complete opposite of an academic achiever. It's our third brother. Every time exam results are released, he is called in by the teacher to meet with his parents. And when his parents arrive, the teacher's first words are usually that there is no further room for improvement in Li Muhao's academic performance. Upon hearing this, the third brother, Li Muhao, immediately became flustered and retorted, "Fifth brother, do not tarnish my reputation in front of our sister. My grades are not that terrible." With a smile, Li Mushun playfully defended his brother, Li Muhao, saying, "Fifth brother, how can you unjustly accuse third brother? There is clearly still room for improvement in his academic performance." Hearing this, Li Muhao shot a sidelong glance at Li Mushun and slowly uttered a single word, "Scram," whose grades don't have room for improvement. Xinyan suddenly inquired. Her curiosity piqued. The eldest brother, Li Muxing, gently patted her head and said through gritted teeth, "Your second brother has consistently held the last position, an unchanging fact." To this, the second brother, Li Muchun, felt no shame. Rather, he took great pride in it. He even believed he was rather impressive, as few could maintain such a position at the bottom for so long. Meanwhile, Li Muchun, who was at the hospital with Li Qirue, seemed to sense something amiss. His nose suddenly itched, and he couldn't help but sneeze. "Achoo! Has he caught a cold?" Li Muchun rubbed his nose, looking perplexed. "Regarding Yin Bao attending kindergarten, do you two have any plans or thoughts?" The elderly called Li Qicheng and Zhong Jing into his study, discussing the matter earnestly. Upon hearing this, Zhong Jing furrowed her brow slightly. Her eyes filled with concern as she replied, "Dad, Yin Bao should indeed go to kindergarten. But I worry that due to her past experiences, she may have some personality issues that could hinder her ability to adapt to kindergarten life." In fact, Zhong Jing had privately discussed Yin Bao's enrollment in kindergarten with Li Qicheng beforehand. However, Yin Bao is exceedingly eager to attend kindergarten. The elder of the Li family furrowed his brows slightly and remarked, "I can discern that the child possesses a profound yearning for schooling." Zhong Jingyi and Li Qixin exchanged glances, having overlooked little Yin Bao's sentiments. "I understand your concerns. You are primarily worried that Yin Bao may be bullied in kindergarten, am I right?" Li Qixin and Zhong Jingyi nodded in unison. They had witnessed first-hand instances of little Yin Bao being bullied, and they feared a recurrence of such events, which would inflict irrevocable psychological harm upon her. Therefore, they resolved to personally teach Yin Bao self-defense and resilience, believing that once she becomes more assertive, they might feel more at ease allowing her to attend kindergarten. Yet, they seemed to forget that a flower nurtured in a greenhouse can never withstand the harshness of winter. Chapter 47. Spring Dawn. If your apprehensions about Yin Bao being bullied lead to her missing the opportunity to attend kindergarten, it would indeed be a great pity. The elder of the Li family raised his hand to stroke the beard he had cultivated meticulously over the years. Speaking meaningfully to Li Qixin and Zhang Jingyi, what matters most for Yin Bao now is not avoidance, but the courage to step outside. Certain experiences are essential on her path to growth. They are irreplaceable and unavoidable. Our role is to protect her, ensuring she grows up safe and sound. Upon hearing the elder's words, Li Qixin and Zhong Jingyi exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting an unspoken understanding. "Father, we comprehend your perspective, and we shall earnestly consider your suggestions, ensuring that we select a suitable kindergarten for Yin Bao." Li Qixin turned to his esteemed elder, respectfully expressing his thoughts. The patriarch of the Li family directly proposed, "In my opinion, it would be best for Yin Bao to attend the same school as her brothers. The educational resources there are unparalleled, and with our little ones in attendance, Yin Bao will be well protected and safeguarded from any bullying." Upon hearing the elder's words, Zhong Jingyi contemplated thoughtfully for a moment before nodding in agreement. That sounds feasible. The primary division where the seventh child studies is in close proximity to their kindergarten. He can frequently visit his sister after classes, aiding Yin Bao in acclimatizing to the school environment. As she spoke, Zhong Jingyi paused slightly, recalling a matter of great importance, her brow furrowing slightly. However, their kindergarten does require an entrance examination, and given that Yin Bao has never attended school before, she is essentially starting from scratch. It seems there may be some challenges in passing the entrance assessment. "I have faith in Yin Bao." Li Qixin echoed the elder's sentiments, turning to Zhong Jingyi and gently placing his arm around her shoulders, offering her a reassuring glance. "Our Yin Bao is intelligent, lively, and charming. She will undoubtedly navigate the entrance exam with ease. As long as we believe in her, she will possess confidence." Upon hearing Li Qixin's words, Zhong Jingyi let out a sigh of relief. He speaks with utmost accuracy, for a child as young as Yin Bao, merely 3.5 years old. Her entire confidence fundamentally stems from her original family environment. It is imperative that they cultivate a nurturing familial atmosphere to foster her self-assurance and reshape her worldview. She must come to understand that there are countless individuals in this world who cherish her deeply. The news of Xinyan's impending enrollment in kindergarten has spread throughout the Li family. In order to facilitate the little darling's successful passage through the kindergarten entrance examination, every member of the Li family contributes in whatever capacity they can, while those unable to assist offer encouragement. No one is permitted to utter discouraging words or sardonic remarks. This is a decree issued directly by the family patriarch. It certainly seems as though this directive is aimed at a specific individual. Aside from the routine of attending school, dining, and sleeping, most of her time is spent in her private little attic, engaging in physical exercise, playing games, and occasionally visiting the hospital to check on Liang Xuanling. She is fully awakened and has been transferred from the ICU to a standard VIP room. Perhaps due to her brush with mortality, Liang Xuanling's demeanor has undergone a significant transformation, rendering her markedly more taciturn than before. Even her interactions with Li Chirue have diminished considerably. Most of her days are spent sitting on her hospital bed, gazing vacantly out the window, leaving no one aware of the thoughts that occupy her mind. Li Chirue even feels as though her very soul has been replaced by that of another. The little darling is brimming with determination and diligence. So much so that one might imagine her hanging from a beam or pricking herself with a needle in pursuit of her studies. The elder brothers began to exert their abilities to assist their younger sister. The eldest, Li Muxing, a prodigious scholar, personally tutored his sister in mathematics, imparting his effective study methods, allowing her to grasp the subject with remarkable ease. The fifth brother, Li Mufeng, while not particularly outstanding, maintained an average performance that spared him from embarrassment, unlike the second brother, Li Muqin, and the third brother, Li Moheo, who often fell short of expectations. His proficiency in English was sufficient to help his sister navigate her exams. The sixth brother, Li Mushin, and the seventh brother, Li Mujuan, primarily served as morale boosters, encouraging their sister and instilling in her a robust sense of confidence. The third brother, Li Moheo, a lackluster student, loathed two things above all: homework and examinations. The mere mention of these subjects would send him into a spiral of headache, prompting him to withdraw from such endeavors. However, whenever his sister required assistance in other areas, he would always step forward, eager to alleviate her troubles. After lunch, Xinyan commenced her review of the Chinese language. She possessed a remarkable intelligence and an almost photographic memory. After just one or two revisions of the vocabulary and idioms compiled by the fourth brother, she had nearly committed them to memory. She had even begun to delve into ancient poetry. The afternoon sunlight, delicate and radiant, bathed her in a gentle golden hue, casting a soft glow upon her. A closer inspection would reveal that this golden light carried a faint hint of purple. The little bundle of joy held a poetry anthology larger than her own head, swaying back and forth as she recited the ancient verses inscribed within. At this very moment, she was engrossed in reading the poem Spring Dawn by the Tang Dynasty poet Meng Haoran. Her sweet, delicate voice resonated throughout the room, filling every corner with warmth and light. In spring, one sleeps unaware of dawn. Is this not spring dawn? He happened to have it memorized. Seemingly eager to prove to his younger sister that he was not an irredeemable academic underachiever, the third brother, Li Moheo, deliberately cleared his throat to capture her attention and began reciting. In spring, one sleeps unaware of dawn. Everywhere mosquitoes bite. Last night, I turned over, not knowing how many died. Upon hearing her brother's rendition of Spring Dawn, little Xinyan was utterly stunned. Her mouth fell open, wide enough to accommodate a quail egg. She repeatedly glanced at the poetry collection in her hands, her brow furrowed in disbelief. Why did her brother's version of Spring Dawn differ from that in the book? Could there be another version? It dawned on her that her brother's rendition was indeed an alternative version. The little milk bag seemed to have convinced herself, nodding in realization. Meanwhile, the third brother mistakenly believed he had earned his sister's admiration, his demeanor radiating confidence and pride. Consequently, he recited his self-created version of Spring Dawn even louder, just as it was overheard by the patriarch of the Li family descending the stairs. Chapter 48. The brother is not a fool in spring. One sleeps unaware of dawn. Everywhere mosquitoes bite. Last night, I turned over, not knowing how many died. Li Moheo recited with unabashed pride, his demeanor animated and triumphant. The expression on the elder Mr. Li's face darkened in an instant, and he pondered inwardly. What nonsensical things are being recited? Third brother, what are you reciting? The first words from the elder as he descended the stairs were directed at Li Muheo in an accusatory tone. Good day, grandfather. Both Xiao Xinyan and Li Muheo greeted the elder in unison. Li Muheo, blissfully unaware of his error, innocently replied to the elder. I was reciting Spring Dawn, hoping to help my sister solidify her memorization. He appeared quite confident in his assertion. The elder Mr. Li stifled the impulse to strike him with his cane, gripping the dragon head of the cane with unusual force, and inquired of Li Muheo. Are you certain that Spring Dawn is recited in this manner? Li Muheo paused for a moment, beginning to doubt himself as he retorted, Is it not so? In his memory and understanding, Spring Dawn seemed to be recited exactly in this way. Taking a deep breath, the elder exhaled slowly, striving to control his emotions. Look at the poetry collection in your sister's hands and see how it is written. Upon hearing this, Xiao Xinyan obediently handed her poetry collection to her elder brother. Li Muheo, complying readily, took the book and lowered his gaze upon the poem Spring Dawn. After reading it once, he stood there in a daze, seemingly lost in thought. Why was it that the Spring Dawn in his memory differed in every aspect from the one in his sister's poetry collection, except for the first line? Could it be that he had misremembered it? This poem, Spring Dawn, was taught to him verbatim by his second elder brother. For the longest time, Li Muheo was under the impression that Spring Dawn was recited in this manner, but now that he has discovered the truth, he was immediately petrified. His faith in life shaken to its core. Yinbao, recite the correct version of Spring Dawn for your third elder brother so that he will remember it firmly from now on. The elder of the Li family turned his gaze towards the well-behaved little Xinyan, his eyes softening and the corners of his lips lifting into a gentle smile the moment they fell upon his little granddaughter. This warmth was something the Li family's Calabash brothers would never experience. Okay, little Xinyan nodded busily and began to recite. Swaying her head, I awake light-hearted this morning of spring. Everywhere round I hear the singing of birds. But who can tell how many of the blossoms have been battered by last night's wind and rain? Before her third elder brother came in, the little darling had just begun to learn this poem and had completely memorized it after only a few readings. After hearing little Yinbao's recitation of Spring Dawn, the elder of the Li family felt much more at ease, nodding in great satisfaction and reaching out to touch little Yinbao's head as a form of praise and encouragement. In the next moment, the elder of the Li family turned his gaze and glared at Li Muheo, saying, Third child, have you remembered it? The speed at which Grandpa changed his expression was faster than that of a professional Sichuan opera face-changing actor. Then recite it once. The elder of the Li family said unexpectedly. Li Muheo was momentarily stunned. His brain, which already had little knowledge in reserve, became even more blank. He stammered for a long time, unable to recite even the only correct first line. He immediately became dejected, his head drooping as if weighed down by despair, his unruly hair drooping in defeat. He candidly admitted, I suppose I should review it a few more times. Whether in the pursuit of knowledge or in the journey of life, one must remain grounded, advancing steadily with each step, exercising patience and diligence. Third brother, you ought to learn from Yinbao. Although you are her elder by age, in many other respects, your younger sister could very well be your teacher. With that, the elder gentleman rose and departed, having arranged to meet an old friend for tea. After his grandfather's departure, Li Muheo remained rooted in place. As if struck by a devastating blow, his spirit noticeably diminished. At his age, already in middle school, he could not even recite a single line of Spring Dawn. Could it be that he was not merely a poor student, but indeed the most inept among them? Third brother, do not be sad, do not be disheartened, do not be upset. Xiao Xinyan, noticing his low spirits, moved closer and gently patted his drooping head, offering comfort. Xinyan struggles with many ancient poems too. If we practice together, we will surely master them. Yinbao, do you think there is still hope for third brother? Li Muheo turned to the little one beside him, his eyes brimming with tears, seeking reassurance. If he did not seize the moment to salvage his situation, he feared he would be utterly lost. Because grandfather once mentioned that if a child from the Li family cannot gain admission to a prestigious university through their own efforts, they would be arranged to work in the family-owned factory, performing laborious tasks such as turning screws. Whatever is the most grueling, that is what they would do. Li Muheo certainly did not wish to toil in the factory. At that moment, the soothing voice of little Xinyan, imbued with healing qualities, resonated in Li Muheo's ear. Of course, there is. Third brother isn't foolish. As long as you study diligently, you will surely make progress. Upon hearing this, Li Muheo's eyes which had dimmed from disappointment, instantly rekindled with light. Sister, do you truly believe I am not foolish? Not at all. Third brother is the smartest third brother in the world. Little Xinyan replied without hesitation, flashing a sweet smile at Li Muheo, her large eyes crescent-shaped with delight. And the dimples at the corners of her mouth were pronounced, as if filled with sunshine and honey, radiating vitality and an abundance of healing energy. Encouraged in an instant, Li Muheo's eyes shone even brighter. He could hardly contain his emotions, pulling the little bundle of joy into his embrace and sincerely exclaimed, Sister, you are truly wonderful. Li Muheo, what are you doing? Let go of my sister. Li Mujuan nearly materialized beside Li Muheo and little Xinyan, grasping Li Muheo's arm with both hands and forcefully pulling him away before seizing little Xinyan and shielding her behind herself, with eyes brimming with vigilance. Li Mujuan glared at Li Muheo, her expression one of discontent as she questioned, Who permitted you to hug my sister? What do you mean by your sister? Yin Bao is also my sister. She is a sister to us all. Upon hearing Li Mujun's words, Li Muhao began to feel displeased, responding sharply, And why must I seek your permission to embrace Yin Bao? You, the seventh, should go play with your mud balls. Unable to resist asserting his brotherly authority over his younger sibling, he employed a tactic he had learned from his second brother, Li Muchun. However, Li Mujun remained undaunted, huffing defiantly and asserting, Yin Bao is my biological sister, and I am her true brother. If I say no hugs, then no hugs it shall be. Chapter 49, The Wandering Little Red Envelope 7th. If you continue to speak in such a manner, I shall take offense. Upon hearing Li Mujun's declaration, the usually jovial Li Muhao's expression shifted to one of seriousness, and he began to feel a surge of anger. This seventh sibling had become excessively domineering. It was a rare blessing for their family to have an angelic sister, yet he sought to monopolize her attention. As the third brother, Li Muhao would not permit such an occurrence. With unwavering gaze fixed upon Li Mujun, his demeanor grew somewhat imposing, lowering his voice deliberately. He stated, Grandfather has repeatedly expressed that the Li family will never be divided. We are eternally one family. By uttering such words, you are contradicting Grandfather's wishes and opposing him. Indeed, this declaration succeeded in startling Li Mujun. The youth's complexion shifted noticeably as he hurriedly denied the accusation, exclaiming, I am not. I did not. Do not unjustly place such labels upon me. Li Muheo crossed his arms and continued to question, Who made you constantly emphasize that Yin Bao is your biological sister? Are the rest of us brothers mere impostors? Is that what you imply? Upon hearing this, Li Mujun seemed at a loss for a retort. Humph. The youth made a face at his third brother and defiantly turned his head away, regardless of the circumstances. His bond with little Yin Bao was undeniably closer than with the others. After all, they shared the same household registration, legally recognized as siblings. Li Muheo, uninterested in Li Mujun's antics, gazed gently at little Yin Bao and spoke with unwavering conviction. Yin Bao, you have been swayed by your seventh brother's words. It is not only him. We are all your brothers, and you shall forever remain our most cherished sister. Upon hearing her third brother's words, little Yin Bao obediently nodded. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and with a mischievous glint in her eyes, she reached for the hands of both her seventh brother, Li Mujun, and her third brother, Li Muheo. Glancing back and forth between them like a master balancing water, she chirped in her sweet voice, Both third brother and seventh brother are Yan's brothers, so please stop arguing. After all, both hands and palms are made of flesh. The two brothers exchanged a silent understanding, their gazes instinctively diverting, as if shocked by an electric current. With their sister displaying such maturity, they felt somewhat childish in comparison. How embarrassing! After nearly a month of diligent study, as the summer vacation drew to a close, little Xinyan faced the entrance examination for kindergarten. On this day, the entire Li family rallied together to support and encourage the young one. In a bid to ensure that their beloved sister would pass the exam smoothly, her brothers each showcased their unique talents, preparing a variety of small gifts for her. The day before the examination, they presented all the gifts to little Xinyan. The eldest brother, Li Muxing, handed her a coin strung on a red cord, gently saying, Sister, this is my talisman. I have worn it since I was a baby, and now I lend it to you, hoping it will bless you with success in your exam. The second brother, Li Mukin, mysteriously vanished and was absent. The third brother, Li Muheo, neatly folded a vibrant red outfit and placed it at Xinyan's bedside, somewhat theatrically declaring, Sister, wear the clothes from your third brother, and you shall conquer all challenges, for no obstacle can withstand your might. The color red, festive and protective. The fourth brother, Li Muhan, gifted her a jade pendant, saying, "Sister, you should wear the Wenchang star pendant that I secured for you. When it comes to examinations, we must rely on the Wenchang star." The fifth brother, Li Mufeng, presented her with an exquisitely crafted water cup, cradling it with both hands and smiling warmly, "Sister, I may not understand talismans, but I have prepared this koi cup for you, filled with warm milk. Drink it all before you sleep, and you shall have a restful night, rejuvenating your spirit." Sixth brother Li Mushan spent a substantial amount to acquire a pair of limited edition shoes, exclaiming with great generosity, "Sister, these are the shoes I have prepared for you. I hope you can achieve perfect scores, just like the swoosh on these shoes." Seventh brother Li Mujuan, as always, dismissed his other siblings with indifference and presented a similarly limited edition backpack to little Xinyan. He affectionately ruffled her hair and remarked, "Sister, you shouldn't take so many unnecessary items into the examination hall, so I have prepared only stationery for you. May you have a smooth examination." Youngest brother Li Muliang babbled incessantly, seemingly offering encouragement to his sister, although no one could comprehend his infantile speech. The brothers and their younger sibling were exceedingly enthusiastic. Little Xinyan felt no inclination to refuse their kindness. Thus, on the day of the examination, she adorned herself with all the gifts from her brothers. She wore a vibrant red outfit, sported the shoes emblazoned with the swoosh, donned a red string necklace threaded with copper coins, hung a Wenchang star pendant around her neck, and carried a limited edition backpack filled with stationery and a koi-shaped water bottle. The sight of the little darling astounded the adults of the Li family, leaving them collectively dumbfounded. Fourth brother Li Kitchen, who rarely gathered with the family, could not contain himself upon witnessing this scene and burst into laughter. "Little cutie, it's not even the new year yet. Why do you look like a red envelope?" With a playful glint in his eyes, Li Kitchen gazed at the brightly adorned little Xinyan, remarking with a jest that the description was indeed befitting of the little darling's current appearance. The little one paused, a flicker of self-doubt crossing her face as she inquired of her fourth uncle whether her attire seemed peculiar. Her sole intention was to honor the kindness of each of her brothers, desiring only to bring them joy. And thus she had momentarily disregarded any concern for her personal image. "Not at all peculiar, not in the slightest," Grandfather Li interjected, his gaze brimming with affection for the little one, as he chuckled. "Your fourth uncle has never possessed a normal sense of aesthetics. Yinner, pay him no mind." Li Kitchen could only sigh in response, lamenting his perennial lack of domestic authority. Grandmother Li, drawing little Xinyan into a warm embrace, planted a tender kiss upon her chubby cheek, declaring with adoration, "Our Yinner is blessed with beauty and loveliness, so whatever she chooses to adorn herself with becomes her." Hearing the words of her grandparents, little Xinyan's eyes sparkled anew, her confidence restored. And so, the little darling, resembling a joyous harbinger of good fortune, waved farewell to the Li family and ventured into the examination hall, ready to confront and conquer the challenges that awaited her. As the little one's figure receded into the distance, Li Kitchen couldn't help but murmur, "May this auspicious attire aid our little darling, and may all go smoothly." Chapter 50. The desire to tease you within the examination hall. The appearance of Xiao Xinyan successfully captured the attention of all the teachers present. Who could possibly overlook a delightful little one dressed like a festive red envelope? Radiant and joyful, she constituted a striking sight, becoming the focal point wherever she went. "Oh dear, little one, what is your name? You are truly adorable," inquired the teacher responsible for checking admission tickets, her heart melted by Xiao Xinyan's charm. As she smiled brightly at her, Xiao Xinyan tilted her cherubic face upwards to gaze at the young and beautiful teacher, her eyes gently curving into a smile as she replied, "Hello, teacher. My name is Li Xinyan. Thank you for your kind words." Not only was she cute in appearance and attire, but she also exhibited remarkable politeness. It was difficult not to be fond of such a child. "May I touch your face?" The young teacher, unable to contain her affection for Xiao Xinyan, asked with eager anticipation. Recalling the advice given by Zhang Jingyi that her face should not be casually touched, Xiao Xinyan held on to those words firmly. "A gentle touch is fine." The teacher reached out her hand towards the little angel before her, caressing her peach-like cheek, which felt even smoother and more exquisite than she had imagined. A profound sense of satisfaction enveloped her. The teacher sincerely wished for this charming little girl to successfully pass the entrance examination and ideally become one of her students. After gently touching her face, The teacher personally escorted Xiao Xinyan to her seat before attending to the next student entering the examination hall. At that moment, the examination hall was still sparsely populated, yet behind Xiao Xinyan's seat sat a girl of similar age. This young girl was exquisitely adorned, wearing an expensive princess dress complemented by limited edition designer shoes. Even the hair tie she used was embellished with a Swarovski bow. Her ostentatious attire seemingly bestowed upon her a sense of superiority, enhancing her air of arrogance. Observing Xiao Xinyan, who appeared as a charming doll, the girl rolled her eyes dismissively, exuding an unmistakable air of disdain. Unbeknownst to Xiao Xinyan, she maintained her politeness and greeted the girl. "Hello, my name is Xinyan. What is your name?" As her words fell, Xiao Xinyan blinked her clear, pure eyes, devoid of any impurities. Prior to the exam, Zhong Jingyi had advised Xiao Xinyan that everyone present could potentially become her classmates or friends, hence she must be courteous and learn to initiate conversations and friendships. Zhong Jingyi intended to seize this opportunity to nurture Xiao Xinyan's confidence and social skills. Due to her previous experiences of being bullied, Xiao Xinyan's heart had become somewhat closed off. Perhaps by making more friends, she could open up her inner world, allowing her to blossom like a typical child, innocent and carefree. Little did Zhong Jingyi anticipate that not all children possess the same unblemished purity. Such was the case now. Xinyan took the initiative to greet the young girl. Yet the girl responded with a dismissive huff, declaring, "Who do you think you are, country bumpkin? What right do you have to speak to this princess? Do you even deserve to know my name?" Taken aback by such an unexpected reaction, Xinyan felt a surge of apprehension at the girl's attitude. "I am not a country bumpkin. My name is Xinyan. You may choose not to share your name, but it is impolite to speak in such a manner." Her older brother had always encouraged her, reminding her that if they had not committed any wrong, there was no need to apologize to anyone. Thanks to his constant support, Xinyan had grown significantly braver than before. The young girl seemed taken aback by Xinyan's forthrightness, momentarily stunned, and her expression grew even more displeased. "You are the impolite one. Your entire family lacks manners. What gives a country bumpkin like you the right to accuse this princess of rudeness?" The girl's voice grew shrill and piercing, successfully drawing the attention of the teacher supervising the examination room. The teacher turned, a serious expression on their face, admonishing, "Students, loud disturbances are not permitted in the examination hall. Please maintain silence." Clearly intimidated by the teacher, the girl felt humiliated by being addressed in front of everyone, and her irritation intensified, leading her to blame all her frustrations on Xinyan. As the examination approached, she lowered her voice and, through gritted teeth, uttered to Xinyan, "Country bumpkin, just you wait. I shall not let you off easily." After all, a rational person would not incessantly refer to herself as a princess. This young girl might have some issues with her mental faculties, appearing even more troubled than her fourth uncle. Xinyan chose not to engage with those whose minds seemed clouded. She had to pass this entrance examination and successfully enroll in kindergarten. The little darling was not one to harbor grudges, so after the 2 examinations concluded, she completely forgot about that girl. Having organized her belongings and donned her little backpack, Xinyan stepped outside, eager to reunite with her waiting family. However, before she could exit the classroom building, a hand abruptly pulled her into a stairwell long abandoned by others. Taken completely by surprise, Xinyan felt disoriented. "Hello, country bumpkin." This time, the girl initiated the greeting. Yet, it was far from courteous. Having frequently been bullied by children in the village, Xinyan had developed a keen sensitivity to the scent of danger. She could sense something amiss at the slightest hint. Just like at this very moment. Furrowing her brow, Xinyan regarded the girl before her with utmost vigilance, inquiring, "What do you intend to do? Though you may be a country bumpkin, your wits exceed what this princess had anticipated." The girl smirked mockingly, casting a sidelong glance at Xinyan. "It is entirely due to your clumsiness that I, the princess, have suffered great embarrassment. If I do not take the time to teach you a lesson, my mood for the entire day shall be sullied." Chapter 51. A glimpse into the mind. The young lady's intentions were abundantly clear. She sought to bully Xiao Xinyan with an air of arrogance. After expressing her thoughts, she cast a glance toward the chubby boy who had dragged Xiao Xinyan into the stairwell. The boy appeared visibly intimidated by her, his eyes flickering uncontrollably. Yet he dared not resist in the slightest. He could only comply with her wishes, covering Xiao Xinyan's mouth to prevent her from calling out, lest she attract unwanted attention and create further trouble. With a brief command to the chubby boy, the young lady strode confidently towards Xiao Xinyan. This appeared to be a routine affair for her, exuding a sense of seasoned experience. The chubby boy acted as her most capable accomplice. Though the young girl before her seemed to be of similar age, there was a distinct absence of the innocence typically associated with youth. Xinyan narrowed her eyes slightly, sensing a dark aura enveloping the girl, threatening to consume her entirely. This malevolent energy emitted a nauseating stench of decay, akin to an insidious force. Release me. Should you persist in tormenting others, you shall undoubtedly face dire consequences, Xinyan declared, raising her gaze to the approaching girl, not merely to intimidate her, but also to serve as a cautionary reminder. Xinyan vividly recalled the words of the dream-eating beast. Every individual possesses a dual nature, a benevolent side and a malevolent side. If one endeavors to cultivate the virtuous aspect, one's fortune will flourish, enveloped in a radiant glow and a sweet fragrance. Conversely, if one perpetually indulges in wickedness, they deplete their own fortune, leading to a decline in all aspects of life, shrouded in a dim and decayed aura. Although Xinyan knew little about the young girl before her, she sensed that the girl must have engaged in continuous wrongdoing, tormenting others just as she did now. Xinyan's admonition fell upon the girl's ears as if it were a provocation, a curse directed at her. The girl had become accustomed to interpreting the actions of others through a lens of malice, for she was perpetually filled with ill will. How dare you curse this princess? I shall not hesitate to smash your mouth, the young girl declared, charging towards Xinyan with her hand raised high, aiming to deliver a resounding slap to her cheek. The little one had yet to overcome the shadows and fears cast by her past experiences and instinctively shut her eyes in the face of such aggression. Yet, in the next moment, the expected slap never landed on Xinyan's face. Furrowing her brow in confusion, she heard the girl's piercing scream ring in her ears. Ah, who are you? How dare you seize the hand of this princess? You truly must be tired of living. This princess shall punish you, and punish you severely. It seemed that someone had intervened to prevent a slap from landing on Xinyan's face. Driven by uncontrollable curiosity, Xinyan cautiously opened her eyes, only to behold a slender, upright figure standing before her, shielding her as if in a protective embrace. Clad in a black casual outfit and sporting a pair of simple, clean sneakers, with short, lustrous black hair, the figure appeared to be a boy. Had he not been slightly shorter than her brother Xinyan would have suspected it was him come to her rescue. Unbeknownst to her, the chubby boy who had initially restrained her was now gazing at the boy who had thwarted the girl's actions with a visage of sheer terror, as if he had encountered a ghost. Only he had witnessed how the boy had manifested in this moment, seemingly materializing from thin air without a trace or sound, suddenly appearing before the girl to intercept her hand aimed at Xinyan. A normal person could not simply appear out of nowhere, could they? In that instant, the chubby boy was engulfed in existential doubt, repeatedly convincing himself that all of this was merely an illusion he had to accept. Meanwhile, in the face of the arrogant girl, the boy exhibited no fear. The corners of his lips curled upward in a half-smile, laced with icy mockery. A princess? I was unaware that this nation still had princesses. The boy raised his long brow slightly, pondering if perhaps she had traversed through time. You are the one who has traversed time. I am indeed a princess. The young girl maintained her haughty demeanor, struggling to free her hand, intent on teaching a lesson to the audacious boy who dared to impede her and that rustic bumpkin. Dear princess, might I inquire whether your royal parents are aware of your discourteous behavior? Have they not instilled in you the importance of refraining from bullying others at will? The boy's lips curled into a subtle, mocking smile, clearly taunting. Perhaps the princess is afflicted. I recommend that your parents take you to a larger hospital for a thorough examination of your mind, lest you delay your treatment. The girl's features contorted in fury, and she struggled even more fiercely. At the peak of her exertion, the boy intentionally released his grip, causing her to tumble to the ground, landing harshly on the unyielding concrete. She cried out in pain, as if her posterior had been shattered into pieces. The boy, indifferent to her plight, turned to the small figure he had shielded, gently inquiring, "Are you unhurt?" The melodious sound of his voice reached her ears, prompting the girl, Xinyan, to lift her gaze to the boy before her. Sunlight streamed through the stairwell window, casting a diagonal beam that illuminated half of his form. He stood there, half bathed in light and half shrouded in shadow, one side glowing with warmth while the other remained enveloped in darkness. He slightly lowered his head, his features resembling a delicate painting, exuding an air of elegance and nobility. His skin was as pale as snow, seemingly devoid of any color, and his long, thick eyelashes spread like raven feathers, casting a subtle shadow across his cheeks. The corners of his lips curved upward, forming a faint arc that suggested a smile. Though the warmth of that smile did not reach his eyes, he possessed a grace and charm that belied his youth, an aura that seemed unattainable even with the passage of many years. His beauty was so striking that it appeared almost otherworldly. In that moment of clarity, Xinyan could not help but be reminded of the grim reaper uncle with whom she had made a deal, who was equally handsome. Yet, the boy before her seemed even more exquisite. "Thank you. I am fine." The little darling understood full well that it was the timely appearance of this boy that spared her from the bullying of the girl who claimed to be a princess. In a sense, the boy was indeed her savior. Chapter 52. I am Yiming. Nothing is amiss, then. The boy seemed to exhale a breath of relief and offered Xinyan a gentle smile, appearing most amiable. Although this smile still lacked depth, Xinyan found herself momentarily entranced, nearly lost in a daze. Feeling a touch embarrassed, a delicate blush graced the young girl's cheeks, and under the sunlight, her face resembled the freshest, juiciest peach, evoking an irresistible desire to take a bite. Surely, it was tender and succulent. The young boy gazed intently at the face of the little girl, Xinyan, his narrowed eyes shrouded in an impenetrable darkness that concealed his thoughts at that moment. At that very instant, the girl who had fallen to the ground, claiming to be a princess, had struggled to her feet with the assistance of a plump boy. Rubbing her sore behind, a vicious glint gradually emerged in her eyes. How dare anyone disrupt her plans, disregard her presence, and push her to the ground? "You shall pay for this," she snarled through gritted teeth, charging towards the boy who stood with his back turned to her. Positioned at the edge of the staircase, a forceful shove could send him tumbling down, resulting in either serious injury or worse. The girl was utterly unconcerned about the grave consequences of her actions. Her sole desire was to vent her rage. After all, no matter how dire the aftermath, there would always be someone to clean up her mess, leaving her fearlessly reckless. However, at the very moment she lunged forward, the boy seemed to have anticipated her move, swiftly sidestepping her charge. The girl, caught off guard, found herself careening towards the empty space of the staircase. A piercing scream echoed through the hollow stairwell as the force of her momentum threatened to send her tumbling down the steps. Fortunately, the plump boy reacted quickly, grasping her arm and pulling her back to safety. Shaken and pale as a ghost, the girl's face lost all color, resembling a sheet of paper. Beside them, the little girl, Xinyan, was utterly astonished, seemingly unable to fathom that even in such a place, there existed peers who delighted in tormenting others. Furthermore, the girl before her appeared to be even more ruthless than the children in their village. She had just attempted to shove the boy who had saved Yin down the staircase. As if foreseeing the unfolding events, the small boy slowly turned around, gazing down from his elevated position at the girl cowering in the embrace of the chubby boy. With an imperceptible narrowing of his eyes, the naturally upturned corners of his gaze formed a dangerous arc. Do not commit small evils, nor neglect small goods. For those who engage in wrongful acts will inevitably face their own demise. What you sow is what you reap. Are you not afraid that while you live, your numerous misdeeds will lead to the punishment of the blazing inferno after death? The boy's brow furrowed slightly. Although his voice bore the innocent timbre of a child, there was an air of wisdom beyond his years, reminiscent of a teacher imparting a lesson. "Why did you assist that bumpkin?" The girl, who had proclaimed herself a princess, widened her eyes and glared fiercely at the boy. Overcome by shock and seething rage, her eyes appeared as crimson as if filled with blood. She forcefully pushed away the chubby boy beside her, straightened her dress, and, maintaining her haughty demeanor, threatened the boy. "You dare to save someone I intend to punish? You are deliberately opposing me. Just wait, I shall not let you off easily. Sooner or later, I will teach you a harsh lesson." With not a hint of remorse, the boy once more narrowed his eyes, as if reaching a conclusion, and stated, "You are beyond redemption." As the sound faded, the young boy grew disinterested in the so-called princess and gently grasped Xinyan's arm, leading her outside the stairwell. Just as they brushed past the princess, she maliciously extended a leg, intent on tripping Xinyan. However, Xinyan, noticing in time, chose to resist for the first time. She lifted her foot and kicked at the outstretched leg, indignantly questioning the princess. "Miss, why do you always bully others? Can't we resolve our conflicts peacefully?" Moreover, she had no recollection of any wrongdoing that might have warranted such animosity from the princess. Once again thwarted, The princess's facade seemed to falter momentarily. Her expression soured. Yet she maintained her self-righteous pride, huffing dismissively. This is none of your concern, you lowly commoner. Do not heed her. She will eventually face the consequences of her actions. The boy remarked coldly, casting a disdainful glance at the princess before assertively leading Xinyan away. Some individuals are destined to plunge into the depths of despair, and even when offered a chance for redemption, they fail to appreciate it. Thus, the existence of the 18 layers of hell remains undeniably necessary. In an act of protection, the boy remained by Xinyan's side after they exited the stairwell, walking together toward the school's exterior. However, he maintained a certain distance, positioning himself ahead of her. His silhouette appeared slender and delicate, seemingly devoid of strength, yet following closely behind him, Xinyan felt an inexplicable sense of security. He walked ahead, and she trailed closely in his footsteps. A gentle breeze intertwined around them, enveloping the atmosphere in tranquility. After a moment of hesitation, Xinyan finally mustered the courage to inquire, "What is your name, young sir?" Upon hearing her voice, the boy paused, waiting for her to catch up, and softly retorted, "Are you quite curious about my name?" Xinyan nodded eagerly, her eyes sparkling with innocence as she replied, "I simply wish to know the name of my savior, so that I might express my gratitude in the future." Hearing this, the boy, exhibiting an air of wisdom beyond his years, nodded in satisfaction and remarked, "Though you are young, you understand the importance of gratitude, which is commendable." Xinyan furrowed her brow slightly, feeling a twinge of discomfort. After all, they were peers, both mere children. Why did this young man always carry himself like an elder? Were it not for his youthful appearance, she might have assumed him to be in his twilight years. While the girl silently critiqued him in her mind, she heard the boy's voice, tinged with both youthfulness and a surprising steadiness, gently reach her ears. "My surname is Yi, and my given name is Ming. I am called Yi Ming." Yi Ming. Xinyan tilted her head slightly, savoring the name as she pondered its significance. Once again, Yi Ming spoke. "This name is derived from by Juyi spending New Year's Eve in Mingzhou. My family resides in the west, while I wander from Hebei. On this desolate New Year's Eve, I find myself lodging in Mingzhou." He seemed quite pleased with his name. Those unaware might assume he had chosen it for himself. Chapter 53. Uncle's illness recurs meanwhile, as the other children participating in the examination gradually emerged from the campus. The members of the Li family grew increasingly anxious at the absence of Xinyan. Li Qiqing, unable to contain himself, suggested, "I shall enter the school to search for Yanbao." The most worried among them, Zhong Jingyi, furrowed her brow and addressed Li Qiqing. "Please send me a message as soon as you find Yanbao." She yearned for news confirming Yanbao's safety. Li Qiqing nodded in understanding. Just as he was about to head towards the campus when a small figure, resembling a chubby dumpling, dashed out with outstretched arms. Upon spotting his family, the little one erupted with excitement, calling out from a distance of several meters, "Grandpa, Grandma, Mom and Dad, brothers, Xinyan has finished the exam. Yebao." The eyes of all present brightened, collectively exhaling in relief. Li Qiqing hurriedly opened his arms, enveloping the little dumpling in a warm embrace. His gaze filled with affection as he gently said, "Yanbao, you are finally out. I was worried you had lost your way in the school and was just about to search for you." As he spoke, Li Qiqing breathed a sigh of relief, grateful that his precious daughter had come to no harm. "Father, rest assured, I have now learned to discern directions and am no longer prone to getting lost." Young Xinyan exclaimed in a sweet, childish voice, a hint of pride evident in her tone. Previously, she had been quite the direction-only challenged child. But under the patient guidance of her parents, she has now mastered the art of navigation by observing the sun. "Yanbao, allow me to hold you," said Zhong Jingyi, who had arrived almost simultaneously, eagerly taking little Xinyan from Li Qiqing's arms and embracing her tightly. "I was so worried while you were away." As she spoke, she affectionately nuzzled against Xinyan's cheek, showering her with endless affection. "Don't worry, Mama. I'm doing just fine," little Xinyan replied, her eyes sparkling with delight. In an effort to spare her parents and family from any anxiety, the little girl prudently chose to share only the good news, omitting any mention of the troubling incident where she had nearly been bullied. The boy named Yi Ming had seemingly appeared out of nowhere and just as suddenly vanished. At that moment, fourth Uncle Li Qiqing, intrigued, inquired of little Xinyan, "My dear, who was that young boy you just left school with?" He had caught sight of Yi Ming. Before Xinyan could respond, Li Qiqing, visibly perplexed, countered, "What young boy? I didn't see anyone at all." He cast a bewildered glance at Zhongjinyi, who also shook her head in confusion, replying, I didn't see any young boy either. Perhaps it was due to the unwavering focus that the couple devoted entirely to their little Yanbao, rendering them oblivious to the presence of others. Indeed, they had not noticed any young boy accompanying Yanbao. Upon hearing the words of the third brother and sister-in-law, Li Qichen felt a profound bewilderment, fervently asserting that what he claimed was the undeniable truth. There was indeed a young boy. He appeared to be of a similar age to our little one and was quite handsome. He described the boy with meticulous detail, as if he had truly laid eyes upon him. Seeing the fourth brother becoming increasingly agitated, the elder of the Li family admonished, Fourth, refrain from speaking nonsense in broad daylight. None of us have seen any young boy. It must be a figment of your imagination. Once the family designates someone as mentally unstable, every action and utterance is habitually deemed abnormal. Li Qichen was left speechless, fully aware that until he could unequivocally prove his sanity, even if he were to articulate his thoughts eloquently, they would remain unfathomable to them. In an effort to prevent further discord between father and son, the matriarch of the Li family hurriedly drew Li Qichen behind her for protection, attempting to mediate. Whether or not we saw a young boy is of little consequence. What truly matters is that our Yanbao is safe and sound. Though she had not witnessed any young boy, it seemed inconsequential. The several young children of the Li family also had not seen any boy leaving school with their sister, causing their glances towards their fourth uncle to become instinctively wary and peculiar. The eldest, Li Muxing, lowered his voice and concluded that their fourth uncle was likely about to have another episode. The third brother, Li Maheo, asserted with certainty that their fourth uncle's condition seemed to be worsening. The fourth brother, Li Muhan, boldly speculated that their uncle must have forgotten to take his medication before leaving the house. The fifth brother, Li Mufeng, furrowed his brow in sympathy, exclaiming how pitiable their uncle was. The sixth brother, Li Mushin, shook his head repeatedly, expressing profound compassion for their uncle. The seventh brother, Li Mujuan, pondered thoughtfully, suggesting that they should keep their uncle at a distance from their younger sister, Yanbao, lest he lead her astray. Seeing that everyone had misunderstood their uncle, who stood aside with his head hung low, resembling a forsaken puppy, small, pitiful, and helpless, Xinyan hurriedly stepped in to clarify. Their uncle had neither spoken in jest nor lied. There was indeed a young boy who had been spending time with Xinyan, helping her significantly. He likely changed direction upon exiting the school, which is why no one had noticed him. Upon hearing Xinyan's words, the others finally understood, nodding in realization and casting apologetic glances towards Li Qichen. Though none uttered a word of apology, Li Qichen, accustomed to such misunderstandings, straightened his back nonchalantly and declared, I told you there was a boy. You didn't believe me then, but do you now? He was determined to vindicate himself, to demonstrate that his previous assertions were indeed factual and that he was far from being unhinged, relishing the chance to slap their disbelief back in their faces. At that moment, a couple adorned in conspicuously branded luxury attire, accompanied by a little girl clad in an equally opulent dress, obstructed the path of the Li family. Their expressions were marked by evident anger, with each member of the trio displaying increasingly menacing looks. The husband, with a face full of excess and a protruding belly, sported a gleaming Hermes belt buckle that sparkled in the sunlight, exuding an air of newly acquired wealth. He thrust his pudgy hand, adorned with numerous gemstone rings, towards the nose of the young Xinyan, glancing at the little girl in his arms before menacingly accusing Xinyan. Is it you, this audacious little girl, who has dared to bully my precious darling? Upon hearing this, the members of the Li family furrowed their brows, casting cold glares at the man. Chapter 54. As long as one cannot be killed, one must fight relentlessly. The couple, draped in logos from head to toe, seemed utterly oblivious to the presence of the Li family, their faces contorted in fury as they glared at Xinyan, as if they yearned to devour her whole. The little girl accompanying them was, in fact, the one who had tormented Xinyan. At this moment, she had shed her earlier arrogance, instead appearing pitifully nestled in the embrace of the rotund man, sobbing softly, her expression one of profound grievance, as if the entire world had wronged her. Indeed, it was she who had bullied Xinyan. Upon hearing the corpulent gentleman's inquiry directed at Xinyan, the young girl evidently drew strength from the support surrounding her. After casting a fierce glance at Xinyan, she turned to her parents with tear-filled eyes, pleading, Mommy, Daddy, you must avenge Xinyan. As her words fell, her tears cascaded down like pearls strung on a broken thread, flowing freely and abundantly. To her parents, however, those tears were of immense value. In an instant, the couple appeared as if their hearts had been wrenched from their chests, each displaying a profound and exaggerated sorrow. The mother hastily retrieved tissues from her bag to wipe her daughter's tears, soothing her as she did so. "Good girl, Akin. Don't cry. We won't shed tears, all right? Oh, my precious darling. Your tears are breaking your father's heart." The corpulent man's reaction was even more theatrical. After offering a few words of comfort to his daughter, he puckered his thick lips and planted several fervent kisses on her cheek, declaring with fervor, "Rest assured, my darling, I will surely avenge you. No one shall dare to bully my precious little one." As he spoke, his gaze turned increasingly menacing towards Xinyan. Teeth clenched as he hissed, "You little wretch. How dare you provoke my Akin to tears? Do you wish to court disaster?" No sooner had he finished his tirade than the corpulent man felt a sudden darkness envelop him as a figure appeared beside him in an instant. Unbeknownst to him, he was struck with a powerful punch. "Ah!" A piercing scream echoed through the air as the portly man's recently embedded gold teeth were forcefully dislodged from his mouth, soaring into the unknown, vanishing without a trace. The metallic scent of blood filled the air as he grimaced in agony, clutching his mouth in distress. Amidst this chaos, a chilling voice pierced the atmosphere. "It seems you are rather tired of living, daring to provoke our Yinbao." Xinyan swiftly positioned the frightened little bundle behind him, his gaze fixed coldly on the rotund man, a hint of disdain curling at the corners of his lips. "Have you stuffed your brain with excrement?" When it came to scathing remarks, fourth uncle was indeed formidable. The stout man glared defiantly at Xinyan, indignation evident in his voice. "Who are you? What gives you the right to strike me?" Although Xinyan was known as the fourth young master of the Li family, his mental illness rendered him a figure seldom seen in public. Consequently, only a select few influential figures had ever crossed paths with him, leaving the likes of this nouveau riche lackey completely oblivious to his identity. Furthermore, the stout man had never encountered any senior members of the Li family, as individuals of his ilk were unqualified to attend more prestigious gatherings, thus remaining woefully uninformed about who truly held power. Upon hearing the stout man's words, Xinyan raised an eyebrow with a cryptic expression. "Striking you is reason enough," he replied, a smirk playing on his lips, his eyes dark as ink. "Although my uncle's mind may not be entirely sound, he is naturally endowed with striking good looks. A mere smirk from him radiates an alluring charm that captivates all who behold him." The portly man appears somewhat dazed, but in an instant, Xinyan brings him back to reality with a resounding thud. Another powerful punch lands on the other side of the man's face. A howl of agony follows, more anguish than the last. His front teeth vanish without a trace. His wife and daughter stand frozen, utterly paralyzed by the unfolding spectacle, too frightened to utter a word or make a single movement. Particularly, his once arrogant daughter now finds herself deeply questioning her existence. Who is this seemingly rustic yet striking figure, adorned like a village doll, that always emerges to shield her in times of crisis? Last time, it was a remarkably handsome young boy, and this time, it is an equally handsome uncle. The girl, named Akin, feels an unmistakable surge of jealousy stirring within her. "You've stirred up trouble. I warn you, you've stirred up trouble." The hefty man, his mouth a grotesque sight with blood seeping from one side, barks furiously at Xinyan. "Do you even know who I am? How dare you lay a hand on me? I assure you, you will not see the light of tomorrow." "Oh, is that so?" Xinyan raises an eyebrow, an unmistakably devilish smile playing on his lips. "Pray tell, from which slaughterhouse have you escaped? Do you usually feast on grains, or merely on fodder?" The adversary formally launched a scornful attack against you. The stout man instantly became infuriated, visibly fuming from the top of his head. "Damn it!" he exclaimed, unable to contain his fury, rolling up his sleeves, declaring, "If I don't finish you off today, I shall not bear the surname Lin." As he spoke, the stout man charged towards Xinyan, evidently intent on engaging him in a brawl. After all, Xinyan appeared slender and lacked apparent strength. The stout man seemed confident in his ability to teach him a severe lesson. However, as he rushed forward, Xinyan swiftly delivered powerful blows to his chin and abdomen. Thud, thud, ah! The stout man was immediately knocked to the ground, writhing in agony. Xinyan had no intention of letting him off so easily. He stepped forward and stomped on the stout man's calf, a distinct cracking sound echoing as if a bone had fractured. "Ah!" The man let out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig, for indeed, his leg was broken. Xinyan cast a sidelong glance at him. His dark eyes filled with an ominous fury, and smirked. "Today, I shall personally ensure that you transform from Lin into wood." Instantly, the stout man's gaze towards Li Qichen shifted entirely, devoid of the previous disdain, replaced instead with sheer terror, as if he had encountered a ghost. Though Li Qichen appeared genteel, his approach had always been to act decisively rather than engage in idle chatter. As long as he did not kill, he would strike relentlessly. "Father, should we intervene with the fourth brother? It seems the other party is about to call the police." Li Qichen noticed the opponent's wife quietly taking out her phone to make a call and, without hesitation, turned to the elder of the Li family to inquire, maintaining a remarkable composure. "There's no need. Even if the police arrive, they can't do much to the fourth brother. After all, he has a mental illness. He might not even face charges for murder. The sun is quite pleasant today." At this moment, the sky was overcast. Hearing the conversation, the little ones of the Li family instinctively looked up at the sky alongside their grandfather, their large eyes filled with innocent curiosity. "Where is the sun?" Chapter 55. The fourth uncle is quite unhinged. Li Qichen seemed to have entered a frenzied state, forcefully pinning the oblivious, portly man to the ground. Xinyan was witnessing such a side of her fourth uncle for the first time, utterly astonished, and instinctively hid behind her mother. It appeared that the child was frightened. The little ones of the Li family were equally intimidated by Li Qichen's current demeanor. Was their fourth uncle truly so formidable? It seemed they could no longer speak carelessly in his presence. Should they provoke him, that portly man might very well be their fate. As the portly man's wife prepared to call the authorities, the little ones exchanged knowing glances and collectively approached the woman. Before she could even connect the call, she found herself surrounded by several of the children. The woman, disregarding the phone call, quickly clutched her precious daughter tightly to her chest. Her eyes filled with apprehension as she watched the approaching children anxiously. "What do you intend to do?" The woman appeared to possess a greater intellect than the overweight man, as she seemed to have realized that this family was not to be trifled with. Even the children were not to be easily offended. The eldest, Li Muxing, offered a subtle smile that exuded familiarity and kindness as she advised, "I would strongly recommend against contacting the authorities. Otherwise, your husband will find himself in an even more dire predicament." The smile gracing her lips was nothing short of perfect, yet the woman could discern that it did not reach her eyes. The youth, despite seeming merely a high school student, emanated an extraordinary aura that conveyed a palpable sense of intimidation, clearly marking him as no ordinary child. Although the woman had yet to ascertain the nature of the powerful family they had offended, her intelligence prompted her to remain silent, fearing to utter anything that might exacerbate their already precarious situation. She instinctively covered her daughter's mouth, apprehensive that the child might inadvertently reveal something inappropriate and worsen their plight. It was evident that she understood her daughter was not entirely innocent. The third sibling, Li Maheo, also smiled, his eyes crinkling as he exaggeratedly proclaimed, "We are not jesting with you. My fourth uncle is an exceptionally formidable individual, far beyond your imagination." The fourth sibling, Li Muhan, echoed his brother's sentiment, affirming, "He speaks the truth. Our fourth uncle is indeed quite powerful, to the extent that even we harbor a certain fear of him." He deliberately widened his eyes, casting a mock glare at the little girl in her mother's arms. The child's eyes flickered, evidently startled by the display. Old Luli Mushin crossed his arms and stated with utmost seriousness, "Currently, your husband may only lose a leg. However, should you genuinely provoke my fourth uncle, the consequences could escalate far beyond that, potentially resulting in the loss of 3 legs. 3 legs. Hearing Li Mushin's words, Li Muheo blinked in confusion, pondering the arithmetic. Aren't humans only endowed with 2 legs? Where could 3 legs possibly originate? Li Muheo felt compelled to meticulously calculate this conundrum. Old 7 Li Mujuan clasped his hands together in a gesture of prayer and spoke in a serene tone, "Umitba, may the heavens bless your husband with safety and peace." Upon hearing their remarks, the woman's expression darkened further. It seemed they were not merely trying to frighten her. Their words carried an unsettling weight of truth. She hastily turned to the eldest and most authoritative elder of the Li family, pleading, "I beg you, spare my husband this time. We were blind to his stature, and we promise we shall never err again." As she spoke, tears began to stream down her face, as if she believed her sorrow would evoke sympathy. However, to the members of the Li family, her tears held little value. The elder of the Li family cast a cold, indifferent glance her way, uttering not a single word before turning away to enter his vehicle. He left a remark for Li Qichen, saying, Handle this matter as you see fit. Just ensure my Yanbao remains unharmed. Understood. Li Qiqing responded with utmost respect, bowing before the elder and then directing his subordinates with purpose. The subordinates responded promptly, swiftly taking away the plump man who had been ruthlessly beaten by Li Qiqing, along with his wife and daughter. Li Qiqing appeared to be insatiable, deriving increasing pleasure from the violence, his aura of ferocity becoming ever more pronounced, enveloping him entirely. In that moment, he resembled a demon emerging from the depths of a dark night, radiating an ominous black light, one that stemmed not from the unfortunate man he had just assaulted, but from within himself. The children of the Li family recognized that their fourth uncle was now an exceedingly perilous figure. Consequently, they all kept their distance, daring not to approach him. They had learned their lesson well. Never again would they dare to call their fourth uncle insane in his presence. Nor would they whisper such things behind his back, for fear that it might reach his ears, inciting his wrath and leading to their own brutal punishment. After all, it is a well-known fact that a madman's violence is seldom deemed criminal. Xinyan, are you all right? Zhong Jingyi noticed something amiss with little Xinyan and couldn't help but inquire with concern. Mom, Xinyan is fine, don't worry. She tilted her small face up towards Zhong Jingyi, her large, clear eyes sparkling like precious gems. She appeared so soft, adorable, and endearing. The matriarch of the Li family instinctively reached out to stroke her little head, her eyes filled with affection as she said, "Thank you, Grandma." Xinyan, with utmost courtesy, greeted the elderly matriarch of the Li family, her eyes gently curving into a sweet smile that radiated healing energy. Unable to resist, the elderly lady affectionately patted the top of her small head and pinched her chubby little face, which felt delightfully soft to the touch. At that moment, Li Qiqing approached them with measured steps. The aura of ferocity surrounding him had not yet fully dissipated, enveloping him in a chilling atmosphere. Xinyan seemed to be more sensitive to this aura than most. She involuntarily shivered, and goosebumps prickled across her skin. Assuming she was frightened by Li Qiqing, Zhong Jingyi hurriedly embraced her, soothingly saying, "Xinyan, dear, there's no need to be afraid. He is your fourth uncle. He would never harm you." This, Zhong Jingyi was confident of, for since being diagnosed with a mental illness, Li Qiqing had never caused any harm to the members of the Li family. Even the mischievous Li Mukin had not faced reprimand from him, let alone little Xinyan. Although Li Qiqing was shrouded in an aura of violence, his expression had softened as he stepped closer to Xinyan and crouched down beside her. Chapter 56. Xinyan is his little lucky star. Though Zhong Jingyi was certain that Li Qiqing would never pose any threat to Xinyan, the ambiguity of his intentions kept her vigilant, her gaze fixed upon him, uncertain of his next move. The elderly matriarch of the Li family seemed to share Zhong Jingyi's sentiments, instinctively warning Li Qiqing with a cautionary glance. Do not frighten the child. The unpleasant scent of blood clings to you. Once home, take a bath and change your clothes before speaking to Yanbao. After all, the child is merely 3.5 years old, sensitive and timid, easily frightened. Li Qiqing, truly, shows no regard whatsoever. He actually struck that rotund man in front of the child. If he truly wished to teach him a lesson, he could have simply dragged him aside into the thicket and dealt with him there. Hearing the matriarch of the Li family, Li Qiqing cast a glance her way and implored, "Mother, there is but one thing I wish to convey to Yanbao, and I am eager to do so. If I do not speak now, he may suffocate from the urgency." The matriarch, somewhat helpless, curled her lips in a slight grimace and replied, "Then speak swiftly, and once you have finished, keep your distance from the child. Your odor is quite offensive." Li Qiqing turned his gaze back to the little Xinyan, his expression softening considerably. He spoke gently, "Yanbao, remember this. As long as your fourth uncle is here, no one shall dare to bully you. If anyone does, you must tell me immediately, and I will avenge you." He then turned to Zhong Jingyi, reassuringly stating, "Sister-in-law, rest assured, Yanbao will have my protection. I will never permit anyone to mistreat her. Not even a single hair on her head shall be harmed." For Li Qiqing, little Xinyan was indeed his lucky star. He was convinced that it was her arrival that had finally caused the unfortunate specter that had plagued him to depart from his life. He finally had the opportunity to be reborn. Therefore, even for his own sake, he must protect little Yanbao and ensure she suffers not a trace of harm. "I firmly believe you can safeguard Yanbao, but please refrain from resorting to violence in her presence next time, as it could leave a detrimental impact on the child," Zhong Jingyi solemnly advised Li Qiqing. After all, Yanbao is a girl. How could one engage in such brutality before a young lady? Upon hearing this, Li Qichen recognized his recklessness and quickly nodded, saying, I sincerely apologize. I overlooked this aspect and will not dare to repeat it. He also noticed a hint of trepidation in Xiao Xinyan's gaze, as if she had truly been frightened by his earlier aggression. In an effort to redeem his image and life, Li Qichen flashed an exceptionally radiant smile at Xiao Xinyan, determined not to instill fear in the little one. He was counting on forming a bond with her. Moreover, he wished to establish himself as a gentle and amiable fourth uncle in her heart. However, his smile inadvertently startled Xiao Xinyan. The blood from the man he had struck had splattered onto Li Qichen's face, making his grin resemble that of a deranged killer from a television drama. Just a few days prior, little Yanbao had watched a film about a psychopath alongside her brothers. It is a chilling horror film. For a moment, she inadvertently associated the villain within it with her Uncle C before her. The little one could not help but pout her lips, bursting into tears with a frightened wail. Completely unprepared for such a reaction from Xia Xinyan, Li Qichen stood frozen in shock. What on earth? His impeccably crafted image as Uncle C had been utterly shattered. How could things have turned out this way? Whimpering, Li Qichen felt the sting of tears in his own eyes. Zhongjing, he hurriedly scooped up the frightened child, soothing her. Yuan Bao, don't be afraid. Uncle C would never harm you. Indeed, this was a logical reassurance that little Xinyan understood. Yet, she was genuinely terrified by Li Qichen's current demeanor, and she could not rein in her emotions. The child felt fear, but she knew she ought not to be afraid, even if she truly was frightened. She must not cry, for it would only lead to an awkward moment for Uncle C. Suddenly, she felt even more wronged, and her tears flowed uncontrollably. Zhang Jing quickly gathered her into the car, seeking to distance her from Li Qichen for the time being. The child needed a moment to recover before she could once again embrace her Uncle C. Li Qichen felt deeply hurt, his expression betraying a sense of grievance. The matriarch of the Li family approached, gently stroking Li Qichen's head, her voice soft and comforting. In the presence of the children, one must exercise caution, for they are still young and have not been exposed to such matters, making them susceptible to fear. Moreover, Yanbao has often been a victim of bullying, rendering her particularly sensitive to acts of violence. You may assist in teaching a lesson to those who wrong her, but it is imperative to shield her from the knowledge of it, and even more so from witnessing it. As she spoke, the elderly lady affectionately patted Li Qicen's head as if comforting a pet. At that moment, they finally comprehended the gravity of their transgressions. Regret consumed them, yet it was too late for redemption. The patriarch of the Li family sat regally in the central chair, surveying the family before him from an elevated position. His lips, pressed into a thin line, remained silent, yet his presence exuded an unspoken authority that commanded respect. He could have easily refrained from confronting such individuals personally. However, due to their intentions to bully Xiao Xinyan, he felt compelled to take matters into his own hands. After a prolonged silence, the elder finally broke the stillness, uttering a single phrase devoid of inflection, leaving his thoughts and emotions enigmatic. A sense of dread washed over the portly man, beads of cold sweat appearing on his forehead. My surname is Lin, and my name is Lin San, he stammered, introducing himself with a tongue-tied nervousness. In response, the elder of the Li family curled the corners of his mouth in a sardonic smile and remarked, Your family is in the timber business, I presume? Such an abundance of wood. Lin Sun quickly forced a smile, replying, You are indeed correct. Nothing escapes your keen perception. He recognized that the venerable elder before him was the head of the Li family. For someone of such high stature, he had often dreamed of ingratiating himself, yet had never found the opportunity, not even a fleeting chance to meet. Now, finally in the presence of the legendary figure, it was under such unfortunate circumstances. Lin Sun felt an urgent need to curry favor, hoping to make amends for everything. However, the elder from the Li family did not engage with his words, instead casting a glance at the individuals beside him and inquiring, Who are these two beside you? Lin Sun promptly introduced them. This is my wife, Yi Yuan, and this is my daughter, Linanen. Upon hearing Lin Sen's introduction, the elder from the Li family ambiguously complimented, Mr. Lin is indeed fortunate. A beautiful wife and a lovely daughter, truly a winner in life. Though the words sounded like praise, Lin Sun felt a chill run down his spine. Hastily lowering his head in modesty, I dare not claim such. The elder from the Li family interrupted him, a subtle, enigmatic smile playing at the corners of his lips. What is there to fear? Did you not wish to lay hands on my granddaughter earlier? Chapter 57. a necessary lesson to Lin Sen's astonishment. The elder suddenly shifted his tone, causing him to break into a cold sweat, his back chilled. There are many misunderstandings, he stammered, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he defended himself. I had no idea that child was your granddaughter. Had I known, I certainly would not have dared. He was genuinely frightened, his complexion paling dramatically. Had he known that the little girl was the cherished granddaughter of the Li family, with 100, 1,000, or even 10,000 times the courage, he would never have dared to offend her. He wished to continue living well in this world. Thus he refrained from courting death. Upon hearing Lin Sen's words, the elder of the Li family's expression darkened. His voice turned icy as he retorted, "So, Mr. Lin, are you suggesting that if a child lacks any identity or background, you may bully her at will?" Lin Sen was momentarily taken aback, hastily clarifying, I did not mean it that way. He seemed at a loss for words, quickly prostrating himself before the elder of the Li family, pleading for mercy. "I was wrong. I shall never dare again. I implore your forgiveness." He was a quivering mass of submission. The elder of the Li family despised such individuals the most. Those who fawned and lacked integrity. With a cold snort, he remarked, "I cannot afford to forgive you, Mr. Lin, nor do I have the authority to do so. You seem quite formidable. I have heard that your daughter is a princess." This statement was relayed from Xinyan, who had, with her sweet, tender voice, explained the entire situation to everyone. This included her being bullied by Lin Anan and being aided by a little boy named Yiming. Ultimately, she was simply a spoiled girl, self-important, believing herself to be a princess, convinced that the entire world should revolve around her and heed her every command. If anyone slightly displeased her, they would face her wrath. Her family, fully aware of her bullying behavior, indulged her without restraint, even joining her in her acts of intimidation. In the eyes of the elder of the Li family, the girl named Lin Anan was deemed irredeemable, her character seemingly set, with no hope of transformation into a virtuous child. Consequently, the elder had no intention of granting her a chance for redemption. Thus, no matter how fervently Lin Sen pleaded for mercy, it could not alter his predetermined fate. "Which hand did you wish to use to discipline our Yanbao?" The elder of the Li family suddenly inquired of Lin. Senator Lin Sen looked up in astonishment at the high-ranking elder, his eyes reflecting confusion and dread. It seemed he realized something, as cold sweat poured down his forehead like rain. He then heard the elder, with a hint of impatience, remark, "Forget it. You likely can't recall. Let us just say it's your hand." With that, the elder instructed those beneath him, "You may proceed." After issuing the command, he reclined lazily in his chair, closing his eyes to rest. Following the order, the men in black, highly trained and disciplined, converged on Lin Sen and his family, surrounding them in an impenetrable formation, their imposing presence instilling fear. Lin Sen quickly spread his arms to shield his wife and daughter. His eyes filled with vigilance as he regarded the men in black. What do you intend to do?" The men in black, thoroughly trained, ignored any inquiries from those other than the elder of the Li family. Without the command of the elder Mr. Li, they would not utter a word. "Mr. Li, I was wrong. My daughter was wrong. Our entire family was wrong. We truly do not dare to do so again. I implore you, I beseech you. Spare us this time. Grant us another chance." Lin Sen hurriedly pleaded with the elder of the Li family, casting aside all semblance of dignity as he prostrated himself. Yet, no matter how fervently he begged for mercy, the elder remained unmoved. For he understood all too well that this family of three would not change. They had grown accustomed to bullying others, relishing the thrill that such cruelty brought them, even if they were to temper their behavior in light of this incident. Once the storm passed, they would revert to their former selves, resuming their tyrannical ways. They may refrain from intimidating those of higher status, but they would undoubtedly continue to prey upon the weak. Thus, individuals of this ilk must be met with a severe lesson. Perhaps it may not yield lasting results, but it would certainly provide a measure of solace for those who have long been their victims. Two figures clad in black stepped forward. One seized Lin Sen's arm, easily restraining him. Another approached, wielding a specially crafted iron clamp, gleaming like stainless steel under the light, yet exuding an icy chill. "No, let me go. Please, release me. I beg you." Although Lin Sen was unaware of the purpose behind the large iron pincers, an overwhelming sense of dread filled his heart, causing his body to writhe and struggle in futile resistance. "Release my father." Lin Anan suddenly stood up, determined to shield Lin Sen, her innate bravado surfacing. "Do you know who my father is? If you dare to harm him, My uncle will undoubtedly ensure you face the consequences. I will make you all pay dearly." Upon hearing her words, the elderly patriarch of the Li family, who had been resting with his eyes closed, slowly opened them and cast a sidelong glance at Lin. He seemed intrigued by her mention of her uncle. A mere glance from him instilled a profound sense of reverence. Realizing the impending danger, Yi Yuan swiftly pulled Lin into her embrace, covering her mouth in fear that she might inadvertently provoke further trouble, just as her father had. At the hands of the seemingly benevolent old man before them, the men in black acted with ruthless precision, using the specially designed iron pincers to sever one of Lin Sen's fingers, his right index finger, which he had previously pointed at Xiao Yinbao. The patriarch of the Li family could not tolerate any disrespect towards his cherished granddaughter. Anyone who dared to bully her would have to reckon with him. If he did not take action against Lin's son, others might believe that his unique little treasure was easily victimized. Now, with a severed finger, Lin's son lay on the ground, howling and writhing in agony. The scene was one of utter despair. Both Yi Yuan and Lin trembled in fear, tears streaming down their faces. The man in black presented the severed finger before the elder of the Li family and respectfully inquired, "How shall we dispose of this?" The elder, unfazed, cast a glance at the grotesque digit and disdainfully replied, "Throw it out to the dogs. Such filthy remnants do not deserve to remain within the Li household." Subsequently, the Lin family of 3 was swiftly expelled from the Li estate after receiving a stern reprimand from the men in black. Chapter 58, Treating Sister to a Snack. Li family manor. It was a weekend, and the children were free from school, allowing the entire family to gather in joyful revelry. Li Malong, being the youngest of the family, was affectionately cradled by Li Qiqing and Zhong Jingyi, who doted on him immensely, surrounding him with their warmth. The matriarch of the Li family cherished him dearly, lifting him into her arms with a face adorned with tender smiles. The elder of the Li family, his eyes filled with kindness, gently pinched the chubby cheeks of the little one, exclaiming, "The old man feels an immense weight lifted from his chest." Previously, due to Li Malong's mysterious and incessant wailing, his health had suffered considerably. The poor child appeared emaciated, his frail frame resembling little more than skin over bones. Yet now, he had visibly grown taller and gained considerable weight, transforming into an endearing cherub. Truly, he was a delightful sight. Zhong Jingyi also wore a gentle smile. Softly speaking, the child is indeed quite well behaved now. Apart from a few cries when he is hungry, he is generally very obedient and particularly fond of smiling. Previously, little Lang Bao would not muster even the slightest smile, no matter who tried to entertain or coax him. However, now, all it takes is a glance from Zhong Jingyi for the child to erupt into joyous laughter. This sensation is one that only a mother can fully comprehend. It is as if, in that moment, all worries dissipate and one feels utterly healed. Li Qiqing echoed Zhong Jingyi's sentiments, remarking that the child indeed cries less frequently now. In the past, he would wail heart-wrenchingly at the slightest provocation, yet now, even when he has soiled his diaper and requires assistance, he remains silent. His words succeeded in amusing the entire Li family. Little Lang Bao, with an adorably bewildered expression, looked from one person to another, though he did not grasp the situation. He was swept up by the laughter around him and began to chuckle as well, waving his tiny hands with exuberance that surpassed everyone else. I recall that it seems little Li Mu Lang began to improve only after his sister arrived in our home. The eldest, Li Muxing, appeared to sense something, casting a knowing glance at his younger brothers and saying something profound. The third brother, Li Muheo, nodded in agreement, affirming with conviction that it seems our sister is indeed a little lucky star. Moreover, little Xinyan herself bears the appearance of a fortunate cherub. Li Muheo has always believed that Yinbao is not the type to bring misfortune to others. Rather, she brings good fortune. If the koi were to transform into human form, it would undoubtedly resemble my younger sister. Hence, regardless of how Liang Xuanling and Li Mukin disparage Xinyan, the third brother, Li Muheo, firmly believes that all misfortunes are unrelated to his sister. It is their prejudice against her that colors their perceptions. The fourth brother, Li Muhan, folded his arms and earnestly analyzed. It appears that my sister possesses the ability to bestow good fortune upon others. Not only has Li Molong improved, but even our fourth uncle has notably transformed for the better, though he still exhibits peculiar behavior at times. Li Muhan can discern that his uncle's demeanor has significantly brightened compared to before. He has shed his despondency and is gradually becoming more spirited. There seems to be a faint echo of the former brilliance that once characterized the Li family's young heroes. But why do Liang Xuanling and the second brother struggle with their fortunes? Of course, it is because they have treated my sister poorly. The fifth brother, Li Mufeng, pondered aloud, remarkably attentive despite his usual lack of insight. Upon hearing this, the sixth brother, Li Mushen, suddenly comprehended and nodded in agreement. So, what fifth brother implies is that those who treat my sister well will experience an upturn in their fortunes, thus we must double our kindness towards her. The seventh brother, Li Mujian, exuded an air of smugness and proudly declared, "My sister is undoubtedly a little lucky star, a celestial gift bestowed upon us." In his eyes, she is certainly a divine blessing. Since she is a gift from the heavens, how could she not bring about auspiciousness? Thus, my sister is indeed a little lucky star, destined to usher in good fortune. It is only Liang Xuanling and the second brother who fail to recognize value, treating their sister as a harbinger of misfortune. They have defied the will of the heavens, and thus have been met with retribution. This exemplifies the notion that every cause has its consequence. At this very moment, the little blessing of the brothers sits beside their grandmother, playing with the younger brother cradled in her arms. Ever since the dream devourer departed, Grandma Meng seems to have imparted numerous skills to the little brother, who has now mastered the art of sucking on his own fingers with remarkable finesse. Li Malong, with his chubby little hands, has stuffed one into his tiny mouth, sucking vigorously and producing sounds reminiscent of fifth brother enjoying duck necks, as if his fingers were delectable delicacies, relished with delight. While indulging in this innocent feast, he gazes at Xinyan, utterly captivated by her presence. Completely oblivious to any noise around him, Li Malong fixates on his sister with wide, crystal-clear eyes devoid of any impurities, radiating an innocent brightness. It seems he truly adores Xinyan, feeling an inexplicable familiarity and affection since their very first encounter. Xinyan, in turn, cherishes this little brother, finding him as charming as an angel. Watching Xiao Langbao savor his fingers as if they were exquisite delicacies, Xiao Yanyan's eyes unconsciously crinkle with amusement as she playfully inquires, "Langbao, do your fingers taste good? What flavor do they have? May I have a taste?" Though Langbao is merely a few months old and hardly comprehends human speech, it appears he intuitively grasps Xiao Xinyan's meaning in an instant. Without a trace of hesitation, Xiao Langbao withdrew his tiny hand from his mouth and offered it to his sister. He babbled in a charming infantile language, seemingly urging his sister to indulge in his little hand. He was most eager to share his diminutive hand with her, captivated by her adorable younger brother. Xiao Xinyan's eyes gently curved with warmth as she smiled and said, "Langbao, dear, thank you. Sister want to eat your little hand. You should enjoy it yourself." It appeared he genuinely wished for his sister to partake in his little hand, not wanting her to be so polite. "Thank you, Langbao. But sister want to eat." One was gracefully declining while the other was fervently inviting. The delightful interaction between the two cherubic little ones melted the hearts of everyone present. Laughter filled the living room of the Li family, which had not been so lively in quite some time. Just then, the landline telephone in the living room suddenly rang. The nearest, third brother Li Maheo casually answered the call. "Hello. Yes, is this the home of little Li Xinyan?" "Yes, it is. What is the matter?" Chapter 59. A prelude to triumph. On the other end of the line was a melodious voice belonging to a female teacher. The exam results had arrived surprisingly quickly. Truly, for a prestigious school, their efficiency is remarkable. Lao San, Li Muheo, unconsciously tightened his grip on the phone, an inexplicable sense of anxiety washing over him. It was as though he were the one taking the examination, the one awaiting the results, the one eager to pass and secure a place in kindergarten. A thin sheen of cold sweat broke out uncontrollably on his forehead, and his heart raced with a palpable intensity, his unease escalating with each passing moment. This reaction had become a conditioned response for him, having endured it each time after an exam while awaiting results. He swallowed hard, and then he heard the melodious voice of his female teacher once again, announcing the final verdict. After hanging up the phone, Lausen felt as though half of his soul had been spirited away, leaving him somewhat dazed and sluggish. Lao Li Muxing noticed something was amiss and furrowed his brow, inquiring, "Lao San, what is going on? Why are you sweating profusely? Was that a call from your homeroom teacher?" Upon hearing this, Li Muxing's expression darkened further, his brow knitting tightly as he pressed Lao San for answers. The use of again was particularly poignant, as Lao San had been summoned to meet with his parents more times than he could count on his fingers. Each time he was called in, it was Li Muxing, the elder brother, who substituted for their parents to meet with Lao San's homeroom teacher. Li Muxing, who had long been a top student, gracing the school's honor roll, had always basked in the glow of accolades, embodying the quintessential model student. Yet, after each meeting with Lao San's teacher, he found himself grappling with existential doubts. Why are his younger brothers so utterly exasperating? The second brother is unruly and has never regarded his studies with any seriousness, perpetually languishing at the bottom of his class, seemingly devoid of any hope for redemption. The third brother is marginally better, but only by the slightest margin. While he does not occupy the very last position in his year, his academic performance is still dismal, leaving one speechless before the elders of Jiangdong. All three are children born of the same mother and raised by the same father, so why is there such a stark contrast among them? Li Muxing has even found himself questioning whether he is truly the biological son of Li Churui and Liang Xuanling, given that among the three brothers, two are academically challenged while he alone excels. Those two must certainly be genuine siblings. He is the one who feels completely out of place. It was either a call from our homeroom teacher or from the school's admissions office. The results of Yinbao's entrance examination had been released. Upon hearing this, the attention of the Li family was collectively drawn to Li Maheo. What did the admissions office have to say? How did Yinbao fare in this examination? The elder of the Li family inquired of Li Maheo, his fingers instinctively tightening around his teacup. Although he had always held unwavering confidence in little Xinyan, the moment the results were imminent, he could not help but feel a twinge of anxiety. Little Xinyan also looked at her third brother with eager anticipation, her small fingers involuntarily clenching into tiny fists, her palms damp with sweat, clearly betraying her nervousness. Uncertain whether it was due to unsatisfactory examination results or if Li Maheo intended to create suspense, his countenance appeared rather grim, lips pressed tightly together as if he were deliberating on how to articulate his thoughts. Observing his reaction, Xiao Xinyan's eyes involuntarily flickered, betraying a palpable sense of disappointment. The tuft of hair atop her head seemed to droop, exuding an aura of dejection. The matriarch of the Li family discerned the child's unease and promptly gathered the little one into her embrace, offering comfort. There are numerous kindergartens. It is not necessary to adhere to just one. Nestled in her grandmother's arms, Xiao Yinbao remained silent, resembling a wounded kitten, her spirit noticeably diminished. In preparation for this entrance examination, the little darling had indeed invested considerable effort and held high hopes regarding her admission to kindergarten. Should the results prove unfavorable, leading to her disqualification, it would genuinely sadden her. Lowering her head, she pursed her lips tightly, becoming increasingly reticent. The members of the Li family swiftly recognized her distress and converged around her, eager to console her. As the situation appeared to escalate, Li Muheo hastily interjected, "I never stated that Yinbao's examination results were poor. Everyone, please do not be disheartened. Yinbao performed exceptionally well, securing first place in the written test." Li Muheo, inexplicably exhilarated, announced to the crowd, seemingly intending to create a sense of anticipation and elevate the atmosphere. However, the audience remained utterly unmoved, turning their heads in unison to gaze quietly at him. Was it amusing? Not in the slightest. He had even reduced Yinbao to tears. Amidst the stillness enveloping everyone, Li Muheo felt like an exuberant monkey that had escaped from the mountains, finally realizing he was the most awkward presence in the room, which rendered him silent. He consciously lowered his head and admitted, "I apologize. I was wrong to attempt to lighten the mood. I truly regret causing Yinbao to cry." Li Muheo's older brother, Li Muxing, cast a significant eye roll at the third brother, exasperated. He longed to inform their fourth uncle about the incident involving Yinbao, hoping the uncle would take matters into his own hands and administer a proper lesson. Nevertheless, considering the third brother was his own flesh and blood, as the eldest, he felt compelled to spare him. What were the results of Yinbao's examination? The elder of the Li family struggled to suppress the urge to reprimand his grandson, his expression grave as he fixed his gaze on Li Maheo, commanding, "Speak the truth." This examination was of paramount importance for little Xinyan and was not a matter to be trifled with. The admissions office informed that Yinbao had achieved the highest score in the written examination among all candidates, securing a solid first place. As long as she successfully passes the upcoming talent assessment, she will receive her admission notice. Indeed, achieving the top score in the written examination has solidified her position. rendering any shortcomings in the talent assessment inconsequential. The examination results were exceptionally favorable. The members of the Li family fell silent for a moment, only to erupt into a thunderous applause. Everyone gathered around Yanbao, showering her with congratulations. Little Xinyan, who had initially believed that her chances of attending kindergarten were bleak, stood in a daze. Tears of disappointment shimmered in her eyes, resembling stars that had fallen from the heavens into her gaze. After a considerable interval, the little darling finally comprehended the situation, yet her tears flowed even more profusely. However, this time, they were tears of overwhelming joy. Xinyan could finally attend school. Chapter 60. The baby fears injections with Yanbao's written examination results secure. It is time to assist her in preparing for her talent showcase. Late at night, Zhong Jingyi reclined against the headboard, her expression earnest as she spoke to her partner. Li Qixin, as parents, it is their duty to secure a promising future for their children. She could see that little Xinyan truly yearned to attend that kindergarten, and thus, she was determined to help her daughter fulfill her wish. Li Qixin naturally extended one arm, resting it behind Zhong Jingyi's neck, while the other embraced her shoulder, drawing her close. I wonder what talents our Yanbao possesses. Yanbao is an exceptionally bright child. She has already begun learning calligraphy from her father, which can certainly be considered one of her talents. Zhong Jingyi tilted her head and rested it against Li Qixin's sturdy chest. The light from the bedroom chandelier cast a glare into her eyes, prompting her to gently squint as she softly remarked, however, I believe Yanbao could benefit from learning some additional talents. As the saying goes, a multitude of skills is never a burden. Acquiring more knowledge will greatly aid her future. Indeed, I find your perspective quite reasonable, Li Qixin responded with a nod of agreement. Yet he couldn't help but remind her, ultimately, the choice of what talents to pursue must depend on Yanbao's own desires. If she is willing to learn, it will be a joyous outcome for all. If she is unwilling, we cannot compel her. Of course, I understand your point. Everything must be built upon the foundation of the child's willingness. As parents, we must avoid placing undue pressure on them. Seemingly fatigued, Zhong Jingyi gently closed her eyes, her voice taking on a languid tone. I only wish for my children to grow up safely and healthily. As long as they are happy and content, I shall feel fulfilled. Li Qixin echoed softly, lowering his gaze to look at his wife in his embrace. She had completely removed her makeup, her natural beauty shining through, which only enhanced her charm, lending her an even more innocent allure than when adorned. At that time, Zhong Jingyi was just in her early 20s, radiantly youthful and vibrant, her smile bright and exuberant. In that instant, Li Qixin's heart was wholly captivated by her, falling head over heels in love at first sight. Without hesitation, he embarked on a fervent pursuit of her affections. Now, she lies in his embrace, a cherished companion. His wife, the one he wishes to traverse life alongside. Li Qixin could not help but lower his head, planting a kiss on her. However, Zhong Jingyi was startled awake by his sudden gesture, and a rosy hue instantly adorned her cheeks. Embarrassed, she attempted to halt his advance. Lang Bao is sleeping right beside us. Please, don't be mischievous. What if you wake him? As she spoke, her gaze subconsciously darted towards the nearby crib. At that moment, little Lang Bao lay peacefully in his crib, soundly asleep. His tiny arms were raised above his head, and his legs curled up, resembling a small frog in slumber, a sight utterly delightful. Yet, Li Qixin remained undeterred, continuing to kiss Zhong Jingyi. His actions not only persisted but grew bolder. A distinct glimmer of desire shone in his dark eyes, as if he were striving to suppress a profound emotion. His voice, deeper and more magnetic than usual, reassured her. Rest assured, Lang Bao cannot hear us. Have you forgotten how we managed when our seventh was little? Upon hearing Li Qixin's words, Zhong Jingyi's cheeks flushed crimson, overwhelmed by embarrassment. She could not help but chastise him playfully. You are already a father of 3. How can you be so reckless? Truly, you have no sense of propriety. Upon hearing her words, Li Qixin chuckled softly and replied, if I were easily embarrassed, I would not have become a father, would I? With that, he extended his arm to extinguish the light in the bedroom. He then pulled Zhong Jingyi into the blanket, embarking on their intimate daily life as a couple. As for the issue of little Yanbao learning her talents, it shall remain unaddressed for the moment. Before she officially enrolls in kindergarten, there is a crucial matter to attend to. According to national regulations, she must receive all the necessary vaccinations. Having lived in a village until now, Yanbao has never been vaccinated. Other children in the village have received the most basic free vaccinations. Yet she has been excluded from this, facing ostracism even in this regard. Therefore, she must complete her vaccinations before she can register for kindergarten. Otherwise, she will be denied entry. On this day, Li Qixin and Zhong Jingyi set aside all their tasks to accompany their daughter to the hospital for her vaccinations. During the journey, little Xinyan nestled obediently in Zhong Jingyi's embrace, her brow furrowed, lost in thought. Unable to contain herself any longer, the little one looked up at Zhong Jingyi and, in her sweet, childish voice, asked, "Mommy, does it hurt to get a shot?" Having never experienced an injection before, she was unaware of what it might feel like, and the uncertainty filled her with trepidation. Furthermore, she had witnessed other village children receiving their shots, which was a heart-wrenching sight, with each child crying more sorrowfully than the last. Thus, Yinbao inevitably harbors a fear of injections. Generally, children are often apprehensive about receiving shots. Xiao Qi, Li Mujuan, exhibits considerable resistance each time he is to be vaccinated, requiring Li Qixing to procure numerous toys to coax him into compliance. It is entirely normal for a girl like Yinbao to be frightened of needles. Zhong Jingyi instinctively reached out, gently stroking the little one's head, and spoke in an exceedingly tender tone. "Yinbao, do not be afraid. The injection is not as painful as it seems. The doctor we have chosen for you is exceptionally skilled, and the shot will hardly hurt at all." Under her soothing words, little Xinyan visibly relaxed. Seemingly recognizing the doctor her mother mentioned, she inquired, "Is the doctor giving me the shot this time the same handsome one from last time?" Yinbao indeed remembered him. "Yes, that is correct. He is a very good friend of your father," Zhong Jingyi replied with a soft smile in her eyes. Upon hearing her words, little Xinyan felt even more at ease. She took a deep breath and, with her chubby little hand, patted her own heart, cheerfully stating, "Then Yinbao can relax. The doctor is so handsome. His injection skills must be wonderful. It certainly won't hurt at all. As long as it doesn't hurt, I won't be scared." Hearing the little one's words, Li Qixing and Zhong Jingyi couldn't help but chuckle. It was rather unexpected that this tiny bundle of joy also held such high regard for appearances. The vehicle swiftly arrived at the hospital where Pei Yinchuan awaited. Having given him a call in advance, he had been anticipating their arrival. After exchanging pleasantries with Li Qixin and Zhong Jingyi, his gaze settled upon the petite bundle of joy before him. She remained as adorably soft and charming as ever, even more exquisite and beautiful than during their last encounter. The delightful little human, Pei Yinchuan instinctively reached out to gently pat her tiny head, offering a warm smile as he greeted, "Little Yinbao, it's wonderful to see you again. Hello, handsome doctor. Soon, I will trouble you to give Yin an injection. Yin is afraid of pain, so you must be careful." Chapter 61. Do not lower yourself to his level. The hospital corridor was permeated with the scent of disinfectant, and the sunlight streaming in, though bright, failed to provide any warmth. Xinyan tilted her delicate, rosy face upward, gazing at Pei Yinchuan with her pair of clear, innocent eyes, devoid of any impurities. Their black and white contrasting beautifully against his figure, tall and dignified, exuding an air of solemnity. Upon hearing the little one's words, the corners of his lips involuntarily curled into a gentle smile, radiating tenderness. "Rest assured, Yinbao, the injection won't hurt at all." Despite his youth, Pei Yinchuan had already established himself as a renowned golden doctor in the industry. His greatest aspiration was to utilize his medical skills to heal countless individuals and restore many families. Just as he had promised, the injection was administered without her sensing any discomfort at all. The preventive shot was already completed. Wow, the handsome uncle is truly remarkable. The injection was completely painless. The little one, who once harbored an irrational fear of vaccinations, now feels entirely at ease. If given the choice, she might even request another shot. Alas, vaccinations must be administered one at a time. They cannot be given in succession, as her little body would struggle to bear it. It is not merely due to the uncle's prowess, but rather because Yinbao has shown remarkable courage. Pei Yinchuan smiled at little Xinyan before turning to Li Qixing and Zhang Jingyi, advising them, "Do not rush to discharge the child just yet. Observe for half an hour. If there are no allergic reactions or other peculiar issues, you may leave at your discretion." As he spoke, Pei Yinchuan rose, adjusted his white coat, and prepared to exit. "I have a very important surgery to attend to, so I must take my leave." Li Qixing and Zhong Jingyi nodded in understanding, watching Pei Yinchuan depart before taking little Xinyan to the vaccination observation room. Since this hospital is where Liang Xuanling works, it would be remiss not to visit her while they are here. You stay here with Yan Bao for observation. I shall go pay a visit to sister-in-law, Li Qixing said. Already standing and moving to little Yan Bao's side, he gently pinched her chubby cheek, offering a soft blessing. So good. Unable to resist another pinch on the cherubic face, he reluctantly turned to leave. After watching Li Qixing depart, Zhang Jingyi turned her gaze towards her daughter, Xiao Xinyan. After a moment's hesitation, she couldn't help but inquire, Xinyan, do you not harbor any resentment towards auntie? After all, from the moment Xinyan entered the Li family, her aunt had been filled with hostility, constantly targeting her. It seemed as though she wished to attribute all misfortunes to little Xinyan. In Zhang Jingyi's eyes, her sister-in-law's behavior bore no difference to the people in Xinyan's village. They all approached a mere 3.5-year-old child with a blend of societal prejudice and inexplicable malice. Were she in Xinyan's position, she would undoubtedly despise such individuals. Yet, little Xinyan shook her head and replied, Mom, Xinyan does not resent Auntie. She simply does not understand me. I believe that one day, Auntie will come to see everything clearly and change her perspective on me. As she spoke, her eyes remained clear and pure, untainted by any impurities. What if her opinion never changes? Zhang Jingyi felt a pang of sympathy as she gently stroked her daughter's head. This child possesses a kindness that is almost heartbreaking. The world may kiss her with pain, yet she responds with song. It doesn't matter. Xinyan doesn't care about Auntie's opinion. She is not my mother. In truth, for Xiao Xinyan, Liang Xuanling was an inconsequential figure. For someone so trivial, Xiao Xinyan had no desire to concern herself with her views. Her current concerns are solely directed towards those who treat her kindly. The fact that Yan Bao can think this way brings reassurance to her mother. Indeed, certain individuals hold no significance, and we must not allow the presence of an inconsequential person to disrupt our own emotions and lives. It is essential to reject the role of a sycophant from an early age. Meanwhile, Li Qixing has arrived at the hospital room where Liang Xuanling is situated. At that moment, Li Qirui and Li Mukin are present, along with an unfamiliar figure. How are my elder brother and sister-in-law faring? Li Qixing inquires as he enters. Turning his gaze towards Liang Xuanling, who lies sleeping in the hospital bed, appearing noticeably improved, her complexion restored to a healthier hue. Then, Li Qirui asks, What brings you to the hospital so unexpectedly? The brothers have always been candid with each other, and Li Qixing replies, Jingyi and I accompanied Yan Bao for her vaccinations today and thought we would visit my sister-in-law as well. Upon hearing this, Li Qirui remains unperturbed. But Li Mukin expresses his displeasure with a disgruntled huff, stating, So, Uncle merely came to check on my mother as an afterthought. Your display of affection is truly profound. His tone drips with sarcasm. At this, Li Qixing's brow furrows deeply, his demeanor becoming prickly and filled with resentment. Li Qirui seems to recognize the inappropriateness of Li Mukin's attitude and turns to reprimand him, just as a sweet, melodious voice fills the room. Brother, how can you speak to your elders in such a manner? It is exceedingly impolite. If Aunt hears this, she will surely be displeased. The speaker was a young girl, exuding an air of sophistication and youthfulness. Her attire was remarkably fashionable, and her lustrous, raven hair was impeccably maintained, radiating the beauty of youth and shimmering like black jade under the sunlight. Her words seemed to have a significant effect, as the tension surrounding Li Muqin visibly dissipated. Li Qixing, intrigued, watched as the girl turned to him with a charming smile, saying, Greetings, third uncle. Muqin is unaware of his manners. Please do not take offense. The girl's smile was nothing short of perfect, her voice sweet and melodious, captivating in every sense. She was poised and graceful, almost excessively so, creating an impression that she and the Li Qirui family were intimately connected. This sensation left Li Qixing feeling inexplicably uneasy. He furrowed his brow slightly, but quickly masked his true emotions. With a faint smile, he inquired, And who might this be? Li Muqin introduced her, then could not help but mutter, Unlike certain individuals, who have only visited my mother a handful of times since her incident. The certain individuals he referred to were indeed from the third household. In his view, the misfortunes that befell Liang Xuanling were closely tied to Xiao Xinyan. Hence, he believed that the culprit should atone for their actions. Li Qixing automatically shielded himself from Li Muqin's murmured words, offering a nod and a smile to Gao Kersin as he courteously remarked, Greetings, and thank you for staying at the hospital to care for my sister-in-law. Our Li family shall remember your kindness. His words were laden with implication, subtly reminding Gao Kersin that she was not of the Li family and should refrain from involving herself in their affairs, as even Li Muqin, despite his shortcomings, was still a child of the Li family. It was not for an outsider to assume the role of educator. Sensing the subtle displeasure emanating from Li Kitchen, a flicker of timidity and anxiety crossed Gao Kursen's eyes as she hurriedly explained, "Third uncle, I sincerely apologize. I did not intend to meddle in your family's matters. I merely felt that my brother's earlier tone was excessively rude, and I couldn't help but speak up. His mother is my biological aunt, and my mother is also his aunt. I have always considered us to be a very close-knit family, regarding myself as his elder sister and him as my younger brother. It seems only natural for an elder sister to care for her own brother." Upon hearing her words, Li Kitchen involuntarily narrowed his eyes, a complex emotion flickering within. This girl, appearing to be merely in her teenage years, possessed a depth of cunning far beyond his expectations, effortlessly discerning his thoughts. Her ability to gauge the hearts of others was remarkable, akin to that of an adept. In the presence of Gao Kursen, Li Mukin, a rather simple-minded individual, was easily led, completely under her control. Indeed, upon hearing Gao Kursen's words tinged with grievance, Li Mukin unhesitatingly began to defend her. "Uncle, my cousin has done nothing wrong. You cannot target her." Li Mukin positioned himself protectively in front of Gao Kursen, shielding her behind him, and addressed Li Qiqing. "I share a brotherly bond with my cousin. It is only natural for her to care for me. No one, not even you, my own uncle, has the right to object." As he spoke, he stood tall and proud, exuding an air of masculinity, seemingly believing that his stance was quite impressive. Li Qiqing, however, regarded him with a deep gaze. Feeling that this child was beyond redemption, lacking any sense of cunning, he mused that he might even be duped in the future, oblivious to the schemes of others. And he appeared almost foolishly cheerful, like a simpleton. "Brother, you should not speak to uncle like that. You are truly family," Gao Kursen gently reassured him, patting Li Mukin's shoulder. "Humph, what do you mean by truly family? I have come to realize that only those who treat me well are my family," Li Mukin retorted pointedly, harboring significant grievances against his uncle's family. He seemed to have forgotten the attitude his grandparents held towards his mother, and even more so, the reasons behind their oppressive behavior towards her. The blatant favoritism that his grandparents showed towards his aunt was a distant memory to him. Taking Gao Kursen's hand, he strode towards the ward's exit, deliberately turning to Li Qiqing to say, "If you happen to see my mother, please leave afterward. Do not linger here and disturb her rest." Li Qiqing's complexion darkened in an instant. Were it not for the fact that he was the son of the eldest brother, he would have been unable to restrain himself from striking him. Had the fourth member of the Li family been present at that moment, he would have certainly greeted Li Mukin with a fist. Meanwhile, Xinyan's observation period for the vaccine had concluded without any adverse reactions. Zhong Jingyi tidied up her belongings and took Xiao Yinbao's hand, preparing to depart. "Yinbao, be a good child and wait here for mommy. I'll be back shortly after using the restroom. You must wait patiently and not wander off. Don't worry, mommy. Yinren will stay right here and wait for you to come out." Just as she counted to 10, she spotted a familiar figure. "Second brother." The little darling called out excitedly to the recognizable silhouette, her innocence shining through in her simplicity. Despite Li Mukin's consistently poor demeanor towards her, she still regarded him as her brother. This was because the eldest brother had repeatedly assured her that second brother's attitude stemmed from misunderstandings, and once these were resolved, he would surely treat her well. After all, among their group, Li Mukin had been the most eager to have a sister. The eldest brother advised the little darling to overlook minor grievances and not to hold grudges against Li Mukin. As the eldest, Li Muxing only wished for them to coexist harmoniously, filled with mutual affection. He expended considerable effort towards this end. Alas, Li Mukin remained oblivious, failing to recognize the kindness extended towards him. Upon hearing a sweet voice calling second brother, Li Mukin instinctively turned towards the source of the sound, only to be greeted by the sight of a soft, cherubic little girl. She was a delicate, rosy figure, reminiscent of a finely crafted doll, undeniably adorable. However, Li Muchun furrowed his brow, displaying visible displeasure as he huffed and redirected his path to depart. Gao Kursen reached out to stop him, inquiring, "Who is that little girl? Why did she call you second brother?" Li Muchun disdainfully replied, "Humph, just an irritating little brat. There's no need to pay her any mind." He nodded curtly, his expression betraying impatience. "Whoever she is, I have no desire to discuss matters concerning her." With that, he turned to leave, deliberately avoiding any interaction with Xinyan. Gao Kursen glanced over at the little girl, then subtly addressed Li Muchun. Hearing this seemed to heighten Li Muchun's irritation, prompting him to exclaim, "Humph, you girls are truly bothersome. Even going to the restroom requires queuing. You can go by yourself. I'm leaving." With that, he strode away. Gao Kursen, appearing somewhat resigned, gently pressed her lips together before turning towards Xinyan. Chapter 63, The Femme Fatale. Humph. You refused to take the opportunity one offered, so consider it withdrawn, Xinyan. If it weren't for your pitiful state as a solitary figure, I wouldn't even bother with you. The little girl silently grumbled, thoroughly critiquingly Mu Chun from head to toe. At that moment, she caught a whiff of an extraordinarily sweet and fragrant aroma, involuntarily twitching her little nose. The next instant, Xinyan frowned, seemingly finding the rich scent quite pungent. At first, it was delightful to the senses, but upon closer inspection, it proved to be quite nauseating. She harbored no fondness for such a smell. Simultaneously, a voice as sweet as the scent reached her ears. "Hello, little one." Upon hearing the voice, Xinyan instinctively lifted her head, gazing in the direction from whence it came, only to be met by a pure and beautiful face. Gao Kursen's eyes sparkled gently, her countenance adorned with a flawless smile that was beyond reproach, her gaze emanating warmth and kindness as she inquired softly, "Little one, why are you standing here all alone? Are you lost? If you need any assistance, you can simply tell your sister, and I shall help you." It was a lovely and gentle older sister. This was the first impression Gao Kursen left on Xinyan. Much like her mother, she possessed an extraordinary ability to project an image of perfection that made others unconsciously trust her. By the time one discerned their true nature, it was often too late. "Thank you, sister. I am not lost. I am just waiting here for my mother. She will be out shortly." Upon hearing Xinyan's words, Gao Kursen seemed to grasp the situation at hand. She adjusted the medication she had brought specifically for Liang Xiwenling and stood beside Xinyan, speaking in a remarkably tender manner. "Then, my dear sister shall accompany you while you await your mother's return." Upon hearing this, little Xinyan furrowed her brow slightly, seemingly unable to comprehend. "Why does my sister need to wait with me for our mother? I can stand here alone and wait. You should attend to your own matters." Her sweet, tender voice was filled with uncertainty as she cast a wary glance at Gao Kursen. This vigilance stemmed from her elder brother's frequent admonitions. "Be wary of those who offer unsolicited kindness. They may harbor ulterior motives." Such counsel had instilled in her a heightened sense of caution towards strangers, cautioned against being lured away by a mere piece of candy. Her other brothers had expressed similar sentiments, further fortifying her alertness. Thus, even though this older sister appeared exceedingly beautiful and seemingly kind-hearted, she resolved to remain cautious. After all, possessing an attractive exterior does not guarantee a benevolent spirit. In preparation for her upcoming kindergarten entrance exam, little Xinyan had learned a term, femme fatale, describing a woman who is outwardly enchanting yet possesses a venomous heart. Moreover, the female demons in Journey to the West were predominantly stunning, yet many harbored a desire for the flesh of the monk Tang Sung. "It's quite all right. I have nothing pressing to attend to." Gao Kursen seemed to perceive the wariness in little Xinyan's gaze and smiled gently as she explained, "Rest assured, I mean you no harm. I merely feel that this place is bustling with people, a mix of good and ill intentions. It would be unfortunate to encounter someone malicious. So I shall stay with you for a while until your mother arrives, and then I will take my leave." She genuinely appeared to be acting out of goodwill. Xinyan remained skeptical, yet vigilant. She discreetly turned her head and cast a glance at the beautiful sister beside her, unable to deny that, from this angle, the sister appeared quite lovely as well. After a minute or two, Zhong Jingyi finally emerged from within. The little one excitedly called out, "Mommy." Upon seeing her mother, she felt a wave of relief wash over her, gradually enveloped by a sense of security. For someone like Xinyan, who had often endured harm, placing her trust in another was an arduous task. In the Li household, the person she trusted most was Zhong Jingyi. Gao Kursen seemed to simply wish to spend some time with Xinyan. After Jingyi appeared, she stood up and departed without uttering a word, embodying the essence of a good deed done anonymously. Xinyan is so well-behaved, waiting here for mommy. The first thing Zhong Jingyi did upon exiting was to scoop up the little one, planting a gentle kiss on her cheek and showering her with praise. The little one, in turn, cupped her mother's face and playfully nibbled on it, declaring, "Xinyan must listen to mommy." However, Xinyan wasn't alone in waiting for her mother. A beautiful sister had kept her company. "Where is the beautiful sister?" Zhong Jingyi inquired curiously as she scanned the surroundings. "Right there." Xinyan pointed to the spot where Gao Kursen had just been, then turned her head to look, her brow furrowing in confusion. Where has the beautiful sister gone? Just moments ago, she was right there. Could it be? A terrifying thought suddenly flashed through Xinyan's mind. The beautiful sister could be like the unfortunate soul and the dream-eating monster, a being invisible to everyone but her. Perhaps she had some urgent matter to attend to. She tightened her embrace around the little dumpling in her arms and gently said, Yuanbao, let us wait for Daddy in the car. Soon, he will take us to enjoy some delicious food. Upon hearing the enticing mention of delectable treats, the little bundle's attention was completely captivated. Her eyes sparkling with excitement as she clapped her tiny hands, exclaiming, Wow, Daddy is amazing. I want to eat something delicious. Her elder brother had once told her, only the exquisite culinary delights are worth cherishing, for it is the existence of such delights that makes life truly worthwhile. The little dumpling wholeheartedly agreed. Li Mukin, somewhat exasperated, turned to Gao Curson to voice his complaints, utterly perplexed. Wasn't he just a trip to the restroom? Why does it take so long? Gao Curson quickly placed the medications she held on the bedside table, helping to air out the water while patiently explaining to Li Mukin. Upon hearing this, Li Mukin furrowed his brows tightly. Why on earth would my mother's medicine be compromised? Whom did you encounter? I didn't meet anyone of significance. Just exchanged a few words with your sister. She is merely a simple-minded child and shouldn't have tampered with those medications. Originally, Li Mukin had not contemplated this direction, but upon hearing Gao Curson's words, his brows furrowed deeply in anger, and he slammed his hand down forcefully. It must be Li Xinyan, though she is young. Her heart is wicked, and she surely sabotaged my mother's medicine. Chapter 64. A sudden change in character at Chu. Little Xinyan seemed to sense something amiss. Her tiny nose itched, and she could not resist sneezing. Is she catching a cold? She lifted her chubby little hand to rub her inexplicably itchy nose, her expression one of confusion. Why did Xinyan sneeze? Surely she isn't coming down with something? Zhong Jingyi had the same thought and instinctively reached out to touch little Xinyan's forehead, which felt cool to the touch, indicating she was not running a fever. Zhong Jingyi breathed a sigh of relief. As long as there was no fever, all was well. However, Li Qiqing removed his coat and draped it over little Xinyan's shoulders. What would Xinyan like to eat? Li Qiqing asked, his gaze filled with affection for his daughter. The little darling tilted her head thoughtfully and, with a sweet voice, replied, Xinyan will eat anything, as long as it's a treat from Daddy. Everything tastes good. Upon finishing her words, her eyes crinkled into crescent shapes, exuding an adorable charm. Zhong Jingyi, utterly smitten by her cuteness, couldn't help but smile along, echoing Li Qiqing. Xinyan is absolutely right. As long as it's a treat from Daddy, everything is delicious. Hearing the words of his wife and daughter, Li Qiqing could not help but laugh heartily. Very well. Today I shall treat you all to an extravagant feast, allowing you to indulge to your heart's content. With an air of triumph akin to that of a life winner, he strolled towards an upscale restaurant, cradling his daughter in one arm and embracing his wife with the other. It must have been the handiwork of Li Xinyan. There was no one else but her. Upon hearing Gao Curson's words, Li Mukin attributed all blame to little Xinyan. His prejudice against her clouded his judgment, leading him to believe that her every action was malevolent. A flicker of an unknown darkness flashed in Gao Curson's eyes at Li Mukin's remarks. Yet she smiled gently and advised, You cannot speak so harshly. After all, she is your sister, and being so young, she is unlikely to engage in such behavior. How could a child possess such a wicked heart? While it seemed that Gao Curson was defending little Xinyan, her words inadvertently stirred the pent-up resentment within Li Mukin. Humph, she is not my sister. My mother bore only 3 sons, and I have no sister. Li Mukin vehemently rejected the notion and disdainfully retorted. Who says that a young child cannot commit wrongdoing? Some individuals may be inherently malevolent, constantly bringing misfortune to others, truly unfortunate. Please do not say that. Gao Curson appeared poised to say more, but at that moment, Liang Xuanling, lying on the hospital bed, let out a cough, as if roused from slumber. In an instant, Li Mukin sprang from his seat and hurried to Liang Xuanling's side. Mother, you are awake. How do you feel now? Li Mukin inquired with deep concern as he gazed at Liang Xuanling, gently reminding her, It is time for your medication. Gao Curson promptly presented the medicine and water before Liang Xuanling, sweetly encouraging, Aunt, please take your medicine. I've let the water cool for you. Upon hearing their voices, Liang Xuanling lifted her gaze to glance at Gao Curson, only to swiftly avert her eyes, refraining from reaching for the offered medicine and water. Her demeanor was markedly indifferent and distant, a stark contrast to her former self. Ever since the car accident, Liang Xuanling seemed to have undergone a complete transformation, becoming a person entirely different from the one she used to be. Previously, she had treated Gao Kersen with utmost affection, genuinely regarding her as a daughter, showering her with delightful treats, fine clothing, and all that was good. She had even contemplated formally adopting her, hoping to elevate her to the status of a daughter of the Li family. Had it not been for the old master of the Li family intervening, Kersen might have indeed become a true daughter of the Li household, leaving no room for Li Qixin and Zhong Jingyi to adopt Xiao Xinyan. Due to Liang Xuanling's boundless affection, Gao Kersen, despite her unfortunate upbringing, had led a life of comfort and care, meticulously attending to every aspect of her appearance, from her hair to her nails. Yet now, Liang Xuanling's attitude towards Gao Kersen was palpably more distant, even cold. Gao Kersen's expression faltered as her hands, holding the medicine and water, awkwardly hovered in midair. Liang Xuanling had turned to look at Li Mukin, softly inquiring, "Have your third uncle and his family come to the hospital?" Although she was enveloped in slumber, her discomfort prevented her from sleeping soundly. Thus, she could still vaguely perceive some noises and movements. Upon hearing Liang Xuanling's question, Li Mukin let out a grunt, stating, "Indeed, they have come to the hospital. My third uncle even visited your ward, but it was not a special trip. He merely stopped by." As Li Mukin spoke, his dissatisfaction grew. "It has become evident to me that they do not regard you highly, especially that little girl. She surely harbors intentions to harm you." In his agitation, Li Mukin clenched his fists, exuding an intense aura of resentment, as if possessed by some malevolent force. "One should not make baseless accusations without evidence," Liang Xuanling interjected suddenly, her expression grave. "At this point, why would that little girl seek to harm me?" To his astonishment, Li Mukin found himself taken aback by the unexpected defense of Li Xinyan by his mother, as if struck by lightning, leaving him momentarily speechless. After a prolonged silence, he finally asked, filled with skepticism, "Mom, is your mind functioning properly? Why would you defend Li Xinyan?" This drastic shift in her stance seemed utterly inexplicable, save for the possibility that, perhaps the soul within his mother had completely transformed into another. "You ought not to address your mother in such a manner." Liang Xuanling cast a stern glare at Li Mukin, her expression as impassive as always. She spoke with an air of indifference. "Even if your third uncle is merely here to visit me incidentally, he still possesses the intention of coming to see me, unlike certain individuals who are incapable of even that." Her words were laden with implication. Upon hearing this, Gao Kersen's complexion shifted noticeably, revealing her discomfort. She was acutely aware of whom Liang Xuanling referred to. Since the car accident that befell Liang Xuanling, not a single member of her maternal family had come to the hospital to check on her. Although Gao Kersen had remained at the hospital to attend to her, her efforts were largely superficial. The individual who truly devoted time and energy to caring for her was Li Qirue. This accident had illuminated many truths for Liang Xuanling. She had come to a profound realization that her maternal relatives were not genuine family. True kin would not incessantly demand from her without a modicum of willingness to give in return. "Aunt, my mother does wish to visit you. However, our family situation." Gao Kersen bit her lip lightly, her expression a blend of grievance and innocence as she attempted to explain to Liang Xuanling. Yet before she could finish, Liang Xuanling interrupted her, issuing an unequivocal dismissal. After delivering her words, Liang Xuanling turned over on her hospital bed, disinterested in further discourse with Gao Kersen. In an instant, Gao Kersen's countenance darkened, as if engulfed in shadow. With her head bowed, she stood there, her fingernails digging painfully into the flesh of her palm. Chapter 65. Yinbao's special talent. On the other side, at the Li family estate, everyone was brainstorming ideas for little Xinyan's special talent development. Calligraphy was Yinbao's forte, and her current writing had surpassed that of most individuals present. Whenever this topic arose, the elderly master of the Li family would beam with pride and satisfaction. For the beautiful characters crafted by little Xinyan were a testament to his direct guidance and teaching. Little Xinyan was not only his cherished granddaughter, but also a beloved apprentice whom he held in great esteem. However, it was noted that calligraphy was not included in the kindergarten entrance examination, likely because most children at that tender age were unable to produce exquisite brushwork. In the midst of this conversation, the matriarch of the Li family cast a look of approval towards the little cherub cradled in Zhong Jingyi's arms and gently remarked, "Yinbao could learn another skill to prepare for the exam. If she truly enjoys it, she may continue to pursue it." This suggestion was indeed commendable. Ultimately, The primary objective was to ensure little Xinyan's successful admission into the kindergarten. Preparing for the examination was not a daunting task, as the family's 7 little prodigies were all engaged in honing their own specialties. Why not allow Yanbao to choose one of them as her instructor? As this thought lingered, Li Qichen lifted his gaze to survey his 7 little ones. Instantly, they comprehended his intent and began to respond enthusiastically, each expressing their own ideas. Let Yanbao learn piano with me. I can help her master a piece quickly for the exam, declared the eldest, Li Muxing, brimming with confidence. As an exceptional scholar, he undoubtedly possesses considerable influence, particularly in the realm of examinations, where his abilities surpass those of his younger siblings. I believe that the temperament of Yanbao is more suited for the study of the violin. Therefore, I shall take on the role of her instructor. The third brother, Li Maheo, exudes confidence. In this regard, he has every reason to be assured, as he truly excels in playing the violin and has garnered numerous accolades. Our family already boasts several musicians. Perhaps a change of pace is in order. Thus, I propose that Yanbao learn martial arts under my tutelage. This not only allows for performance but also provides a means of self-defense. The fourth sibling, Li Muhan, smiled gently, revealing her adorable little fangs, which appeared utterly charming and devoid of any menace. However, both the brothers and the younger siblings are well aware that should Li Muhan truly engage in combat, she would be as formidable as their uncle Li Qichen, a genuinely fearsome prospect. One must not be deceived by her seemingly sweet and refined exterior. What need does a girl have for martial arts? Moreover, with several brothers to protect her, Yanbao need not concern herself with combat. Thus, I suggest she learn chess with me instead. It merely requires some mental agility and the movement of fingers, allowing for a tranquil experience. As I spoke, the fifth brother, Li Mufeng, gazed expectantly at little Yanbao, hoping she would choose him as her teacher. Not only would she acquire a special skill, but there would also be delectable treats in abundance. With none of his brothers willing to learn chess, he found himself playing against himself each day or seeking the company of their elder. However, Li Mufeng had no desire to engage in chess with the elder. If he loses, he will be disheartened. If he wins, the old gentleman will be displeased. Fearing to upset the elder, he chooses instead to bear his own dissatisfaction. Gradually, Li Mufeng even comes to regard chess as an unenjoyable pursuit. However, should his sister express a desire to learn the game, he would find joy in losing. Chess demands considerable mental effort, and there is no shortcut to mastery. With Yanbao's imminent exams, it is imperative to cultivate a skill that yields rapid results. Therefore, it would be best for Yanbao to learn programming alongside me. I shall compose a piece of code for her to memorize, and when the time comes, she can perform it before the teacher. As he spoke, the sixth brother, Li Mushin, beckoned towards little Yanbao, enticingly saying, "Yanbao, come here to sixth brother. I will show you a little program that creates fireworks." Only you could conceive such a poor idea, if the code you wrote is what Yanbao remembers. Then whose talent is it truly? The seventh brother, Li Mujuan, rolled his eyes at the sixth, crossing his arms and declaring, "I believe it would be better for Yanbao to study under me. The guqin I am learning is a traditional instrument of our nation, rich in history and worthy of preservation by our generation." Upon hearing her seventh brother's words, little Yanbao's eyes visibly brightened, as if she were intrigued by the guqin. Li Mujuan's eyes also sparkled, sensing that his sister wished to become his little apprentice. Unbeknownst to others, the little girl, though small in stature, possessed a resolute spirit. She had firmly decided on her aspirations and was not easily swayed by her elder brothers. Turning her gaze towards her grandparents and parents, she declared, "Grandpa, Grandma, Mom, and Dad, I have discovered the special skill I wish to pursue." "What does our little Xinyan wish to learn?" her family inquired in unison, their curiosity piqued. With a gentle smile that illuminated her face, Xinyan's dimples became particularly prominent. "I want to learn dance, the traditional kind, the sort that ancient people would perform." Her sweet, melodious voice resonated with enthusiasm. "Why does Xinyan wish to learn dance?" the elderly patriarch of the Li family asked, a smile gracing his lips. "Because dancing is beautiful," Xinyan replied earnestly, her large, clear eyes sparkling with sincerity. "I adore beautiful things and aspire to dance like those graceful sisters. Moreover, none of my brothers dance, so it is only fitting that I should learn, allowing our family to bloom in diverse talents." Her reasoning seemed quite sound, prompting her brothers to exchange glances, feeling an inexplicable sense of being slighted by their younger sister. Pursuing dance is indeed commendable, It suits girls well and cultivates grace," remarked the matriarch of the Lee family with approval. In her youth, she too had yearned to dance, but lacked the requisite talent. She had longed to have a daughter to fulfill that dream, yet fate blessed her with four boisterous sons instead. She had longed for her sons to eventually bring home granddaughters who would learn to dance, yet all that materialized were a few mischievous little ones. At last, fate has bestowed upon her a delightful granddaughter, soft, adorable, sweet, and charming, who even expressed a keen desire to learn to dance. The matriarch of the Lee family could hardly contain her delight, wishing to raise her hands in enthusiastic approval. Zhong Jingyi shared a similar sentiment, smilingly stating, "Since Yanbao wishes to learn dance, let her pursue it. Only through genuine interest can she fully dedicate herself to her studies." Thus, it was settled. The elder of the Lee family also seemed to find the idea of dance appealing, promptly deciding to hire the finest dance instructor for Yanbao, aiding her in passing the talent examination at kindergarten. Upon hearing this, the little darling's eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky, and she could not help but raise her tiny arms in joyous celebration, exclaiming, "Yay, Yanbao can learn to dance. I want to wear beautiful clothes and dance like the sisters on television." What girl does not harbor a yearning for beauty? Chapter 66. A wish never to meet again. Why are you sitting here alone, letting the wind blow on you? You should have worn an extra layer. What if you catch a cold? Gao Kersin found Li Mukin sulking on the rooftop of the hospital. The sudden change in Liang Xuanling's demeanor was difficult for him to process. He could not tolerate Liang Xuanling defending Li Xinyan, which led to a quarrel between them. Upon hearing Gao Kersin's words, Li Mukin retorted with evident petulance, "Humph. If I catch a cold, so be it. After all, no one cares or pays attention." Gao Kersin stepped closer to Li Mukin, her voice imbued with a gentle yet anxious concern. "At the very least, your parents will care and pay attention. As your elder sister, I certainly do." Her gaze radiated sincerity, as if she genuinely felt a deep concern for Li Mukin. However, it seemed that Li Mukin was indifferent to her care and attention. "Humph. My mother wouldn't care or be concerned about me at all. She has completely changed, rendering me utterly unfamiliar with her." Li Mukin could not fathom why his mother had undergone such a drastic transformation. After all, she had initially expressed the strongest disapproval of Li Xinyan. At first, Li Mukin harbored no significant animosity towards the little girl. His irritation stemmed merely from the incident involving the bracelet. Yet, due to Liang Xuanling's incessant disparagement of his uncle's family and Li Xinyan, his aversion towards the pampered little girl grew stronger. Gradually, Li Mukin developed an ingrained prejudice against Xiao Xinyan. Little did he expect that his mother would suddenly alter her attitude towards the little girl without any prior notice. The entire situation took him by surprise, leaving him unprepared to react or to accept it swiftly. Isolated, he felt like a mere jest. Perhaps his aunt chose not to dwell on it too much. Despite having been so severely wronged by that little girl, she now seemed utterly unconcerned. How utterly baffling. He was at a loss for words. To the utmost degree, he even found himself uncertain about his next course of action. Should he persist in his disdain for Li Xinyan, or, like his mother, shift his perspective towards her? Enough of this overthinking. Come with me to get something to eat. Let us discuss everything after we've filled our stomachs, shall we? Gao Kersin gently urged Li Mukin, extending her hand in an attempt to stroke his head. It was reminiscent of their childhood, when the two cousins shared an inseparable bond, always in each other's company. Just as Gao Kersin's hand was about to make contact with Li Mukin, he deliberately turned his head aside, evading her gesture. Consequently, her hand hovered awkwardly in midair. What did my mother mean by her words in the hospital? Li Mukin lifted his gaze to Gao Kersin, his brow slightly furrowed, his expression darkening as he spoke with a noticeably colder tone. "Is your mother truly that busy? So busy that she cannot spare a moment to check on mine? Why did you suddenly bring this up?" Gao Kersin's eyes flickered uncontrollably for a moment, but she quickly regained her composure. Taking a deep breath, she said, "My mother is indeed very busy. You know our family situation." At this point, she seemed unable to continue, swallowing hard, her voice thick with emotion. As her eyes reddened, the usually gentle almond-shaped eyes glistened with unshed tears, clear and shimmering, exuding a poignant vulnerability. "My father is still as he was before, addicted to gambling and neglecting his responsibilities. Aside from accumulating a mountain of gambling debts, he has done nothing for our family. My mother, in order to make ends meet, toils tirelessly every day, even taking on multiple jobs to help pay off my father's debts. She truly has no time." Gao Kersin fervently defended her mother, growing increasingly sorrowful and stifled, tears cascading down like pearls strung on a broken thread. In the past, Lee Myukin would have comforted her by now, yet at this moment, he remained completely indifferent, sitting in silence, observing her. Originally, Gao Kursen had expected Lee Myukin to offer her solace, but she was taken aback by his apparent apathy, his gaze imbued with a chilling detachment that felt foreign to her. Every month, my mother sends living expenses to my grandparents. After they cover their daily expenses, doesn't the remaining money go to your mother? Lee Myukin fixed his gaze on Gao Kursen's tear-streaked face, a faint, almost mocking smile playing at the corners of his lips. Such an abundance of wealth should suffice for your family's debts. Does your mother still need to venture out to earn a living? He merely addressed the matter at hand, perceiving that the affairs of adults bore no relevance to children, thus maintaining his attitude towards his cousin, Gao Kursen, largely unchanged. Little did he anticipate that she would boldly concoct lies to protect her mother. Lee Myukin, though occasionally lacking discernment, was by no means a fool. The moment Gao Kursen began to deceive, he was utterly disillusioned with her. Upon hearing Lee Myukin's words, a flicker of guilt flashed in Gao Kursen's eyes. Yet she concealed it flawlessly. What are you saying? I don't understand. Gao Kursen raised her gaze to Lee Myukin, her expression innocent and bewildered. I am entirely unaware of what you speak. Her demeanor revealed no signs of deceit, as if she were genuinely oblivious. Pure and innocent, it seemed that all the world's sordid and tainted matters had no connection to her. Unaware? Lee Myukin reacted as though he had heard an amusing jest, letting out a cold laugh. Suit yourself. He nonchalantly waved his hand, no longer inclined to engage in further discussion with Gao Kursen. With a light leap, he descended from the steps where he had been seated, no longer casting her a glance, hands tucked into his pockets as he strode away. The doctor has informed me that my mother has nearly recovered. It is sufficient for my father and me to care for her here. Do not return, lest my mother inadvertently reminisce about yours and it affect her mood. Upon concluding his words, he elegantly turned his back to Gao Kursen and waved his hand, as if bidding farewell, perhaps hoping never to cross paths again. Gazing at the resolute figure of Lee Myukin as he departed, Gao Kursen bit her lip with intensity, finally shedding her facade, a glint of malice surfacing in her eyes. Chapter 67. Mid-July around 8 o'clock in the evening, the night had long since descended, the sky resembling a canvas drenched in ink, steeped in profound darkness. In the bustling metropolis, this hour marked the inception of nightlife. The shopping mall shimmered with brilliant lights, akin to daylight. In a gaming hall located on the top floor of the mall, a boy, of similar age to Lee Myukin, queried, Li Xiao. The sky is already dark, are you not planning to head home? At that moment, Lee Myukin sat engrossed before a gaming machine, fully immersed in his play. Upon hearing his friend's inquiry, he glanced at the mechanical watch on his wrist and dismissively replied, It's only 8 o'clock. There's plenty of time. I'll leave once I finish this game. Indeed, you are Li Xiao. So carefree and unrestrained, it's truly enviable. A playful friend jested, patting Lee Myukin on the shoulder. You carry on with your game. We shall take our leave, lest we face our parents' lectures. Still in their high school years, they were subjected to strict supervision from their respective families. TCH, look at your unambitious selves. Lee Myukin scoffed disdainfully, seemingly indifferent, as he continued his gaming. However, once all his friends had departed, an inexplicable discomfort settled within him. The children of the Lee family were generally subjected to a militaristic form of upbringing and education by the family patriarch. Lee Myukin had initially resisted this regime, often attempting to engage in rebellious antics beneath his grandfather's watchful gaze. His greatest desire had once been to escape his grandfather's control and become a free spirit, unbound by restrictions. Yet now, standing alongside Liang Xuanling in opposition to his grandfather, he found himself liberated from oversight, even being expelled from the ranks of the family children. Finally free from his grandfather's dominance, Lee Myukin believed he had achieved his long-held aspiration, embracing the life of a sovereign individual. However, he soon realized that this newfound freedom lacked significance. Even gaming began to lose its allure. Consequently, he left the arcade before finishing the game. After departing the mall, he wandered aimlessly down the street, the cool night breeze caressing his face, yet a sense of inexplicable restlessness gnawed at his heart, a feeling he could not articulate. He found himself questioning where he ought to go. Aside from the hospital where his mother resided, no destination felt appropriate. Unbeknownst to him, he noticed that the flow of vehicles and pedestrians had gradually diminished, the vibrancy of the surroundings fading. with a slight furrow in his brow, just as confusion set in. His phone in his pocket vibrated violently. He reached for his phone and saw that it was a call from his younger brother, Lee Maheo. What could prompt such an unexpected call at this moment? Filled with curiosity, Lee Mukin answered the phone, but before he could utter a word, he heard his brother's voice resonate through the receiver. "Second brother, where are you right now?" Lee Maheo inquired. This was intended as a stepping stone for conversation. Yet Lee Mukin, stubbornly obstinate, had no desire to engage. He impatiently retorted, "What does it have to do with you?" Anticipating this reaction from his elder brother, Lee Maheo remained unfazed and continued, "Well, all right. Just make sure you're not out and about." He expressed this with a nonchalant tone, showing no inclination to further persuade Lee Mukin. Such a lack of sincerity. Why? Upon hearing Lee Maheo's words, Lee Mukin countered, his curiosity piqued. Instantly, a furrow formed on his brow, and his mood shifted to one of evident irritation as he snapped, "Third brother, are you out of your mind? When did you start speaking like this? Have you been influenced by that little girl? I warn you, if you dare to act as irrationally as she does, I shall disown you as my brother. What enchantment does that little girl possess? Why does everyone seem to revolve around her? Even mother has inexplicably altered her attitude towards her." Lee Mukin even harbored suspicions that Xinyan possessed some form of sorcery or witchcraft capable of manipulating human hearts. Otherwise, why would everyone dote on her so excessively, rendering his already tenuous familial standing even more precarious? Meanwhile, on the other end of the line, Lee Maheo, having absorbed his brother's words, fell silent for a moment before earnestly retorting, "Second brother, I genuinely believe that the most eccentric person in our family is you. You are now more abnormal than fourth uncle." Before Lee Mukin could muster a rebuttal, Lee Maheo abruptly terminated the call, uninterested in further debate. What nonsense about the 15th day of the 7th month? What absurdity regarding not walking alone at night? What nonsense about encountering malevolent spirits? He dismissed such superstitions with disdain. As Lee Mukin muttered to himself, he continued forward, instinctively glancing at his watch to find that it was already past 8 o'clock. At that hour, the number of pedestrians dwindled significantly. Could there truly be any credence to the notion of avoiding night walks during this time? While he consoled himself, he steeled his resolve and pressed onward, unknowingly arriving near a park. The overcast sky obscured the moon and stars, and the dim lighting rendered the surroundings increasingly somber. A chill breeze swept through, causing Lee Mukin to shiver involuntarily, as an icy sensation surged from his heels to the crown of his head, akin to an electric jolt, raising goosebumps all over his body. Suddenly, a rustling sound emanated from behind him, sending a jolt of unease through his scalp. Instinctively, he glanced back, only to find nothing amiss. Damn it! Originally, he possessed the greatest courage, akin to the venerable patriarch of the Lee family, a staunch materialist who held no belief in the existence of spirits or deities. However, due to the well-meaning caution of his younger brother, Lee Maheo, each step Lee Mukin took forward was accompanied by an unsettling sensation of something trailing behind him. When he moved, that presence mirrored his actions. When he ran, it seemed to pursue him with relentless vigor. Chapter 68. Entangled by malevolent forces. Damn it. What is this? Lee Mukin could not suppress a low curse, quickening his pace. Convinced that if he ran fast enough, that entity would be unable to catch up. Yet, regardless of his speed, he could invariably sense that something was closely following him, never straying from his side, akin to a shadow. The howling wind whistled past his ears, evoking a chilling sense of despair, as if numerous spirits from another realm were seizing the opportunity of the ghost festival to return to the mortal world. Despite his continuous sprint, Lee Mukin found himself devoid of perspiration, unlike after previous exertions. Instead, an uncanny chill enveloped his back. The wind rustled through the leaves of every tree in the park, producing a mournful sound that sent shivers down his spine. There are no ghosts in this world. There are no ghosts in this world. There are no ghosts in this world. Lee Mukin began a relentless mental mantra, urging himself to retain composure. This conviction held weight, for it was uttered by his grandfather, the authoritative figure of the Lee family. Thus it was imperative to trust in his words. All of this turmoil stemmed from Xinyan. Since her arrival at the Lee family, Lee Mukin's life has undergone a profound transformation. Indeed, everything has changed because of Xinyan. That girl, with her whimsical demeanor, resembles the fourth uncle and evokes an odd sensation. Why did the third uncle and aunt choose to adopt her as their daughter? Lee Mukin finds it incomprehensible and has no desire to fathom it. Resign yourself to the struggle. No matter how swiftly you run, I shall pursue you relentlessly. A teasing voice suddenly infiltrated Li Mukin's ears, and in the solitude of the surroundings, he was startled, his face paling instantly, beads of sweat cascading down. In a daze, he stumbled, and with a thud, he fell unceremoniously to the ground, thoroughly disheveled. Before Li Mukin could muster the strength to rise from the earth, that voice echoed in his ears once more, now laced with unmistakable mockery. "Oh dear, I warned you. Why do you still run? Why must you be so obstinate? Look at the consequence of your disobedience. You've fallen." What was particularly alarming was that the voice was drawing closer, almost within reach. Li Mukin abruptly lifted his gaze, only to meet the sight of a pale, ghostly face invading his vision. It belonged to a young man who appeared to be of a similar age to the fourth uncle, Li Kitchen. In the dim light, his complexion was strikingly white, unnaturally so, akin to the chalk used for wall painting. A smile lingered on his face, yet it remained unsettling, too rigid, too artificial, too meticulously crafted. Reminiscent of the grins adorning the faces of handcrafted dolls, an aura of strangeness permeated the atmosphere. Nevertheless, Li Mukin was reluctant to associate this individual with another realm, for he remained skeptical of the existence of ghosts in this world. He exerted himself to maintain composure as he rose from the ground, nonchalantly brushing off the dirt from his clothes. With a furrowed brow, he inquired of the man before him, Who exactly are you? Human? He. The man suddenly laughed, as if he had just heard an amusing joke. With his smile widening, his entire visage appeared even more contrived. What are you laughing at? What is your problem? Why do you persist in following me? Are you a dog? Do I possess bones that you wish to gnaw upon? Li Mukin asked, his tone irritable, as he adjusted his attire, striving to maintain an air of elegance, preparing to depart. Yet, the man seemed to materialize beside him in an instant. You, little human, have quite an unpleasant way of speaking. My reasons for following you are my own. If you comply and allow me to harvest the resentment you have accumulated, I will do my utmost to refrain from causing you harm. Resentment? Harvest. What do you intend to harvest? My life. The thought of deliberate murder carrying the death penalty irked him. Li Mukin turned his head, casting a disdainful glare at the man. Killing is a crime. A rule of your human world, which bears no relevance to me. The man's tone exuded an inexplicable arrogance. The human world. Li Mukin finally sensed something amiss, his eyes instinctively widening in evident terror. He rigidly turned his neck to gaze at the man, who radiated an uncanny aura. You are not human? Do you perceive me as human? The corners of the man's lips curled into a slight, enigmatic smile, appearing to laugh yet strangely refraining from doing so. A cold sweat broke out on Li Mukin's forehead. He struggled to maintain a facade of composure, yet his heart began to race uncontrollably, pounding as if it were about to leap from his throat. What on earth? Could there truly be ghosts in this world? Indeed, there are ghosts in this world. And I'm one. The man had fully grasped Li Mukin's innermost thoughts, chuckling mischievously. Damn, I've truly encountered a ghost. It is indeed ill-advised to wander outside on the night of the 7th month, becoming ensnared by malevolent entities. Li Mukin's reaction was swift. Without hesitation, he turned and fled. Fortunately, his regular physical training endowed him with considerable stamina, enabling him to run swiftly, even after a prolonged chase. Wait. Allow me to collect the grievances that cling to you. The man's reflexes were equally quick, effortlessly closing the distance to Li Mukin's side in an instant, nearly frightening him to death. Grandfather once proclaimed that there are no ghosts in this world, so what on earth is this entity? Li Mukin could not afford to ponder this for long, and continued to flee in desperation. Stop! Don't run! The man trailed behind him like a shadow, incessantly chattering in his ear like a relentless monk. A cold sweat broke out over Li Mukin's body, and he suppressed the urge to respond to the man. While internally he scoffed, You expect me to halt? In times like these, why would I do such a thing? Only a fool would remain stationary. Meanwhile, at the Li family estate, little Xinyan was nestled comfortably on a soft, plush sofa, cradling a large bottle of warm milk and sipping it delightfully. The sweet taste of the milk was simply exquisite. She had never tasted anything like it before and had completely fallen in love with its flavor. Just then, little Xinyan suddenly felt a sharp pain in her eyes, as if pricked by a needle. Without thinking, she set down the bottle and rubbed her eyes, only to find her vision becoming increasingly blurred, the darkness enveloping her as she vaguely discerned a familiar figure racing frantically through the night. Second brother, little Xinyan exclaimed, recognizing the silhouette. Simultaneously, she spotted the man who had been relentlessly pursuing Lee Myukin, his entire being shrouded in a swirling mass of dark energy, reminiscent of the malevolent aura emitted by the unfortunate spirit that had once possessed her fourth uncle. Realizing this, little Xinyan sprang to her feet from the sofa, her expression tense with concern. It seems that my second brother is in peril. She must rush to his aid. Chapter 69, Help. Meanwhile, the man ceased to conceal himself, floating effortlessly beside Lee Myukin. Lee Myukin finally beheld the true nature of his companion. Not only could he teleport and hover in midair, but he also cast no shadow. Indeed, there are spirits in this world. At that moment, Lee Myukin felt as though he had been thrust into a new realm of existence. Fear gripped his heart, yet he stubbornly maintained an air of composure, while his feet betrayed him, propelling him forward in a frantic sprint. However, the path ahead seemed endless, stretching on interminably, exacerbating Lee Myukin's agitation. "Could you please move away from me? It's infuriating," he exclaimed, waving dismissively at the spirit beside him. His voice tinged with a distinct quiver of distress. Though he often appeared cool, aloof, and formidable, he was, after all, merely a teenager. Having never believed in the existence of ghosts, encountering one for the first time left him understandably terrified. "If you allow me to harvest the resentment that clings to you, I shall depart," the spirit replied, arms crossed, with an air of nonchalance. He remained remarkably composed, observing the breathless Lee Myukin and inadvertently feeling a twinge of fatigue on his behalf. Lee Myukin, however, completely misunderstood the spirit's words and impatiently retorted, "I harbor no resentment. Seek someone else to harvest." The ethereal figure chuckled, remarking, "You truly underestimate yourself. The resentment emanating from you is precisely what we require." Unbeknownst to Lee Myukin, he had become ensnared by his own bitterness. The primary catalyst for his turmoil stemmed from his inexplicable hostility and prejudice towards Xinyan. Gradually, he had transformed into a shadow of his former self, existing daily in a state of grievance, convinced that every misfortune was the result of Xinyan's actions. Consequently, whenever he observed his family members treating her kindly, a flicker of resentment would ignite within him. Over time, this resentment accumulated, rendering him a mere vessel for its proliferation, akin to a petri dish cultivated for animosity. Were it not for the necessity of retaining him to gather further resentment in the mortal realm, the ethereal figure would have whisked him away in an instant, sparing him the incessant dialogue. "Insanity. Your resentment is palpable, and your entire family is steeped in it." Lee Myukin, exasperated, retorted at the ethereal figure, continuing his frantic dash forward. "This child is remarkably stubborn. Since gentleness has proven futile, I shall resort to a more forceful approach." The ethereal figure scoffed, a surge of dark energy erupting from his palm, which swiftly morphed into a lethal blade. Gripping the weapon tightly, he once again pursued Lee Myukin. "Oh no! Help! Is there a police officer patrolling nearby? Someone, please, come to my aid." In that moment, Lee Myukin abandoned all semblance of dignity and propriety, vociferously calling for assistance. The specter seemed to fear that its cries might indeed summon the patrolling police. And with a swift motion, it extended a hand towards Lee Myukin, covering his mouth and forcefully pushing him to the ground. Thud! Lee Myukin's head struck the unyielding cement floor, leaving him momentarily dazed, his mind blank, only to be followed by a ringing sensation, as if he had suffered a concussion. The specter's hand shifted from Lee Myukin's mouth to his neck, immediately enveloping him in a suffocating grip. In an instant, Lee Myukin's eyes turned crimson, blood vessels bursting forth. Suffocation, discomfort, the brink of death. "Help!" With every ounce of strength, Lee Myukin managed to utter those two words from the depths of his throat, before despair settled in and he closed his eyes. Though reluctant, it seemed his vibrant life, which had yet to truly begin, was destined to end today. However, just when Lee Myukin thought his time was up, the constricting force around his neck suddenly vanished. Lee Myukin, bewildered for a moment, cautiously opened his eyes to see a figure clad in a black cloak, gripping the specter's neck and effortlessly lifting it, as one might a mere chick. The specter's expression morphed into one of sheer terror, eyes wide with disbelief. Lee Myukin gazed in astonishment at the shadowy figure, who had subdued the specter in mere seconds. Who, then, was this dark entity? His face remained shrouded in obscurity, concealed beneath the ample hood of his cloak, rendering his true identity indiscernible. A voice, low and dripping with scornful derision, emerged from beneath the hood. "Your audacity is remarkable. daring to cause a ruckus on the night of the 7th month, as if this lord has nothing better to attend to. As he spoke, his hands, ghastly pale in the twilight, exerted a slight pressure, eliciting a shrill, anguished scream from the ethereal being. After a desperate struggle lasting mere seconds, it dissipated into a cloud of darkness, swept away by the wind, vanishing without a trace. Goodness, mused Li Mukin, astonished by the prowess of this shadowy figure. At that moment, a sweet, milky aroma wafted into his nostrils, prompting an involuntary inhale. It was a familiar and delightful scent. Suddenly, a soft, fluffy little creature appeared seemingly from nowhere, scampering over to him with concern, inquiring, "Second brother, are you all right?" "Li Xinyan, how did you get here?" Li Mukin gazed in disbelief at the little fluff ball before him, abruptly realizing that he was still sprawled on the ground, feeling utterly embarrassed. He hastily struggled to rise, but after running and in the grip of fear from the spectral entity, his legs had lost all strength, rendered weak and flaccid, as if the very bones had been extracted, insufficient to bear his weight. The body swayed unsteadily, nearly collapsing to the ground when little Xinyan swiftly extended her tiny hands to support him. "Second brother, you need not be so stubborn. Xinyan is here to help you." Her sweet, soft voice brimmed with concern. I'm not being stubborn. It's just that my leg was pressed earlier and it feels a bit numb." Li Mukin explained stubbornly, yet his body instinctively leaned against the little one, relying on her strength to slowly rise from the ground. Fearful that second brother might fall, little Xinyan unconsciously wrapped her arms around his waist. Though she was but a small, soft bundle, she provided Li Mukin with an overwhelming sense of security in that moment. He even felt an urge to bury his head in her embrace. However, reason cautioned him against such a notion. Should he act upon that impulse, his dignity would be utterly lost. If the other children were to discover it, they would undoubtedly mock him mercilessly. Just then, a figure clad in a dark cloak approached, completely ignoring Li Mukin's presence. With pallid, ghostly hands, he reached out to pat little Xinyan on the head, saying, "Little cub, I have taken care of the matter for you. How do you plan to thank me?" "Thank you, uncle. You have truly been a great help to Xinyan." Little Xinyan lifted her face to gaze at the shadowy figure now before her, her eyes sparkling like a clear, pristine pool of water. Her sweet, tender voice is both innocent and pure. Xinyan, unable to repay the kindness, can only offer herself in devotion. The little cherub, simple and untainted, is blissfully unaware of what such devotion truly entails. Yet, the character Xiao Xinyan from the television drama frequently utters these words. Thus, the little one began to mimic her, seemingly convinced that this was the correct expression to use. Upon hearing this, the dark-clad uncle was evidently startled. Although his facial expressions remained hidden, his voice betrayed a tremor, as if he had been caught off guard. He certainly could not allow her to offer herself in such a manner. Such words should not be spoken lightly. Were one to glimpse his face, they would see him adorned with a myriad of black lines. As he cleared his throat to mask his embarrassment and deftly shifted the topic, "Just remember our agreement. You now owe me a favor, and you shall assist me with an additional task when the time comes." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yanbao's eyes curved gently like a crescent moon, enhancing the sweetness of her smile. "Fear not, uncle. Xinyan is a person of her word. When a gentleman makes a promise, it is not easily broken," the little darling declared with utmost sincerity, her voice laced with innocence and charm. The dark-clad uncle seemed quite taken by her adorableness, his tone softening significantly as he jested. Well, you even know idioms." Instantly, Xiao Xinyan swelled with pride, confidently proclaiming, "Xinyan knows many. They are all taught to me by grandfather. She is now the most cherished disciple of the esteemed elder of the Li family. A large figure and a small one black and one white, engaged in light-hearted banter, entirely oblivious to the presence of Li Mukin beside them. Li Mukin felt as though he were merely a wisp of air, easily dispersed by a gentle breeze. He couldn't help but yearn to assert his presence. Who, exactly, is this little fellow? Li Mukin glanced at the dark figure before him and inquired of the nearby Xiao Xinyan. Upon hearing his question, Xiao Xinyan appeared quite astonished, her eyes widening slightly as she retorted, "Oh my, second brother can actually see uncle?" Upon hearing this, Li Mukin was momentarily taken aback. Wasn't he supposed to see him? As he contemplated this, he cast another glance at the shadowy figure, only to be engulfed by a sudden chill that surged from his feet and coursed through his entire being like a jolt of electricity. Surely, he couldn't be like that man from earlier, not of this world. It was highly plausible. After all, that figure had the power to send the spirit into a frenzy. Li Mukin felt a prickling sensation at the nape of his neck, and a distinct look of terror resurfaced on his face. The child was indeed frightened. Simultaneously, the dark figure turned his gaze toward Li Mukin, seemingly casting a glance in his direction. Yet, addressing Xinyan, he proclaimed, "When I wish for him to see, he shall see. If I do not wish for him to see, then he shall perceive nothing." As the words fell, Li Mukin had yet to comprehend the situation when he beheld the shadowy figure before him, who gracefully waved his voluminous sleeves and then vanished into thin air. It was akin to an illusion, leaving Li Mukin in a state of bewilderment. Overwhelmed by astonishment, he staggered slightly, nearly losing his balance and collapsing to the ground. Where had the person gone? The figure that had just been standing there, cloaked in darkness, how could he have disappeared so suddenly? In that moment, Li Mukin found himself thrust into an entirely new realm, his face pale as a ghost. Overwhelmed by terror, he instinctively sought refuge behind Xinyan, trembling uncontrollably. Truly, it was enough to terrify a child. Yet, the little one remained remarkably composed, displaying an air of nonchalance, and soothingly reassured Li Mukin in a childish tone. "Don't be afraid, second brother, the uncle is not a ghost. Although he often cohabited with many spirits, fundamentally, the essence of this individual seemed to transcend that of a mere specter. In truth, his rank appeared to far surpass that of those spirits. If he was not a ghost, then what was he?" Fear was etched across Li Mukin's visage, his heart racing wildly, as if it might leap from his throat at any moment. If he was not a ghost, how could he materialize and vanish at will? Moreover, how could he have caused that unmistakably spectral figure to dissipate into nothingness, like wisps of smoke? Today marked the 15th day of the 7th month, a time when spirits were known to roam freely. Li Mukin firmly believed that the shadowy figure before him was indeed a ghost, and a particularly formidable one at that. Sweat drenched him, and his fingers instinctively clutched the fabric of Xinyan's clothing, gripping it tightly. The once audacious and overbearing Li Mukin now found solace only in hiding behind the petite figure of the 3.5-year-old girl, as if her mere presence could bestow upon him an unending sense of security. To Xinyan, her older brother resembled a frightened stray dog in need of comfort from its owner. She unconsciously softened her voice, speaking in a gentle and endearing manner. "But didn't you always insist that ghosts do not exist in this world? So, it is perfectly fine for you to hold steadfastly to your beliefs." No sooner had her words left her lips than the previously vanished shadowy figure reemerged, catching Li Mukin completely off guard. The sudden appearance startled him so profoundly that he let out a cry, his heart nearly stopping in terror, as though he were on the brink of losing consciousness altogether. Though he had not completely succumbed to fear, his spirit felt as if it had been drained away, leaving him frozen in place like a statue. Li Mukin had transformed into a mere sculpture, prompting Xinyan to suppress a smile, struggling to contain her mirth. How could such a large boy possess such a timid heart, even more so than his younger sister? The shadowy figure could not help but voice a sarcastic remark, seemingly rolling its eyes in exasperation. Though on the verge of tears from fright, Li Mukin, in a bid to uphold his dignity as a man, mustered his courage and feigned composure, directing a question toward the ominous figure. "Who are you exactly? Are you a human or a ghost? You must be a ghost, right?" Once, Li Mukin never believed in the existence of spirits in this world, yet at this very moment, he felt that everyone around him, apart from himself, could potentially be a ghost. With this thought in mind, he stiffly turned his neck to glance at the innocent and bewildered Xinyan beside him, who blinked her large eyes in a charmingly naive manner. Damn it, he almost succumbed to her cuteness. The dark figure, upon hearing his inquiry, proudly crossed his arms and proclaimed, "Is my name something you are worthy to know? Am I human or ghost? Can't you tell? You truly lack discernment." As he spoke, his pride seemed to swell even further. "I am neither human nor ghost. What then are you?" Li Mukin retorted, sounding almost accusatory. The shadowy figure immediately bristled. "What do you mean? What am I? I am not something." Li Mukin replied, "You just saved my life, you know? How rude." The dark figure scoffed, puffing out his chest. "I am a deity." At this proclamation, Li Mukin furrowed his brow deeply, sensing that the being was merely boasting. What kind of deity? Just as he was about to inquire further, Xinyan interrupted, "Brother, don't worry too much. Are you all right?" The little darling suddenly recalled something and turned her concerned gaze toward Li Mukin, seemingly reluctant to lose his dignity in front of the little girl. Li Muchen hastily adopted a demeanor of nonchalance, calmly asserting, "I am fine." No sooner had the words left his lips than the Grim Reaper's voice echoed with dry sarcasm. "Fine? You've already soiled yourself in fear. And yet you claim you're all right?" He pointedly gestured toward the damp patch on Li Muchen's trousers. Little Xinyan promptly followed his indication with her gaze. Did second brother truly wed himself? Sensing the complexity in the little one's scrutinizing gaze, Li Muchen's face flushed a deep crimson. "This is not my doing. I accidentally fell into a puddle. It's just water. Water," he fervently protested. Originally, he had not been frightened to tears by the Grim Reaper, but at this moment, he was on the verge of weeping. Chapter 71. Utterly reliable with his dignity thoroughly trampled, Li Muchen let his head droop, engulfed in despondency. Had he not been ensnared by that filthy entity, perhaps he would not find himself in such a predicament. Alas, in this world, there is no such thing as what if. Though just 3.5 years old, the little girl possessed profound depth. Her brows bore the weight of mountains and rivers, exhibiting a remarkable magnanimity, far surpassing that of certain older siblings. For, upon sensing Li Muchen's peril, she rushed to his aid without a moment's hesitation, forgetting to inform the rest of the Li family. Even the Grim Reaper had been summoned by the little one mid-journey, and it was through the Grim Reaper's assistance that she was able to teleport to Li Muchen's side. At that moment, little Xinyan truly witnessed the formidable prowess of the Grim Reaper. It turned out that the Reaper was not merely boasting, though he was reluctant to admit it. He was indeed frightened. On the 15th of July, when the gates to the Underworld opened, Li Muchen, who had once dismissed the existence of ghosts, now found himself wholly convinced of their reality. As they spoke, little Xinyan raised her wrist, revealing her smartwatch, preparing to call the Leaf family estate. Li Muchen hastily interjected to deter her. Perhaps it's best to refrain. He certainly did not wish to alarm the entire Li household. If they were to discover that he had nearly been terrified to death by a ghost today, he would undoubtedly face relentless ridicule, especially from his brothers. Li Muchen could already envision their smirks. His elder brother was indeed a handful. In his helplessness, little Xinyan turned her head to face the Grim Reaper, who stood beside them, cloaked in darkness, and sweetly inquired, The little darling nodded eagerly, her eyes twinkling, as she began to shower the Reaper with compliments. "Xinyan knows that uncle is the best." The Grim Reaper let out a hearty laugh. "Little one, do you truly see me as your caretaker?" "I am." After all, he nearly divulged his title, but restrained himself, fearing that his elder brother might become frightened. Once more, little Xinyan interrupted the Grim Reaper, her voice sweet and melodious, exuding an irresistible charm. "Honey cake. That sounds absolutely delightful." The Lord of Death slightly pursed his lips, recalling the time he accompanied the previous king of the Underworld on a journey, during which he indulged in a honey cake specially offered by a devotee. The sweet and fluffy taste remains etched in his memory, a delightful reminiscence that he cannot forget. His Adam's apple involuntarily bobbed, as if he had swallowed a bit of saliva, momentarily succumbing to temptation. Just this once, he admonished himself, resolutely determined not to repeat this lapse. With a haughty hum, he turned and strode forward. Xinyan tilted her head towards Li Muchen, her face radiant with a pure and innocent smile, the dimples at the corners of her lips seemingly brimming with honey, exuding sweetness. Li Muchen's eyes involuntarily flickered, and he quickly diverted his gaze. Shifting the subject, who exactly is he? He raised his eyes to the enigmatic figure of the Lord of Death, who walked a short distance ahead. On this sweltering summer night, the air was thick with humidity and warmth. The figure before them, cloaked in an exceedingly large black cape, appeared rather peculiar in his attire. Were it not for his undeniable prowess, Li Muchen might have suspected he was merely engaged in cosplay. Moreover, his garb was strikingly familiar, reminiscent of various depictions of the Grim Reaper from films and media, though notably lacking the iconic oversized scythe used for harvesting souls. The reason the Lord of Death was devoid of his signature weapon was that Xinyan's summoning had been rather abrupt, leaving him no time to retrieve his scythe before his arrival. Xinyan felt fortunate that the Grim Reaper had not brought his ominous scythe, for it would surely have terrified her elder brother to no end. The little darling cast a glance at Li Muchen, then turned her gaze to the Grim Reaper, who walked a short distance ahead. She exclaimed deliberately, "All my brother needs to know is that uncle is an incredibly formidable figure, utterly reliable." Upon hearing this, the Grim Reaper's ears perked up, visibly pleased by her words. He paused, turned around, and proclaimed with a blend of pride and self-satisfaction, "Indeed, This esteemed gentleman is exceptionally reliable. Xinyan's eyes sparkled like crescent moons as she nodded in enthusiastic agreement. The Grim Reaper was indeed trustworthy. Though he was rather susceptible to flattery, a mere compliment could elevate his spirits to great heights. Do you know why I am plagued by malevolent entities? Li Mukin finally broke the silence, unable to contain his curiosity any longer. He felt that this dark figure before him possessed a wealth of knowledge. He confessed, somewhat dejectedly. He mentioned that I have accumulated a great deal of resentment and wishes to harvest it from me. He instinctively glanced toward Xinyan, sensing that she might be the reason for his lingering grievances. Indeed, you have amassed a considerable amount of resentment, primarily stemming from. The Grim Reaper paused, also directing his gaze toward Xinyan. The little darling appeared adorably innocent, her thoughts pure and untainted, having committed no actions that would evoke resentment in others. Li Mukin appeared to lower his head in a semblance of shame. Young man, open your eyes and behold the world. Do not confine yourself within a narrow perspective to the point of suffocation. The Grim Reaper offered this profound reminder. A pang of anxiety gripped Li Mukin's heart as he inquired, then, will they still seek me out? The secrets of the universe must remain undisclosed. The Grim Reaper replied, feigning profundity, and gestured towards the small creature beside Li Mukin. If you are truly afraid, perhaps you should implore that little one by your side. She may very well assist you in turning peril into safety. Chapter 72. The worker of the underworld. The night was deep and dark, with scarcely a soul visible on the streets. While humanity cannot definitively ascertain the existence of spirits, most harbor a deep-seated reverence for the supernatural. The resentment you carry primarily emanates from within your own heart, the Grim Reaper stated, striding forward with measured steps while kindly elucidating Li Mukin's predicament. Due to your biases, you find yourself unable to perceive others without a tinge of prejudice. Regardless of their actions, you cannot help but be discontented, inadvertently fostering baseless malice towards them. Such malevolence tends to nurture resentment, attracting unfavorable entities. However, he paused momentarily, his tone shifting to one of somber gravity, and continued, in theory, even if resentment were to arise within you, it would not manifest excessively. However, the overwhelming presence of resentment that now envelopes you surely stems from the covert machinations of another, transforming you into a vessel specifically designed to cultivate resentment. Thus, a mere flicker of resentment within you may equate to tenfold, 100-fold, or even 1,000-fold of what a typical person experiences. Even the Dream Eater, a creature once known for bringing good fortune, now suffers torment as it is ensnared by this pervasive resentment. Numerous unfortunate souls have sought refuge in the realm of the dead, declaring that they can no longer endure the trials of the living. Unless they continuously sow misfortune and generate resentment, the very essence of resentment that sustains their existence will be entirely harvested, leading to their utter demise. What once caused a mere stumble due to bad luck has escalated to fatal consequences, with misfortune amplifying exponentially. It is akin to the plight of Aunt Xinyan. Is there any way to liberate me from this curse? Li Mukin gazed tearfully at the Grim Reaper before him. The child yearns to be free from the shackles of resentment. The child is even more terrified of being pursued and harvested by those ghastly, unclean entities that accompany this resentment. At this moment, he resembles a wounded puppy, pitiably vulnerable. Xinyan could not help but be moved to extend her hand to comfort her elder brother. Upon hearing those three words, Li Mukin felt as though he had grasped a lifeline, his eyes suddenly alight with hope. However, in the next moment, the Lord of Death shifted his tone and stated, "Nevertheless, I shall not assist you in lifting this burden. It falls beyond my realm of duties. I cannot casually meddle in the affairs of mortals. My intervention in your plight is solely on account of this little girl. Were it not for her summoning me and pleading for my aid, I would not deign to personally assist an ordinary human." He had even manifested his form before this mortal, which was quite a privilege for the young lad. Having been met with the Lord of Death's cold refusal, the light in Li Mukin's eyes dimmed significantly. Who could save the child? Do not fear, brother. Xinyan will protect you. The soft, tender voice of the little girl reached Li Mukin's ears, prompting him to turn and look at the small cherub beside him. The little bundle of joy smiled brightly at him and cheerfully declared, "Xinyan possesses a treasure bestowed by Taoist Su, which is extraordinarily powerful." As she spoke, she deliberately showcased the small black sandalwood rooster tied around her wrist. In her eyes, her ability to navigate perilous situations and encounter various wondrous occurrences was solely due to this little rooster. The Lord of Death cast a fleeting glance at the rooster displayed by the young girl, internally scoffing. How utterly naive is this innocent child? That little rooster of yours can merely dispel a modicum of malevolent energy, serving merely as a talisman, not a formidable treasure. However, it must be acknowledged that this small child indeed possessed something truly remarkable. I can protect myself. Li Mukin remained defiantly proud, largely unwilling to appear cowardly in front of Xinyan. He made a concerted effort to straighten his back, clinging to the dignity of a man, and declared, I shall exercise greater caution in the future, striving to keep those chaotic elements at bay. It seemed that his elder brother still maintained a frosty demeanor towards her, causing Xinyan to subtly press her lips together, her eyes betraying a distinct glimmer of disappointment. Young man, boasting is hardly a commendable habit. Do not underestimate this young human beside you. Though she may be younger in years, her strength far surpasses yours. Had she not witnessed the peril you faced and promptly come to your rescue, you would have already found yourself in the realm of the dead tonight. The Grim Reaper remarked with an air of disapproval towards Li Mukin. In truth, upon calculating, he discovered that this young man was plagued by numerous misfortunes. Yet much of it had been mitigated by the fortuitous aura surrounding the little one. Very well, I shall leave you here. The remainder of the journey is yours to navigate. The Grim Reaper halted a mere few hundred meters from the Li family estate and addressed Li Xinyan and Li Mukin. Then, stretching languidly, he muttered with a hint of melancholy, Today is a special day. I must once again attend to my duties. Yet another day of overtime awaits. Being a worker in the underworld is no easy task. As the words fell from his lips, the Grim Reaper elegantly waved his sleeve, performing an impressive vanishing act before Li Muchun. Although this was not the first time he had witnessed such a spectacle, Li Muchun was nonetheless startled, instinctively raising a hand to shield his fragile heart. If only he could wish away the events of this night as though they were but a fleeting dream. This night utterly reshaped Li Muchun's worldview. Once a staunch materialist, he had never believed in the existence of spirits or deities. However, tonight's extraordinary experience had irrevocably opened the doors to a new realm of understanding. Indeed, the supernatural exists. Thus, his sister Li Xinyan and their fourth uncle were not merely babbling nonsensically. They had truly glimpsed what eludes the perception of most. Dear brother, you need not fear. Xinyan will protect you. The little rooster on Xinyan's shoulder is incredibly powerful. It once drove away the unfortunate spirit that plagued our fourth uncle. Sensing her brother's lingering trepidation, the sweet little Xinyan instinctively reached out her tiny hand, gently grasping Li Muchun's. She comforted him with a childlike sincerity, resembling a remarkably dependable little adult. A wave of warmth surged through his palm, causing Li Muchun to pause, instinctively desiring to withdraw his hand. Yet, a sudden gust of cool wind rustled the leaves of the towering trees lining the road, producing a soft, whispering sound. This minor disturbance succeeded in startling Li Muchun, prompting him to tighten his grip on the little one's hand, seeking solace amidst the uncertainty. In a fleeting moment, the little darling could not resist the urge to stroke his hair, akin to petting a dog. Meanwhile, Li Mukin gradually grasped the crux of the matter. Astonished as he inquired, Are you implying that a wretched spirit has been attached to my fourth uncle all along? Chapter 73. Comfort through innocence. Li Mukin's brow furrowed delicately, his expression turning solemn. He seemed to gradually clarify his thoughts, finally comprehending why his fourth uncle often spoke in riddles, seemingly conversing with the air. In truth, his uncle could see the unfortunate spirit that eluded their vision, and he was not merely talking to himself but engaging in dialogue with the specter that loomed over him. This revelation elucidated all the peculiar phenomena. Indeed, it was the presence of that ill-fated spirit that rendered his fourth uncle so unlucky. Xinyan nodded vigorously, her voice sweet and innocent, remarking, However, my uncle's fortune has significantly improved recently, and he appears quite spirited and remarkably handsome. She was unaware that her uncle, Li Kitchen, was no longer beset by the same misfortunes, for the wretched spirit had departed from him. Brother, I apologize. After the misfortunate spirit left my fourth uncle, it sought out my aunt. It can be said that the spirit could only depart from my uncle with her assistance. Had the spirit continued to cling to my fourth uncle, my aunt would not have suffered the misfortune of being marked by a sinister hand, nor would she have found herself in such dire straits. Yet, were the spirit to persist in its attachment to my fourth uncle, he would remain the one beset by misfortune. Both the palm and the back of the hand are flesh. Little Xinyan finds herself at a loss regarding how to ensure the safety and well-being of her entire family. Thus, when you advised my mother to avoid misfortune, were you indeed offering a word of caution? Li Mukin's mind finally began to comprehend, and a flicker of surprise danced in his eyes. Could it be that he had misjudged this little bundle of joy all along? Upon hearing her elder brother's inquiry, the small milk packet nodded obediently, saying, "Yes, yes." Xinyan was indeed cautioning Auntie to be more vigilant, concerned that she might encounter the same unfortunate events as Uncle C. However, the outcome was quite the opposite. Auntie mistook her words for a curse, leading her to leave the Li family estate and subsequently suffer a car accident. Xinyan felt a pang of guilt, believing that somehow this entire situation was partially her fault. Meanwhile, Li Mukin pursed his lips tightly, falling into a deep contemplation. The little milk packet tilted her head, gazing at him for an extended period, utterly unaware of his thoughts. Initially, Xinyan believed that their shared experience would strengthen their bond, at the very least. She thought that her elder brother would understand that she had not been speaking nonsensically or harboring any malicious intent towards anyone. She hoped that his perception of her would shift. Yet, upon their encounter the following morning, Li Mukin's demeanor remained as frigid as ever, dismissing her with hardly a glance as he passed by. Instantly, Xinyan felt a surge of anger. How could he ignore the one who had saved him? Humph. If my second brother ignores me, then I shall ignore him as well. Thus, the little darling clutched a large bottle of freshly prepared milk powder, settled onto the sofa, and began to drink with gusto. Milk to soothe sorrow, milk to alleviate worries. At that moment, the eldest brother, Li Muxing, strode over and, upon seeing the little bundle of joy on the sofa, his gaze softened with tenderness. He approached her and took a seat beside her. Li Muxing naturally extended his hand, affectionately ruffling the little one's hair, gently saying, "Xinyan, my dear, drink plenty of milk so you can grow tall." Seemingly comforted by the gesture, the little Xinyan instinctively shrank her head and squinted her eyes, resembling a languid kitten. "Rest assured, big brother, Xinyan understands. I will drink lots of milk, grow tall, and then I can protect my brothers." Little Xinyan, with her pacifier in mouth, flashed a sweet smile at her elder brother, innocent and full of vitality. Her large, bright eyes shimmered with a watery gleam, pure and clear. Li Muxing appeared enchanted by her smile, his eyes crinkling as he chuckled. "What a spirited little rascal. Brothers can take care of themselves. It is you who needs our protection, for you are the only sister we have." Just as he finished speaking, Li Mukin walked in from the kitchen carrying a bottle of drink and deliberately addressed him. "Second brother, what do you think? Shouldn't we, as brothers, protect our younger siblings?" Li Mukin. His complexion was dark and heavy, and his heart was a tangled mess. As an older brother, he had never once protected little Xinyan. Yet it was she who had come to his rescue. Had it not been for her timely intervention last night, he might not have made it through. However, he resolved to keep this incident a secret from his brothers. The loss of dignity as a man was too great, and the embarrassment was unbearable. Xinyan certainly did not need her second brother as protection. The little darling huffed defiantly at Li Mukin, displaying her pride. In that moment, Li Mukin stood frozen, overwhelmed, his mind beset by dark clouds and rendered speechless. It was the first time he had witnessed his sister express anger towards him, and Li Muxing found it amusing. Breaking into laughter, he chimed in with Xinyan's sentiment, declaring, "Yes, our Yanbao does not require anyone as protection. Someone is clearly muddled, and we shall not pay him any mind." Upon hearing this, the expression of the aforementioned someone darkened further. He feigned ignorance, pretending that he was not the one being spoken of, and attempted to maintain his composure as he opened a bottle of beverage, gulping down several mouthfuls. Just then, Li Muxing's attention was wholly captivated by him, inquiring, "What is going on?" Li Mukin, caught off guard, felt a rush of embarrassment, yet stubbornly retorted, "Li Mukin is quite obstinate and exceedingly proud." As the eldest brother, Li Muxing understood him better than anyone else. "Speak frankly, what exactly transpired?" Unexpectedly, the little bundle seated on the sofa, fervently suckling from her bottle, suddenly spoke up. Upon hearing these words, Li Mukin's expression noticeably tightened with anxiety. Goodness, the little girl wouldn't take this opportunity to strike back at him, revealing all the truths, would she? Li Mukin began searching for a crack in the ground to hide himself. However, he then heard the little bundle of joy say in a soft voice, Chapter 74, Aunt is discharged. Liang Xuanling is about to be discharged. Currently, her treatment primarily focuses on psychological rehabilitation, as anyone would carry significant emotional scars after such a harrowing car accident. In the Li family manor, early in the morning, the matriarch of the Li family earnestly inquired of the elderly. Upon hearing her words, the elderly huffed with a touch of arrogance, stating, "They have not contributed any substantial achievements for the Li family, yet I must personally go to fetch them. Why don't they ascend to the heavens?" Such a concession and acknowledgement of status were already quite generous. If she wished to descend, she could do so, and if not, then so be it. Observing his stubborn silhouette, the matriarch of the Li family could only shake her head in resignation. The remaining individuals were largely gathered in the living room of the main house. The little white cat typically spent its days in slumber, and at this moment, it lay curled up in the shape of a sweet donut on Xiao Xinyan's lap, sleeping soundly. The little girl gently placed her chubby hand on the little white cat's head, stroking it rhythmically. Its soft, plush fur was incredibly soothing. The act of petting a cat truly becomes addictive. She even bestowed a name upon the little white cat, calling it Snowball. However, it seems that the little white cat does not particularly fancy its name. Every time Xiao Xinyan calls it Little Snowball, it feigns indifference. It appears to have already adopted a name of its own, and thus, it refuses to respond to any other appellation. The brothers of the Li family frowned in unison, their expressions laden with concern. The fourth brother, Li Muhan, cast a glance at the kitten being petted by the little one, his brow furrowing slightly as he remarked, "This is his greatest worry, especially considering the previous appalling behavior of their aunt towards his sister. Although their aunt is generally not very kind to them, he hoped it wouldn't come to that." The fifth brother, Li Mufeng, voiced his uncertainty, his worry evident. What if the aunt bullies his sister again? We cannot stand idly by as she mistreats her. As brothers, it is imperative that they protect their sister. Yet they all felt trepidation regarding their aunt's fierce demeanor. If she were to bully their sister, they would shield her with their own bodies. Under no circumstances could they allow her to harm her. The sixth brother, Li Mushin, was even concerned that their aunt might resort to physically striking Xiao Xinyan. In his eyes, she seemed more formidable than their homeroom teacher, and he feared she might indeed be capable of such actions. Upon hearing Li Mushin's words, the seventh brother, Li Mujuan, huffed indignantly. "If she dares to lay a hand on my sister, I shall bite her." He was acutely aware that he was no match for their aunt. Thus he resolved to confront her in that manner. Moreover, their fourth uncle, Li Qichen, had advised him, "A gentleman uses words rather than fists. I believe it is more fitting for fourth brother to handle the matter of biting." Fifth brother cast a meaningful glance towards seventh brother and spoke with conviction. "Why?" questioned seventh brother, furrowing his brow in confusion. However, sixth brother instantly grasped fifth brother's implication and chuckled, because fourth brother has sharp canine teeth. It seems that a bite from him would be particularly painful. Upon hearing this, seventh brother nodded in sudden understanding, while fourth brother obligingly displayed his pointed little canines. The group had already resolved to protect their younger sister, ensuring that aunt would no longer bully her. The sunlight enveloped her in a warm embrace, casting a gentle golden hue. She squinted her eyes slightly, resembling a small kitten curled up on her lap, exuding an endearing languor. It felt wonderful to have someone to protect her. She no longer feared being victimized. The servants of the Li family had prepared a welcome banquet as per the request of the matriarch. Today, all members of the Li family were present, including Li Qichen, who usually seldom gathered with the family. Li Qichen could not help but scoff, having always held a disdain for Liang Xuanling. "All right, you should refrain from speaking too much. This is the old master's decision, which cannot be altered by anyone," Li Qichen interjected, anxious that Li Qichen might instigate trouble. Undeterred, Li Qichen retorted, "The old master is likely once again motivated by the notion of family harmony and prosperity." As he spoke, he raised both arms and stretched languidly before reclining on the living room sofa, nonchalantly remarking, "In my opinion, given my sister-in-law's temperament, she is unlikely to remain calm for long. It won't be long before chaos ensues once more." This occurrence was not an isolated incident. Li Qichen had become thoroughly accustomed to it. He surmised that only when the patriarch entrusted all the power of the Li family to his elder brother would the sister-in-law settle down, for that was her ultimate aim. Li Qichen's younger brother, Li Qicheng, discreetly shot him a glance, signaling him to remain silent. Li Qichen, with a resigned shrug, merely pressed his lips together and chose not to respond. He continued to lounge lazily on the sofa, making no move to greet anyone. In the eyes of the Li family, he was perceived as a madman. What understanding of etiquette could one expect from a lunatic? Thus, Li Qichen missed a truly astonishing scene. Supported by Li Chirue, Liang Xuanling descended from the vehicle. Perhaps still recovering from her ailment, she appeared delicate and fragile, reminiscent of a willow swaying in the breeze. The fierce demeanor she once possessed had vanished, replaced by an aura of gentleness. Xinyan, still harboring some psychological reservations regarding Liang Xuanling, hesitated to approach. Timidly, she concealed herself behind her brothers, who instinctively formed a protective barrier, standing shoulder to shield her from any potential harm. Yet, Liang Xuanling's gaze transcended the crowd, landing squarely upon her. Chapter 75. Possessed. The sun shone brightly, and a gentle breeze caressed the surroundings, creating a splendid day. The sky was a deep azure, devoid of any clouds. Little did she expect that Liang Xuanling's gaze would fall upon her immediately. Due to prior circumstances, Xiao Xinyan felt a twinge of fear towards Liang Xuanling, instinctively retreating further behind her brothers. Just as she took a few small steps, Liang Xuanling's voice reached her ears. Xinyan, come here. With a hint of mirth, Liang Xuanling beckoned to Xiao Xinyan. This scene left the entire Li family in a state of astonishment, especially the endearing way she called out Xinyan. Even Li Mukin, standing beside her, was left dumbfounded. What on earth is happening? What is Mom up to? Previously, in the hospital, she had begun to protect Xiao Xinyan with her words. This left Li Mukin, who still harbored a hostile attitude towards Xiao Xinyan, with an overwhelming sense of abandonment. He felt utterly foolish. It was the first time Xiao Xinyan had heard Liang Xuanling refer to her as Xinyan, and she was so astonished that her jaw nearly unhinged. She seriously suspected that after her aunt's recent car accident, perhaps her brain had been affected. Initially, her fourth uncle was the most peculiar individual in the family, but now he had gradually returned to normal, while her aunt had taken on the role of being unusual. Must there always be someone in this household who is peculiar? In that moment, Xiao Xinyan stood frozen, petrified in place, unable to approach Liang Xuanling. Liang Xuanling could not help but approach her. Assuming Liang Xuanling intended to harm her sister, several brothers swiftly intervened. Aunt, if you have something to say to Yanbao, please do so from where you stand. Your voice is loud enough for us all to hear. The fourth brother, Li Muhan, promptly extended a hand towards Liang Xuanling, signaling her to halt her advance. The fifth brother, Li Mufeng, also spread his arms wide, pretending to block Liang Xuanling, stating, Aunt, what fourth brother said is indeed correct. Please remain where you are. If Yanbao cannot hear you, we shall convey your words. The sixth brother, Li Mushin, nodded vigorously, echoing, exactly. Alternatively, you may speak directly to us, and we will relay your message to Yanbao. Regardless, it was imperative that Aunt did not approach their sister. Our Yanbao is afraid of you, so it would be best if you maintained your distance. The seventh brother, Li Mujuan, stated bluntly to Liang Xuanling. Ever since she began to bully Yanbao, he had ceased to regard her as an aunt. Thus, when addressing Liang Xuanling, he did not even bother with formalities, which seemed somewhat impolite. Had it been in the past, Liang Xuanling would surely have clung to such trifles and made a fuss. However, this time, she remained remarkably composed, seemingly unconcerned, and did not hold it against the seventh brother. She even offered him a slight smile and gently explained, rest assured. I merely wish to speak a few words with Yanbao. I harbor no intention of causing her harm. It was the first time that Auntie had smiled so gently at him, leaving Li Mujuan utterly stunned. What was happening? The auntie before him was completely different from the one he remembered. Could she have been possessed? Was this imposter masquerading as his true aunt? Surely the real Aunt hadn't perished in that car accident. Li Qi's imagination spiraled out of control. He was not alone in his astonishment. The other Gourd babies, including Liang Xuanling's 3 biological sons, were equally bewildered. They could hardly believe that the gentle woman before them was their own mother. In their minds, their mother had never been associated with the idea of gentleness. What had happened to her? The eldest, Li Muxing, turned to his brother, Li Mukin, who stood beside him. Seeking clarity, Li Mukin's mouth hung agape, wide enough to fit an egg. He too was overwhelmed by his mother's sudden transformation and felt utterly lost regarding how to face everyone, particularly how to confront little Xinyan. Didn't you spend all that time in the hospital with Mom? How could you be unaware? Li Maheo, the third brother, could not help but direct a question at Li Mukin. This new version of their mother was something he struggled to comprehend. In response, Li Mukin furrowed his brow and exclaimed, I genuinely have no idea what has transpired. She has suddenly become a different person altogether. At that moment, the elder brother solemnly remarked, Perhaps it is due to having faced a life-and-death situation that our mother has suddenly gained a new perspective on many matters. This is indeed a positive development. Li Muxing was quite pleased to witness such a transformation in Liang Xuanling. Just then, Liang Xuanling, gazing at the astonished onlookers, stepped forward towards Xiao Xinyan. Out of a sense of reverence for Liang Xuanling, Xiao Xinyan instinctively took a step back, increasing the distance between them. With her round, wide eyes, she remained alert, watching the woman before her. She was uncertain of Liang Xuanling's intentions, but felt a measure of reassurance knowing her brothers were present to protect her. Xinyan, do not be afraid. I truly mean you no harm. I simply wish to convey something to you. Liang Xuanling paused her steps, seemingly reluctant to frighten the young girl further. A distinct expression of remorse flickered in her eyes. Xinyan, I apologize. I previously misjudged you, mistaking your well-meaning advice for a curse, and I acted against you inappropriately, causing you harm. I am sincerely sorry. Liang Xuanling spoke to Xiao Xinyan with utmost sincerity. Upon hearing these words, the crowd collectively gasped in astonishment. Goodness! This was truly a remarkable moment. She was actually able to express such sentiments. Not only Xiao Xinyan and a few others, but even the matriarch of the Li family was left utterly speechless. Since the eldest daughter-in-law crossed the threshold of the Li family, she has been overwhelmingly assertive, seemingly taking it upon herself to govern the household in place of the venerable elder and matriarch. To speak candidly, both the patriarch and matriarch of the Li family harbor a disdain for this daughter-in-law. However, their eldest son is utterly infatuated with her, compelling them to begrudgingly accept her presence, turning a blind eye to her various transgressions whenever possible. The matriarch harbors a fervent hope that this daughter-in-law will undergo a transformation, softening her demeanor. Indeed, a significant change has occurred, yet the matriarch finds herself disconcerted by the abruptness of it all, even suspecting it to be a lingering effect of her recent accident. Quietly, she confides in her second son, suggesting they seek a more reliable physician for his sister-in-law, preferably a specialist in neurology, as she fears his elder son's wife may have suffered a mental decline. Chapter 76. An apology in the dining hall of the Li estate. A gathering around a grand table is underway, laden with an array of exquisite dishes, complemented by floral arrangements. This is a welcome banquet orchestrated by the matriarch herself. A rare occasion for family reunion. Yet, upon everyone's arrival, an unspoken agreement prevails, and no one dares to lift their chopsticks. Each individual remains seated, lips pursed, enveloped in a silence thick with complexity. All eyes converge upon Liang Xuanling, the epicenter of their collective scrutiny. It was akin to gazing upon a complete stranger. For Liang Xuanling was evidently no longer the person she once was. She stood there with an air of grace, radiating a gentle aura that had never been present before. This newfound demeanor was so unfamiliar that even Li Chirui found it perplexing. However, as a husband accustomed to following his wife's lead, he refrained from voicing any concerns and chose to silently accept the situation. Liang Xuanling lifted her glass and, with sincere intent, offered a toast to Li Qiqing and Zhong Jingyi, saying, "Third brother, sister-in-law, I must first extend my apologies to you. My previous narrow-mindedness led me to commit numerous transgressions, and I earnestly hope for your forgiveness and a chance to amend my ways." As she spoke, her gaze shifted towards Xiao Xinyan, and she bestowed a gentle smile upon her. "Dear Yanbao, I wish to apologize once more. It was with ill intent that I viewed you through a lens of suspicion, often misinterpreting your good intentions as malice, which resulted in my unjust actions and words. I hope you can overlook my shortcomings and grant me your forgiveness. I promise to treat you kindly in the future." Upon hearing these words, Li Qiqing, Zhong Jingyi, and little Yanbao were left in a state of astonishment. They were utterly taken aback, just as the matriarch of the Li family had speculated. They too began to wonder if the accident had indeed caused a shift in Liang Xuanling's cognitive faculties. How else could one explain such a dramatic transformation in character? Without waiting for their reaction, Liang Xuanling raised the glass in her hand, tilted her head back, and downed the drink in one go, displaying a remarkable boldness. Her three sons were collectively taken aback by this scene. When did their mother become so imbued with a sense of the martial world? What impact had the car accident truly had on her? After finishing her drink, Liang Xuanling poured herself another glass and respectfully toasted the elderly heads of the Li family, saying, "Mom and Dad, I apologize. I was too willful before, and I sincerely express my regret." With that, she once again downed the drink in front of the astonished gazes of everyone present. "I was wrong. I truly understand my mistakes. I should not have acted so recklessly. Nor should I have been so concerned with trivial matters. Nor should I have harbored petty suspicions about others. I should not have plotted against my own family. Nor should I have resisted the arrival of Yinbao. I should not have misconstrued your kindness as malice, and I certainly should not have quarreled with both of you. Leaving the Li family estate in a fit of temper. As she spoke, it seemed that Liang Xuanling touched a deep chord within her heart. Her eyes reddened, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Sitting beside her, Li Chirui quickly took out several tissues to hand to her and gently wrapped his arm around her shoulders, offering her comfort. After regaining her composure, Liang Xuanling continued to address the elderly Li couple, saying, "Only after leaving the Li family estate did I realize who truly cares for me in this world." She paused for a moment, her gaze settling earnestly on the elderly patriarch of the Li family, and she asked with sincerity. Initially, she had a fierce altercation with the patriarch of the Li family, which led to her being expelled from the Li estate in a fit of rage. He even suspected that her change in attitude towards Xiao Xinyan was merely an act. However, it appears that she genuinely feels remorseful now. Her tearful display seems too sincere to be feigned. If it were indeed an act, her talent for performance would be astonishing. Given the patriarch's understanding of Liang Xuanling, she lacks such remarkable acting skills. Otherwise, she would not have found herself so utterly abandoned by those around her. The matriarch of the Li family's main branch possesses a somewhat irritable temperament, yet her cunning is not particularly profound. She often wears her heart on her sleeve, allowing others to easily discern her true feelings and manipulate her. Consequently, Liang Xuanling frequently falls prey to schemes devised by her maternal family, especially by her sister, who is the complete antithesis of her character. Her sister, outwardly gentle and amiable, conceals a devious nature beneath her facade. The patriarch of the Li family is acutely aware that Liang Xuanling's growing propensity to manipulate her family is a result of her sister's instigation. He understands well that her sister is not a virtuous person and would not raise a daughter of innocent disposition. Thus, he initially opposed Liang Xuanling's desire to adopt Gao Kersen. The prestige of the Li family is not something to be casually appropriated. Enough of the past. Let us not dwell on it any longer. The patriarch raised his gaze towards Liang Xuanling, assuming the demeanor befitting his position as the head of the family, and spoke with profound significance. Now that you have miraculously survived, it can be said that you have been reborn. I hope that you will always harbor kindness and gratitude, and interact harmoniously with everyone. A family should cherish and support one another, engaging with sincerity and openness. As the conversation waned, the elder of the Li family took a sip of his drink and chose not to speak further. However, the habitual crease on his forehead had noticeably relaxed. At last, a matter had been resolved. A harmonious family is indeed the foundation of prosperity. Chapter 77. The dance scholar, and among those most delighted were his 3 sons. Li Muxing let out a long sigh of relief and remarked with a smile, "Mother has finally come to terms with it. Now I can rest easy, and I hope she can maintain this disposition and treat everyone well, especially Yanbao." For many years, Li Muxing had found himself in a difficult position. Like his grandparents, he yearned for a family united in love and affection. Yet, his mother always seemed to lack clarity. She treated her in-laws and maternal relatives as if they were her unwavering allies, while regarding his father and her 3 sons as outsiders. Li Muxing vividly recalled the incident when his uncle sought his father's assistance. Out of respect for his mother, his father diligently helped his uncle resolve the matter. Yet, to his dismay, the uncle turned against his father, nearly causing him to be arrested. In such circumstances, his mother did not confront the uncle for an explanation. Instead, she defended him. At that time, she seemed to be solely concerned for her family, completely oblivious to the feelings of those who had always stood by her side. Following her severe car accident, her grandparents and uncles had yet to visit her in the hospital, which left Li Muxing feeling desolate. She could only wonder what her mother truly felt within. Li Muxing wished for her to see through it all, and not to be foolishly taken advantage of any longer. "Brother, do you think there is something genuinely amiss with our mother's mind? Her transformation is so profound that I can hardly accept it," Li Maheo said, furrowing his brow as he addressed Li Muxing. He felt as though he were still in a dream. The current version of their mother was exceedingly gentle. The previous night, having indulged in play and neglected his homework, he expected her to react as she had in the past, erupting in anger and reprimanding him thoroughly. However, that was not the case. Instead, she showed no signs of anger and expressed genuine concern, inquiring if he had been unwell which prevented him from completing his assignments. Li Maheo was left utterly astonished. Was this not the perfect mother he had always dreamed of? His fantasy had materialized into reality. Overcome with guilt due to his mother's tender concern, he stayed up late to finish his homework. It is your mind that is truly in question. Li Mukin raised his hand and gently tapped Li Maheo's forehead, saying with a huff, "Perhaps Mother has simply come to terms with many aspects of this world after surviving the car accident. The doctors have stated that her health has returned to normal, and there is nothing amiss with her mind." However, Li Mukin found it perplexing how her transformation could be so profound. Yet, regardless of how she has changed, she will always be his mother. That fact will never alter. Xinyan, are you certain you wish to pursue dance? In the dance studio of the Li family, Lu Wanran gazed tenderly at the little girl standing before her. The petite figure, delicate and charming, was undeniably endearing. She could not fathom why such a delightful child faced such rejection from her sister-in-law upon arriving at their home. For Lu Wanran, who had always yearned for a daughter, every encounter with little Xinyan elicited a genuine envy toward Zhong Jingyi. She often mused how wonderful it would be if Xinyan were her daughter. Upon hearing her aunt's inquiry, little Xinyan nodded emphatically, her sweet voice declaring, "Xinyan is very certain. Xinyan wants to learn dance because it is beautiful. Moreover, dancers are generally lovely, just like you, dear aunt." Lu Wanran, now a dance instructor, primarily taught the classical dance that little Xinyan aspired to learn. It was at the same age as Xinyan that she first encountered the art of dance, a passion she had pursued ever since. In her teenage years, she ascended to the position of principal dancer in a national-level dance troupe, representing her country in a myriad of competitions, where she garnered numerous prestigious awards and claimed victory on multiple occasions. Later, she married Li Qitong and gradually retreated into the shadows. She could have gracefully exited, enjoying a tranquil life as a devoted wife and mother, content in her role as the second lady of the Li family. However, her profound passion for dance made it exceedingly difficult for her to part ways with the stage. Thus, she persisted in her craft for several more years until the birth of her first son, Li Muhan, after which she finally stepped away from the limelight. Yet, her dancing career did not entirely conclude. She transitioned into a role as a dance instructor, dedicated to nurturing exceptional dance talents for her nation. Today, many of her cherished disciples have flourished, blossoming in their respective endeavors. When Xinyan expressed her desire to learn dance, Zhong Jingyi earnestly implored her to accept the young girl as her pupil, wishing to impart her knowledge personally. Lu Wanran and Zhong Jingyi shared a remarkable bond, both as sisters-in-law and close friends, which led her to graciously acquiesce to Zhong Jingyi's request, welcoming Xinyan as her youngest apprentice. However, dancing is an arduous pursuit, and despite the hard work and dedication required, success is never guaranteed. Lu Wanran felt compelled to preemptively convey this reality, hoping to prepare Xinyan for the challenges ahead. Yet, with a spirited resolve, the little girl declared that she feared no hardship. As long as it was something she loved, she would persevere. Her sweet, melodic voice resonated with innocence and charm. Yet the gaze of the little darling was unwavering, as if no force could ever shake her inner resolve. As she beheld the radiance in the girl's eyes, which sparkled brighter than the stars, Lu Wanran felt her own pupils flicker uncontrollably, as if she were glimpsing her younger self reflected in Xinyan. In her youth, she too had spoken with such determination to her own mentor, and thus began her journey in the world of dance. To this day, she has remained true to her initial pledge, persevering and dancing relentlessly. Lu Wanran's emotions were stirred, and she exclaimed with fervor, "Excellent, splendid. Since you possess such determination, let us embark on this learning journey together. While I cannot promise to make you the finest dancer, I assure you, you will certainly excel." Xinyan responded, "I shall strive to make my second aunt and grandfather proud." The little darling beamed sweetly at Lu Wanran, her eyes curving gently like a crescent moon. Her smile rendered her even more endearing. Lu Wanran, utterly enchanted, instinctively cupped the girl's cherubic face and planted a hearty kiss upon her chubby cheek. What a delightful child. Now let us begin. Lu Wanran's enthusiasm surged forth, her hands placed confidently upon her hips as she addressed the little darling with a radiant smile. Upon hearing her second aunt's words, Xinyan's eyes shone even brighter. She raised her two tiny hands high and cheerfully cheered. "Xinyan will do her best. Xinyan will succeed. Xinyan will surely be admitted to kindergarten smoothly." In that moment, Both mentor and pupil were infused with an exuberance akin to an adrenaline rush. Chapter 78. Erwa's complex emotions in order to ensure that little Xinyan successfully passes the talent examination at kindergarten. Lu Wanran personally choreographed a dance suitable for a novice like her. Although simple, it possesses a certain artistic quality. As long as little Xinyan can perform the dance flawlessly, passing the talent exam should not pose a problem. Lu Wanran is quite confident in this regard. Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing for her, a former chief dancer. Her brothers find it challenging to see her, as the patriarch of the Li family has decreed, "Do not disturb your sister's studies." The few brothers, like little Gourds, dare not defy the elder's command, yet they miss their sister dearly. Thus, they seize the opportunity to visit her when the elder is away from home. At that moment, little Xinyan was gracefully dancing to the music under the attentive guidance of her second aunt. Initially, Lu Wanran worried about how little Xinyan would fare if she struggled with the dance. However, it soon became evident that her concerns were unfounded. Little Xinyan displayed remarkable talent in this area. Her limbs were exceptionally coordinated, and despite her young age, it was clear that her physique was well proportioned, with long arms and legs well suited for dance. Originally, Zhong Jingyi had asked Lu Wanran to teach little Xinyan to dance merely to prepare for the exam. However, upon discovering little Xinyan's innate talent and various advantageous attributes, Lu Wanran resolved to devote herself to nurturing little Xinyan, paving the way for her to embark on a formal journey in the world of dance. She is indeed exceptionally suited for this path. At this moment, the young Xinyan, adorned in her dance practice attire, stands before an enormous mirror. Accompanied by the music, she mimics her second aunt's movements. Her graceful dancing reminiscent of a little sprite, adorable and remarkably lively. She is so engrossed in her dance that both she and Lu Wanran remain oblivious to the peculiarities surrounding them. Unbeknownst to them, several heads resembling those of the Calabash brothers peek through the windows of the dance studio, alongside the perpetually sulking Li Mu Chun and the young Li Mu Lang. All 6 of the Calabash brothers have gathered. They gaze through the impeccably clean glass, observing the dancing Xinyan, and each of them unwittingly displays a rather infatuated smile. The eldest brother, Li Mu Xing, lowers his voice slightly and exclaims in awe, "Our sister is truly multi-talented. Not only can she craft exquisite calligraphy, but she can also dance so gracefully and adorably. She truly is our sister, excelling in everything and captivating beyond measure, far superior to his bothersome younger brothers. Indeed, our sister is delightful, more delightful by the day." The third brother, Li Mu Hao, echoes his elder brother's sentiments, stating, "There is nothing in this world that our sister cannot master. She is the most precious little treasure. I simply cannot comprehend why the second brother does not adore her. Surely, his mind must have been struck by a donkey to harbor such feelings." The fourth brother, Li Mu Han, fixes his gaze on the dancing Lu Wanran and Xinyan, and confidently asserts, "It appears that my mother has once again taken on a disciple who brings her immense satisfaction." Fifth brother, Li Mufeng, nodded in agreement, remarking, "It has been quite some time since I have witnessed our mother so passionately teaching a student to dance. A good student is a rare find, and it seems our sister possesses remarkable talent in this art." Sixth brother, Li Mushin, cradled his face in his hands, his gaze fixed momentarily on Xiao Xinyan, and with a sense of admiration, he remarked, "Our sister dances beautifully. She is also quite lovely, and learning to dance will undoubtedly enhance her grace." Upon hearing her brothers praise her sister, seventh brother, Li Mujuan, felt as though the accolades were directed at himself, swelling with pride as he declared, "My sister is the most wonderful sister in the world." Meanwhile, Li Mukin, feeling isolated and out of place, was in the attic he often frequented, engrossed in a game on his phone. He felt a profound discomfort, still uncertain about how he ought to regard Xiao Xinyan. Previously, he had perceived her as merely rambling nonsensically, even considering her to be a harbinger of misfortune. Every unfortunate event seemed to stem from her presence. Yet, unbeknownst to him, Xiao Xinyan had consistently offered them kind-hearted reminders, devoid of any malicious intent. Had they heeded her counsel from the start, they might have averted numerous calamities. After all, within the entire Li family, those who treated Xiao Xinyan well have generally enjoyed favorable fortunes. Even fourth uncle's situation has been gradually improving. Was she merely a minor calamity, or perhaps a small blessing? To reap the fortune she brings, must one treat her well? Following the events of that fateful night in mid-July, Li Mukin had witnessed Xinyan's extraordinary abilities, inevitably fostering within him a sense of reverence. She seemed far from an ordinary child. In summary, Li Mukin found himself in a state of awkwardness. He no longer dared to address Xinyan with the same cold words and disdainful glances as before, nor could he afford to grow too close, treating her merely as an ordinary sister. In essence, Li Mukin's emotions were exceedingly complex, as if he could only find solace through the medium of gaming. While he was engrossed in his game, a phone call interrupted him. It was from Gao Kursen. Instantly, Li Mukin's brow furrowed into a frown, and without hesitation, he ended the call. He had no desire to engage with her. Pretending to be nonchalant, he returned to his game. However, it wasn't long before Gao Kursen called again. How irritating. Li Mukin muttered under his breath, but ultimately answered the call. Before she could utter a word, he erupted. Are you not aware of how bothersome this is? Must you call me while I'm gaming? This was the first time Li Mukin had spoken to Gao Kursen in such a manner, leaving her momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, she cautiously responded, I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were gaming. Please continue. Her voice conveyed a sense of helplessness and innocence. Upon finishing her words, she appeared ready to end the call. Li Mukin muttered under his breath, his impatience evident as he inquired, the game has reached a standstill. What is the purpose of your unexpected call? I sincerely apologize, it was not my intention. Gao Kursen expressed her regret towards Li Mukin, hesitating for a few moments before gently continuing. When did my aunt get discharged? Why was I not informed? My mother specifically took time to visit the hospital, only to be told by the doctor that my aunt had already been discharged. Before Gao Kursen could complete her sentence, Li Mukin interrupted her coldly. What of your mother's visit to the hospital? Shouldn't she come? Why should I notify you of my mother's discharge? Is it to facilitate your mother's pretense? If your mother truly cared for mine, she would have visited the hospital long ago, rather than waiting until my mother was nearly recovered and ready for discharge to feign concern. Chapter 79. Are you feeling shy? Mukin, how can you say such a thing? Gao Kursen was taken aback by Li Mukin's words, her emotions becoming somewhat agitated, her voice trembling slightly. My mother and aunt are full-blooded sisters. How could there be any pretense in her concern? I have explained to you before, our family has been through an immense amount, and my mother simply did not have the time to visit my aunt in the hospital. Such excuses again. Does he truly believe I am a naive child, easily deceived? Beneath the brilliant sunlight, Li Mukin's expression was clouded with darkness. He clenched his jaw tightly and said, Is it that your mother lacks time? Or is she indifferent and unconcerned? Or perhaps she fears that my mother's car accident is severe, and in case of any misfortune, she might be implicated. It seems she is deliberately avoiding me. Only she knows her true intentions. As he spoke, his patience had nearly worn thin, and his tone dripped with an indescribable irritation. If you have nothing important to discuss, please hang up. Don't delay me from my game. He appeared disinterested in hearing Gao Kursen's voice. Initially, he held an unwavering trust in his cousin, but ever since he listened to the recorded phone calls of his grandparents, a knot of suspicion had formed in his heart. He couldn't shake the feeling that his cousin might be scheming against his mother and him, harboring various ulterior motives. Just as Li Mukin was about to end the call, Gao Kursen's voice, filled with grievance, came through the receiver. Mukin, what exactly is wrong? What has happened to cause such a drastic shift in your attitude towards me? As she spoke, her voice trembled, and she began to sob softly. If you have any grievances against me, could you please express them directly? She sounded innocent and pitiful, as if she had been unjustly wronged. Hearing her cries, Li Mukin's expression darkened further. He exhaled irritably and retorted, Speak your mind. Why are you crying? It's truly annoying. I simply cannot comprehend what I have done wrong. Gao Kursen sniffled, seemingly making a valiant effort to rein in her emotions, striving not to succumb to tears. With a hoarse voice, she said, Gao Kursen clearly wished to continue defending her mother, yet Li Mukin had no desire to listen, abruptly interrupting her. Enough? My mind is a tumultuous mess right now. I have nothing more to say. Let this be the end. With that, Li Mukin hung up the phone. The sunlight cascaded down in a brilliant display, yet it appeared to cast no warmth upon him. A sense of inner turmoil consumed him, extinguishing any inclination to continue playing games. He muttered a curse under his breath, stood up, and left the attic for a leisurely stroll to clear his mind. Before he knew it, he found himself near the dance studio, where he spotted 6 little gourd children hanging on the window. They were all pressed against the glass, seemingly engrossed in watching something, resembling a collection of ornaments. Truly, They had lost all semblance of dignity. Li Mukin felt a surge of frustration, unable to suppress a cough. He called out to the 6 Gourd children, "What are you doing here? Engaging in some form of performance art?" No sooner had he spoken than the 6 Gourd children simultaneously turned to him, hushing him in perfect unison, demanding his silence. Li Mukin, speechless for a moment, his curiosity was piqued by their antics. He hesitated for a second, then climbed onto the windowsill to peer inside the dance studio. At that moment, Xinyan had practiced the dance several times with her second aunt, Lu Wanran, and was now able to perform it independently. Lu Wanran temporarily withdrew to rest, allowing Xinyan to dance alone to the music. Following her aunt's guidance, Xinyan gracefully executed a bow before moving in harmony with the melodious tune. As a professional in classical dance, Lu Wanran had choreographed this piece specifically in that style. The gentle steps resembled swallows settling into their nests, while the swift movements evoked the startled flight of magpies at night. With her delicate and charming presence, Xinyan danced with an ethereal grace, each step blossoming like a lotus. For a moment, the 7 young ones of the Li family were utterly mesmerized, including the second brother, Li Mukin. Nevertheless, the little girl's enchanting performance made her appear as if she were a sprite endowed with magic, rendering it impossible for anyone to divert their gaze from her. As the dance concluded, thunderous applause erupted. The brothers, unable to contain their enthusiasm, clapped fervently, disregarding any reservations. Li Mukin, however, remained somewhat awkward, deliberately shoving his hands into his pockets and refraining from joining the other 6 in their applause. The sudden applause startled both Xinyan and Lu Wanran, causing them to jump. "When did you all arrive?" Lu Wanran exclaimed, covering her racing heart with one hand and casting a playful glare at the children, chiding them. "You could have at least given a warning beforehand. You truly startled me." The third brother, Li Muheo, beamed brightly at Lu Wanran and said, "Annie, we did not wish to intrude upon your teaching of sister how to dance, hence we remained silent. However, sister danced exceptionally well. We simply must applaud." The other little Gourd children nodded in agreement, perfectly synchronized. Upon hearing this, Lu Wanran could not help but smile, her eyes curving with delight as she inquired of the little Gourds, "Do you think sister will successfully pass this talent examination?" The 7th brother, Li Mujuan, confidently declared, "My sister is the best. If I were a judge, I would award her full marks just for standing there." Hearing her brother's praises, Xinyan's eyes unconsciously curved into a gentle smile, radiating sweetness and charm. Yet, it appeared that one person had remained silent throughout. The little darling, keenly observant, directed her gaze towards Li Mukin and innocently inquired, "Second brother, do you think Xinyan danced well?" Caught off guard by her unexpected call-out, Li Mukin was clearly taken aback. It felt akin to being suddenly called upon by a teacher while daydreaming during class. He inexplicably felt a surge of nervousness, his tongue stumbling over the words, I don't know." The eldest brother, Li Muxing, cast a sidelong glance at Li Mukin, raising an eyebrow as he asked, "Second, weren't you just watching sister dance with us?" The third brother, Li Muheo, chimed in with the eldest's remarks. Second brother's eyes were glued to the performance. At this, an uncontrollable flush of embarrassment spread across Li Mukin's cheeks, and he exclaimed in haste, "Cease your nonsensical ramblings. Your vision is the one in need of correction." "Indeed, my eyesight is perfectly fine," Li Muheo retorted with unflinching nonchalance, unabashedly exposing Li Mukin's embarrassment. "Second brother, are you feeling shy? You are the one who should feel shy." Li Mukin appeared increasingly flustered, promptly leaping from the window. I'm off to play games, uninterested in your banter." With that, he hurriedly made his exit. Chapter 80. A reunion approaches at long last. The day of the kindergarten talent show arrived. In accordance with Lu Wanran's wishes, Zhong Jingyi took it upon herself to personally adorn little Xinyan, skillfully arranging a classical hairstyle and complementing it with an exquisitely crafted Tang-style hanfu. The 3.5-year-old child transformed into a delicate figure seemingly transported from ancient times, her rosy cheeks and fair skin exuding an enchanting charm. Due to the numerous children participating in the examination, the school mandated that a maximum of 2 parents could accompany each child to maintain order. Thus, under the envious and resentful gazes of the Li family members, Li Qixing and Zhong Jingyi set forth with little Xinyan in tow. Once the younger sister departed from the Li family estate, the remaining siblings felt as though half of their souls had been siphoned away, rendering them disheartened and lethargic. They languidly lay across the table in the entertainment room, lacking any enthusiasm for games. As the second brother, Li Mukin strolled into the entertainment room. He was met with the sight of their dejected faces and, furrowing his brow, inquired, "What on earth are you all doing sprawled there?" The voice of the eldest, Li Muxing, conveyed a profound sense of apathy. "I wish to do nothing but lie down." The gaze of the third, Li Moheo, was particularly vacant. "I find this dull. Not even capturing a wild Ultraman could pique my interest." The fourth, Li Muhan, sighed deeply. Words fail as I ascend the western tower alone. The moon hangs like a hook, and the desolate parasol trees in the courtyard lock away the crisp autumn. The sorrow of parting is an entangled feeling, a bittersweet taste lingering in my heart. The fifth, Li Mufeng, seemed on the verge of tears as he sniffled. All the delicacies have lost their savor. The sixth, Li Mushin, cried out, "What a void!" The seventh, Li Mujuan, howled to the heavens, "How I long to accompany Yin Bao to the examination." The second, Li Mukin, was utterly speechless and could not help but retort, "What is wrong with you all? How did you manage before having a sister? Can you not survive without her now? You do not understand. Someone who has no inkling of how delightful a sister can be is unworthy of conversing with them." Li Mukin replied. On the road. Inside the car, "Yin Bao, please do not feel anxious during the exam. Just treat it as a practice session with your second aunt. Strive to perform at your finest. After all, as long as we excel in the written exam, we shall have nothing to fear." Zhong Jingyi sat in the back seat, holding Xiao Xinyan tightly in her embrace, offering her encouragement. "Mother, do not worry. Yinran is not nervous at all. Mother, please stop shaking your leg. The milk in Yinran's bottle is about to spill." The little one, Xiaoyan, was indeed completely unperturbed, yet her mother, Zhong Jingyi, was fraught with anxiety. Unconsciously, she shook her leg, as if to alleviate the inner turmoil she felt. In her hands, Xiaoyan cradled a cup of milk powder, lovingly prepared by her grandmother before their departure. She held it close, occasionally sipping with delight, her eyes squinting in sheer enjoyment. The sweet, milky flavor was utterly delightful to her. "All right, mother must try to remain calm." Zhong Jingyi took a deep breath, slowly exhaling, feeling somewhat steadied. Nonetheless, her heart remained in suspense, for this examination was of utmost importance, determining whether Xiaoyan would smoothly transition into kindergarten. Despite her unwavering confidence in her daughter, worry was inevitable. It seemed that only upon receiving the official admission letter from the kindergarten would Zhong Jingyi's maternal heart find complete solace. Subsequent events proved her concerns to be unfounded. At the talent examination, Xiaoyan exhibited an extraordinary calmness, performing a classical dance that astonished the attending teachers. They likely could not have anticipated that a mere 3.5-year-old could execute a classical dance with such grace and elegance. Thus, there was no doubt regarding Xiaoyan's admission to kindergarten. A few days later, she received the eagerly awaited admission letter, and when the time for school arrived, she joyfully accompanied her older siblings to register. On the day when little Nai Bao was to commence her schooling, Zhong Jingyi wept with profound sorrow. The sentiment of reluctance was overwhelming. After all, she had only recently been blessed with a daughter, and she longed to be in her presence every hour of the day, reveling in their closeness. They had yet to fully indulge in the sweetness of their time together. Yet, her precious daughter was set to embark on her educational journey. Though the moment of farewell had not yet arrived, Zhong Jingyi found herself already yearning for her child. Nevertheless, little Yin Bao had to attend school, and Zhong Jingyi was left with no choice but to endure this painful separation. At the school gate, Zhong Jingyi held her cherubic child tightly, unwilling to let go, showering her plump cheeks with affectionate kisses. Little Yin Bao, displaying remarkable maturity for her age, gently wiped her mother's tears away with her tiny hands, then nestled close to her, planting a sweet kiss on her cheek, uttering, Yin Bao is such a good girl." With a tender embrace, Zhong Jingyi held her daughter tightly for one final moment before resolutely releasing her, allowing several of the Li family's little ones to escort her sister into the school. As her daughter's figure disappeared within the school grounds, Zhong Jingyi could no longer contain her emotions and buried her head in Li Qixing's chest, sobbing for a considerable time. It became evident that raising a daughter evokes a sentiment entirely distinct from that of raising a son. One could easily become sentimental. The brothers had accompanied little Xinyan to the kindergarten, intending to follow her inside, only to be halted by the teachers at the entrance. Due to the emotional instability of the children on the first day of school, access for individuals not affiliated with the kindergarten was temporarily restricted. With no other option, the brothers transformed into mere observers, watching as their sister entered her classroom under the guidance of her teachers. I wonder if my younger sister will adapt to the environment of kindergarten. It is her first day at school. What if she misses home and feels homesick? Bursting into tears, the brothers are all furrowed in concern, their hearts heavy with worry. However, on the other side, Xinyan, following her teacher into the classroom, gazes around with her round, sparkling eyes, brimming with excitement and curiosity. At last, she can attend school. The school is so beautiful, the teachers so gentle, the classroom so spacious, and there are so many children inside. She adores this feeling. Suddenly, amidst the sea of unfamiliar faces, she spots a familiar figure, and her eyes light up. Without a moment's hesitation, the little one rushed towards the recognizable silhouette and boldly tapped the person on the shoulder. The individual turned around, revealing a face even more familiar to Xinyan's dark pupils. Yiming, it's really you. Her voice, sweet as a melody, could hardly contain her excitement. How wonderful. We meet again. Hello, Yiming said, his gaze briefly scanning her before he politely nodded, his clear eyes reflecting an air of aloofness. It seemed as though he did not recognize her. Realizing this, Xinyan momentarily froze, then quickly endeavored to rekindle his memory. Yiming, don't you remember me? You saved me last time. As she spoke, she extended her chubby little hand towards him, exuding a delightful innocence. My name is Xinyan. Parting is merely a form of fate, and from now on, we shall be friends. Chapter 81, a rather strong temper. Gazing at the utterly affable little bundle before him, Yiming found himself momentarily at a loss for words, his lips pressed tightly together in silence. It was evident that he had no desire to befriend her. He even quietly shifted to the side, clearly wishing to maintain a certain distance from little Xinyan. In his view, there should be a degree of social space between individuals, allowing both to feel at ease. This reflected a form of social anxiety. Yet he never anticipated that this little bundle of joy beside him was an extroverted spirit. His uncle had once told little Xinyan, as long as you do not feel awkward, it is others who shall feel that discomfort. Only by taking the initiative can one forge the friendships they desire. Little Xinyan experienced an epiphany, transforming from a timid creature hesitant to make friends into a bold young soul eager for companionship. Ignoring the subtle shifts in Yiming's demeanor, she boldly inched closer to him, retrieving a jelly from her pocket and extending it towards him. Brother Yiming, from now on we will be good friends. So I am happy to share my snacks with you. Such generosity from the little sweetheart. He remained aloof and distant, clearly uninterested in any connection with Xinyan. Noticing his apparent disinterest in the jelly, little Xinyan furrowed her brow slightly and rummaged through her pocket once more, as if she had stumbled upon something delightful, her eyes visibly brightening. Brother Yiming, do you not enjoy eating jelly? Little Yen, with great understanding, inquired softly. She then opened her palm before Yiming, cheerfully exclaiming, Then have a piece of candy. It's delightfully sweet. Grandma says that the candy Yen offers can sweeten one's heart. As she spoke, her eyes curved gently, resembling a crescent moon, her entire being reminiscent of the freshest, most delectable strawberry candy, exuding a fragrant sweetness. Yiming cast a faint glance at the candy, yet his interest remained decidedly lacking. How could this young man be indifferent to all snacks? Every time fifth brother encountered treats, he would pounce upon them like a famished wolf, his eyes gleaming with a mysterious green light. If the young man was uninterested, so be it. Yin would simply keep the snacks for herself. Were it not for her desire to befriend him, she would not have considered sharing her treats. Nevertheless, the little milk bun was determined not to let this boy, who had once helped her, slip away. She pressed on with her conversation. Brother Yiming, do you not even like candy? What do you enjoy eating? Do tell Xinyan, and I shall bring you some next time. I have an abundance of snacks every day. The petite girl chattered incessantly, akin to a tireless monk. Yiming felt his head buzzing from the incessant noise. It was quite bothersome. He shifted slightly to his side, attempting to increase the distance between himself and the young girl, but in the very next second, she had once again nestled close to him. He shifted, and she inched closer. Again he moved, and again she approached. It was as if they were each endowed with an invisible magnet, irresistibly drawing one another near. Leaf Ming, with an impassive expression, could no longer endure the tension. His brows furrowed deeply, forming a pronounced crease that could surely trap a careless fly. Simultaneously, Xiaoyan's brows knitted together in confusion as she gazed at the young man before her. Did she possess thorns? Why did he hastily retreat whenever she drew near? Humph. The little darling felt a surge of indignation. She sincerely desired to befriend him, yet he remained aloof and indifferent. If he had no inclination for companionship, why disregard her so? Truly, how impolite. Leaf Ming, why do you ignore Xinyan? She pouted slightly, her voice laced with a hint of defiance. Yin is nearly giving up on you. With that, the little one turned away, disinclined to engage further with Leaf Ming. This little girl certainly had her own temperament. Xiao Xinyan cast a glance at the young lady, offering a polite nod accompanied by a gentle smile. Upon meeting Xiao Xinyan's gaze, the girl's cheeks flushed crimson, clearly flustered. She clenched her small fists, summoning her courage to speak. Hello, may I be your friend? At this unexpected declaration, Xiao Xinyan was visibly taken aback, momentarily stunned. Could it be that someone was willing to initiate a friendship with her? In the past, little Xinyan, who often faced rejection and isolation in the village, felt a spark of surprise illuminate her eyes. Hello, of course I can. I am Jiang Miao Miao, with the Miao composed of 3 waters. What a unique name. Why do you have so much water in your name? Little Xinyan inquired, her eyes blinking with curiosity. Upon hearing this, little Xinyan seemed to have an epiphany. Nodding her head in understanding, her eyes curving into a smile as she said, You must be lacking fire in the 5 elements, but don't worry. We certainly won't be incompatible. Upon hearing this, Jiang Miao Miao's eyes brightened as well, and she couldn't help but exclaim, You are so adorable. The cutest girl I have ever encountered. Most girls tend to adore charming and delightful things. From the very first moment, Jiang Miao Miao laid eyes on little Xinyan. She found the girl irresistibly cute, resembling a real-life doll. Naturally reserved, Jiang Miao Miao rarely initiated conversations, but little Xinyan's overwhelming cuteness compelled her to muster the courage to speak. Thank you, you are adorable too. The little darling glanced up at her, intentionally raising her tone, implying, much cuter than a certain rude fellow. The soft, sweet voice reached Yi Ming's ears, and realizing she was referring to him, he instinctively halted his steps and turned to glance in Li Xinyan's direction. The little girl made a face at him and then huffed with force, turning her head away to develop a sisterly bond with Jiang Miao Miao, dismissing him entirely. It was the first time he had been treated in such a manner, and Yi Ming furrowed his brow, clearly unaccustomed to it. This little girl not only possessed a temper, but a rather considerable one at that. Chapter 82. A Durian Li Family Manor. Ever since little Yanbao became the cherished granddaughter of the Li family, the old gentleman's greatest delight each day has been to see this little granddaughter. Now that she has officially started kindergarten, after just a few hours of absence, the old gentleman felt a sense of longing akin to that of Zhong Jingyi. As long as his precious granddaughter is happy, he would likely descend from the heavens to pluck stars for her. The old gentleman casually picked up an orange, peeling it while amiably inquiring of little Yanbao. Yanbao, how does it feel to be in kindergarten? The small bundle of joy looked up at her grandfather with a beaming smile, her eyes sparkling, and replied in a sweet, childlike voice. Kindergarten is absolutely wonderful. Yanqing loves it so much. Her smile was genuine, reflecting heartfelt joy. For a child who often experienced solitude, the lively atmosphere of kindergarten had always been a source of yearning. Attending school was something little Yanbao had longed for, a dream she had wished to realize. Now that her desire had come to fruition, she was naturally filled with happiness and delight. Everything in kindergarten brought her a sense of novelty and joy. Seeing his precious granddaughter so delighted, the elder of the Li family was similarly affected, his smile becoming even more benevolent. Has Yanbao made good friends? Yes, indeed. The little darling nodded vigorously, eager to introduce her first friend in life. Her name is Jiang Miao Miao, and she is Yanyan's deskmate. Upon hearing this, the elder of the Li family expressed his delight, exclaiming, How wonderful! One named Xinyan and the other Miao Miao, and they are deskmates. You two are quite fated. This delighted the little darling, her dimples becoming exceedingly pronounced as she sweetly affirmed, Grandpa is absolutely right. Xinyan also feels a connection with Miao Miao. When the weekend arrives, Yanbao can invite your good friend Miao Miao to our home. From now on, Yanbao's good friend will be the most cherished little guest of the Li family. The elder gazed at little Yanbao with affectionate eyes, gently patting her head, offering her this promise. Just as his words echoed, 7 little ones from the Li family burst in from outside. The elder's remarks reached their ears without omission. The second child, Li Mukin, clearly felt a pang of jealousy. Sulking as he muttered, What blatant favoritism. My friends have never received Grandpa's approval to visit the Leaf family estate. Thus, upon hearing that the elder would treat little Xinyan's friend as the most treasured guest, the second child was consumed by envy and discontent. Yet he dared to mutter only the faintest of complaints, fearful that the elder would overhear and subject him to familial discipline. However, his murmurs reached the ears of his older brother, Li Muxing. Seizing the opportunity, his brother remarked, "Second brother, to speak candidly, those companions of yours hardly qualify as true friends. You should sharpen your discernment and seek out individuals worthy of genuine camaraderie." This was not the first time Li Muxing had conveyed such sentiments to Li Mukin, for he sincerely believed that the company his younger brother kept was rather unimpressive. Each one more reckless than the last, each one more lacking in ambition, each one devoid of any semblance of propriety. Li Muxing could not discern a single virtue in Li Mukin's circle of friends. He worried that continuing to associate with such individuals would lead his brother down a treacherous path, one from which there would be no return. Thus, as the elder brother, he felt compelled to look after his sibling and steer him away from potential pitfalls. Yet, Li Mukin remained indifferent to his brother's well-meaning counsel, often responding with palpable impatience. "Humph, you are simply biased against me. I will not permit you to speak ill of my good friends." He defended his acquaintances without a moment's hesitation. Once again, Li Muxing found himself exasperated by his younger brother. Truly, the second brother lived up to his reputation. He was no ordinary fool. "TCH, I can't be bothered with you. Kindness is wasted on the ungrateful." Li Muxing lamented with a sense of frustration. "If you ever find yourself betrayed by those so-called friends of yours, do not come to me for assistance." As the sound faded, the elder brother elegantly brushed his sleeves and departed, too indifferent to cast another glance at Li Mukin. A few Gourd children approached the elder of the Li family, respectfully greeting him before settling into their respective seats. In the presence of their grandfather, the 7 Gourd children were as timid as mice before a cat, maintaining a demeanor of utmost obedience and silence. Thus, every time they observed the little Xinyan, who could freely indulge in affectionate antics before their grandfather, their hearts brimmed with envy. The children were all present, just in time. "I have procured the freshest and most delectable durians for everyone to savor." The elderly matriarch was evidently in high spirits, eagerly inviting everyone to relish the durian. She swiftly made her way to little Xinyan, scooping her up from beside the elderly and showering her with tender kisses. "Yuanbao, your grandmother has missed you dearly." "Grandmother, I have missed you too." The little darling returned the affection by cupping her grandmother's face and planting a soft kiss, adorable and endearing. "Yuanbao is truly well behaved." The elderly matriarch's eyes sparkled with warmth and adoration as she continued. "Today, while shopping, I spotted numerous lovely outfits for young girls, each more exquisite than the last. I purchased them all, and I anticipate that they will be delivered to the Li family estate by tomorrow." "Thank you, grandmother. I only need my school uniform. You need not spend so much on me. That simply will not do. A school uniform is only for school, at all other times. Yuanbao shall wear the clothes bought by her grandmother, changing into a new outfit each day." Upon hearing the exchange between the elderly matriarch and the little darling, the 3 daughters-in-law of the Li family exchanged knowing glances, their thoughts unspoken yet understood. Today, the elderly lady indulged in a delightful shopping spree, acquiring nearly all the clothing suitable for little Yanbao in the mall. If she were to wear a different outfit each day, Yanbao could likely enjoy these garments for several years. The 3 daughters-in-law busily arranged the durians purchased by their mother-in-law onto a plate to share among everyone. It was Yanbao's first encounter with durian, and she curiously inquired, "Grandmother, what is durian?" The elder explained that durian is a rather unique fruit. Often hailed as the king of fruits, despite its peculiar aroma, it is exceptionally fragrant and sweet when tasted. Gently, the elderly lady offered a piece of durian to Yanbao, encouraging her to give it a try. "You may taste it, my dear, and see if you can accept it." However, an overpowering odor immediately assaulted Yanbao, causing her to scrunch her face in distaste. "The durian smells so bad." The elderly lady quickly retracted the durian, expressing understanding. "If you find it unpalatable, dear Yanbao, feel free to decline. There is no need to conform to others' preferences." Yet, the little one shook her head resolutely, declaring, "It's all right. Yanbao can tolerate this smell. Back in the countryside, I've even eaten stinky tofu and rotten eggs." Her curiosity about the taste of durian remained. To everyone's surprise, their little sister possessed quite an adventurous palate. The youngest, Li Moheo, expressed mild astonishment, and, being quite thoughtful, handed a piece of durian to the second brother, Limukin, who had never partaken in durian before, playfully asking, "Second brother, would you like to try a piece of durian as well? Take it away. Quickly, take it away." The second brother, Limukin, fled as if confronted with a formidable adversary, covering his nose in disdain. It was not until he had sprinted nearly 10 meters away, just far enough to barely escape the odor, that he came to a halt, his face contorted in distaste as he exclaimed, "I would never consume such a foul-smelling thing." In Chapter 83, Truly Delicious, the third brother, Limuheo, cast a sidelong glance at his retreating sibling, thinking that his older brother was being overly dramatic. He proceeded to pop a piece of durian into his mouth, deliberately chewing with exaggerated vigor, and loudly proclaimed, "So sweet, so fragrant, absolutely delectable." Limuheo felt a sense of satisfaction, as his second brother's aversion meant he would not have to compete for the durian. He squinted his eyes in delight, genuinely relishing the fruit's aroma. The eldest brother, Limuxing, also glanced at Limukin, implying with his words, "The second brother always seems to be different from us. Whatever we enjoy, he deliberately shuns, as if to assert his uniqueness. For instance, while we all adore durian, he alone does not. We all cherish our little sister. Yet he remains indifferent. He fails to appreciate the allure of durian, just as he cannot fathom the charm of our sister." The fourth brother, Limuhan, with keen insight, quickly grasped the elder brother's intention and chimed in, "But we cannot fault the second brother. After all, not everyone can distinguish between jade and stone. Ultimately, there are far more who mistake pearls for mere clay pellets." The fifth brother, Limufeng, was never picky about food, and at this moment, all his thoughts were consumed by the prospect of indulging in durian. Regarding the matter of second brother Limukin's distaste for durian, he expressed his bewilderment, exclaiming, "How can one not appreciate durian? It is, in my eyes, the most delectable fruit. I simply cannot comprehend those who do not relish its flavor. Might it be that those who enjoy durian perceive its taste in an entirely different light than those who do not?" At this moment, sixth brother Limushin, elegantly savoring the durian, softly remarked, "I too find durian delightful, yet I cannot bring myself to enjoy stinky tofu, despite both being odorous delicacies. Let us disregard second brother. He is quite obstinate, and engaging him further would yield no fruitful discourse." Seventh brother Limujuan cast a cold glance in second brother Limukin's direction. Since second brother began to target little Yanbao, their relationship had plummeted to an icy stalemate. He was no longer the eager follower, trailing behind second brother in playful antics. Meanwhile, little Yanbao was engrossed in examining the legendary durian, finding its peculiar appearance rather unappealing. Nevertheless, the aroma it emitted was evidently agreeable to the little one, who displayed no sign of distaste. Moreover, watching their mother, Zhong Jingyi, delicately extract the creamy flesh from the durian shell brought an inexplicable sense of delight. "Yanbao, would you like to give it a try?" Zhong Jingyi inquired, scooping a small portion of durian flesh and presenting it to little Yanbao. The little one nodded obediently and eagerly devoured the morsel from the spoon. The moment she took her first bite, an unusual flavor surged into her mouth, delivering a powerful impact that caused her to furrow her brow, seemingly unaccustomed to it. However, as she gradually chewed, she began to savor the sweet fragrance of the durian, and her eyes sparkled with delight. "Wow, durian is amazing." The little girl clapped her hands, exclaiming, "Xinyan wants more." The child exhibited an extraordinary capacity for embracing new experiences and quickly developed a fondness for the taste of durian. The members of the Li family collectively exhaled in relief, especially the brothers who cherished their sister. As long as she enjoyed it, they felt reassured that they could freely take her to indulge in durian in the future, as long as Xinyan likes it. The matriarch of the Li family took the durian flesh and a small spoon from Zhong Jingyi's hands and began to personally feed the little girl, her eyes brimming with affection as she said, "If Xinyan enjoys durian, Grandma will buy it for her often." "Thank you, Grandma." Little Xinyan's eyes curved like crescent moons, her soft and adorable demeanor endearing everyone around her. In the ensuing moments, the Li family's living room was filled with the aroma of durian, with everyone indulging in it except for the second brother, Limukin. He found himself unable to escape the pervasive scent and retreated to a relatively odor-free corner to play games, seeking distraction. From a distance, he appeared small, helpless, and pitiful. Little Xinyan noticed her second brother, who seemed so out of place among everyone else, as if she were gazing at a reflection of her former self. When the children of the village gathered to play, she was always the one left on the periphery. She could only stand at a distance, watching them revel in their joy. The merriment belonged to others, forever detached from her existence. In that moment, Li Mu-chun bore an uncanny resemblance to her past self. If one remained perpetually out of sync with others, integration would forever remain elusive. Xiao Yanbao hesitated for a moment before picking up a plate of durian flesh and stepping towards Li Mu-chun. "Second brother, want you try some durian?" A sweet, soft voice chimed in his ear. Instinctively, Li Mu-chun lifted his gaze to glance at Xiao Yanbao, only to be assaulted by a pungent odor that invaded his nostrils. In an instant, he recoiled to the farthest corner, as if startled by a sudden fright. If it were possible, he would have wished to meld himself into the wall. "Who brought this revolting thing near me?" Li Mu-chun exclaimed, his eyes wide with terror as he glared at the plate of durian. "It stinks. Get it away." He could have easily pushed Xiao Yanbao aside, yet his hands were occupied with his game, leaving him powerless to act. "Second brother, durian may smell foul, but it is exquisitely sweet when tasted." Xiao Yanbao gazed at Li Mu-chun with genuine sincerity, her voice tenderly inquiring, "Would you like to give it a try?" She was not coercing her brother into accepting the durian. Rather, she hoped that he might be willing to embrace it, for if he could, he too could join the others in laughter and camaraderie, sharing in their joys. Thus, he no longer had to sit alone in the corner, engrossed in his games. As he spoke, the little one inched the durian closer to Li Mu-chun, the aroma becoming increasingly potent. Li Mu-chun, nearly brought to tears by the overwhelming scent, protested vehemently, "I refuse. Take it away. Just a tiny bite, please." The little one coaxed, much like a parent soothing a child. "I don't want to." Li Mu-chun's refusal was interrupted by Liang Sun-ling, who had unexpectedly appeared beside them, forcefully shoving a small piece of durian flesh into his mouth with a motherly authority. Li Mu-chun instinctively tried to spit it out, but Liang Sun-ling swiftly covered his mouth. Witnessing such a display from his aunt left Xiao Yanbao utterly astonished. After a moment, the little one raised a thumb in admiration towards his aunt, exclaiming, "Truly the best mom." Surprisingly, as Li Mu-chun was compelled to consume the durian, he discovered that the fruit, which smelled horrendously foul, was not as terrible as he had anticipated. It seemed he was beginning to enjoy it. Noticing the change in Li Mu-chun's expression, Xiao Yanbao innocently asked, "So, how is it? Not bad, right? Is it not as terrifying as you imagined?" Li Mu-chun haughtily snorted, stubbornly replying, "It's just okay. Not as dreadful as I thought, but still, rather average." Chapter 84. The old iron tree yearns to blossom. Ever since the jinx had left him, his overall condition had improved remarkably. His back no longer ached. His legs felt fine, and even climbing stairs no longer left him gasping for breath. The essence lies in the state of one's spirit, which has visibly improved. The Li family has not witnessed Li Kitchen engaging in solitary musings for quite some time. The kindergarten assignments are minimal, and even when there are tasks, little Yanbao promptly completes them, allowing herself the freedom to play without worry. At this moment, her brothers are diligently working on their assignments in their respective rooms, while little Yanbao occupies the leisure area of the living room, engrossed in her drawing. She is obedient and quiet, requiring little concern from Zhongjinyi, embodying the very essence of an angelic child. "Yanbao, would you like to eat pizza? Fourth uncle will take you for pizza." Li Kitchen's mood appears quite delightful, his eyes sparkling with laughter and his tone gentle. Upon hearing this, little Yanbao momentarily halts her drawing, lifting her cherubic face to gaze at her fourth uncle. "I want to eat." She has yet to experience pizza in its entirety. The Lu Nong. At the mention of this phrase, Li Kitchen seems momentarily taken aback. That mischievous boy, Li Muheo, is always spouting nonsense, imparting a plethora of peculiar knowledge to little Yanbao. Nevertheless, Li Kitchen merely chuckles internally, outwardly echoing Yanbao's sentiments with a beaming smile. "All right. Fourth uncle will take Yanbao to enjoy de Lu Nong. You can indulge as much as you desire." "That won't he do?" As she organizes her drawing table, little Yanbao softly responds, "Mama says that no matter how delicious something is, one should not consume too much at once, or it might upset the little tummy." Such an adorably endearing young soul. Li Kitchen gazed at her with utter affection, unable to resist the impulse to ruffle her little head. Mother is indeed correct. Yanbao is truly a well-behaved child, he remarked, his praise eliciting evident delight from the little Yanbao. She turned to Li Kitchen and declared, "Uncle, please wait a moment while I change my clothes. I must wear something pretty and appropriate to accompany you for pizza, so as not to embarrass you." Hurry along. I shall wait for you here, he replied. As she departed, Li Qichen settled onto the sofa in the living room, patiently awaiting her return. During this interval, he meticulously adjusted his attire. He had dressed with great care today, donning a suit that was both formal and relaxed, paired with an exquisitely smooth shirt adorned with a lavish gemstone brooch. The black suit trousers elegantly showcased his remarkably long legs, while his shoes gleamed with a polished shine. To complement his outfit, Li Qichen had crafted a refined hairstyle. In essence, he exuded an air of restrained sophistication. After what felt like an eternity, little Yanbao finally appeared in the living room, having changed her outfit. In stark contrast to her uncle's elaborate ensemble, the little darling opted for a simple, yet comfortable sporty dress paired with sneakers, her fine hair styled into a playful bun. Due to the fact that Uncle C intended to treat her to a delightful meal, little Yanbao chose to wear a dress, thus alleviating her concerns about the tightness of her waistband when indulging in food. Although the young child was still in her tender years, she possessed remarkable intelligence. Uncle C, is it all right for me to dress this way? Little Yanbao inquired, clutching the straps of her small handbag with her tiny hands, her head tilted inquisitively towards Li Qichen. Li Qichen responded with an approving thumbs up, exclaiming, Our Yanbao is beautiful. She looks adorable in anything she wears. As he spoke, he approached little Yanbao, effortlessly lifting her into his arms, and proceeded to stride outside. In the car, while maintaining a steady pace, Li Qichen turned to the small child seated safely in her car seat behind the driver's seat and asked, Yanbao, did you inform your mother before leaving? Little Yanbao nodded vigorously, replying, Yes, I did. The dress was chosen by Mama. She added that she had also called her father to inform him, but he had advised her not to tell Grandpa, a directive that puzzled her. With a slight tilt of her head and a furrowed brow, she expressed her confusion. In response, Li Qichen appeared to smirk at his own predicament, a hint of resignation in his tone as he explained, Because, in your grandfather's eyes, I am merely a lunatic. If he were to find out, he would certainly disapprove of me taking you out alone. The elder of the Li family was known for his stubborn and domineering nature. Once he set his mind on something, it was exceedingly difficult for him to change it. Even though Li Qichen has evidently returned to a state of normalcy, the elder still perceives him as abnormal. Xinyan, however, believes her fourth uncle is perfectly fine, and in fact, increasingly so. Through the rearview mirror, little Yanbao cast a reassuring glance at her uncle, offering him encouragement and support. Like her, he is regarded as an outlier due to his ability to perceive what others cannot. Little Yanbao deeply understands her uncle's struggles, which is why they share a bond that transcends age. Suddenly, Li Qichen fell silent, an indescribable sorrow washing over him. He swallowed hard, suppressing all negative emotions. He straightened himself and resolutely declared, From this moment on, I, Li Qichen, shall live like an ordinary person, establishing a family and a career. Family first, then career. I will ascend to the pinnacle of life through my own abilities, earning the respect of those who once looked down on me. Thus, he had brought little Yanbao out today to assist him in achieving his first goal, a blind date to find a woman to marry. The car came to a halt outside an upscale Western restaurant, where Li Qichen carried little Yanbao inside, guided by the staff, to a private VIP room. The ambience was perfectly set with fragrant aromas, roses, candles, and red wine. Li Qichen had chosen to bring little Yanbao to his blind date because he believed that she was not merely his lucky charm, capable of bringing him good fortune, but also incredibly endearing, sure to awaken the affection nestled deep within a woman's heart, thereby fostering engaging conversations. In Li Qichen's eyes, Xiao Yanbao is an indispensable wingman on his journey of courtship. Due to being deemed mentally ill and subjected to a life of isolation, Li Qichen remains a lifelong singleton. Hence, upon regaining his normalcy, the first thing he eagerly desires is to engage in a passionate romance, holding hands, sharing tender kisses, and indulging in intimate moments. This iron tree yearns desperately to blossom. However, Xiao Yanbao's mind is occupied solely with the word pizza. Uncle, are all the places that serve pizza this beautiful? Xiao Yanbao exclaimed, embracing the surroundings, her eyes sparkling under the interplay of light and candlelight. Li Qichen hesitated momentarily, preparing to confess to the little darling. Yanbao, the reason I brought you out is not just to treat you to pizza. There is another significant matter for which I need your assistance. Before he could finish his sentence, a swirling mass of black mist seeped through the window's crevice, skillfully settling upon Li Qichen's shoulder. A chill ran down his spine. and he involuntarily shuddered, suddenly gripped by a foreboding sense. In the next instant, a bald head emerged from the dark cloud, grinning at Li Qiqing. "Hey, buddy, do you remember me?" Recognizing that hideous face, Li Qiqing gasped in shock, cursing aloud. Chapter 85. The Unlucky One Returns. This face was one he would never forget. A veritable nightmare in his life. Should he eventually pass and become a specter, it is likely that this visage would haunt him. This wretched individual is the very reason he has devolved into a state of disarray, transforming from the most favored youngest son of the Li family into a taboo subject shrouded in secrecy. The moment Li Qiqing lays eyes upon this face, he is engulfed by a mixture of loathing and trepidation. At this very instant, this ghastly countenance looms ominously before him, both grotesque and bald, utterly unbearable to behold. In an instant, all of Li Qiqing's good spirits dissipate into thin air. Simultaneously, Xiao Yanbao's gaze fixates on the head emerging from the shadowy mist. In stark contrast to Li Qiqing's frantic demeanor, the little one remains remarkably composed, her bright, innocent eyes blinking in contemplation. If this entity continues to lose its hair, it is destined to transform from a balding figure into a completely bald one. "Because I miss you." The unfortunate spirit seems to mimic Xiao Yanbao, tilting its head and grinning at Li Qiqing with a mischievous air, exuding an aura of mischief. A wave of revulsion surges through Li Qiqing, ascending rapidly towards the crown of his head. He can no longer contain himself and emits a sound of disgust, frantically swatting at the dark aura clinging to his shoulder, desperately wishing for the ill-fated creature to dislodge itself. "Go away, go away. Do not flaunt that head of yours before me. It is utterly repulsive. Truly, it is beyond revolting." While Xiao Yanbao's playful demeanor possesses the power to heal, the antics of this grotesque specter are enough to drive one to madness. Li Qiqing, having prepared himself to embark on a new chapter of life, is suddenly thrown into a state of panic. After much anticipation, he finally found a blind date. Would it end in disappointment? For Li Qiqing, it seemed that whenever misfortune appeared, good fortune was never meant to follow. Lost in thought, Li Qiqing's gestures grew increasingly frantic, as if he believed that such fervent movements could banish the harbinger of bad luck. However, he was merely an ordinary individual capable of perceiving this ill-fated spirit. Despite his ability to see it, he could not physically interact with its essence. Thus, no matter how formidable his fists might be, they could only strike at the empty air. Observing Li Qiqing's impotent fury, the spirit of misfortune appeared rather pleased, its expression betraying an unmistakable smugness. Witnessing her uncle's plight at the hands of this spirit, Xiao Yanbao could not help but shoot a fierce glare at it, her face tinged with mild indignation. She was enveloped in an aura imperceptible to ordinary mortals, yet it was profoundly intimidating to the spirit of misfortune. Sensing her presence, the spirit shuddered in terror, quickly yielding. It drooped its perked ears and obediently perched itself upon Li Qiqing's shoulder, awaiting the commands of its young mistress. Her voice, soft and melodious, was hardly frightening at all. "Because I miss my uncle," the spirit of misfortune smiled apologetically at Xiao Yanbao. Then, turning its bald head to face Li Qiqing, its expression shifted subtly. "Moreover, I have never claimed that I would leave him." An inexplicable air of ambiguity lingered in the air. It deliberately blinked its eyes and, like a small pet, nuzzled against Li Qiqing's neck, transforming from an audacious misfortune-laden elder into a pitiable misfortune-laden infant. Although it remained as unsightly and bald as ever, Li Qiqing was taken aback by its words, and beads of sweat instantly broke forth on his forehead. His tongue seemed to tie itself in knots, becoming somewhat uncontrollable. His eyes widened to their utmost, with his pupils quivering violently. The misfortune spirit paused, its expression turning gravely serious. It floated right before Li Qiqing's eyes, staring intently into them, and earnestly declared, "When I inhabit your being, I am most comfortable. Thus I have decided to remain by your side, accompanying you, and providing for you in your twilight years." Upon hearing this, Li Qiqing could no longer bear it. He disregarded the presence of little Yanbao and began to unleash a torrent of invectives at the misfortune spirit. "Get lost, you." Li Qiqing nearly expelled every expletive he had ever learned or heard throughout his life, for the words spewed forth by his uncle were largely unsuitable for broadcast and would instantly be censored. Little Yanbao, ever perceptive, instinctively covered her ears. Words detrimental to a child's mental and physical well-being were automatically filtered out. She resolutely chose not to listen. Instead, She diverted her attention by singing a nursery rhyme, The White Dragon Horse, hooves facing west. After nearly half an hour of relentless cursing, Li Qichen found himself utterly exhausted, his voice hoarse, and reluctantly paused. If it were possible, he could have continued to berate for 3 days and nights without respite. In the face of Li Qichen's nearly endless stream of invectives, the unfortunate creature remained utterly unfazed, its expression unchanged and heart unflinching. It produced a small handkerchief from seemingly nowhere, biting one corner of it, and with a pitiful tone, said, "I am being very sincere. Why are you scolding me?" As it spoke, it made a valiant effort to squeeze out a couple of tears, appearing woefully adorable, as if possessed by a theatrical spirit. Li Qichen, incensed, coughed several times, and with great difficulty managed to force out a single word from his sore throat, "Scram." Yet the unfortunate creature, displaying an astonishing lack of shame, remained impervious to his anger. It flicked the handkerchief toward Li Qichen with a touch of inexplicable petulance, even humming defiantly. "I will not leave. I have decided to cling to you. Unless you die, I shall never depart." What audacity! How revolting! Li Qichen was left utterly dumbfounded. As if petrified on the spot, completely stripped of all capacity for action, the child truly seemed to wish for oblivion. Little Yanbao hurried to Li Qichen's side, placing her tiny hand upon his head in a comforting gesture. With a fierce demeanor, she turned to the unfortunate creature and questioned, "Uncle Unfortunate, why must you cling to my fourth uncle? Did he disturb your grave in a past life? My fourth uncle is truly a pitiable soul." In the presence of his grandaunt, the unfortunate spirit suddenly adopted a serious demeanor, letting out a deep sigh of resignation. If I had a choice, I would not wish to inhabit a human's life. Is not the feeling of freedom delightful? Then why do you persist in clinging to me?" He lamented. A man does not shed tears lightly. It is merely that the moment of sorrow has yet to arrive. In an instant, his eyes and the tip of his nose turned red, resembling a bullied young bride rather than a robust man of over 6 feet tall. Little Yanbao hurriedly patted his uncle's head, her sweet voice offering comfort. "Uncle, do not cry. Yanbao will teach it a lesson for you." Chapter 86. Transformed into a body ornament, I truly cannot be without you. The unfortunate spirit cried out in despair towards Li Qichen. Once it roamed freely, going wherever it pleased, resting upon whomever it desired, ensuring misfortune befell those who encountered it. However, now it was bound to inhabit Li Qichen's form. It had been stuck in this situation for quite some time, and it was quite tiresome indeed. The spirit turned to little Yanbao, who was preparing to reprimand it, and lamented, "Dear Grandad, last time you used the magical artifact on you to expel me from this fellow, I thought I had finally regained my freedom, but alas, I was too naive." With that, the spirit sighed once more and began to tell little Yanbao a tale in a manner she could comprehend. Like many other spirits, it belonged to the Underworld, where everything was originally in harmonious order and tranquility prevailed. However, ever since the previous king of the Underworld met with misfortune due to the ignorance of certain insignificant specters, the realm of the dead has descended into chaos. A day without a ruler is a day of unrest. The various ghostly monarchs refuse to acknowledge one another's authority. Although the Underworld is currently under the governance of Yama, he is still quite young, and the other ghost kings are entirely unwilling to submit to his rule. Consequently, numerous ghostly sovereigns have begun to stir, seeking to break free from the Underworld's dominion to establish their own kingdoms, aspiring to become the supreme leaders themselves. It is reminiscent of a school where the principal has suddenly passed away, appointing a young acting principal to manage the institution, yet the more seasoned teachers, feeling slighted, openly oppose the new authority. Gradually, these veteran educators come to realize that the role of principal is quite appealing, leading them to aspire to that position themselves. The unfortunate specter drooped his ears, his expression one of utter despair, lamenting, "I have no idea which ghost king is behind this turmoil. They have been incessantly siphoning the grievances from us unfortunate souls. We rely on the misfortunes we cause others to absorb the negative energy that sustains our existence." Upon hearing this, Xiao Yanbao suddenly realized why the unfortunate specter's hair was thinning, truly a cause for concern. In a moment of urgency, I recalled him. As he spoke, the unfortunate specter paused, turning his gaze toward Li Qichen. His previously drooping ears perked up, and his entire demeanor transformed, brimming with an unusual excitement. As he continued to address Xiao Yanbao, his constitution is rather peculiar. Misfortune befalls him in a manner that is twice as severe, if not more. than that of an ordinary individual. To be frank, such a physique is most suitable for us unfortunate souls seeking a prolonged refuge. Li Qichen, overwhelmed by despair, exclaimed, I certainly do not wish for this. It is utterly unbearable. The embodiment of misfortune continued to gnaw at its little handkerchief and, resembling a lamenting spirit, addressed Li Qichen, with the last remnants of my resentment, I have fought my way to your side. Indeed, the moment I settled upon your shoulder, I felt a continuous surge of vitality flowing into my being, restoring me to normalcy. As it spoke, it flicked the small handkerchief towards Li Qichen with shameless audacity, declaring, Brother, I sincerely apologize. We must continue to coexist from this point forward. Li Qichen, rendered speechless, remained silent for a moment, his expression devoid of emotion as he despondently inquired, Am I permitted to refuse? The embodiment of misfortune replied with unwavering determination, No. If you do not allow me to reside within you, I shall dissipate into nothingness. Can you bear to witness my demise? It then adopted a dramatically pitiful demeanor. With a resolute heart, Li Qichen responded, I cannot bear it. The embodiment of misfortune was momentarily at a loss for words. Before it resigned itself entirely, say what you will, but I am bound to cling to you. There is no escaping me. Moreover, by inhabiting your being, you shall merely experience a modicum of misfortune without any threat to your life. After all, you may lose a leg, but she loses her love. Leave me be. Li Qichen once again succumbed to despair. The unfortunate soul, utterly shameless, persisted, I will not leave, I will not leave, I will not leave. As his breakdown reached a crescendo, Li Qichen began to wildly tug at his hair, transforming his meticulously styled locks into a chaotic mess. As if they had erupted in disarray, little Yanbao swiftly extended her small arms and wrapped them tightly around her beloved fourth uncle, urging him, Uncle, remain calm. Steady yourself. You cannot be vanquished by the bald uncle. If he continued to pull at his hair in such a frenzy, he too would end up as bald as the unfortunate man. Meanwhile, Li Qichen's prospective match had arrived. Due to his striking appearance, she fell for him at first glance, scarcely taking a moment to be captivated. With great care, she had adorned herself, hoping to leave a favorable impression on him. However, as she prepared to push open the door to the private room, she caught a glimpse through the crack. Witnessing Li Qichen furiously punching the air and frantically tugging at his own hair, a scene reminiscent of a mental breakdown. This alarming sight sent her heart racing, and without a second thought, she turned on her heel and fled. What a maniac! No matter how handsome he is, it won't do. Thus, the unfortunate soul had thoroughly entangled himself with Li Qichen, becoming an unwelcome appendage, frequently seeking proximity and closeness. Li Qichen had plunged into a state of utter despair regarding this world. Observing her uncle's despondent demeanor, little Yanbao could not help but feel a pang of sympathy. She furrowed her brow and inquired of the unfortunate soul, Is there truly no way to achieve both outcomes? To preserve your life while restoring my uncle's normal existence? Indeed, there exists such a solution, albeit exceedingly difficult to implement, replied the unfortunate one, his stout arms crossed, a solemn expression adorning his face. Li Qichen seized the unfortunate creature by the neck, his teeth clenched in fervent determination. What is this method? If it allows you to distance yourself from me, no matter how arduous the task, I shall strive with all my might to accomplish it. Do you truly despise my presence so much? The unfortunate one lamented, slipping into a theatrical demeanor once more. Speak of the matter at hand. Li Qichen erupted in frustration. Were his gaze capable of destruction, he would have obliterated the grotesque, balding figure before him. The solution lies in locating the vengeful spirit king who gathers resentment, defeating him, and unraveling his sorcery. Only then can I fully reclaim my normalcy. Freeing myself from your company, the unfortunate one declared, casting a haughty glance at Li Qichen and scoffing, as if anyone would willingly choose to linger in your presence. I would much prefer to inhabit the form of a beautiful young lady. Alas, I have yet to encounter one with a constitution as unique as yours. Chapter 87. Cultivating virtue for a long life. The attempt at a fresh start had failed. The blind date had fled. Once more, he faced the prospect of descending into madness. The crux of the matter remained. He could not forcibly expel the unfortunate spirit from his being. The unfortunate spirit, ever cunning, harbored fears that Li Qichen might seek out a powerful Taoist priest who could annihilate it in an instant. Thus, from the very moment it first inhabited Li Qichen's body, it cast upon him a symbiotic spell, unless the spirit willingly chose to depart from Li Kitchen. Any forceful exorcism would spell doom for both. Their existence was now intertwined. They were bound in a relationship of coexistence. Either they both thrived or perished together. Li Kitchen, in a moment of despair, thrust all his fingers into his hair, acutely aware that if he continued down this path, he might transform from a mere pretender of madness into a bona fide lunatic. Little Yanbao remained steadfastly by his side, her voice a sweet, comforting melody as she reassured him, "Fourth uncle, do not relinquish hope. Though the method proposed by the unfortunate spirit may seem insurmountable, it does not imply that it is entirely devoid of possibility. Perhaps we can vanquish that ghost king and unravel his enchantments." Despite her tender age, the young girl possessed a resilience that many lacked, akin to a delicate flower blooming on a sheer cliff, bravely striving towards the sunlight despite the tempestuous winds and rain. Thus, even after enduring relentless bullying and hardship, she maintained an open heart, confronting life with an optimistic spirit. Her gentle words, imbued with an inexplicable strength, reached Li Kitchen's ears, calming his tumultuous emotions. He lifted his gaze to Yanbao, his voice barely a whisper. "Yanbao, do you think there is a chance for fourth uncle to start anew?" "Certainly, it is indeed possible." Xiao Yanbao nodded without hesitation, her gaze resolutely fixed upon him. "Xinyan can guarantee this to fourth uncle." As she spoke, she raised one small hand, making a gesture of oath. Li Kitchen felt somewhat encouraged, his eyes regaining a flicker of vitality, only to dim once more. However, their adversary was the king of ghosts. How could mere mortals contend with such a being? He struggled to manage even a hapless minion, let alone the ruler of the underworld. It was likely that a mere flick of the ghost king's finger could extinguish his life. Yet, if we are powerless, perhaps there exist individuals of greater prowess who could assist us. For instance, Taoist Su, who possesses the ability to exorcise evil spirits and capture ghosts, is exceptionally skilled. The little one's eyes sparkled with unwavering hope as she encouraged Li Kitchen. Aside from Taoist Su, there are many formidable masters. The world is vast, and there are countless experts. Surely one of them can aid us. With that, Xiao Yanbao gently patted Li Kitchen's shoulder. "Fourth uncle, let us maintain a positive outlook." "Child, fourth uncle wishes to be optimistic as well, but it is truly difficult to do so," Li Kitchen replied, a hint of despair creeping into his voice as he glanced at the unfortunate spirit perched upon his shoulder. "With this wretched being by my side, I am bound to face daily misfortunes." He could no longer endure such a series of unfortunate events. The toilet seat may crack, the pot for boiling noodles might leak. One could inadvertently step on dog excrement while strolling, or be struck on the head by falling objects from above, resulting in an unsightly bump. A leisurely visit to the park could end with an unfortunate encounter with bird droppings. Even in the tranquil confines of home, where one does nothing, misfortune may manifest in the form of a collapsed mattress. If such a string of calamities were to persist, Li Kitchen felt that death might be a more appealing option. Even indulging in a bowl of snail noodles could lead to unfortunate shortages, be it pickled bamboo shoots, soup packets, chili oil, ingredients, or noodles. There always seemed to be something lacking. The world no longer seemed worth living in. A world where one is unable to enjoy snail noodles is hardly worth cherishing. Is there truly no way for you, the harbinger of misfortune, to alleviate my uncle's plight? Xiao Yanbao inquired, unable to restrain herself as she addressed the now leisurely figure of the misfortune spirit. She worried that if her uncle continued down this path, he might ultimately succumb to despair. Her uncle had always treated her with kindness. She could not bear to witness his continued misfortunes. There was a solution, albeit one that would not entirely eradicate his misfortunes, but merely mitigate their severity. As soon as the misfortune spirit's words fell, Li Kitchen clung to the glimmer of hope as if grasping a lifeline, urgently asking what the remedy might be. For him, anything less than his previous misfortunes would be a form of salvation. The misfortune spirit crossed its arms and replied, "Feed me the souls of those who harbor a great deal of resentment, and I shall sustain myself on that negativity, thereby reducing the number of misfortunes I create. Consequently, you shall experience less misfortune." Upon hearing this, Li Kitchen couldn't help but retort, "You truly are a ghost. You possess not an ounce of human conscience. Are you not akin to the other spirits? How can you bring yourself to consume your own kind? We share the same origin. Why the haste to devour one another?" The unfortunate specter, however, remained unfazed, for as a ghost, its worldview was entirely distinct from that of humans. Cannibalism among kindred spirits was a commonplace occurrence in the realm of the dead. The underworld was inherently a place governed by the law of the jungle, where only the most formidable spirits could ascend to the rank of Ghost King, such as Yinluo or the Grim Reaper. Will you consider employing my suggested method to alleviate your misfortunes? The unfortunate spirit cast a sidelong glance at Li Qichen, raising an eyebrow. Absolutely. Li Qichen replied without hesitation, gritting his teeth as he declared, "After all, you are all malevolent fiends who disrupt the normal lives of humanity. Even if I were to capture every last one of you, I would incur no karmic repercussions. From the human perspective, I would merely be accumulating virtue through good deeds. By doing good, I shall ensure a long and prosperous life." With that thought, Li Qichen's spirits lifted considerably. "Yinbao, are you hungry? I sincerely apologize for making you wait so long." He turned to the little cherub who had been by his side, his gaze filled with gratitude as he gently patted her small head. "Let us order something delicious right away. Life must go on." He could not allow himself to stumble due to this minor misfortune. He still had to continue safeguarding Yinbao. Seeing that his mood had improved, the little darling's eyes suddenly sparkled with delight as she cheerfully exclaimed, "Thank you, fourth uncle. Xinyan wants to eat pizza." The little glutton had not forgotten about it. Li Qichen, confident that his blind date had undoubtedly witnessed his frenzied display and was already frightened away, decided not to linger any longer. He promptly called for the staff and ordered a plethora of delectable dishes that little Xinyan adored. Sighing deeply to himself, Li Qichen mused, perhaps he was destined to remain a solitary soul, exuding an aroma uniquely characteristic of the unaccompanied. As an array of culinary delights graced the table, little Xinyan eagerly dove into the pizza, her eyes squinting in bliss. As she savored her meal, an unusual yet familiar fragrance wafted through the air. Her tiny nose twitched instinctively as she glanced outside the window. Chapter 88. The Grim Reaper's task commences. Moreover, he did not wish for his misfortune to affect the other members of the Li family. One unfortunate soul was sufficient. She lay reclined upon the plush bed, yet sleep eluded her. Tilting her head, she gazed out the window, the moonlight casting a serene glow in her eyes, illuminating a pure and clear radiance. It seemed as though she awaited the arrival of someone. Time drifted by, though she could not discern how long it had been. Little Xinyan had nearly succumbed to drowsiness when, at the stroke of midnight, a familiar figure materialized within her line of sight. Clad in a pitch-black cloak and bearing an enormous scythe, the timeless visage was unmistakable. The little darling suddenly awoke, quickly bouncing out of bed and scurrying towards the window in her slippers. With a soft thud, she opened the window. Simultaneously, a shadowy figure elegantly perched upon the windowsill outside. However, this grace lasted scarcely a second before he squatted before the little one like an oversized puppy. Removing the large hat from his head to reveal a strikingly handsome face, he smiled gently at her and said, "Little one, why are you still awake at this late hour?" Upon recognizing his face, the little darling's eyes sparkled with delight as she exclaimed, "Uncle Death, it truly is you." Earlier, while dining on pizza with her fourth uncle at the restaurant, she had sensed Uncle Death's presence. Yet, it seemed he was merely passing through, his aura dissipating swiftly. Nevertheless, the little one harbored a strong premonition that Uncle Death would come to find her. So, she waited patiently, and indeed, he had come. Observing the adorable little bundle before him, even the Grim Reaper found himself enchanted. Without realizing it, he reached out to pat the little darling's head, praising her. "You are becoming increasingly remarkable. To sense my presence from such a distance, truly, I did not misjudge you. You are, without a doubt, a rare talent of spiritual connection." The Grim Reaper was unwavering in his belief that she would undoubtedly assist him. As if comforted by the gentle caress upon her head, the little one, Xiaoyan, squinted her eyes, resembling a playful kitten. She tilted her small head slightly, and, with a voice as sweet as honey, inquired of the Grim Reaper, "Uncle Death, why are you wandering about at such a late hour?" The Grim Reaper was momentarily taken aback, letting out a resigned sigh as he replied, "Because I am the Grim Reaper. If I do not roam at night, then when shall I?" In truth, he also ventured out during the day. However, such daytime excursions indicated dire circumstances, either a natural disaster or a calamity wrought by humankind. It was invariably during times of great turmoil, when the Underworld's reapers were overwhelmed by the sheer number of souls, that he personally took on the task of guiding spirits. Thus, it was generally more prudent for the Grim Reaper to stroll about under the cover of night. "Oh," Xiaoyan exclaimed, her expression adorably naive as comprehension dawned upon her. Her eyes arched like crescent moons as she smiled sweetly. So Uncle Death is also a spirit, just like the others, and is better suited to roam at night. How clever. Unable to resist, the Grim Reaper affectionately patted the little human on the head, his gaze softening unconsciously. Little one, to avoid startling others. I think it would be best if you refrain from directly calling me Uncle Death in the future, he said, suddenly recalling something important. Xiaoyan blinked innocently and asked, Then what should I call you? Call me Uncle Zhongli, he replied. Zhongli. The little darling repeated the name, as if the Grim Reaper had previously mentioned it to her, though it had slipped her mind. So this is your name. Is it not melodious? Zhongli retorted with a smile. He was quite pleased with this appellation himself. Indeed, it is lovely. The little one nodded in agreement, demonstrating her understanding and support. Such an endearing creature, she won the affection of both people and spirits alike. My dear child, do you recall our pact? After all, Uncle Zhongli had assured her that as long as she fulfilled the tasks entrusted to her, she would be able to meet her mother. Thus, little Yin Bao had kept this matter close to her heart. Zhang Li's eyes, reminiscent of a fox's, glimmered with a faint crimson hue under the night sky as he lowered his voice slightly and inquired, Can we commence the task now? Little Yin Bao's expression grew serious as she replied, Uncle Zhongli, did you come to see Xinyan because there is a task? Indeed. Zhongli nodded solemnly and stated, Moreover, there is a particularly pressing matter that requires your attention. What is it? Little Yin Bao asked with curiosity, and as the words left her lips, her body began to levitate. The little darling widened her eyes in astonishment, seemingly taken aback by her sudden flight. Wow! As she soared through the air, she found herself nestled in Zhang Li's embrace, as if he were cradling a plush toy, effortlessly holding little Yin Bao close. Accompanying his uncle would reveal all, Zhang Li remarked as he and Xiao Yanbao transformed into a cloud of dark mist, vanishing instantaneously from the Leaf family estate. Fortunately, it was the early hours of the morning, and the estate was enveloped in silence, with nearly all its inhabitants in slumber. The second son, Li Mukin, remained engrossed in a fierce gaming battle, oblivious to the world around him. Unfortunately, his teammates proved inept, and despite his valiant efforts, they met an untimely demise. Li Mukin could only watch helplessly as the opposing team shattered their crystal, displayed on his monochrome phone screen. This game is rubbish, and so are my teammates. I'm done, he exclaimed in frustration, hurling his phone onto the bed. Rising, he approached the window to catch some fresh air and cool his temper, only to behold an astonishing sight, Zhang Li cradling Xiao Yanbao in his arms. Good heavens, have I played this game for so long that I'm hallucinating? He thought, bewildered to see that dark figure once more. This can't be real. This can't be real. Panic-stricken, Li Mukin promptly shut the window, drew the curtains, and leapt back onto his bed, shrouding himself in blankets as uncontrollable shivers overtook him. Surely, it was all just a figment of his imagination. He found himself reciting the core socialist values, as if to reassure himself that there were no ghosts in this world. Yet deep down, he was acutely aware that the events of that fateful night were no mere illusion, nor a dream. They were undeniably real. Chapter 89. Special Training. Zhang Li cradled little Yan Bao as they departed from the Leaf family estate. In an instant, they found themselves in an entirely different location. Uncle Zhang Li, why have you brought Xinyan to her school? Little Yan Bao, resembling a small kitten, nestled obediently in Zhang Li's embrace, observing the familiar surroundings. She tilted her tiny head, her expression a blend of confusion and curiosity as she gazed up at Zhang Li. This place is spacious, which is conducive for the training I intend to conduct, Zhang Li replied, evidently pleased with the environment of the school, the corners of his lips curling into a subtle smile. With that, he lowered his gaze to the little girl in his arms and added with a chuckle, Moreover, there are many spirits here, perfect for you to practice your skills. Upon hearing this, little Yin Bao's eyes widened in astonishment, disbelief evident in her voice as she asked, How could there be spirits in a school? In her mind, schools were sanctuaries of knowledge, places where she could learn and make many good friends. She genuinely cherished her school. You see, before it became a school, this place was once a vast cemetery, Zhang Li said, deliberately flashing a mischievous grin, seemingly aiming to spook the little girl in his arms. Little Yan Bao playfully cupped her face with her chubby hands, feigning terror as she exclaimed, A cemetery? That's absolutely terrifying. It seems that many schools are indeed built upon former burial grounds. However, prior to their establishment. Professional Taoists are usually summoned to perform rituals to suppress any malevolent energies. Therefore, under normal circumstances, unusual occurrences are quite rare. Zhongli earnestly addressed the little treasure, Xiao Yanbao, saying, "You indeed possess remarkable spiritual abilities. Your eyes can perceive things that many adept sorcerers cannot. However, aside from your extraordinary sight, you lack any other skills, making it nearly impossible for you to assist me in capturing ghosts. What should I do then?" The little one seemed troubled by this predicament, her brow gently furrowing. She was indeed somewhat fragile, for otherwise, she would not be so frequently bullied. If people could easily take advantage of her, what chance would she stand against spirits? Thus, I shall provide you with one-on-one training, teaching you various techniques for ghost capture. Not only will you be able to apprehend minor spirits with ease, but you will also acquire means for self-defense. Zhongli crossed his arms, brimming with confidence. If you can master the skills I impart, ordinary humans will hardly approach you, enabling you to protect yourself. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yanbao's eyes sparkled once more, shining like stars in the night sky. Wow, that sounds incredibly powerful. Xinyan wants to learn. With that, the little one mimicked the martial arts practice she had seen on television, awkwardly attempting to adopt a horse stance. What are you doing, little one? Zhongli stared in astonishment, his eyes wide with confusion as he observed the tiny figure before him. Xiao Yanbao tilted her little face upward, innocently inquiring, "Isn't Uncle Zhongli going to teach Xinyan martial arts? Don't you start by practicing the horse stance?" In the realm of television dramas and films, the portrayal of martial arts training often involves an array of intricate manuals and diverse weaponry, suggesting that mastery is not easily attained. Upon hearing the words of the little one, Zhongli chuckled softly and remarked, "Those are relics of a bygone era. In this day and age, acquiring techniques is no longer a cumbersome endeavor. But how should Xinyan learn?" Little Yanbao blinked innocently, her expression one of confusion. "Remain still," Zhongli instructed, approaching her side. He extended a finger, gently pressing it against her forehead. A stream of golden light emanated from his fingertip, flowing like a gentle current into Yanbao's mind. Instinctively, she closed her eyes, and her mind became a canvas upon which vibrant golden characters and animated figures practicing martial arts danced like scenes from a film. "Oh, how lively!" she exclaimed. "What are all these things?" As she pondered, Zhang Li's voice resonated in her ears once more. "This is akin to the AI projections of your human world. I will imprint all the techniques into your mind, but the extent of what you can learn will depend upon your innate talent and fortune." Did they truly believe the underworld was stagnant? Indeed, the underworld has evolved alongside the times. Now, learning spells is no longer a tedious task. With but a touch of a finger, it can be accomplished effortlessly. Little Yanbao appeared momentarily speechless. She slowly opened her eyes and directed her gaze towards Zhongli. Unable to restrain her inquiry, "Uncle Zhongli, did you not just assert that you would teach Xinyan one-on-one? Is this so-called one-on-one instruction merely a superficial charade? I have already imparted all the techniques directly into your mind." Zhongli, however, remained unfazed and confidently asserted his stance. He even extended his hand, solemnly patting little Yanbao's shoulder, and declared, "Child, this is what is known as the master opening the door. The cultivation lies within the individual." The young human was completely at a loss for words. "Well, now that you are aware of the techniques for ghost catching, we shall proceed to practical application to ascertain just how much you have truly absorbed." Zhongli made a decision without consulting little Yanbao or seeking her consent. "What? Practical application? What do you mean by that?" The little one began to panic, helplessly exclaiming, "Xinyan hasn't he learned anything at all?" This irresponsible master of hers had merely projected a slideshow in her mind. She had not mastered a single technique. How could she catch a ghost? Yet Zhongli, with utmost seriousness, encouraged her, "Child, be brave. As long as you firmly believe that you can overcome the little ghost before you, you will undoubtedly prevail." Capturing it and pinning it to the ground, little Yanbao had an abundance of grievances she wished to voice, but in that moment, she found herself at a loss as to where to begin. In her moment of astonishment, Zhongli retrieved a talisman from the expansive sleeve of his robe. With a gentle flick of his fingers, the talisman ignited, engulfed in azure flames. The flames began to swell, rapidly expanding until, in less than a second, they transformed into a raging inferno. Almost immediately, the wailing of tormented spirits echoed through the air. as the restless souls that had long lingered within the confines of the school were successfully summoned forth. In an instant, the once tranquil campus morphed into a nightmarish realm of dread. Having never witnessed such a scene before, Xiao Yanbao felt a surge of fear and instinctively edged closer to Zhongli. Yet, with a swift motion, Zhongli pushed the timid little one forward, exclaiming, "Go forth. Little one, Uncle believes you can surely conquer them." The forceful nudge propelled Xiao Yanbao ahead, beyond her control, leaving her utterly terrified and in tears. "Uncle, Xinyan trusts you so much. You can't let me down," she cried. "Fear not, dear. I shall stand guard beside you. Should you find yourself overwhelmed, I will come to your aid at once." A subtle smile graced Jiang Li's lips as he observed the unfolding drama, instructing, "Remember, you must unleash the techniques I have imparted to your mind. Otherwise, you truly cannot prevail against them." Chapter 90. You bully children, unleash the techniques. Unleash the techniques. Unleash the techniques. Xiao Yanbao repeated fervently to herself. Yet, how was she to activate the skills stored within her mind? Uncle Jiang Li is truly deceiving her. He has utterly failed to instruct her on how to unleash her abilities. Woe is me. Little Nai Bao wept as she charged towards the swarming malevolent spirits. Her heart racing so fervently it felt as though it might leap from her throat. The sweet aroma emanating from her attracted the attention of those restless souls. Before long, they gathered around her, encircling her completely. Each spirit bore a grotesque visage, their faces illuminated by a ghastly green glow, with eyes that resembled dark, gaping voids. They appeared dreadfully terrifying. Instinctively, little Nai Bao covered her eyes. Alas, these apparitions seemed so frightful. Having encountered only two spirits before, one a hapless ghost possessing her fourth uncle, Li Kitchen, and the other the formidable lord of the Underworld, she had no frame of reference. The dream-eating tapir is not a ghost. Thus, in her understanding, ghosts either resemble the comically unfortunate or manifest as strikingly handsome figures akin to the Reaper. She never anticipated that the lurking spirits within the school would be so terrifying. Surrounding her like famished wolves eyeing a tender lamb, the malevolent spirits drooled, a human child. She must be exceedingly tender and delectable. Upon hearing this, little Nai Bao trembled in fright, hastily waving her hands in protest. "No, no, no. Xinyan is not tasty. Do not eat Xinyan. Xinyan is not delicious at all. The little one certainly does not wish to be consumed by a specter. The Grim Reaper is exceedingly malevolent." The clamorous voices of the restless spirits echo in her ears. Do not heed the words of humans. The worse they proclaim, the better it truly is. Yes, devour her, devour her, devour her. As they clamored, they lunged unhesitatingly towards the little treasure. Xiaoyan could distinctly feel herself ensconced in an intensely frigid aura, her body beginning to tremble uncontrollably. She knew she could not remain passive. She would indeed be devoured by the ghosts. Yet, she was utterly at a loss regarding how to activate the techniques that Uncle Death had imparted to her. How exasperating. Meanwhile, the Grim Reaper Zhongli, observing the scene with an air of detached amusement, floated in midair with arms crossed, gazing down at the unfolding drama. He murmured to himself, "Little one, I firmly believe you possess the ability to navigate this perilous trial unscathed." No sooner had he spoken than a soft, purplish golden light erupted from the encircling mass of restless spirits. The malevolent entities, which had been poised to seize the little treasure with gaping maws, were suddenly shattered by this radiant light, emitting a heart-wrenching wail. This cry was more harrowing than the lamentations of the little spirits enduring various torments in the underworld, sending chills down the spine of all who heard. It must be excruciating. Zhongli stared in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Little Yanbao was utterly unaware of her own actions. She merely entered a state of self-defense, shielding her head with her arms, directing all her mental energy and focus towards unleashing the techniques imparted to her by Uncle Death. In a moment when the malevolent spirits, eager to devour her, launched their assault, the young girl instinctively swung her hand towards them. A radiant beam of golden light erupted from her, obliterating the spirits in the front line. With a single strike, she vanquished her foes. The energy coursing through her far surpassed Jiang Li's expectations. After a moment of astonishment, an unmistakable look of delight spread across his face. He had indeed not misjudged her. This young girl was a treasure, destined to assist him in significant ways. Jiang Li swiftly floated to Yanbao's side, joyfully ruffling her hair, exclaiming, "You are truly remarkable. You absorb the techniques Uncle taught you in an instant and awaken your potential at a critical moment. Now those little ghosts dare not approach you. Yet, the little bundle of joy was in tears, her eyes brimming with sorrow. Woo-woo. Xinyan doesn't even know what she did. Woo-woo. Although she had driven away the spirits that sought to consume her, fear still gripped her heart, for there were countless other ghosts lurking within the school. She was but a tiny 3.5-year-old. Zhongli quickly embraced the frightened child, his voice soothing and gentle. There, don't cry. With Uncle here, you shall not suffer the slightest harm. After a while of comforting, the little darling gradually regained her composure. She wiped her tears with her chubby little hands and looked up at Zhongli with a pitiful expression, asking, Uncle Zhongli, did Xinyan pass the test? Xinyan doesn't want to fight with ghosts anymore. Do not worry, just now you managed to defeat your opponent with a single move. Perhaps it was merely a case of a blind cat stumbling upon a dead rat. Upon hearing this, the child immediately burst into tears, exclaiming, Uncle Zhongli, you are bullying a child. I do this for your own good, Zhongli replied, smiling at the little one. Then, turning his gaze with an unusually fierce expression, he glared at several bewildered wandering spirits and commanded, You lot, go assist my little apprentice in practicing her techniques. The wandering spirits timidly replied, We dare not go. The golden light that had emanated from the human child earlier was indeed formidable, leaving the ghosts in awe. Dare not, you say? Zhongli scoffed, clasping his hands together, cracking his knuckles ominously. If I were to personally spar with you, and by chance, I sent you fleeing in terror, do not blame me for such misfortune. Terrified, the wandering spirits shuddered. We will go right away. With that, they hurriedly approached little Xinyan to engage her, though it was evident that their ferocity had diminished, resembling a reluctant obligation. In these times, even being a ghost is quite a challenge. The little darling continued to cry while being forced to defend herself. Her skills were indeed unleashed, her body exhibiting a remarkable instinctive response to the attacks of the wandering spirits. She seemed to have transformed into a martial arts master overnight. However, the little one felt no joy in this newfound prowess. Zai truly wished to avoid combat with ghosts. Wouldn't it be better for everyone to coexist peacefully? Chapter 91. An opportunity for practical engagement. Oh dear. Xinyan really did not want to fight with the spirits. The little one was overwhelmed with resistance, tears streaming down her face like a cascade of pearls, incessantly flowing. Yet, those restless spirits, intimidated by the formidable presence of the Grim Reaper, felt compelled to launch their attacks against this mere 3.5-year-old human child. Consequently, Xiaoyan's body instinctively performed defensive maneuvers, left hooks, right jabs, front kicks, and back kicks, actions entirely beyond her conscious control, resembling primal reflexes. It was akin to equipping a robot with a chip, programming it with intricate commands, enabling it to execute tasks it would normally be incapable of. Zhongli had instilled these techniques into Xiaoyan's mind, effectively teaching her the art of spirit catching. Much like the principles governing a machine, Zhongli observed the unfolding spectacle with amusement, floating in the air as the cool night breeze rustled his dark robe. He watched with satisfaction as Xiaoyan adeptly employed the skills he had imparted, skillfully countering the onslaught of the wandering spirits, maintaining her ground with remarkable prowess. Zhongli's lips involuntarily curled into an aesthetically pleasing arc, and he remarked with rare admiration, It appears that young scamp Yiming indeed possesses remarkable skills. With the intelligence system he has developed for the Underworld, nurturing a young difference will be exceedingly simple. However, encountering a prodigy like Xiao Yanbao, who is a once-in-a-century talent, truly relies on serendipity. Instantly, the demeanor of the Lord of Death took on a more self-satisfied tone. His recent fortune had been exceptionally favorable. Uncle Zhongli, is it time to stop? Xiao Yanbao, panting heavily, tilted her little head upwards to gaze at the Lord of Death floating in the air, nearly on the verge of collapse as she pleaded. Xinyan has already executed all the techniques you instructed her to memorize. She has learned them. Can you please let this little one go? Boo-hoo. The small creature's brow furrowed in a pitiable manner, unable to suppress her urge to cry. My dear child, you are indeed gifted and have performed admirably. Zhongli gazed down at Xiao Yanbao with his eyes, dark as ink, yet glimmering with a hint of crimson light. A gentle smile graced his lips as he continued. Thus, your responsibility is to capture all these entities. After all, they are merely wayward souls and ghosts. As the Lord of Death in the Underworld, having recognized their existence, he cannot allow them to roam freely any longer. Otherwise, should they cause any disturbances or calamities in the mortal realm, and if that scoundrel Yi Ming were to discover it, he would undoubtedly hold this Lord of Death accountable for all the ensuing chaos. In the present day, the rulers of the underworld are reduced to Knight Ming and Jiang Li, who remain at odds with one another. The spectral messengers serving under them find themselves in a constant state of perplexity. With a grand flourish, Jiang Li commands the scene with an air of effortless elegance. Yet, in an instant, a cacophony of wails erupts. Ah, Lord of Death, this is not how one plays. Did you not promise that if we assisted this human child in honing their skills, you would spare us? Especially from being presented before the Lord of Hell. Surely, the torment would be far worse than death itself. It is precisely due to their dread of the cold-faced Yama that they dare not enter the underworld, instead becoming lost souls and wandering spirits. Amidst the lamentations, little Yen Bao could no longer contain her grievances towards the dark figure. Uncle Jiang Li, you deceived me. You merely stated you would teach me techniques, not that I would officially hunt ghosts today. The eyes of the small human child glistened red, resembling those of a little rabbit. Do not worry, dear child. These little spirits cannot harm you in the slightest, so proceed with confidence. Jiang Li offered Yen Bao a reassuring glance, a roguish smile playing on his lips. It is not my fault your performance has far exceeded my expectations. I initially intended for you to practice, yet you have demonstrated such extraordinary prowess that you are more than ready for real combat. Under such circumstances, to deny the child the opportunity for practical experience would indeed be a lamentable oversight. Yen Bao was left utterly speechless. Is it truly her fault for excelling beyond measure? Jiang Li comforted the little bundle of joy before turning her gaze towards the wailing spirits, waving her hand to signal them to calm down. Friends, do not be so agitated. As the king of the underworld, I assure you that my word is my bond. I shall not go back on my promise. Upon hearing her words, the restless spirits fell silent, their dark eyes seemingly ignited with a glimmer of hopeful light. However, I have never claimed that I would refrain from capturing all of you. Jiang Li raised an eyebrow and smiled, a cunning glint dancing in her eyes, resembling a cunning old fox who had honed its craft. This revelation left all the spirits present momentarily speechless. Dear Grim Reaper, can one truly play such games? Instantly, the entire campus was enveloped in an eerie silence, the air thickening for several seconds. One relatively clever little ghost quickly grasped the situation and remarked, hearing her words. The other spirits seemed to find great wisdom in it, and they all turned their gazes towards the little treasure. Crack, crack. As the spirits twisted their necks, they emitted sounds akin to splintering wood, sending chills down spines and goosebumps rising in waves. The little treasure felt her hair standing on end. She could distinctly sense the change in the spirits' gazes towards her, now infused with an unsettling intent to kill, despite their eyes being mere black voids. What do you intend to do? The little one gazed warily at the wandering spirits, instinctively retreating a few steps into a defensive posture. The spirits, in unison, seemed to have their thoughts aligned. For the sake of their freedom, they deemed it necessary to sacrifice the small child before them. After all, as ghosts, they bore no concept of cherishing the elderly or caring for the young. Without further ado, and before the little one could react, they surged forward to attack the human child with fierce intent. This marked the first time the little one encountered such a perilous situation, momentarily rendering her immobile. Jiang Li's eyes widened in surprise, as he had not anticipated that she would freeze in such a critical moment. Despite her remarkable talent, her psychological resilience seemed lacking. He could not allow the spirits to harm her. Just as he prepared to intervene, a chorus of anguished cries erupted. The throng of spirits that had been advancing on the little one appeared to be repelled by an unseen force, clattering to the ground in disarray. Chapter 92. The treasure left by Mother. What on earth is happening? Could it be that the little one has activated some hidden power? Jiang Li found himself momentarily speechless, astonished by the sudden twist of events. He swiftly descended from the air, reaching the side of the little one, only to observe a barrier enveloping her, glowing with an ethereal blue light beneath the night sky. Such a formidable barrier could only be conjured by beings of his caliber or that of Knight Ming, the king of ghosts. This little human dumpling unexpectedly unleashed a formidable barrier. Jiang Li was so astonished that his jaw nearly dropped. What on earth was happening? Even he, the esteemed Lord of Death, could not fathom the situation before him, silently exclaiming in his heart, "Impressive." Indeed, He had stumbled upon a treasure. Jiang Li's eyes gleamed with newfound hope, feeling that his plans were inching closer to fruition. Meanwhile, the little Yanbao remained blissfully unaware of the unfolding events. As the malevolent spirits surged towards her, she was seized by fear, her mind blanking out. Instinctively, she shut her eyes, thus missing the spectacular sight of those vengeful spirits being repelled by the barrier. Yet, the anticipated danger failed to materialize, causing a slight furrow to form on Yanbao's brow. After a moment's hesitation, she gradually opened her eyes, quietly surveying her surroundings. Instantly, the little dumpling tilted her head in confusion, large question marks hovering above her small head. The spirits that had once sought her demise now stood obediently in line, their ferocious demeanor transformed into that of docile cats. Jiang Li stood nearby, arms crossed, maintaining order as he directed the spirits into one of his magical artifacts. Reluctant to enter, the spirits wore expressions of anguish and despondency, their spirits visibly dampened. Some even attempted to make a desperate escape, hoping to slip away unnoticed while the Lord of Death was momentarily distracted. Jiang Li's expression was grave, and with a haughty snort, he proclaimed, "Do you truly believe that by concealing yourselves, the underworld would remain oblivious to your existence? You underestimate both myself and Lord Yanluo. It is not that we are incapable of apprehending you. Rather, we simply find it unworthy of our effort to expend energy on such insignificant minions." With that, Jiang Li raised his foot and delivered a swift kick to the posterior of the ghost at the end of the line, causing the entire procession to topple like a row of dominoes, all of them tumbling into his artifact in one swift motion. Jiang Li promptly chanted a spell, transforming the artifact into a shimmering orb of glass, which he then tucked into his sleeve. Little Yanbao gazed at the unfolding scene with wide-eyed perplexity and couldn't help but ask Jiang Li, "Uncle Jiang Li, what is happening? Weren't these wandering souls intent on devouring me? Did you not say you would refrain from intervening? How is it that these spirits were captured in the blink of an eye? Are you all right, little one?" Upon hearing this, even more question marks appeared above little Yanbao's head. When did I capture them? Why is she so oblivious? Before Jiang Li could address the confusion of the little darling, a clatter echoed as an object fell from the sky, landing right at little Yanbao's feet. The little one looked down and, upon recognizing the object, quickly squatted down to pick it up as if it were a treasured gem. How did my mother's bracelet fall from the heavens? The dark bracelet, shrouded in the night, emitted a faint, mysterious glow. Little Yanbao delicately wiped away the dust that clung to the bracelet with her tiny hands and began to inspect it meticulously for any signs of damage. Jiang Li's gaze inadvertently fell upon the bracelet, and in the next moment, his pupils dilated in surprise as he asked, "Little one, is this bracelet your mother's?" "Yes. It is the only memento my mother left for me," replied Yanbao, clutching the bracelet tightly with both hands and speaking in a sweet, childlike voice. "I carry it with me every day, never allowing it to leave my side." It seemed that as long as this bracelet was near, her mother would always be with her. Jiang Li's eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had discovered a great treasure, and he pressed further, "Little one, did your mother say anything when she entrusted this bracelet to you?" Upon hearing this, Yanbao shook her little head, her expression one of innocence. "No. Mother only told me that this bracelet was left to her by grandmother and that it holds no significant value." The dark bracelet appeared somewhat odorous and lacked any apparent rarity. Fortunately, its lack of worth meant that it had not been seized by the villagers. Otherwise, it would have never come into Yanbao's possession. "It seems your mother does not recognize true value," Jiang Li muttered under his breath. Little Yanbao, not quite grasping his words, looked at him in confusion. "My dear, this bracelet is indeed a treasure." Jiang Li deftly shifted the topic, his excitement palpable as he exclaimed, "Perhaps it could become a protective talisman for you." "A talisman?" Little Yanbao's innocent expression was one of bewilderment. What could it possibly become? With sincerity etched on his face, Jiang Li extended a hand towards the cherubic figure before him. "Hand over the bracelet to your uncle, and I shall assist you with it." However, little Yanbao quickly clutched her bracelet to her chest, her eyes brimming with suspicion as she asked, "Uncle Jiang Li, you wouldn't deceive me, would you?" Caught off guard by the child's unexpected query, Jiang Li momentarily faltered. He furrowed his brow, gazing at the young human with a hint of incredulity. "Am I truly so unworthy of your trust?" Little Yanbao remained silent, merely biting her lip as she scrutinized him. Her gaze seemed to silently inquire, "Do you believe you deserve the trust of a child?" Reflecting on the recent training involving restless spirits, he realized he had indeed put little Yin Bao in precarious situations on several occasions. It was only natural for her to remain cautious around him. After a brief pause, Zhongli clarified, "Well, I may have been a bit excessive earlier, but you must understand, my intentions are sincere. I only wish to teach you the art of ghost catching swiftly, so you may protect yourself." As he spoke, he made a gesture of oath towards little Yin Bao, continuing, "If you still have reservations about entrusting the bracelet to me, I pledge to you that I shall not keep it for myself. Should I dare to do so, may the heavens strike me down and my soul be scattered." Such an oath was both fierce and potent. The little darling eagerly handed the bracelet in her hand to Zhongli, her innocence and purity shining through as she wished to avoid alarming the Grim Reaper. Zhongli accepted the bracelet, feeling its warm and smooth surface. Unlike the last encounter when Li Mu Chun had been burned upon contact, confirming the bracelet's precious nature, he cast a spell upon it. Instantly, the dark bracelet transformed into a long, shadowy whip. Chapter 93. The artifact of the little one. Little Yin Bao gazed in astonishment as the ebony bracelet morphed into a sleek, black whip. Was this magic? Could a bracelet truly become a whip? She wondered if the Grim Reaper had mischievously swapped her bracelet. Having been deceived a few times already, the little darling had grown more cautious and hurriedly inquired of Zhongli, "Uncle, what have you done to Yan Yan's bracelet? How did it turn into a whip?" Reluctantly diverting his gaze from the whip, Zhongli looked at the little one beside him, offering her a reassuring glance. "Fear not, little one. The bracelet can return to its original form. I merely tested its properties to see whether it could be refined into an artifact and what kind it might become." As he spoke, Zhongli elegantly waved the whip in his hand, his eyes glittering with uncontainable excitement and delight. "I never expected it could transform into a whip. And what a remarkably cool whip it is. The entire object is enveloped in a deep black hue, yet it is not a dreary black. Rather, it shimmers with a cool, silvery light, as if the moonlight has been intricately embedded within, bestowing upon it an air of nobility. The grip is adorned with exquisitely intricate floral totems, reminiscent of ancient relics passed down through the ages. As the whip is wielded, it creates friction with the air, emanating a blood-red glow. It is a fine whip, ideal for use as a magical instrument, and remarkably easy to handle. Were it not for the little creature beside him, who gazes at him with eager eyes, Zhongli would have been tempted to keep this splendid whip for himself. However, as the king of ghosts in the underworld, he had sworn an oath. After toying with it for a while, he ultimately handed the whip to little Yin Bao. "From now on, this whip shall be your magical instrument. If you wield it wisely, its true power will surely be unleashed." Little Yin Bao extended her tiny hands to receive the beautiful whip, cherishing it for a moment before looking up at Zhongli with her cherubic face, sweetly requesting. Little Yin Bao's eyes suddenly sparkled with delight as she fixated on the bracelet adorning her wrist. Due to its considerable size, wearing it daily had been somewhat cumbersome. Now that it could rest comfortably on her wrist, she could hardly contain her joy. Zhongli, ever thoughtful, added, "Uncle will teach you the incantations to summon your magical instruments. Henceforth, you will be able to switch between the bracelet and the whip at will." "Thank you, Uncle." Little Yin Bao expressed her gratitude with impeccable politeness, her eyes gently crinkling with sincerity as she remarked, "Uncle is truly wonderful." Children possess a simplicity and purity that is truly endearing, with their greatest virtue being their inability to hold grudges. In this moment, the little darling had completely forgotten the mischief that Zhongli had played upon her. Such an innocent and charming little creature. Upon hearing those words, Xiao Yanbao could not help but stifle a yawn, her voice still tinged with the sweetness of youth as she murmured, "Xinyan is so sleepy that I can barely keep my eyes open." Zhongli smiled softly, choosing not to elaborate further. He gathered Xiao Yanbao into his embrace, holding her tightly before transforming into a wisp of smoke, instantly transporting them to the Li family estate. The following day, Xiao Yanbao awoke naturally, the sun already high in the sky, radiating its brilliant light. She raised her hand to rub her eyes, gradually opening them to survey her familiar bedroom with a look of bewilderment. It felt as though everything she had experienced the night before was but a fleeting dream. Yet, the perfectly fitted black bracelet adorning her wrist served as a tangible reminder that all had indeed transpired in reality, not merely a figment of her imagination. Having slept for an extended period, Xiao Yanbao remained in a state of dreamy daze, her demeanor adorably vacant. She cocooned herself beneath the covers, her head snugly nestled within, sitting on the soft bed in a moment of contemplation. Her cheeks were flushed, reminiscent of a fresh and delectable peach. After a while, the door to her room was gently pushed open, and Zhong Jingyi stepped inside. Upon seeing the awake yet still dreamy Xiao Yanbao seated on the bed, Zhong Jingyi could not help but smile affectionately. She approached her side and, with a tender tone, inquired, "Yanbao, you're awake now, aren't you? Are you hungry, dear?" Little Yanbao looked up at Zhong Jingyi and softly inquired, "Did Xinyan sleep all the way until now?" Zhong Jingyi nodded, gently reaching out to caress her daughter's head, displaying a deep understanding as she said, "She does not wish to deceive her mother. Yet she can see Uncle Death and those wandering spirits. Such abilities must remain a secret from her mother. She does not want to frighten her or make her feel that she is an odd child. She fears being abandoned once more." Just then, a soft growl emanated from Yanbao's belly, signaling her hunger. A faint blush appeared on her cheeks as she touched her flat little stomach and, in a playful tone, said to Zhong Jingyi, "Mommy, Xinyan is hungry." Zhong Jingyi smiled indulgently and replied, "Let us get up and dress. Grandma has prepared a variety of delicious dishes for you." It was precisely lunchtime, and the Li family was gathered together. It was the first time Yanbao had slept this late, causing her a tinge of embarrassment. However, in the eyes of most in the Li family, it was quite normal for a child to sleep in. In fact, the typically early rising Yanbao seemed overly diligent, as if she had not fully integrated into this family and felt somewhat restrained. Now that she had begun to indulge in sleeping in, the elders of the Li family felt a sense of relief. Yanbao nestled obediently in Zhong Jingyi's embrace, politely greeting each family member in turn. Zhong Jingyi gently placed her in the children's high chair, and the elderly matriarch of the Li family handed the freshly prepared milk formula into her hands. "Grandma, I truly apologize. Xinyan overslept," little Yanbao expressed, taking the bottle with a look of sincere regret directed towards the matriarch. "Why should there be any embarrassment? It is entirely normal for children to indulge in sleep on weekends. There is no need for Yanbao to feel sheepish." The elderly lady smiled indulgently at the little one before turning her gaze towards the other children of the Li family, remarking, "Your brothers are quite fond of sleeping in as well." Upon hearing this, all the children, except the second eldest, Li Mu Chun, nodded in agreement. No matter how much we sleep in, we have never slept until noon. She must have stayed up late last night, which is why she is still asleep now." Observing his family's unwavering defense of Li Xinyan, the second eldest, Li Mu Chun, could not help but grumble. "I saw her room's light still on in the early hours. She is certainly not the perfect little angel." Chapter 94, The Harshest Punishment. Second brother, perhaps you were sleepwalking? Li Mu Xing remarked, genuinely admiring little Xinyan, as he had never been so disciplined himself. The third brother, Li Mu Hao, chimed in, unable to restrain himself from teasing Li Mu Chun. "Brother, even if you dislike our sister, you should not speak falsehoods with your eyes wide open." The fourth brother, Li Mu Han, could no longer contain himself and remarked, "Second brother, you have truly gone too far this time. How can you speak of our sister in such a manner? She is nothing but a sweet darling." The fifth brother, Li Mu Feng, suddenly had a flash of insight. Seizing upon a new angle, "Second brother, were you still awake in the early hours?" The sixth brother, Li Mu Shun, firmly asserted, "Second brother, you must have been playing games again." The seventh brother, Li Mu Jun, scoffed disdainfully, "Humph. Aside from gaming, he only enjoys nitpicking at our sister's flaws, accomplishing nothing of substance. You all, believe what you wish. I am too weary to explain myself further." In any case, his brothers would forever unconditionally support that little girl, always standing in opposition to him. Li Mu Chun, in a fit of anger, pushed his bowl of rice away, unable to eat another bite. Although his memory of the events that transpired in the early hours had grown somewhat hazy, he distinctly recalled that the light in Li Xinyan's room was indeed on. He seemed to have glimpsed a figure, shrouded in darkness, hovering outside the little girl's window. Floating, a specter. As memories of the events of the 15th day of the 7th month surged back to him, Li Mu Chun shivered involuntarily and hastily pulled out his phone to play a game to calm his nerves. Just as the game interface illuminated, he felt a chilling gaze directed towards him. Startled, he instinctively turned to follow the source of the gaze, only to find the old patriarch of the Li family had finished his meal and was rising from the table. "Come with me to the study," the elder commanded, gently tapping his cane against the floor. In an instant, Li Mukin sprang to his feet from the sofa, aligning his legs and straightening his back into a perfect military stance. "Grandfather, Is there something you wish to instruct me on? In the presence of the patriarch. Even the rebellious Li Mukin displayed an attitude of utmost respect, resembling a well-trained pup. The elder cast a fleeting glance at him, saying little more than, "You will understand once you accompany me." At those words, Li Mukin's heart began to race, an unsettling premonition creeping into his thoughts. Could it be that his grandfather intended to summon him to the study to administer familial discipline? His eyes flickered involuntarily as he cautiously inquired, "Am I allowed to refuse?" Raising an eyebrow, the elder retorted, "What do you think?" As the head of the Li family, his commanding presence radiated authority without the need for anger. Terrified, Li Mukin immediately lowered his gaze, muttering, "I believe that is not an option." His grandfather exuded an intimidating aura, instilling fear. Despite his uncertainty regarding what awaited him, Li Mukin steeled himself and followed the elder's lead toward the study. Just before crossing the threshold, he relinquished his pride and cast a desperate glance toward the other family members, silently pleading for their assistance. Yet, they all appeared oblivious, willfully ignoring his silent plea. After all, they too were wary of provoking the elder. As the second brother was summoned into the study by their grandfather, little Yanbao couldn't help but furrow her brow with concern. She turned to her elder brother, Li Muxing, and inquired, "Elder brother, do you think grandfather will punish the second brother?" Despite the second brother's unfriendly demeanor towards her, he remained her brother. If grandfather truly intended to reprimand him, she felt it necessary to intercede on his behalf. However, Li Muxing remained remarkably composed as he reassured her, "Fear not, Yanbao. Your second brother is quite resilient. Even if grandfather were to chastise him, it would hardly be a grave matter." As the elder sibling, Li Muxing secretly hoped that grandfather would indeed give the second brother a thorough reprimanding, ideally enlightening him on the distinction between right and wrong. As long as it did not result in any dire consequences, he believed a firm hand was warranted. The second brother seemed to respond only to discipline rather than gentle admonishments. Meanwhile, the third brother, Li Muheo, appeared to share the sentiment that their second brother was likely to face reprimand. He edged closer to Liang Xuanling and whispered, "Mother, it seems that grandfather is about to chastise the second brother. Why aren't you intervening?" In the past, whenever grandfather had intended to reprimand the second brother, their mother was always the first to rise in his defense, often engaging in fierce arguments with grandfather. Yet now, as the old man had already ushered Li Mukin into the study, Liang Xuanling appeared indifferent, remaining serenely seated while enjoying her meal, as if the plight of Li Mukin held no relevance to her. "Why should I intervene? Grandfather has not explicitly stated that he intends to punish him." Liang Xuanling's expression was serene as she softly spoke. "Moreover, even if the old man truly intends to admonish him, it must surely be due to some misdeed he has committed, deserving of punishment. I cannot intervene any further." Her words were undeniably sensible, yet they left everyone present utterly astounded. They had never anticipated that such rationality could emanate from Liang Xuanling. Since that fateful accident, she had undergone a profound transformation, as if her very soul had been replaced. Li Muheo exclaimed in astonishment, "Mom, you have changed. You have truly changed." Upon hearing this, Liang Xuanling appeared momentarily taken aback, her brow furrowing slightly. "Have I changed?" Li Muxing seized upon Li Muheo's observation, nodding with conviction, "Yes, you have become someone we hold in even greater esteem. You are increasingly resembling the mother we have always envisioned." Liang Xuanling gently pressed her lips together, choosing to remain silent. It seemed she had forgotten what kind of person she once was. Perhaps the trauma from the accident was so profound that it caused her to lose sight of certain memories, yet she did not intend to dwell on the past. Surviving such a grave accident could be seen as her rebirth. Meanwhile, on the other side, Li Mukin, having been taken into the study by the elder of the Li family, also braced himself, anticipating a severe reprimand from his grandfather. He had prepared himself mentally for the worst. "However, dear second brother, I have received a new calligraphy book. You shall remain in my study today, diligently copying from it. You may only leave once you have completed the entire book." As he spoke, the elder of the Li family tossed the calligraphy book aside and turned to leave the study. This left Li Mukin frozen in place, utterly bewildered. He thought it would be less painful to receive a good beating than to be forced to copy characters. Chapter 95. The Woman at the Staircase. Early Monday morning, Yanbao sprang from her bed. After devouring her breakfast, she donned her neatly pressed school uniform and set off to school with her brothers. While most children eagerly awaited the weekend, Yanbao looked forward to attending school. After much anticipation, she cherished the opportunity to learn. Upon entering her classroom, her dear friend Jiang Miao Miao bounded over to her, taking her small hand in hers. Today, Jiang Miao Miao sported two playful little buns resembling cat ears, exuding an aura of vivacity. With her eyes sparkling, she smiled at Xianbao, saying, "Xinyan, I haven't seen you for 2 days. I've missed you so much." Xianbao reciprocated by holding Jiang Miao Miao's hand tightly, her face aglow with joy. "Miao Miao, I've missed you too. I even dreamed about you last night." Just as the two little friends were about to embrace each other, they heard someone gently calling Xianbao's name. "Yanbao?" As the gentle sound reached her ears, little Yanbao turned her small head, and her gaze fell upon a familiar figure clad in the school uniform of the elementary division, tall and slender, exuding both charm and coolness. The eyes of the petite one sparkled with delight as she eagerly waved her tiny hand at the approaching figure, exclaiming, "Seventh brother, have you not already ascended to the ranks of elementary students? What brings you to our kindergarten today?" In the midst of her words, Li Mujun had already stepped before little Yanbao, a soft smile gracing his lips, his gaze towards his sister filled with affection. "Because someone left her pencil case in my backpack and forgot to retrieve it," he replied, presenting a pink pencil case to her. The case, brimming with stationery, bore a certain weight, and as her older brother, Li Mujun was concerned that it might be too heavy for little Yanbao to carry. Hence he had stowed it away in his own bag. "Oh dear, Xinyan forgot," little Yanbao chirped, extending her hand to accept her pencil case with enthusiasm. She beamed up at him, saying, "Thank you for bringing it to me, seventh brother." Her smile was enchanting, her eyes crescent-shaped like two tiny moons, and the dimples at the corners of her lips deepened, as if filled with sunlight and honey. Li Mujun's gaze softened even further, and he instinctively reached out to ruffle the little one's hair. Meanwhile, Jiang Miao Miao's eyes remained unwittingly fixed on Li Mujun, brimming with curiosity. She had long heard from Xianbao about having 7 elder brothers and 1 younger brother, but this was Jiang Miao Miao's first encounter with Xianbao's brother. So this is what Xianbao's brother looks like. He is an extraordinarily handsome young man, as if he has stepped out from a painting. "Xinyan, is this your brother?" Jiang Miao Miao reached out her little hand to grasp the hem of Xianbao's garment, gently tugging on it while inquiring for confirmation. Xianbao turned her head to glance at Jiang Miao Miao and, in a sweet and childlike voice, introduced, "He is my 7th brother, named Li Mujun, and he is also my biological brother listed on the same household registration." Upon hearing this, Li Mujun's eyebrows noticeably lifted, unable to conceal his excitement and pride. Indeed, I am the only biological brother registered on the same household book as Xianbao." This was the point of greatest pride for Li Mujun. Xianbao then turned to Li Mujun, enthusiastically introducing him, "Seventh brother, this is Jiang Miao Miao, my best friend." A best friend of Xianbao is akin to a sister to him. Li Mujun also smiled gently at Jiang Miao Miao, extending a hand. "Hello, Miao Miao." His smile radiated a particularly bright sunlight, making him even more attractive. Jiang Miao Miao's little face flushed, uncontrollably blooming with 2 shades of rosy red, akin to a little apple just beginning to blush. "Seventh brother, you. Hello." After exchanging greetings, Li Mujun glanced at his wristwatch and addressed Xianbao. As the school day came to a close, the siblings exchanged cheerful waves before Li Mujun turned to depart. "Xinyan, we have physical education class today." Upon hearing those words, the little one's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Wow, it's my very first physical education class." Regardless of the reason, the mere prospect of physical education lifted the spirits of all the children. The sun shone brightly, a gentle breeze caressed the air, and the azure sky appeared as if washed clean, devoid of any clouds. During the physical education class, radiant smiles adorned the faces of each child. After the teacher guided them through basic exercises, the children were granted the freedom to engage in play. Instantly, they burst forth like birds released from their cages, frolicking and laughing joyously in the playground. Little Yin and Jiang Miao Miao, hand in hand, made their way to the equipment shed at the rear playground, where several new swings had been installed. Each girl claimed a swing and began to sway back and forth, the wind whispering past their ears, a delightful sensation. Yet, amidst the gentle breeze, little Yin discerned a different sound, haunting yet ethereal, as if it floated from a distant realm while simultaneously feeling alarmingly close. It bore a raspy quality, tinged with melancholy. "Slow down, slow down, slow down. Please, All of you, slow down a bit. Don't fall, don't fall. For falling can be perilous, it can be deadly, it can indeed be fatal. Listen closely. It is the voice of a woman, an older woman, imbued with an air of concern and anxiety that sends a shiver through one's teeth, as if foretelling an impending calamity. This voice instantly piques Xinyan's curiosity, prompting her to turn her head towards the source of the sound. There, at the staircase of the equipment room, stands a woman who appears to be in her 40s. Her brow furrowed as she watches the children frolicking on the playground, her lips moving incessantly in a murmur. She seems to be in a somewhat unstable mental state. Xinyan cannot help but furrow her brow tightly, suddenly gripped by an unsettling premonition. Chapter 96. The fall could be fatal. The woman, seemingly in her 40s, is clad in a black down jacket despite the sweltering summer heat. Yet, she appears oblivious to the warmth, seemingly chilled, her body trembling uncontrollably. As she speaks, her breath escapes in frosty puffs, as if it were winter. Her overall appearance is exceedingly modest. Her hair, now tinged with gray, is tied back into a ponytail with a black elastic band. Her face is etched with pronounced wrinkles, giving her a weathered look. She is of petite stature, slightly plump, resembling an ordinary ant one might encounter on the street. If placed among a crowd, she would likely be indistinguishable. She may not leave a profound impression, yet she exudes a warm and amiable aura. The woman's gaze is fixated on the children frolicking in the playground, her brow furrowed, eyes brimming with concern. At the sight of a child dashing forward, she begins to murmur incessantly, "Don't run, don't run. It's easy to fall when you run. No chasing or roughhousing. It's too dangerous. Someone could get seriously hurt." Then, with a sense of resignation, she tilts her head to the sky and lets out a deep sigh. It seems she harbors a profound fear of the sunlight. Little Yanbao is intently focused on the auntie, oblivious to Jiang Miao Miao, who has approached her side. Jiang Miao Miao gently taps her shoulder, startling the little one. "Xinyan, what are you looking at?" Uncertain of what has captivated little Yanbao so completely, Jiang Miao Miao furrows her brow in mild confusion. Little Yanbao seems momentarily dazed. "Xinyan, you stay here and play for a bit. I'll go fetch 2 bottles of water from the teacher." Little Yanbao eagerly nods. "Okay, sure, you go." After watching Jiang Miao Miao walk away, little Yanbao hops off the swing and strides towards the auntie. The woman remains oblivious to the little one's approach, her gaze still laden with worry for the children on the playground. "Auntie, why are you dressed so warmly? Aren't you hot?" The crisp, melodic voice of the little one suddenly pierces the air, clearly startling the woman. She turned her neck stiffly, glancing at the small cherubic figure that had approached her side. Accompanying her movement, the little one furrowed her brow slightly, as if she had heard a faint crackling sound. The woman widened her eyes, staring blankly at the child, her gaze devoid of vitality, yet brimming with astonishment. She seemed utterly taken aback that anyone could perceive her presence. The little one continued to gaze upward, her voice sweet and innocent as she inquired, "Auntie, why do you stand here watching everyone? Are you worried they might fall?" With genuine kindness, she reassured the anxious woman. "Do not worry. Everyone will be careful. Typically, they do not fall." She elaborated on the various safety precautions they had been meticulously taught by their teacher. Upon hearing the child's words, the woman finally reacted, her demeanor shifting to one of heightened urgency. No, she could not entertain any illusions. What if someone did fall? That would be disastrous. Her tone grew noticeably agitated, and her eyes widened even further, the orbs within them resembling glass marbles on the brink of dislodging from their sockets. "Why is that?" The little one furrowed her brow in confusion, tilting her head as she regarded the woman. Falling might hurt enough to make one cry, but how bad could it really be? However, the woman's expression suddenly morphed into something unsettling. Her face, etched with weariness, appeared pallid, as if all the blood within her veins had drained away, devoid of any color or vitality. She leaned closer to Xiao Yanbao, lowering her voice, her throat growing increasingly hoarse as she spoke, "Because falling can lead to death." As she said this, the woman stiffly lifted her head once more, directing her gaze towards the staircase. Her lips slowly curled upwards, forming a disconcerting smile that elicited discomfort. Following her line of sight, Xiao Yanbao glanced at the staircase. Despite it being broad daylight, the stairwell appeared devoid of any light, shrouded in a gloomy, oppressive atmosphere that exuded a sense of desolation and decay. It seemed as though the staircase had not been traversed for an extended period. Dust blanketed the steps, and thick cobwebs clung to the banister. A gust of wind suddenly swept through the stairwell, producing a mournful wail, reminiscent of a ghost lamenting in anguish. Xiao Yinbao's expression instinctively grew grave, as her inner suspicions were seemingly validated. The woman before her was indeed no ordinary human still tethered to this world. Yet this time, a hint of vigilant darkness flickered in the depths of the little one's eyes. Given your tender age, you must be a young child just starting kindergarten, right? The woman's gaze towards Xiao Yanbao softened somewhat, and she asserted with certainty, you surely have no knowledge of a tragic incident that once occurred in this school. Intrigued by her words, Xiao Yanbao couldn't help but inquire, what incident? The woman's lips curled into another peculiar smile as she replied, let me tell you, dear. Just listen patiently. Once, this place was not the esteemed academy it has become, but rather a private school lacking proper regulations. Due to inadequate facilities, a gravely serious stampede incident occurred at that institution. The tragedy took place shortly after the school's establishment, when this area was not yet a playground, but rather a dormitory building. The stampede transpired on the stairs of the dormitory, as children hurriedly rushed out to participate in morning exercises. A mischievous student deliberately surged forward, causing many to stumble, and the children fell like a cascade of dominoes down the staircase. This resulted in catastrophic injuries and fatalities, with the scene of the incident being harrowing. Among the most tragic was a dormitory supervisor, who, in a valiant attempt to save those plummeting from the stairs, used her own body as a cushion, tragically crushed beneath the weight. At that time, it was the coldest winter in the capital, and by the time rescuers extricated her from beneath the pile of children, her body had already stiffened in the frigid air. Her long-worn black down coat was saturated with blood. Chapter 97. The Dormitory Supervisor. So that is it. Upon hearing the story recounted by the woman before her, the innocent and clear-eyed young girl, Xiao Yanbao, experienced a moment of understanding. You are the very dormitory supervisor who sacrificed herself to save more children. Her sweet, tender voice was imbued with unwavering certainty. Indeed, she was a truly remarkable individual. In an instant, the admiration in Xiao Yanbao's gaze towards the woman became unmistakably apparent. Yet, the woman exhibited no response to Xiao Yanbao's words. Her eyes remained vacant, devoid of any vitality. She stared blankly at the staircase that had long been neglected, continuously murmuring, I must not fall. Falling can be fatal. Blood. Everywhere there is blood. Pain. It feels as if all my bones are shattered, as if haunted by some dreadful vision. The woman's eyes widened dramatically, her eyeballs protruding as though they might leap from their sockets at any moment. Her pallid visage exuded an aura of decay, and even the slightest movement from her body elicited a crackling sound, as if the bones that had once been fractured remained in a state of disunion. Despite having encountered the lurking spirits and phantoms within this school, the sight of such an ant in broad daylight caused Xiao Yanbao's heart to constrict with trepidation. Xinyan is not afraid. The ant is not malevolent. She will not harm me. After a moment of self-reassurance, the little one mustered her courage once more and inquired of the woman, How long have you been here? At last, upon hearing the young girl's voice, the woman stiffly turned her gaze, glancing at Xiao Yanbao and replying, I cannot recall. Everything is a blur. Her demeanor was inexplicably fraught with anxiety, and as she spoke, she exhaled deeply. Xiao Yanbao clearly observed the white mist she exhaled, reminiscent of the breath one sees when speaking in the biting cold of winter. It seemed as though the woman's existence had become eternally anchored in that fateful winter when the accident occurred. After responding to Xiao Yanbao's inquiries, the woman's gaze drifted once more towards the group of children frolicking on the playground. She began to mechanically repeat her words, Run slower. Slower, even slower. Do not fall. The incessant repetition ensnared her in an obsessive fixation from which she could not extricate herself. This obsession effectively barred her own passage to the afterlife. Xiao Yanbao felt compelled to console her, saying, Auntie, everyone is now aware of safety precautions. You truly need not worry so much. However, the woman vigorously shook her head, insisting, I cannot help but worry. There will always be a few children who do not heed warnings. I must watch over them. I must protect the children. Her desire to safeguard the children stemmed from her wish to prevent any recurrence of that tragic incident. Thus, ever since that calamity, have you remained here? Xiao Yanbao furrowed her brow, suddenly feeling a twinge of sympathy for the woman. The woman said nothing further, her anxious gaze still fixed on the children. She showed no intention of departing from this place. In fact, She wished to remain here forever. Yet, Xiao Yanbao understood all too well that if she stubbornly lingered in the realm of the living, the underworld would take notice, leading to dire consequences. She did not want this kind-hearted Annie to ultimately face an irreversible fate. The small child opened her mouth, eager to persuade her. Before she could utter a single word, Jiang Miao Miao, in her exuberance, bounded over to where Xiao Yanbao stood. Xinyan, what are you doing standing here all alone? She casually inquired. Xiao Yanbao's eyes widened in astonishment, for at that very moment, the ant was standing just within arm's reach of Jiang Miao Miao. Indeed, ordinary individuals were entirely oblivious to the presence of that ant. Miao Miao, Xiao Yanbao gently called out, extending her small hand to grasp Jiang Miao Miao's arm, subtly pulling her closer and positioning her behind herself for protection. It was then that the little darling caught sight of a familiar figure striding toward them. She paused momentarily, her brow furrowing slightly. Why did you come over here with Miao Miao? As she spoke, the girl haughtily puffed her cheeks and turned her head away, deliberately avoiding the gaze of the approaching individual. Yi Ming's expression remained largely unchanged, yet his youthful features bore an inexplicable air of maturity. He cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Yanbao, and his melodious voice, carried by the gentle breeze, reached her ears. The playground does not belong solely to you. Why should I not come here? You. Xiao Yanbao was poised to retort when she noticed that Yi Ming's gaze had shifted past her, landing upon the dormitory ant clad in a black down jacket behind her. Could he also see this ant? Realizing this, Xiao Yanbao's eyes widened in sheer disbelief, filled with astonishment. Although she is not the only one in this world capable of perceiving elements from another realm, the sheer number of individuals around her who possess this ability is rather astonishing. She can see it, her fourth uncle can see it, and surprisingly, Yi Ming can also see it. Little Yan's expression instantly turned grave as she lowered her voice slightly and inquired of Yi Ming, "Did you see something?" Yi Ming narrowed her eyes slightly, the naturally upturned corners of her eyes curving into an enigmatic smile. Indeed, Yi Ming had seen the dormitory supervisor, and like her, she was able to perceive phenomena from another world. This was due to a pact she had made with the Great Reaper, which bestowed upon her certain extraordinary abilities. But why could Yi Ming also see? From the very first encounter with Yi Ming, little Yin had sensed that he was a peculiar child, shrouded in numerous secrets that rendered him inscrutable. It turned out that he was indeed a mysterious figure. What are you two talking about? I don't understand anything, Jiang Miao Miao exclaimed, her face a mask of confusion as she glanced between little Yin and Yi Ming, unable to suppress her curiosity. What did you both see? Why didn't I see anything? All she perceived was the sunshine and a cloudless sky. Miao Miao, it's nothing. Let us go play over there. Little Yin, fearing that Yi Ming might utter something inappropriate and frighten Jiang Miao Miao, quickly grasped her hand and turned to leave. Yi Ming stood upright, ignoring Xiao Yanbao, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the dormitory matron. His eyes, frosty and unyielding, bore the weight of a final admonition as he spoke. You should not linger in this realm. Your obsessive attachment is far too potent. Should you continue to remain here, you risk transforming into a vengeful spirit. Chapter 98. A Taoist revealed. Why can I not stay here? The woman replied, her neck cracking as she turned to face Yi Ming. With an air of certainty, she declared, I have been employed here for nearly 2 decades as the dormitory matron. It is both my duty and privilege to safeguard these children. In times of adversity, the children instinctively sought her out for assistance. Though tending to so many youngsters was a daunting task, she found profound fulfillment and joy in it. Prior to her role as a matron, she had lived a life steeped in solitude and loneliness. Orphaned at a young age, she had been raised by her uncle, experiencing the discomfort of being a burden in someone else's home, where even a single extra bite at the table earned her disdain. As she matured, her uncle arranged her marriage, and she believed she had finally secured a home of her own. Alas, her husband was a volatile man prone to domestic violence, often leaving her battered and bruised after his bouts of intoxication. Even during her pregnancy, she could not escape his wrath. Tragically, her ill-fated child had not yet entered the world before succumbing to the horrors of domestic abuse, leaving her utterly bereft. The husband kicked the woman in the abdomen, ruthlessly causing the loss of her child and irreparably damaging her womb. From that moment on, she would never bear a child of her own again. In a moment of newfound courage, she defied societal judgment and resolutely divorced her husband. Subsequently, through an acquaintance's introduction, she took on the role of a dormitory supervisor at a school. Thus, A woman who had lost her child and her ability to be a mother began to view the children in the dormitory as her own. This is why, when faced with unforeseen dangers, she would risk her own safety to save the lives of those children. Tragically, however, the outcome was dire. For you have already passed away. Yi Ming's expression remained devoid of any emotional fluctuation, resembling that of a soulless automaton, exhibiting little joy or sorrow. His melodious voice resonated with an unsettling detachment. You are now merely a restless spirit, and this is not your rightful place of existence. In Yi Ming's perspective, humans should dwell among the living, deities in the divine realm, and spirits in the underworld. All things must adhere to a certain order, and no one is permitted to transgress it. Without rules, there can be no harmony. I have died. I am a ghost. The dormitory supervisor was visibly unable to accept this harsh reality, her eyes widening in shock as her emotions surged. Impossible. No way. Absolutely not. I am a person. I am the dormitory supervisor, responsible for the daily care of children. The once vacant gaze of the supervisor suddenly transformed, akin to that of a furious lioness, her eyes gleaming with an unmistakable ferocity. She glared at Yi Ming, seemingly reproaching him for reminding her of that harsh reality. Yet, upon beholding Yi Ming's youthful and innocent visage, her expression softened almost instantaneously. She found it impossible to be fierce towards a child, for to her, children epitomized the purest and most delightful essence of existence. She cherished them dearly. In a moment of overwhelming remorse, her eyes brimmed with tears as she lamented. It is all my fault. I failed to maintain order, which led to that unfortunate incident. Those children are so young, when they fell down the stairs, trampled by others. How much pain they must have endured. As she spoke, her voice quivered with evident sorrow. She cast her gaze towards the playground, where radiant smiles adorned the faces of the children, and resolutely declared, I shall remain here to protect them, to prevent their playful pursuits from turning hazardous, to shield them from falls, to avert any misfortune. Even if it meant becoming a so-called vengeful spirit, she vowed to linger by the staircase, safeguarding them. In that instant, as the thought took root, a dark aura enveloped her, her pallid complexion shifting to a pale hue of blue. The veins at her temples throbbed noticeably, reminiscent of characters in television dramas or films, on the verge of succumbing to their martial arts training. Realizing the situation had taken a turn for the worse, Yi Ming furrowed his brow, his tone growing even colder and more merciless. Your obsession has taken root far too deeply, it seems. I cannot persuade you any longer. As he spoke, his gaze sharpened, and a small flicker of dark red flame, invisible to ordinary humans, ignited in the palm of his hand. To prevent you from becoming a vengeful spirit that wreaks havoc upon this world, I must eradicate you completely. With that, Yi Ming resolutely prepared to confront the dormitory manager, who was on the verge of transforming into a malevolent spirit. Yi Ming, stop! Xiao Yanbao, having sensed the impending danger, swiftly intervened, racing to Yi Ming's side. She grasped his arm tightly with both hands, her brow furrowed as she implored, You cannot harm the dormitory manager. She has done nothing wrong. You cannot allow her to vanish completely. Her voice rose in urgency, prompting Yi Ming to frown, concerned that her outburst might attract the attention of others nearby. Hastily, Yi Ming waved his hand, establishing a barrier that severed their connection to the outside world, drawing himself, Xiao Yanbao, and the dormitory manager into its protective confines. However, Xiao Yanbao remained blissfully unaware that she had entered Yi Ming's barrier, for the spell was far too intricate for her to comprehend at her current level of knowledge. How do you possess such magical abilities? Xiao Yanbao's gaze fell upon the tiny flame flickering in Yi Ming's palm, her surprise evident. Who exactly are you? You can't possibly be. Hearing her words, Yi Ming's heart raced with an inexplicable fear of her discovering the truth. He quickly interrupted her train of thought, saying, Because I am a Taoist. Exorcising demons and dispelling evil spirits is my solemn duty. How righteous I am. Oh, so you are a little Taoist, the young girl suddenly realized, nodding her head without harboring any doubts. As a young Taoist, it is indeed your responsibility to exorcise demons and capture ghosts. However, this dormitory supervisor is a benevolent spirit. How could you possibly eradicate a kind-hearted ghost? Without hesitation, the little girl stood protectively in front of the dormitory supervisor, her innocent voice defending her against Yi Ming. Yet, Yi Ming remained steadfast in his convictions, asserting, A ghost is simply a ghost, devoid of distinctions between good and evil. they no longer belong to this world. If they forcibly linger here, they shall only bring misfortune to its inhabitants. As he spoke, the flame in his palm visibly intensified, his expression growing grave. They have their own rightful place, and must not tarry in the realm of mortals. With that, Yiming unhesitatingly hurled the flame toward the dormitory supervisor, utterly disregarding the fact that the little girl stood beside her at that moment. What a cold-hearted and unfeeling individual. The little girl watched in horror as the tiny flame transformed into a blazing inferno, her eyes widening in shock. Yiming, how could you? Chapter 99. The baby is about to be devoured. A piercing scream echoed in the little girl's ears, startling her into an involuntary shudder. Just a moment before Yiming's magical attack was about to reach Xiao Yanbao, the dormitory matron, who had shielded her, suddenly moved, blocking all of the magical assaults. A large area of her back was scorched by the fire spell unleashed by Yiming. "Auntie!" Xiao Yanbao exclaimed in shock as she quickly supported the swaying matron. Her eyes filled with concern and sorrow. "Are you all right? Why didn't you evade? Why did you protect me?" As she spoke, her little nose tinged with emotion, nearly causing tears to spill forth. The matron gazed at her gently and replied, "Because you are a kind child, and it is my duty to safeguard every child, including Yiming, who attacked you. To me, he is merely a child, and I harbor no hatred towards him." "Auntie, you are so foolish." Xiao Yanbao's eyes grew moist, and tears cascaded down her cheeks uncontrollably. The matron must have loved the children in that dormitory dearly, which explained her unwavering dedication to protect them, standing guard at the stairway, becoming a lingering spirit in the realm beyond. She was so pitiable. Xiao Yanbao rose again, placing herself protectively behind the matron, and earnestly implored Yiming. "Yiming, could you spare this auntie? Or perhaps find another way to resolve this issue? It doesn't have to end in her demise. Perhaps they could jointly persuade the aunt to relinquish her obsession and return to the netherworld." However, Yiming furrowed his brow deeply, and his usually calm and serene expression rarely displayed such gravity. It was already too late. Yiming narrowed his eyes once more, the naturally upward-turned corners taking on a perilous curve as he spoke softly. "The only option now is to eliminate her, otherwise, both you and I shall be in jeopardy." Before she could articulate her thoughts, Xiao Yanbao felt an overwhelming sensation of suffocation gripping her throat, stifling every word she wished to utter. In an instant, the delicate and charming features of the young girl turned crimson. As she lowered her gaze, she beheld a skeletal hand clutching her neck with tremendous force. Struggling to raise her face, she found the dormitory aunt towering over her, fixating her hollow gaze upon Xiao Yanbao. Those once vibrant eyes had transformed into dark voids, reminiscent of the malevolent spirit she had encountered that day. The area around the aunt's eyes was marred by a web of dark bluish-black veins, her complexion pallid with an eerie undertone, increasingly lifeless, devoid of any lingering warmth. It was as if she had undergone a transformation into a vengeful specter, exuding an aura of dread, her lips curling into a sinister smile, as though she were poised to consume Xiao Yanbao whole. The dormitory aunt stared at Xiao Yanbao's face for an extended moment before suddenly exclaiming with fervor as she spoke. Her grip on the little one's neck tightened, as if she intended to snap it. Simultaneously, she opened her mouth, transformed into a grotesque maw, as if she wished to devour the child before her in a single gulp. "Wow!" the 3.5-year-old exclaimed, momentarily abandoning her pride, and hastily sought help from Yiming, who appeared to be spectating. "Yiming, why are you still dawdling? Hurry and use your magic to save me." In this dire situation, Yiming remained unfazed, retorting, "Did you not say I must not eliminate this auntie?" At such a critical moment, he was still preoccupied with this triviality. Little Yanbao was momentarily speechless, then shouted at Yiming, "I said you must not destroy her, but I never said you couldn't drive her away. Woe is me. The child is about to be consumed by the auntie. Why aren't you rushing to save her? If you desire my assistance, you must ask for it," Yiming declared, his demeanor suddenly haughty, arms crossed as he boldly proclaimed, "Beg me. Beg your sister." Little Yanbao could not help but curse in her desperation. In a moment of urgency, she recalled the ghost-catching techniques imparted to her by the Grim Reaper. With a mere thought, the black bracelet on her wrist emitted a spectral glow, transforming into a long whip that lashed out towards the dormitory supervisor without requiring her control. "Ah!" Another piercing scream echoed as the supervisor, in pain, released her grip. Seizing the opportunity, little Yanbao dashed towards Yiming's direction. Then, She directly raised her foot and kicked Yiming's calf. You dare to attack me with your sorcery. You abandon me to my fate. I. Little Yanbao suddenly clung to Yiming's arm, let out a growl, and bit down hard. I will bite you, she threatened in a muddled manner. Yiming grunted in pain, using one hand to push against little Yanbao's forehead, forcefully shoving her away. Xinyan, are you a dog? How could she remember her full name? Yet he pretended to be unfamiliar with her. The little one bit down even harder. On one side, the two little cubs were frolicking, while on the other, little Yanbao's magical whip was engaged in a battle of spells with the dormitory matron, who had transformed into a vengeful spirit. The whip, imbued with spiritual essence, successfully captured Yiming's attention, causing him to furrow his brow and adopt a serious expression. Why had the matron become like this? Little Yanbao watched as the matron, completely devoid of reason and transformed into a vengeful spirit, fought against her magical whip, her brow tightening in concern. Yiming explained softly, it is because her obsession is too strong. Born from love comes sorrow, and from love comes fear. A strong obsession breeds strong resentment, and thus, having lingered in the mortal realm for years, she inevitably becomes a vengeful spirit. Upon hearing this, little Yanbao turned her little head and looked at Yiming with a pleading gaze. What should I do to help her? I don't want to watch her perish. She was a good person in life, and good people deserve a better fate, don't they? Although the little girl was unaware of the true nature of Yiming or the depth of his abilities, she felt an inexplicable trust in him, convinced of his prowess and reliability, certainly more capable than herself. Will you truly assist her? Yiming turned his gaze towards Xiao Yanbao. The young girl nodded with unwavering conviction, her innocent voice declaring, yes, good deeds are rewarded and evil deeds are punished. I hope my aunt can have a chance at rebirth. After speaking, she fixed her pure, clear eyes on Yiming, filled with anticipation and hope. Yiming, somewhat helpless, gently pressed his lips together. You are truly a handful. With a soft sigh, he produced a talisman from seemingly nowhere and handed it to Xiao Yanbao, saying, place this talisman on her. It will help alleviate much of her resentment, and perhaps you can persuade her. As soon as Yiming's words fell, his eyes widened in surprise, as if he were astonished by his own declaration. For one of his principles, he would typically disregard Xiao Yanbao entirely and directly employ his powers to disperse the vengeful spirit. Yet, gazing into the clear and innocent eyes of the little girl, he found himself feeling reluctant. Thank you, Brother Yiming. Xiao Yanbao beamed at him with a grateful smile, her cheeks adorned with two prominent dimples that radiated warmth and sweetness, brimming with healing energy and vitality. Xinyan knew it all along. You are an exceptionally virtuous person. The innocent and melodious voice, soft and sweet, wafted into his ears, evoking an involuntary shiver that coursed through Yiming, causing goosebumps to erupt along his spine. I am not a good person, he stammered. Yet, little Xinyan had already seized the talisman from his hand and dashed towards the dormitory supervisor. Following the techniques taught by Zhongli, the young girl utilized the talisman for the first time with remarkable success. Yiming's eyes widened in astonishment as the talisman transformed into a beam of light, flawlessly adhering to the supervisor's form. Under the talisman's influence, the once vengeful spirit of the supervisor began to regain a semblance of rationality, gazing blankly at the young girl before her. It seemed she was unaware of what had transpired. After being consumed by vengefulness, all her consciousness had been nearly devoured. However, her eyes glimmered with a distinct red hue, devoid of their former gentleness. The talisman merely momentarily calmed her, restoring a fragment of her original sanity. Yet it could not alter the reality of her transformation into a vengeful spirit. Little Xinyan urgently implored the supervisor, Auntie, please calm down. You must not become too agitated, or you risk losing your way. Her eyes were filled with urgency, unwilling to witness a kind-hearted dormitory supervisor succumb to the fate of a malevolent spirit, irrevocably spiraling into an abyss of despair. I must stay here. I must remain. The dormitory matron did not heed Xiao Yanbao's words, stubbornly asserting, I must protect those children. It is my mission. It was as if safeguarding the children was her sacred duty, and she would not hesitate to become a vengeful spirit if necessary. With her little head held high, Xiao Yanbao's eyes shimmered with the redness of a small rabbit as she continued to persuade, Auntie, thank you for always being here to protect us. To us, you will forever be our guardian angel. I don't know what others think, but I am sincerely grateful to you. As she spoke, The little one's eyes grew even redder, glistening with a noticeable sheen of tears, crystal clear and radiant. Xiao Yanbao sniffled, her voice trembling as she said, I don't want to see you become a vengeful spirit, utterly lost. You are a good person, and your fate should not be like this. Good people deserve good rewards. This reflected Xiao Yanbao's worldview. She envied the children protected by the dormitory matron. Had there been someone like her to safeguard her in the village, perhaps she would have lived more easily and not suffered bullying from the villagers. To Xiao Yanbao, the matron represented an unattainable warmth. Hence, she wished to assist her, to pull her back from the abyss. Xiao Yanbao almost pleaded with the matron. However, no, I do not wish to leave. I do not want to be reborn in the underworld. The matron was completely impervious to Xiao Yanbao's entreaties, her emotions spiraling once more out of control. Before reincarnation, one must drink the Mengpa soup. Yet I do not wish to forget those children. Nor can I ever forget them. Children, I yearn for children. As she spoke, the dormitory supervisor's eyes grew ever redder, resembling a thirst for blood. Suddenly, she turned her gaze toward the children on the playground and lunged toward them with fervor. She could not bear to part from those children, perhaps. Those children could not bear to part from her either. Auntie. Little Yanbao was utterly unprepared for such an unexpected action from the dormitory supervisor, exclaiming in shock as she rushed to intervene. Just as the supervisor's hand was about to make contact with a young boy, in a moment of desperation, Yanbao summoned her magical artifact. The black whip, seemingly attuned to its young mistress's distress, surged forth with an almost sentient grace, swiftly wrapping around the supervisor's waist and halting her advance. However, it was a few seconds too late. The supervisor's hand had already brushed against the boy. Dark energy surged within him, and the once radiant smile of the young boy was instantly replaced by an expression of torment as he cried out and collapsed to the ground. In an instant, the playground, once filled with laughter and joy, descended into chaos, shattering the previous harmony. Stunned as if struck by lightning, the dormitory supervisor stood frozen in disbelief. Why had this come to pass? She could not fathom such a scenario, her expression contorted in unimaginable anguish. I merely wished to protect these children, to shield them from further harm. Why had it ultimately been her who brought them pain? This is not the outcome she desired. Xiao Yanbao furrowed her brows into a frown, her lips parted in uncertainty, unsure of how to console the distraught dormitory aunt under such circumstances. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated through the air. You are no longer a part of this world, aside from this earnest little fool attempting to persuade you. Most people here cannot see you. Even if they did, they would only feel fear. Yi Ming cast a fleeting glance at Xiao Yanbao, his expression impassive as he addressed the dormitory aunt. With his hands casually tucked into his pockets, he exuded an air of confidence. Although he appeared merely as a toddler who had just begun preschool, the aura he emanated was undeniably mature. You are indeed frightening, he stated coldly, jolting the dormitory aunt back to reality. She appeared visibly flustered and inquired, Am I really that terrifying right now? Auntie, you are not frightening at all. Xiao Yanbao uttered a kind-hearted falsehood, wishing to alleviate the aunt's discomfort. However, Yi Ming's response was starkly unyielding. You are indeed quite fearsome. Yi Gij. The little one protested playfully, casting a reproachful glance at Yi Ming. Yet, he paid her no heed and continued to speak to the dormitory aunt. Not only are you frightening, but you are also pitiable and lamentable.